Chapter 1. The Coming Apocalypse, My Foreknowledge. In this cerebral sanctuary, let it be known that the intellect must be set aside for the time being. This narrative features but a singular female protagonist. September 9th, 2099, 5:30 p.m., Luoyang City. A rush of disbelief coursed through Luo Feng's entire being, adrenaline surging as he trembled slightly. This was no mere dream. It was a palpable reality unfolding before him. He stared blankly at a book in his hands, emanating a hazy azure glow, his eyes wide with astonishment and trepidation. And no, it cannot be. Is the apocalypse truly approaching? Raising his gaze, he peered through the window at the rare, clear sky outside. The blue expanse dotted with white clouds, a sight seldom witnessed in the city, appeared so pristine. As he regarded the book glowing faintly in his grasp, a sardonic smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. The apocalypse, indeed. Who would have thought I would encounter such a day? Oh, Book of Wisdom, why have you chosen me? If you have chosen me, then surely you possess the foresight of the future. Show me what lies ahead. Luo Feng spoke in a low, contemplative tone, a cigarette poised between his fingers, his expression inscrutable. As his voice faded, the book's radiance intensified, enveloping the office in a surreal ambience, revealing an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar environment before his eyes. The world was transforming, chaos erupting, winds howled, lightning flashed, and the earth trembled, a cataclysmic expansion, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Buildings crumbled, burying countless souls. The earth fractured, devouring all in its wake. The blazing sun shone down, heralding an unbearable heat. Chasms opened in the ground, swallowing innumerable lives. The streets turned to cliffs, bloodshed painting the landscape. Ruins emerged, engulfing all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Mysterious realms appeared, isolating sections of the world, creating their own spaces. Observing the myriad scenes unfolding before him, Luo Feng initially felt a tinge of shock, but soon settled into a contemplative gaze, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. What of my family? Boom! A silent thunder reverberated, and the scenes shifted rapidly. In a quaint town, amidst the chaos, a hazy world enveloped everything within a 30-mile radius, leaving behind desolation, soon to be reclaimed by an overgrowth of vegetation. As if no living being had ever existed there, in Shanghai, the bustling metropolis, within a high-rise, as the earth shattered, a strikingly beautiful woman, immersed in purchasing bubble tea on the first floor, plummeted into the abyss. Luo Feng frowned slightly, yet the scene did not fade. Rather, it flickered, revealing a group of women clad in leather armor materializing in the chasm 54 sunrises later. Upon recognizing one among them, a smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. The scene transitioned once more. Suzhou, Yinqing. In a university dormitory, a young man slumbered soundly during a splendid afternoon. As the earth quaked and shattered, a glimmer of golden light emanated from the youth, prompting Luo Feng to squint. Foolish boy, fortune favors the foolish, he mused, a note of relaxation in his voice. Grandparents, parents trapped in a mysterious realm. According to the Book of Wisdom, they are currently unharmed. My sister and younger brother each have their own opportunities. They should be fine for now, leaving only myself to consider. Let us proceed. Let me uncover the opportunities that await in Luoyang. Luo Feng's voice deepened, akin to a chilling gust of wind. Boom! The scenes shifted once more. The entirety of Luoyang City materialized before him. 18 points of mystical light flickered, with the most radiant emanating from Luo Feng's office, alongside a dozen other ethereal glimmers. Remarkable, 18 extraordinary treasures. The Book of Wisdom reigns supreme, while the others hold great promise. Yet, time is of the essence. I have but 1 hour, and I cannot squander it. Perusing the myriad treasures outlined by the Book of Wisdom, Luo Feng's mind raced. The Black Blade and the Zero-yuan spirit field shall suffice, though I might also contemplate the wind and thunder wings, he murmured, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. With a swift motion, he summoned the light of the Book of Wisdom, which vanished into his heart, before turning to exit the office, passing the front desk. Xiao Fei, the receptionist, called out to Luo Feng. Where are you off to, Brother Feng? I have matters to attend to. Xiao Fei, when you finish your shift, please tidy up my office, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Of course, Brother Feng. I'll take care of it after work, Xiao Fei responded with a sweet smile. Casting a lingering glance at Xiao Fei, Luo Feng departed. Luo Feng, at 25 years old, hails from Zhoukou, Hunan Province, a graduate of Luoyang University of Technology, currently serving as the supervisor of the customer service department at the Luoyang University of Technology's Border Heritage Garden Villa District. An ordinary graduate, he ascended to department supervisor within 2 years, possessing his unique approach. Xiao Fei, at 22, a local of Luoyang, a recent graduate, has been with the company for 2 months, her beauty captivating. Stealing a glance back at Xiao Fei, who was still watching him, Luo Feng felt a flutter of excitement within his heart. With half an hour left until the end of the workday, by the time she clocks out and tidies his office, it would take over an hour. When the world transforms, it would be a test of fortune for her. If luck is on her side, the office might remain unscathed, at least granting her a greater chance of survival. Luo Feng's office contained some provisions, sufficient to last 3 to 5 days. Thereafter, her fate would rest in her own hands. As he drove away, a few security personnel greeted him. Observing these men, Luo Feng maintained a cool demeanor, his expression a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring air. Brother Feng is impressive. I've heard he's about to be promoted to manager. Hey, what does that have to do with us? Let me tell you, yesterday the company conducted an unexpected inspection and caught manager Tao accepting a bribe from Old Li. Talk about perfect timing. He's in for trouble now, that Old Li. The one who's been overseeing the renovations and garbage removal in the community. That one. Driving a Skoda, Luo Feng proceeded at a leisurely pace until he arrived at a toy store that, on the surface, appeared to sell mere playthings. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the store, gripping a sleek black long knife. Turning back to glance at the shop, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. 30,000 yuan. I hope to cross paths with you again. Luo Feng drove away, unaware of a middle-aged balding man leaving the store behind him. Watching the departing vehicle, a mix of confusion and excitement flickered in his eyes. What kind of person would pay such a price to collect a knife? Foolish. If there weren't so many fools in this world, I wouldn't be making such profits. Today's a lucrative day. Tonight, I'll have a chat with number 88. I must see how my ailing mother is faring. I need to help her more. After another 10 minutes, Luo Feng arrived at a farm on the outskirts. Luo-yuan farm star. Parking, he surveyed the expansive farm with a glimmer of anticipation, glancing at his watch. 8 minutes? That should suffice. Without hesitation, he drove straight into the heart of the farm. Hey, what are you doing? Don't trespass. A security guard in the guardhouse panicked as he saw Luo Feng barreling into the premises. Beep, beep. Hey, Captain, someone's breached the farm. They've already entered. Ding ding. Who is it? Check the surveillance to see where they went. Let's head over and assess the situation, exclaimed the security personnel amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's vehicle had already come to a halt at the edge of a serene pond. The Luo-yuan farm sprawled over an impressive expanse of more than 3,600 acres, standing out prominently in Luoyang. It boasted a diverse landscape of woods, orchards, farmlands, ponds, and even a small hill. Not only was it a thriving agricultural estate, but it also served as a delightful recreational venue. At the heart of the farm lay a vast pond, with a modest artificial island at its center, measuring merely 100 square meters. Upon this island rested a magnificent ornamental stone, radiating beauty. At that moment, numerous individuals gathered along the pond's edge were preparing for a barbecue. They regarded Luo Feng's arrival with indifference, seemingly unfazed. Luo Feng made no attempt to pause. He strode directly across the wooden walkway leading to the island. With a swift movement, he leaped onto the ornamental stone, taking his seat atop it. On the island, a handful of visitors were engaged in fishing. They cast puzzled glances at Luo Feng's actions, but remained silent, merely furrowing their brows. His bold maneuver did not go unnoticed by the staff surrounding the pond. Hey, sir, you cannot sit there. Please come down immediately, a middle-aged man called out, approaching Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng paid him no heed, gripping the black blade in his hand and gently stroking its surface. In a tranquil state of mind, he murmured, Book of Wisdom, commence. Utilize that divine power of the Emperor to evolve a unique technique of my own. The Book of Wisdom, an extraordinary artifact capable of incessantly absorbing knowledge, recording, deducing, and evolving to enhance comprehension, granting fleeting glimpses of the future and consolidating one's innate techniques to it is a pinnacle among mystical treasures, encompassing 6 divine powers. Upon acquisition, each of the 6 divine powers can be employed once. Chapter 2. The Comprehensive Guide to Chaos Town. The initial treasures of the extraordinary realm are fundamentally rudimentary, necessitating the absorption of various energies for advancement. However, there exists a categorization based on strength, which can be divided into 6 realms of divine abilities, 5 realms of divine abilities, and so forth down to 1 realm of divine abilities. The innate divine abilities contained within these treasures are charged at the moment of their formation. For instance, the Book of Wisdom, a treasure of the 6 realms of divine abilities, is one among the 12 extraordinary artifacts of cosmic significance. Previously, through the foresight granted to him, Luo Feng glimpsed countless phenomena, including the birthplaces of the 12 extraordinary treasures, yet the knowledge was of little use, as they were too distant and the time too fleeting. The divine abilities bestowed by these treasures cannot be wielded indiscriminately. Otherwise, one would need to achieve at least the 4th tier of evolution to employ them again. According to the predictions of the Book of Wisdom, following the great upheaval of the cosmos, practitioners of extraordinary abilities, custodians of these treasures, and martial artists will emerge as the 3 principal forces in existence. The 19th tier will manifest as the ninefold celestial ladder, where each step ascends to the heavens. Once a divine ability from the treasure is invoked, it is imperative to elevate the artifact to at least the 4th tier for subsequent usage. For instance, the foresight of the future that Luo Feng utilized is a supreme divine ability. To access it again, he would need to attain at least the 8th tier of imperial rank. Currently, however, Luo Feng aspires to harness the imperial divine ability of world evolution, to cultivate his unique martial arts through the evolution of the world itself. The innate divine ability of the Book of Wisdom automatically assimilates information encountered by its master, compiling it for future reference. Inferior divine ability, Eye of Insight, enables the perception of an enemy's or object's rank and weaknesses. Intermediate divine ability, Soul Extraction, detaches an enemy's soul to unveil the depths of their essence. Superior divine ability, Soul Chain, allows for perfect control over an individual, only removable by an emperor, with a limit of 9 subjects. Grand divine ability, Dream World, manipulates a realm of dreams with a mere wave, altering an enemy's cognition. Supreme divine ability, Foresight of the Future, glimpses the river of destiny, revealing fragments of what is to come. Imperial divine ability, World Evolution, transforms the myriad of existence, embodying boundless wisdom. The imperial divine ability, perhaps, is best reserved for a later time. Yet who can ascertain whether they will live to see that moment? Why ponder so deeply? The immediate transformation of one's strength is of paramount importance. As Luo Feng's thoughts swirled, a hazy tome materialized before him, shimmering with azure light. The book began to flutter vigorously, unveiling a multitude of characters, runes, and vivid imagery, cataclysms, volcanic eruptions, the dual brilliance of sun and moon, and the tumult of thunder and lightning. Countless scenes unfolded, revealing myriad figures. Such a spectacle immediately captivated the onlookers gathered by the pond, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Luo Feng. A security guard, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, rushed towards Luo Feng, extending his hand. "You there, come down. This is no place to sit." "What is that? Show it to me." Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted. The security guard's eyes widened in terror and confusion as he beheld the black blade piercing through his mouth. Blood gushed forth while he trembled, grasping the knife with shaking hands. "Why? Someone is killing. Run. There's a murderer. Call the police. Quickly, someone help." In that instant, chaos erupted, and the crowd around the pond fled in panic. Thud! The guard's lifeless body collapsed, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Luo Feng withdrew the black blade, lightly swinging it, the blood cascading down the blade without staining it. He paid no heed to the fallen guard beneath him or the frantic crowd. For only a minute remained. What would calling the police accomplish? Once he had resolved to kill, it was no longer a matter for consideration. Standing firm upon the scenic stone, Luo Feng's countenance remained unchanged. With a deep breath, countless indistinct figures from the Book of Wisdom swirled and flew into his mouth. An unending stream of these figures entered Luo Feng, gradually enveloping him in a faint, ethereal glow. Soon, the Book of Wisdom manifested, having been completely absorbed by Luo Feng. With his eyes half closed, he delved into his consciousness. In the center of his mind stood a 9-tiered pagoda, infinitely vast, yet infinitely small, immeasurably heavy yet dreamlike. It appeared both distant and near. At that moment, only the first tier of the pagoda emitted a faint glow. Before the pagoda lay a dark, heavy stone tablet. Ancient and indestructible, two powerful characters seemed to have been passed down from antiquity, evoking a sense of immortality and the ability to suppress the heavens and the earth. These characters were Zhenshi, meaning to suppress the world. Surrounding the pagoda were 10 indistinct figures, each embodying a different essence. Fists like gates, striking the world. Palms embracing the 8 directions, one hand blocking the sky. One finger points to heaven, one finger to earth, unrivaled between heaven and earth. One leg stands firm, splitting the firmament. Steps of dreams, traversing the void. A long blade crosses the sky, tearing apart the heavens. Spear rays crisscross, akin to a wandering dragon. Indestructible like a diamond, the physical body traverses. The divine eye at the brow, penetrating the vastness. A rain of arrows that shakes the heavens, piercing the sun, moon, and stars. Celestial phenomena erupt, shaking the earth, rending the void, and manifesting wondrous signs throughout the sky. In the depths of his consciousness, Luo Feng gazed at the myriad wonders unfolding before him, his heart ablaze with excitement. The hundredfold Jing, the 10 completeness of martial arts. Ha ha ha. The world evolves, the great emperor's divine powers. How marvelous. Truly splendid. Delight surged within Luo Feng. The hundredfold Jing was a cultivation method that could elevate one to the realm of the great emperor, enabling the mastery of spiritual power, vitality, and the essence of heaven and earth. Luo Feng, a master of extraordinary abilities, a controller of rare treasures, and a martial artist, has cultivated a profound technique that harmonizes these 3 realms, imbued with unfathomable mysteries and immense value. This technique, known as the complete martial path, encompasses 10 fundamental martial arts disciplines, laying an unparalleled foundation for further enlightenment. With continuous introspection, one can discern a myriad of formidable techniques from this path. Thus, armed with the complete martial path, Luo Feng no longer needs to seek other martial arts, for this singular discipline suffices. The Emperor's divine power, even in the true era of cultivation, is a transcendent force capable of manifesting boundless creations. In this age of decline, I find myself exploiting a loophole. Wielding the Emperor's divine power, which has led to the emergence of the hundredfold world-subduing canon and the complete martial path, both extraordinary existences. Even if I were to attain the Emperor's realm and attempt to invoke the Emperor's divine power to reshape the world, I might never again create a technique akin to the hundredfold world-subduing canon. Luo Feng's heart surged with confidence as he contemplated the hundredfold world-subduing canon and the complete martial path. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrents of rain, as if the very heavens were unleashing their wrath. Luo Feng murmured, "It has come." Chapter 3. A transformative shift in the world. Once more, he called for battle. Standing atop a scenic stone, with his black blade grounded, he gazed skyward. An inexhaustible surge of lightning danced in the turbulent clouds, engulfing the sky in darkness, reminiscent of the nightfall. The earth was instantly cast into shadow, while the sky flickered with tumultuous lightning, tearing through the fabric of existence itself. Such a spectacle captured the attention of countless observers, igniting a flurry of discussions across the network. What is happening? Is the apocalypse upon us? Surely not. It can't truly be happening. I'm currently participating in a talent show, striving for fame after 2.5 years of practice. Everyone, I am in America. The darkness has completely enveloped the nation. Is it the same at home? I'm in Xinjiang. I'm in Italy. I'm in Thailand. I'm in Syria. Oh my, I'm in Africa. Could it be that the end is truly nigh? A palpable sense of unease began to ripple through the online community as the entire blue planet succumbed to darkness, a portent that seemed ominous. Raindrops began to fall from the heavens. Luo Feng extended his finger, feeling a drop of rain land upon it. His brow furrowed slightly. The spirit rain has arrived. Change is commencing. The world is transforming. How intriguing. As the rain intensified, it poured down in torrents, infused with abundant spiritual energy that seeped into the earth. Instantly, the blue planet, parched and yearning, began to gulp it greedily. With a thunderous roar, the ground fissured beneath Luo Feng's indifferent gaze. The world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Winds howled, clouds surged, and countless figures, be they humans, animals, trees, or vehicles, were swept away by the tempestuous gales. The storm raged, lightning flashed, and rain fell like a deluge from the heavens. In a moment of cataclysmic expansion, the world around transformed dramatically. The trees and people that were once mere arm's length apart now seemed to stretch away into a distance of hundreds of meters. Buildings crumbled, entombing countless souls, as the very earth was ripped apart, revealing innumerable chasms and shattered structures. The square lay in ruins, as a multitude was consumed by the debris. Abysses opened in the ground, swallowing many. Roads became sheer cliffs, with countless vehicles tumbling into the void, blood bursting forth like fireworks. Luo Feng observed in silence, as torrents of ethereal rain were devoured by him, an unusual sensation gradually emerging within him, accompanied by a faint glow. The entire Zero-yuan farm began to resemble a monstrous entity, voraciously consuming endless streams of spiritual rain. It erupted into profound transformation, shrouded in an ethereal haze, akin to a realm of nothingness. The black blade in his grasp too voraciously absorbed the spiritual rain from the air, creating a magnificent vortex. At that moment, the scenic stone where Luo Feng stood radiated brilliance, inscribed with runes. A surge of joy filled his heart upon witnessing this. With a swift motion, he drew the black blade across his palm, blood flowing forth and mingling with the stone below, both absorbing the essence. As strands of enigmatic light fused into his very heart. In that instant, the black blade and Luo-yuan spirit field were irrevocably bound to Luo Feng. Though he trusted the wisdom of the tome, it was only upon witnessing the metamorphosis of the black blade and the spirit field that Luo Feng felt a true sense of resolve. Suddenly, he caught something soaring toward him, an arrow. A chill swept through him, his gaze sharpening as he regarded a group of individuals along the wooden path by the pond. Their attire suggested they were hunters from the forest, participating in a game. As they beheld Luo Feng, their eyes sparkled with greed, fixating on the black blade and the scenic stone beneath his feet, filled with fervor and madness. The leader bore a subtle flow of water coursing through him. Luo Feng murmured, his voice like the whisper of a demonic presence. So, abilities have manifested so swiftly, yet those who dare to strike at me shall meet their demise. The group prepared to speak. You, hand over. But before they could finish, the leader felt the black blade pierce his chest, blood gushing forth, confusion clouding his eyes. What is happening? Had I not awakened my powers? Am I not the protagonist? How could I be slain so easily, without even a name to my end? The remaining members stared in horror at their fallen leader, gazing at Luo Feng as though he were a demon. Did he kill without hesitation? No words exchanged? Is it truly this simple? Even when slaying a chicken, one might ask if it wants the head. Brothers, avenge our leader, let us strike him down. With no words wasted, Luo Feng stepped forward, his already transforming form now imbued with newfound strength, far surpassing his previous self. Swift as a shadow, he surged into the crowd, the black blade drawn effortlessly. With a single sweeping strike, chaos ensued. The sound of slicing echoed, for individuals fell to the ground. Noticing that one among them still clung to life, Luo Feng furrowed his brow. With a decisive stomp, vibrant hues of red, yellow, and white erupted. For to kill was to eradicate the roots. Thud after thud, he trampled one, resolving to dispatch each with a single strike to mitigate unforeseen complications. Having completed this grim task, Luo Feng returned to the vantage point atop the scenic stone, seemingly indifferent to the act of taking lives, akin to the slaughter of mere chickens. He even felt a twinge of regret. After all, they were extraordinary beings, yet they had not ascended to the first tier. Such potential squandered, leaving him with naught to gain. The onlookers beyond the pond gazed at Luo Feng as though he were a demon, but he paid them no heed. Once the Luo-yuan spirit field took shape, their fates would hinge on his will. There was no rush. His mind settled into tranquility. The Hunyuan Zhengshi classic began to resonate within him. Boom. A colossal force of attraction unfurled, an endless downpour of spiritual rain converging. Devoured continuously by the black blade and the Luo-yuan spirit field, Luo Feng too absorbed a fragment of this essence. This spiritual rain heralded a grand transformation of the heavens and earth, offering limited personal enhancement. However, guided by the conscious influence of the Hunyuan Juncture Classic, the Luo-yuan Spirit Field and Black Blade might prove even more formidable than the predictions of the Book of Wisdom. As he observed the two entities relentlessly drawing upon the celestial rain, Luo Feng felt the transformative power they bestowed upon him. His mind lingered in contemplation. Book of Wisdom. Has my change in character been spurred by you? When did I become so desensitized to killing? Am I truly a monster? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a large, dark character appeared prominently on the Book of Wisdom. Its strokes were heavy and penetrating, a testament to the mastery that could not be achieved without years of dedication. Luo Feng rolled his eyes, dismissing further dialogue. He cared not for labels of monstrosity. Time slipped by, and the entire Luo-yuan spirit field ceased its fluctuations, undergoing a remarkable transformation. With a sweep of his mind, the entirety of the Luo-yuan spirit field manifested vividly within Luo Feng's consciousness. Spanning 600 acres, it formed a circular expanse with a diameter of 1.8 kilometers. Its edges shrouded in an ethereal haze, impervious to breach. Encompassing 800 acres of forest, 500 acres of fertile land, and 300 acres of tranquil lakes. Luo Feng found himself at the heart of the lake, where the scenic pond had morphed into a monumental stone tablet inscribed with Luo-yuan Spirit Field. Chapter 4, Triple Kill. Abundant resources. The entirety of the Luo-yuan farm structures converged, creating an 18-acre estate. With 200 acres of wetlands and a modest hillock spanning 782 acres, rising to a height of 800 meters, the Luo-yuan Spirit Field had undergone a profound renovation. Within this realm resided others, 356 individuals, and over 1,000 animals. Due to the fact that Luo-yuan Farm also welcomes visitors from outside, it possesses a considerable amount of resources. There are tens of tons of potable water stored, along with approximately a dozen pallets of bottled purified water. The beverage selection includes various options such as cola, Sprite, milk, rock candy pear, Fanta, and soda, totaling over a dozen pallets. Beer is available in similar quantities, and both white and red wines are stocked in hundreds of boxes. A wide assortment of cigarettes is also present, amounting to several hundred cartons. Additionally, there are 4 or 5 refrigerated containers filled to capacity. Rice and flour are stored in ample quantities, totaling over 10 tons. The farm boasts a supermarket's worth of provisions, including fruits, vegetables, snacks, prepared foods, and ice cream. It must be noted that the reserves at Luo-yuan Farm are quite impressive, without specific demands for food varieties. The supplies are sufficient to sustain 1,000 individuals for 3 years. After all, Luo-yuan Farm also serves as a storage facility for other shops under its management. The stockpile is ample enough for Luo Feng to last several lifetimes. The pond is teeming with fish, and there are various breeds of freshwater shrimp, large prawns, and crabs. Not to mention, Luo-yuan Farm encompasses hundreds of acres of land, cultivated with a variety of crops. There is an abundance of seeds, including rice, wheat, beans, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, as well as an array of vegetables such as tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, radishes, greens, celery, and chives. The fruit selection includes strawberries, pears, peaches, apples, cherries, and even watermelons. Satisfied with the diverse food resources contained within the spiritual field, Luo Feng nodded approvingly. At the very least, these provisions would suffice for his survival. Feeling a sense of stability settle over the spiritual field, Luo Feng prepared to venture out, as the wind thunder wings awaited his retrieval. Sensing the presence of survivors within the spiritual field, Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly, noting that there were over 300 individuals. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He hoped they would be obedient, otherwise, well. With a thought, a loud boom erupted, and the 300 or so individuals suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar location. All were filled with terror, looking around in disbelief. Luo Feng stood upon a stone, surveying the surroundings, his eyes reflecting both fear and anticipation. As the sky brightened and the scorching sun blazed overhead, the area within 100 meters lay desolate, devoid of life. Beyond that, smoke billowed, flames soared, and the landscape was riddled with ravines and chasms. Buildings had collapsed, homes lay in ruins, roads were fractured, trees broken, and vehicles collided chaotically. Smoke filled the air, and the sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. In the distance, mountains crumbled while others erupted skyward. The cries of humanity filled the air, with some suffering broken limbs being the fortunate ones. Others were reduced to mere pulp, severed in two, their brains splattered, their bodies charred, a horrifying tableau. The entire world seemed to have plunged into an apocalyptic nightmare. In stark contrast to Luo Feng's composure, the 300 individuals were seized by overwhelming panic, shouting and wailing in terror. Some frantically attempted to call for help, while others desperately sought to contact their families, lovers, and children. In this apocalyptic world, the internet has long been severed, and mobile phones seem to serve little purpose beyond providing illumination. Parents, how are you? Please, answer the phone. My wife. I must find my wife. It cannot be. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a lie. I refuse to believe it. How could this happen? Damned heavens. Why has it come to this? In an instant, chaos erupted as the crowd expressed their terror and despair vocally. Observing the turmoil, Luo Feng furrowed his brow. He had no time to squander on these people. Silence. A voice boomed like thunder, commanding immediate attention. The crowd fell silent, their fears mingling with a hint of confusion as they turned to Luo Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke coldly. As you can see, the apocalypse has arrived. The world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. I offer you two choices. First, leave now and forge your own path. Second, return to the former Zero-yuan farm, which has now transformed into a rare treasure, a sanctuary where humanity can thrive. Should you choose to enter, you will become my subjects, and my word will be absolute. Now, decide, will you stay or will you go? With that, Luo Feng cast a cold gaze upon the assembled crowd, tightening his grip on the black blade in his hand. The onlookers stared at him in shock, absorbing his words. Suddenly, one voice rose above the rest, filled with animosity. Did you know all along? Why didn't you warn us? Another echoed. Yes, why didn't you tell us beforehand? What were your intentions? This man is a murderer. I just saw him kill a security guard. Call the police, apprehend him. The crowd erupted in uproar at Luo Feng's proclamation. A portly individual, flanked by several security guards, stepped forward, glaring at Luo Feng with indignation. That farm belongs to me. Who are you to take what is mine? Luo Feng regarded the man with a slight frown. Is it truly yours? Ask the others. Who doesn't he know that I own that farm? Even if it has become a treasure, it remains mine. Return the treasure, and I might overlook your transgression. Otherwise, prepare yourself. For I have many connections who will ensure your capture. The portly man, staring at the black blade in Luo Feng's chest, was filled with confusion. What is happening? Why aren't your previous threats working? Boss. The security guards were suddenly alarmed, witnessing Luo Feng's unyielding stance. Luo Feng turned to them, and their faces blanched in fear. Just as one was about to speak, the black blade glimmered ominously. In an instant, blood sprayed over a meter high as 4 heads flew from their bodies. A synchronized scream pierced the air. Silence, roared Luo Feng, his voice echoing with authority, causing the crowd to immediately fall silent in terror. Several women instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at him. Among them, frightened children were clasped tightly in their parents' arms, trembling with fright. Although Luo Feng felt a twinge of compassion, he masked it completely. I shall say this once more. Those who wish to depart, do so promptly. Those who choose to remain, stand to the right. Begin. As his words lingered in the air, a woman stumbled and crawled away in panic, screaming as she ran. Her frantic movements triggered a wave of terror, prompting others to flee in haste, a throng of individuals swiftly escaping. Observing their retreat, a cruel smile crept upon Luo Feng's lips. Chapter 5. The Massacre. Gale wings amidst the chaos. A young girl watched the crowd scatter and urgently tugged at the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. Dad, we must run. Her expression was one of fear, desperate to escape. Yet, the man remained resolute, his face etched with concern. He gazed impassively at the fleeing figures, exhaling deeply before turning to the girl. Xiaoya, do not speak or move. We will not leave. The girl stared at him in shock, her voice trembling. Dad, why not? We still need to find Mom and Grandma and Grandpa. The man, upon hearing her words, looked at her with pained eyes but remained steadfast. We cannot leave. Do not argue. I do not know their circumstances, but I must ensure your safety. If we survive, we may yet find them. The girl, wishing to protest further, was silenced by her father's firm demeanor. Luo Feng observed the remaining 72 individuals, and when no one else departed, He smiled faintly. A wise choice, he remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. In an instant, amidst the onlookers' dread, Luo Feng transformed into a dark shadow, his black blade glimmering ominously. No, please. Do not kill me. Help. I do not want to die. Cries of desperation erupted from the crowd. You promised we could leave. Please, no? Blood flew like a torrential downpour, dismembered limbs scattered, and heads soared skyward. Bodies were cleaved asunder, in every conceivable manner. Luo Feng's technique was ruthlessly precise. Each strike a lethal maneuver, devoid of mercy, wholly bent on slaughter. The 72 witnesses to this carnage were paralyzed with horror. The sanguinary image of Luo Feng seared into their minds, an indelible memory. Many began to retch uncontrollably, their bodies racked with nausea. The girl and the middle-aged man turned pale, the girl swaying unsteadily. Had her father not been there to support her, she surely would have collapsed to the ground. 72 individuals were struck with terror, yet none dared to stir. Soon, Luo Feng returned, drenched in blood, wielding a black blade that glistened with the crimson essence of his conquests, while remaining untouched by the gore. His blood-soaked visage surveyed the crowd, who, overwhelmed, bowed their heads. Unable to meet his gaze, utterly subjugated in spirit. Noticing that a middle-aged man and a young girl still dared to raise their eyes, Luo Feng felt a flicker of intrigue within him. You too, lift your heads, his voice, as frigid as ice, commanded. The middle-aged man and the girl promptly obeyed, trembling under his scrutiny. What are your names, and what was your profession? Ah, esteemed sir, I am Zhang Qing, and this is my daughter, Zhangya. I was the owner of Lingmao Logistics, but now I am your subject, ready to heed your every command. The middle-aged man hastily replied, humility etched upon his features. Observing Zhang Qing, Luo Feng's interest piqued. Lingmao Logistics held a modest reputation in Luoyang, its value not to be underestimated. A faint smile graced his lips. Interesting. You are quite astute. In that case, you shall lead them into the space of Luo-yuan's spirit field. You are responsible for the arrangements. I require a detailed account of all information within. Under no circumstances are you to touch anything without my express command, or else. Luo Feng's voice chilled the air, prompting Zhang Qing and the others to nod vigorously in acknowledgement. A momentary thrill surged through Zhang Qing. In this apocalyptic world, gazing at Luo Feng, he pondered whether this existence was indeed unlike any before. Serving such a decisive master might not be a misguided choice after all. Without further delay, Luo Feng waved his hand, causing the figures of the crowd to vanish. A hazy white light surged into Luo Feng's heart. Within, he sensed the presence of a tome and a white seed, eliciting an unmistakable smile upon his lips. Grasping the black blade tightly, he attuned to his burgeoning strength. Within his sea of consciousness, a nebulous energy surged, imbued with a sense of vitality. The spirit energy within his heart ebbed and flowed, as two precious artifacts hovered therein. His entire being thrummed with vigor, his sinews and flesh resonating with the sensation of being tempered 1,000 times over. With a thud, Luo Feng's foot struck the ground, leaving a distinct footprint, while a web of cracks spread outwards. He had attained the pinnacle of a first-level evolver, mere steps away from ascending to the second level. With his strength, physique, and speed enhanced threefold, a glimmer of inexplicable excitement flickered in his brow. Under 2 seconds for 100 meters. Indeed, being an evolver was fascinating. With his defenses significantly bolstered, Luo Feng clenched his fists, his skin taut, exuding a robust resilience. His flesh could withstand ordinary blades. At this rate, a second-level evolver could disregard typical firearms, while a third level might even withstand artillery shells. Should he achieve the fourth level, only missiles and nuclear weapons would pose a threat. The prowess of an evolver was indeed formidable. Fortunately, I discovered the Black Blade and the Luo-yuan spirit field in advance, which afforded me such fortune. Otherwise, elevating to the pinnacle of the first stage would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. The wind and thunder wings await me. Luo Feng felt a sense of urgency. Among the glimpses of the future he foresaw, aside from the Black Blade and the Luo-yuan spirit field, the wind and thunder wings were the most exquisite and easily attainable treasure. If I cannot acquire them swiftly, and others gain possession and depart, then finding them again will be a daunting task. Treasures of this nature are exceedingly difficult for others to uncover if one does not wish to reveal them. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng surged forward, the world around him shattered and fragmented. The earth lay riddled with cracks, rendering any vehicle utterly immobile. Everywhere he looked, there were the anguished cries of the wounded. As he sped along, Luo Feng encountered a series of catastrophic collisions and deep chasms. Scarcely a building remained intact. All were in ruins. Though resolute in spirit, witnessing such devastation stirred a profound shock within him. How many lives had been lost? Yet, in this moment, who could afford to linger on such thoughts? Ignoring the pleas of the countless injured, Luo Feng pressed onward towards his destination with unwavering determination. The wind and thunder wings, which he had glimpsed in his foresight, should be just ahead, within an antiquities shop. As he contemplated this, he quickened his pace. Perched upon a broken wall, Luo Feng steadied himself, gazing at a relatively intact shop amidst the surrounding wreckage, a faint smile gracing his lips. He caught a hint of movement within the shop, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Striding towards the establishment, he gripped the black blade tightly. Chapter 6. Decapitation. The wind and thunder wings acquired. Luo Feng approached the shop swiftly, peering through the shattered doors and windows to glimpse two figures within, seeking death. Suddenly, he felt a surge of wind and thunder power, and his expression shifted, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The antiquities shop housed a plethora of decorative items and ancient garments, now in disarray. However, compared to the surrounding wreckage, this shop remained relatively intact. Various ancient garments lay scattered across the floor, momentarily brightening Luo Feng's eyes. Clothing could be an excellent resource. Crafting garments in a short time was no simple task, and the beautiful attire here naturally appealed to him. Inside the shop, Li Fei, what are you doing? You are committing a crime. I will call the police. On a battered countertop, a muscular man, bare-chested with a physique chiseled like stone, bore a pair of wings shimmering with the power of wind and thunder. As he viciously pinned a beautiful woman beneath him, tearing at her clothing in a frenzied state. Hearing her words, Li Fei's face contorted into a sinister grin. Call the police? Do you see the state of the world now? It has changed. And do you know what that means? I am the child of destiny. It is your honor to be with me. You ungrateful bitch. Li Fei snarled, his voice thick with rage. I've chased you for months, bought you clothes, treated you like royalty, and you've barely given me the time of day. He stepped closer, eyes wild. You play me for a fool. Well, today, I'm taking back everything. With a sudden lunge, he grabbed at her clothing. Fabric tore, but before he could go further, crack. A thunderous gust exploded through the room. A blur of motion shot in from the doorway, striking Li Fei like a storm-born arrow. He was flung backward, crashing into the wall with a cry of pain. Blood streamed from a deep gash on his shoulder. Standing in the entrance was Luo Feng, calm, expressionless, a black blade in hand. Not a speck of blood stained its edge. The woman gasped, scrambling back, clutching her torn clothes to her chest, eyes wide with both fear and desperate hope. Li Fei stared at the intruder, trembling. One moment, he'd been drunk on power. The next, he was bleeding on the floor. He forced a shaky laugh. Hey brother. We've got no history, no grudge. I'll leave right now, I swear. Luo Feng said nothing. He simply walked forward, each step silent, deliberate. Panic surged in Li Fei's chest. His stormwind wings flickered to life behind him, crackling with raw lightning. With a roar, he hurled a bolt of electricity at Luo Feng. Clang. The black blade trembled once, and the lightning shattered like glass. Humph. Luo Feng murmured, a flicker of interest in his eyes. So you've awakened the stormwind wings. Impressive, for someone who barely controls them. Li Fei's face twisted in fury and fear. He activated his wings fully, dashing across the room at blinding speed, trying to escape. But Luo Feng didn't rush. He pursued calmly, almost curiously, watching how Li Fei maneuvered, how the wings responded. The woman watched from the corner, trembling, tears in her eyes. What kind of world is this? She wondered. Where monsters wear human faces and saviors appear like ghosts. Damn you! Li Fei screamed, covered in fresh wounds, desperation turning to madness. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. His wings blazed with electric light. Fine. You want my power? Then witness my true Sching. Before he could finish, Luo Feng's blade flashed once. Clean. Final. Li Fei froze. His eyes widened. Then, without another word, he collapsed. Silence fell. Luo Feng wiped his blade clean and turned to the woman. You're safe now. She looked up at him, not as a hero, not as a god, but as proof that even in hell, humanity hasn't vanished completely. A flash of dark light surged forth, and Luo Feng tensed, akin to a taut arrow, his speed doubling in an instant. The black blade sliced through Li Fei's neck, blood splattering forth like a vibrant rainbow, silencing the words that Li Fei wished to utter forever. Humph! Had I not wished to witness the might of the thunder and lightning wings, I would have long extinguished you. You dare to invoke my divine powers? Such folly! Grasping the thunder and lightning wings, Luo Feng extracted it from Li Fei's body amidst his despairing, resentful, and venomous gaze. Blood and flesh erupted, revealing a gaping wound in Li Fei's back. His innards scattered around him. With a gasp, blood spewed forth. The once ambitious wielder of the 5 divine powers, the thunder and lightning wings, succumbed to his fate with lingering regret. The woman nearby, witnessing this gruesome scene, collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she retched violently, her distress evident. Luo Feng paid her no heed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he beheld the thunder and lightning wings in his grasp, a treasure of immeasurable value. With a flick of his wrist, the wings were rendered immaculate, and he stowed them away in his spiritual field, deeming it not yet time for fusion. Turning to the woman still retching, Luo Feng spoke coldly. You have 2 choices. Accompany me or remain here. Choose wisely. With that, he disregarded her further. Collecting garments from the ground, regardless of gender, as well as various adornments, hairpins, folding fans, pendants, headdresses, silk scarves, and even an assortment of belly wraps. Not a single item was spared, every piece was gathered. Such items would be scarce for a long while. And each one was precious. No need for waste in such an expansive space. The woman, shocked, could only watch in silence as her shop's contents were systematically claimed by Luo Feng. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she hurriedly donned a set of clothing. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had thoroughly collected everything from the shop and its surroundings. To his delight, he discovered dozens of fabric rolls within the store, a fortuitous find indeed. He resolved to recruit a few skilled artisans to craft suitable garments. Clothing would not be a concern for the foreseeable future. Having completed his collection, Luo Feng turned to the woman. Have you made your decision? The woman, sensing the icy demeanor of Luo Feng, hastily nodded. I have decided. I will go with you. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng drew her into his spiritual field and exited the shop, quickly departing the scene. Chapter 7. A fragile calm. As Luo Feng left, shadows flickered amid the shattered buildings surrounding him, their gazes filled with shock, terror, and confusion as they beheld his retreating figure. The once bustling commercial street now bore witness to the absence of intact shops, ravines crisscrossing the area. Many survivors remained hidden, too fearful to emerge, seeking solace in their concealment. A seemingly ordinary building now appeared to be in a state of precarious tilt. Occasionally, the anguished cries of survivors could be heard echoing through the air. However, Luo Feng paid no heed to their pleas for help. He sought refuge in a basement space. Swiftly slipping inside, with a flourish of his black blade, the already damaged door collapsed, sealing the underground chamber. Instantly, the space was engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand. With a flick of his wrist, a rudimentary light illuminated the area. At this moment, Luo Feng chose to disregard everything outside. The fate of the world was of no concern to him. Even if it met its demise, it bore no relevance to his own existence. With a resounding thud, the black blade was plunged into the ground. Luo Feng then retrieved the wind and thunder wings, crackling with electricity and accompanied by a gentle breeze. As he gazed at the wings in his hands, a faint smile graced his lips. According to the predictions of the Book of Wisdom regarding the future, apart from the treasures to be found later today, most would be sullied by divine beings unless encountered face to face. Otherwise, they would remain undetectable. Moreover, seizing these treasures would not be a simple task, requiring divine abilities. Fortunately, time was short today, and Li Fei was not yet familiar with the wind and thunder wings. Otherwise, should he become acquainted with their powers, it would be exceedingly difficult for Luo Feng to retain him. The wind and thunder wings, renowned for their unparalleled speed, contained divine abilities that were no trifling matter. Gazing at the wind and thunder wings before him, Luo Feng hesitated no longer. Blood flowed, instantly staining the wings. Lightning flickered, and the wind howled. With a swift motion, the wind and thunder wings transformed into a streak of light, merging into Luo Feng's heart. In the tranquility of his mind, within the crimson palace of his heart, a book, a blade, a spirit seed, and now an additional pair of wings emerged. crackling with thunder, eager to challenge the other three. The light of wisdom shimmered, the black blade emanated a sharp aura, and the power of space enveloped the surroundings, while the power of wind and thunder flickered momentarily before obediently settling into silence. He chuckled softly, feeling a sense of impending resolution. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng exhaled, realizing he had taken a significant step forward in strength, now merely a step away from the second tier of evolution. He grasped a handful of rubble and crushed it effortlessly, transforming it into mere pebbles, as small as grains of rice. Observing the debris in his palm, he surmised that his physical prowess had nearly increased sixfold. According to the classifications within the Book of Wisdom, his physical attributes had already reached the level of a second-tier evolutionary being. Quite impressive, he mused, feeling a thrill of excitement. On the very first day of the apocalypse, he had made such remarkable progress, which invigorated him. Following this was a period of 3 days of tranquility, as the sweltering heat gradually set in. During this time, the flora and fauna of the world mutated and evolved. It was imperative for him to seize the opportunity to gather useful resources. For now, however, he intended to examine the information regarding his treasures. If they were like the individual encountered today, unable to wield their treasures and ultimately meeting a tragic end, such a fate would indeed be a restless demise. Luo Feng murmured to himself. He was already aware of the information regarding the Book of Wisdom, yet the details about the Black Blade, the Zero-yuan spirit field, and the wind and thunder wings remained unclear. Thus, he needed to investigate further. As the thoughts flowed through Luo Feng's mind, the information regarding the 3 magnificent treasures materialized within him, causing his expressions to shift constantly with excitement. The Black Blade of the World, an unparalleled treasure among extraordinary artifacts. It encompasses 5 divine abilities. It is sharp, indestructible, and eternally impervious to damage. It can transform into a dragon, thirst for blood, and return pure energy. Upon acquisition, each of the 5 abilities can be utilized once. Instinctive divine ability automatically absorbs various energies from slain foes. Minor divine ability, low-grade black flame-shattering armor, tears through armor, capable of breaching defenses below the 7th tier. Minor divine ability, middle-grade black flame soul devourer, possessing the power to cleave mountains. It can rend peaks with a single strike while inflicting soul damage, absorbing essence and returning it to its master. Minor divine ability, high-grade black flame rending void, exceedingly sharp, capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Major divine ability, black dragon of world suppression. The black blade transforms into a dragon, embodying the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Supreme divine ability, heavenly blade of world suppression, a celestial blade descending from the heavens, suppressing all beneath it. Indeed, with these 5 divine abilities, I possess 5 opportunities for survival. The master of extraordinary treasures is indeed revered in the Book of Wisdom. Even if the number cannot exceed 129,600, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with evolvers and martial artists, perhaps even surpassing one. The innate divine abilities contained within this extraordinary treasure alone serve as a formidable safeguard, offering far more chances at life than those with supernatural powers or martial prowess. If one cannot become a strong being with several additional lives, then what is the point of existence? Luo Feng continued to examine the next treasure, Zero-yuan spirit field, a vast expanse of land transformed into an extraordinary artifact covering an area of 600 acres, which includes 800 acres of forest, 500 acres of fertile fields, 300 acres of lakes, 18 acres of estate, 200 acres of wetlands, and a small mountain peak occupying 782 acres with a height of 800 meters. It holds 4 divine abilities, impervious to spatial disruption, existing in the real world, capable of sustaining life. The initial spiritual energy is thrice that of the outside world, containing a miniature spiritual vein, 13,000 spirit stones, and 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon acquisition, each of the 4 abilities can be utilized once. Minor divine ability, low-grade rejuvenation technique, significantly restores injuries and revives life. Minor divine ability, middle grade would escape technique, a wood element evasion method, allowing one to conceal themselves in forests or areas with vegetation, enabling swift traversal. Minor divine ability, high-grade spring wind and rain, greatly enhances spiritual energy, elevating the spiritual level of plants, summoning wind and rain. It serves both as a planting technique and an attack technique, albeit the latter is slightly weaker. Major divine ability, spatial cutting, manipulates the force of space to cleave the heavens and earth. Ah, splendid. Once evolved to its zenith, the power of space manipulation can be truly formidable. If one can indeed attain the 7th tier, then merely this spatial cutting ability could secure an invincible position. Truly powerful. Luo Feng was greatly satisfied. With yet another life-saving divine ability, he felt a substantial sense of security. He then turned his attention to the 4th extraordinary treasure identified by the Book of Wisdom, Wings of Wind and Thunder. Wings of Wind and Thunder, a pair of formidable wings imbued with the attributes of wind and thunder, granting even ordinary individuals the ability to soar through the skies and wield tremendous offensive power, instilling fear in any who behold it. This treasure ranks among the top 5 extraordinary artifacts in Luoyang, encompassing 5 divine abilities, swiftness and indestructibility. Upon acquisition, each of the 5 divine abilities can be employed once. Chapter 8, Resource Collection. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Inferior divine ability, wind and thunder velocity, enables flight at an astonishing speed, comparable to that of a 5th-tier evolver, with a 5th-tier application rivaling that of a half-step 7th tier. Medium divine ability, wind and thunder thousand feather, an offensive ability that commands myriad feathers of wind and thunder to slay enemies. A 4th-tier application can decimate ordinary 5th-tier evolvers and injure 6th-tier ones. Superior divine ability, wind and thunder spatial escape, a rudimentary manipulation of spatial power, allowing for brief spatial traversal with speed akin to that of a 7th-tier evolver. Grand divine ability, divine wind and thunder, the essence of heaven and earth's wind attribute, and divine thunder, capable of momentarily contending with 8th-tier evolvers. Supreme divine ability, wind and thunder celestial lament, a realm of wind and thunder, where silence reigns over heaven and earth, posing a threat to emperors. Indeed, the 5 divine abilities of the Wings of Wind and Thunder are remarkable. I am fortunate to have acquired them. Observing the 5 divine abilities, Luo Feng's heart swells with joy. Escape and attack are both in his arsenal. Coupled with the Black Blade, he feels emboldened enough to defy even 2 6th-tier powerhouses. One cannot deny that the possessor of extraordinary artifacts holds an overwhelming advantage in the early stages. However, this merely serves as an additional trump card. Once exhausted, it merely places one slightly above ordinary supernatural beings. The method of advancement differs, relying upon rare materials and potent primordial treasures, which are not easily obtained. Stowing away the Black Blade and retracting the Wings of Wind and Thunder, Luo Feng's figure flickers and vanishes, leaving behind a shimmering spirit seed suspended in the void, emanating a gentle glow. This is precisely why Luo Feng chose an isolated location. The spirit seed is the essence of space, merging within Luo Feng's heart, in the crimson palace of his sea of consciousness. When he enters the Luo-yuan spirit field, the spirit seed will remain in its original place. The Luo-yuan spirit field is a realm Luo Feng visits for the first time. After a brief exploration, he is now witnessing its splendor. It is a vast expanse transformed into a treasure, encompassing approximately 3,600 acres, visualized as a circular space with a diameter of 1.8 kilometers, quite substantial indeed. It harbors an 800-acre forest, 1,500 acres of fertile fields, 300 acres of lakes, 18 acres of a grand estate, and 200 acres of wetlands, along with a small mountain peak occupying 782 acres and rising to a height of 800 meters. The 18-acre estate lies at the very center of the lake, seamlessly integrating all the structures from the original farm. Through the wonders of heaven and earth, the entire estate exudes opulence, grandeur, and resplendence. The estate itself is built upon a foundation of white marble, adorned with blue bricks and glazed tiles, showcasing exquisite architecture with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Especially the various murals, which are exquisite brick carvings, boast innovative shapes and enchanting designs, leaving Luo Feng immensely satisfied. He chuckled, reflecting on his previous desire to purchase a house. Now, however, he finds himself amidst 18 acres and mused with a hint of madness. In this apocalyptic world, I seem to have developed a fondness for you. As he continued to gaze ahead, a prominent peak rose majestically, and at its base lay an expanse of plains dotted with fields. 70 to 80 individuals sat there in small groups, visibly anxious and apprehensive. Yet there was an absence of chaos. Upon the appearance of Luo Feng, they hastily stood, their expressions tense. Luo Feng paid them no mind. Instead, pointing to one named Zhang Qing, instructing, "Account for these people. You shall manage them for the time being. Should any issues arise, you shall bear the responsibility." "Yes. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will manage them diligently," Zhang Qing replied, nodding fervently with trepidation. Luo Feng's demeanor remained unchanged as he declared, "The world has transformed. Do not concern yourselves with what lies beyond. In due time, you shall witness it for yourselves. For now, remain here in peace." Zhang Qing, organize a team to the west and classify the supplies there, then procure some food for them. Food is to be rationed. Wastefulness shall be met with death. Beyond the 3 daily meals, any other disturbances will also result in death. No unrest shall be tolerated here. Defiance will lead to death. The weight of these 3 commands rendered the faces of those present pale with fear. As Luo Feng's figure vanished, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, and they followed Zhang Qing westward to sort the supplies. The space was not vast, and upon rounding the peak, they encountered mountains of resources, which astonished them. Yet, it also instilled a sense of calm. In this apocalypse, having food was paramount. At least they would not starve. Some children gazed longingly at the array of beverages. But the adults nearby swiftly intervened, reminding them that these items were not theirs to consume. It was a harsh reality that one must confront. Those who could not see it clearly had already perished. Departing from Luo-yuan's spiritual field, Luo Feng did not linger, but hastened to seek out various resources, heading westward. Luoyang City was vast, now magnified 100-fold, making his original destination seem over 1,000 kilometers away. As he traveled, he collected an assortment of supplies. His spirit delved into the Luo-yuan's spiritual field, observing that the individuals had commenced their tasks, and he nodded slightly. The spiritual field remained too rudimentary. It could only sustain life, but not manage other aspects. If only Luo Feng could will the houses, fertile lands, and organize supplies into existence with a mere thought. But alas, he was not yet capable of such feats, thus leaving the labor to these individuals. It was beneficial to occupy them with tasks, otherwise, they would be a burden. Along the journey, Luo Feng began to amass various supplies in abundance, while simultaneously unleashing a ruthless wave of destruction. The world has transformed. The apocalypse has arrived. Survivors are not all fools. As Luo Feng gathers supplies, others are also collecting various resources, inevitably leading to conflicts of interest. Some individuals seek to drive Luo Feng away, even resorting to robbery. Unfortunately, Luo Feng has no time to entangle himself with them and will show no mercy. With limited time, he must reach a military base located to the west of Luoyang within the 3-day period of tranquility. This military base has caught his eye due to its stockpile of weapons. According to future predictions, in the early stages of the apocalypse, firearms still possess considerable power. First-tier evolved beings can be dealt with using ordinary firearms. Second-tier evolved beings cannot be harmed by standard handguns, and simple rifles are of little effect. Third-tier evolved beings can withstand grenades, landmines, and common explosives. Fourth-tier evolved beings, after a qualitative evolution, are impervious to regular artillery, and even small-caliber missiles have little effect. Fifth-tier evolved beings can resist missiles with ease. Sixth-tier evolved beings can even withstand nuclear weapons. Thus, for the time being, firearms retain significant importance, especially as the majority of the population will remain ordinary humans rather than superpowered beings. Knowing this, Luo Feng certainly will not relinquish his pursuit. Therefore, he travels without delay, decisively eliminating obstacles and advancing swiftly. Chapter 9. The intriguing Soldier Strategic Reserve Armory, a large supermarket, half in ruins, gathering a plethora of supplies, obstructed by others, resulting in immediate execution. 7 blades, 35 segments. Continuing westward, he discovers a logistics company, Lingniao Logistics, led by its owner, Zhang Qing. All who obstruct are slain. Lingniao Logistics primarily operates 3 refrigerated warehouses for fresh meats, seafood, vegetables, fruits, furniture, daily necessities, and clothing. An astonishing number of motorcycles are collected, selecting a Yamaha. With Luo Feng's formidable strength and the enhancement of the wind and thunder wings, he advances towards the military base, as if flying. Further west lies a large construction materials market. 10,000 tons of cement, 10,000 tons of sand, 100,000 tons of gravel, rebar, and an incredible quantity of other building materials, all collected. A foreman, a metal element evolved being, attempts to lead a group to rob Luo Feng, only to be completely slaughtered. Yes, it is slaughter. Blood sprays forth, heads fly, and the soaring waves of blood are utterly exquisite. The black blade trembles, stained not with blood. With a swift flick of his long knife, the skull of a bald man beneath him shatters, revealing an evolved crystal which Luo Feng seizes in his grasp. Oh, the crystallized essence of a late-stage first-tier evolved being. This is indeed a worthwhile gain. As he surveys the towering peaks of construction materials accumulating within his spatial realm, a hint of satisfaction glimmers in Luo Feng's eyes, who says that space does not require construction. Establishing a base outside pales in comparison to the sanctity of his own Liyuan's spiritual field. In a world devoid of disasters, ferocious beasts, and adversaries, mere compliance suffices for survival, a notion akin to paradise for the current survivors. Without delay, Luo Feng pressed onward towards the west. After his departure, 3 figures emerged from behind a colossal fallen tree, their expressions shifting subtly as they observed Luo Feng's retreating silhouette. Boss this. The leader, exuding an air of nobility and dominance, radiated a palpable aura of intimidation. As he gazed at Luo Feng's back, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Exercise restraint. Recruit survivors discreetly for now. This individual will not linger for long. Understood, the 2 subordinates replied, their expressions filled with admiration for the man. Outside the military camp of Luoyang, Luo Feng concealed himself atop a large tree, surveying the distant encampment. The site appeared dilapidated, yet not severely impacted. Numerous soldiers were preoccupied with organizing and facilitating rescues. The camp lacked towering structures, with ample open space, resulting in a higher ratio of survivors. A glance revealed thousands of individuals, leaving Luo Feng somewhat astonished. However, this was to be expected. Luoyang had always held significant importance, thus accommodating 3 battalions, 2 regular and 1 independent, totaling approximately 8,000 personnel according to national regulations. 1,000-2, 500 for regular battalions, 2, 500 to 3,000 for independent battalions, and 3,000-9, 000 for enhanced battalions. Although the exact numbers remained uncertain, the sight of 2,000 to 3,000 people was evident, suggesting a high proportion of survivors. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression shifted as he noticed a solitary figure advancing towards him. Intrigued, he mused on the individual's perceptive abilities. As the figure approached, it became clear that they wielded a long spear, its tip enveloped in flames, accelerating towards him like a galloping steed. In response, Luo Feng spun his black blade and dashed towards the ground. The clash of spear and blade reverberated through the air, sparks flying as the spear shattered upon impact, sending fragments scattering. The 2 stood facing each other, Luo Feng's black blade resting upon the stranger's shoulder, a trickle of blood cascading from his neck. Remarkably, the individual remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of composure. Impressive courage. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me out alone? Do you not fear for your life? Luo Feng remarked coldly, his blade unwavering. The stranger exhaled softly, replying, I too seek to take a gamble. One who dares to scheme against a military camp at the onset of the apocalypse is unlikely to be a fool. Thus, I believe we can engage in dialogue. I am Wu Jun, a colonel and battalion commander of the Luoyang military camp, here to propose a trade. I am aware of your interest in the munitions here. I can inform you of a strategic armory reserve. We can collaborate. Wu Jun observed Luo Feng's unchanging expression, astonished that the mention of a strategic reserve elicited no reaction. The presence of the strategic reserve depot indicates that those who are aware of it are certainly not ordinary individuals, and Wu Jun harbors considerable trepidation. Observing Wu Jun, Luo Feng feels a jolt of astonishment. He recognizes this man from fragments of future predictions. Wu Jun, Colonel Commander, 32 years old, scion of the Wu family in Kyoto. A late-stage first-order ability user. The Red 4th generation, a master endowed with the abilities of the Weapon Monarch and the Li Hua Golden Eyes. Controller of the surviving forces in Luoyang. Weapon Monarch, Throne ability, mastery of weapons, manipulation of arms, metal attribute, for divine powers. Li Hua Golden Eyes, royal ability, control of flames, insight into the universe, 5 divine powers. According to future predictions, Luoyang ranks second among ability users. The Lihua Golden Eyes are formidable, comparable to Luo Feng's Black Blade and Wind Thunder Wings when assessed by rank. The strategic arms reserve is a critical asset. The notion that you would share it with me is laughable. Luo Feng certainly does not believe it. Upon hearing this, Wu Jun breathes a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I will make you believe. This strategic arms reserve is not easily accessible. It is guarded by monsters, and ordinary firearms, artillery, or explosives are ineffective. Currently, no one knows the situation within the reserve. The slightest explosion could annihilate everything within 100 miles, and I cannot afford to gamble on that. Nor do I wish to. The world has changed. My priority now is to protect the people as best as I can. Gazing at the righteous Wu Jun, a smirk appears at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. Whether genuine or feigned, it matters not if one is a gentleman or a rogue. What matters is securing personal benefit, while the rest can perish. Very well, then, let me see your sincerity. Luo Feng gestures to sheath the black blade and leaps into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. Wu Jun watches as Luo Feng's figure fades. A flicker of ambition gleams in his eyes before he turns to leave. An hour later, Wu Jun reappears, this time holding a bag. He wields a long spear, blood dripping from its tip. He tosses the bag to the ground, and 3 severed heads roll out. My friend, this is my sincerity for you. The entire military camp is now under my complete control. All those who resisted have been eliminated. Chapter 10, The Iron-Eating Beast at the Door. I can fulfill my promise to you completely, Wu Jun declares, watching the forest in silence, awaiting Luo Feng's return. After a full 15 minutes, Luo Feng's figure suddenly descends from the sky. Wu Jun, startled at the proximity of Luo Feng's arrival, thinks to himself, impressive. I did not detect him at such a close range. This person is formidable, and I cannot afford to make an enemy of him just yet. As Luo Feng observes Wu Jun's expression shift, a cold smile graces his lips as he gazes at the 3 heads on the ground. Their expressions of unwillingness and malice are met with his indifference. The 2 individuals engaged in a discussion regarding the impending transaction, the Luoyang Legion. Initially comprising 2 ordinary regiments and 1 independent regiment, had dwindled to a mere 500 survivors, more than half of whom were injured, with over 1,000 suffering from broken bones and limbs severed. Despite the grim circumstances, this formidable force was sufficient for the military to establish a swift foothold and rapid development. One cannot deny the decisiveness of this military faction. Their forthcoming collaboration aimed at the strategic arsenal, one of the 7 major weapon depots within Hunan province, which necessitated the presence of 3 regiments for protection. The arsenal contained 500 000 rifles with 10 billion rounds of ammunition, 100 000 handguns with 1 billion rounds, 50 000 submachine guns with 10 billion rounds, 10 000 machine guns with 10 billion rounds, 10 000 sniper rifles with 10 million rounds, 10 000 rocket launchers with 1 million shells, 1 000 mountain artillery with 200 000 shells, 1 000 howitzers with 100 000 shells, 1 000 missiles with 1 000 units, 36 intercontinental missiles, and 3 nuclear warheads. Additionally, there were 200 armored vehicles, 200 tanks, 300 transport vehicles, 200 various military vehicles, 100 helicopters, 100 other aircraft, and 30 fighter jets, alongside an abundance of strategic supplies such as military rations, gasoline, kerosene, explosives, blankets, and uniforms. This arsenal was capable of raising a 1,000,000-strong army and was one of the 7 strategic military depots in Hunan province. Fortunately, the strategic arsenal had not sustained significant damage during the apocalypse, being embedded within the mountains. However, the overall elevation of the peaks posed an unknown threat, as the external appearance of the arsenal belied its true condition. There were originally 3 entrances, 2 of which had been compromised due to geological upheavals, leaving only 1 accessible entrance, now blocked by a ferrous beast. This creature, a metallic mutation, was forged from iron and gold, possessing innate metallic abilities and reaching a state of perfection in its elemental prowess. It was armed with the extraordinary greedy Wolfstar gun, blocking the entrance and threatening to breach the arsenal within a day, which could lead to catastrophic explosions, endangering the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers, especially considering the presence of 3 nuclear warheads within. Listening to the military's recounting, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile broadly at the thought of such an immense stockpile of arms. As for the fairest beast, he dismissed it with a chuckle. Brother Luo, with such a vast arsenal, surely we can take what we need. How about we split it 50-50? The military leader gazed earnestly at Luo Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng responded with a smile. Agreed, a 50-50 split it is. Regardless of Wu Jun's hidden intentions, it was of little consequence. For a fleeting moment, he appeared taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure, smiling as he led Luo Feng towards a towering peak. Their pace was brisk, and after a full 20 minutes of traversing the dense forest, they approached the grand mountain. Imagine, this peak, originally just over 1,000 meters high, now soared to an astonishing 30,000 meters, a terrifying sight indeed. The Himalayas paled in comparison, though none could fathom their current state. Perhaps they stretched skyward beyond imagination. As the two navigated through the thick foliage, Luo Feng observed the verdant surroundings, sensing a subtle vitality emanating from the trees, which sent a shiver through him. In 3 days, these plants could very well transform into monstrous beings, then would truly be the end of days. Presently, the soaring temperature, nearing 40 degrees, seemed trivial by contrast. Suddenly, at the mouth of a cave, 2 figures darted forth from the shadows. One was a burly man, towering around 2 meters, his muscles bulging like stone, exuding explosive strength. The other was a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and curvaceous, yet emanating an icy demeanor that did not appeal to Luo Feng. Captain. The two regarded Wu Jun with utmost respect, their expressions cautious as they glanced at Luo Feng. Allow me to introduce, Wu Jun began. These are my right and left hands. Tai Feng, a rhinoceros with earth manipulation abilities, mid-stage of the first tier, and Tang Rou, age 27. Possessing extreme cold ice sparrow abilities, also mid-stage of the first tier. He briefly introduced Luo Feng in return. Luo Feng, maintaining an impassive expression, gazed at the dark entrance of the cave. Let us proceed swiftly to deal with the iron-eating beast and gather supplies. Time waits for no one. With that, he charged into the cavern. Tang Rou and Tai Feng exchanged glances, their irritation palpable. Captain, this person. Wu Jun waved his hand dismissively. We'll discuss this later. First, we must eliminate the iron-eating beast. Move. Reluctantly, Tai Feng and Tang Rou followed closely behind, entering the cave. As they ventured deeper, the mountain's vastness became evident. And after traversing over 1,000 meters, they arrived at a grand hall. The expanse was immense, spanning 1,000 meters in all directions, akin to a vast chamber. Wu Jun's eyes lit up at the sight of this remarkable space. In the center stood a colossal iron door, and before it loomed a pitch-black beast, measuring 3 meters in size, incessantly gnawing at the gate. Its ebony form was grounded, with a massive tail stretching 4 meters. Its head, resembling that of a monstrous creature, sparked as it bit into the door, producing a cacophony akin to crackling beans in a pan. The enormous iron door was entirely obstructed by this fearsome creature. Entry into the armory would only be possible by vanquishing the iron-eating beast. Observing the scars adorning the iron beast, it was evident that Wu Jun and his comrades had likely visited this place before, proving to be no match for their adversary. As for mobilizing the army, one could argue that the weapons they possessed would indeed be effective upon entry, yet the battered gate stood as a formidable obstacle. The consequences of a single cannonball detonating remained an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. Roar. The iron beast, upon catching sight of the 4 figures, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them with its massive form. Chapter 11. Beast Slaying. Retrieve the arms. As the iron beast bore down upon them, Luo Feng smiled faintly. Gentlemen, let us witness your prowess. You. Iron Peak glared at Luo Feng, his expression one of fury. Silence. Wu Jun intervened, restraining Iron Peak's ire. He turned to Luo Feng. Brother Luo, it seems we shall first observe your skills. I kindly request your assistance in our moment of need. Rest assured, Luo Feng replied, stepping back with a calm smile. Onward, let us slay this beast. Wu Jun led the charge, galloping towards the iron beast. Iron Peak followed closely, while Tang Rou cast a deep, penetrating glance at Luo Feng, an icy resolve flickering in her eyes. Luo Feng paid no heed to the animosity between Iron Peak and Tang Rou, gripping his black blade as he watched the trio engage the iron beast. Roar. Despite its massive size, the iron beast moved with remarkable agility, reaching the charging trio in mere seconds. Wu Jun, at the forefront, enveloped in flames, thrust his fiery spear towards the iron beast with precision, showcasing evident training. Iron Peak wielded two colossal iron hammers, a thin layer of earth enveloping him, augmenting his already formidable stature. Meanwhile, Tang Rou gestured, sending forth several tiny ice spikes towards the iron beast. Boom! The clash between the three and the beast was intensely fierce. Among them, only Wu Jun managed to inflict wounds upon the iron beast, while the others had little impact. Iron Peak's mighty hammer merely caused the beast to stagger, offering no substantial damage. A casual strike from the iron beast left Iron Peak pale, as stones crumbled away from his body. Tang Rou's ice spikes failed to breach the beast's defenses. Had it not been for her relentless targeting of its eyes and vulnerable spots, the iron beast would have easily ignored her attacks. Yet, the combined strength of the trio was formidable enough to momentarily ensnare the iron beast, leaving a series of marks from Wu Jun's assaults upon its hide. Alas, these marks were but trifles compared to the beast's immense frame, akin to a mere scratch upon a mountain. Watching the three, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, only to dissipate swiftly. Very well, considering the future, this Wu Jun exhibits promise. The survivors in the base he established seem to be getting by well enough. I shall not linger in Luoyang for long. There is no necessity to eradicate them. Thus, Luo Feng's murderous intent gradually faded away. As for the extraordinary treasure upon the iron-eating beast, Luo Feng cast a fleeting glance at the greedy wolf star-pointing spear, a relic of the three divine abilities. Though a flicker of thought crossed his mind, he ultimately dismissed it, considering it merely a trifling artifact of the three divine abilities. With his murderous intent dissipating, Wu Jun, who had been engaged in combat, let out a significant sigh of relief. The prowess of the fire-leaving golden eye was formidable. Wu Jun had observed Luo Feng's contemplations, yet he could only take a gamble, fortunate enough to emerge victorious. Observing the entangled trio and the beast, Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, with a crackle, the power of wind and thunder flickered, and Luo Feng's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a brilliant streak of light in the air. A flash of darkness surged, as if hellish tendrils emerged. In an instant, the dark light disappeared, and the massive head of the iron-eating beast fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching the dazed Tai Feng in a sanguine shower, rendering him utterly transparent. Nearby, Tang Rou gazed at the fluttering wings of wind and thunder behind her, the black blade in her hand untainted by blood, as she stood atop the carcass of the iron-eating beast, resembling a deity of war, momentarily taken aback. Wu Jun steadied his heart and glanced at Luo Feng, a glimmer of profound wariness flashing in his eyes. Brother Luo is truly formidable. This fully realized iron-eating beast was no match for him. Brother Luo must now be among the pinnacle experts in Luoyang, perhaps even in all the world. With an immeasurable future ahead, Luo Feng offered a serene smile. Enough with the flattery. I have no intention of turning against you. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the trio felt considerably reassured. Brother Luo is jesting. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. Please do not misunderstand, Wu Jun quickly clarified. Luo Feng waved his hand. All right, let us not waste time. There are other matters at hand. Hurry and open the door. Wu Jun ceased further discussion and, accompanied by the restored Tai Feng and Tang Rou, approached the grand entrance. After a series of operations, the mechanism was activated. A cacophony of sounds echoed as the massive steel door began to descend slowly. Luo Feng peered at it, astonished. The door was an impressive 3 meters thick, explaining why the iron-eating beast had taken so long to gnaw at it. Without hesitation, Luo Feng followed the three into the chamber. What followed was a journey of wonder as Luo Feng began to collect treasures, astonishing the trio. Although the armory had not suffered severe losses, some substores had inevitably been disturbed during the geological upheaval, leading to missing items that could not be accounted for. The overall loss of munitions was estimated at around 40%, causing considerable distress among the group. In the ensuing collection, Luo Feng did not overreach. He gathered what he required. The acquisitions included 200,000 rifles with 5 billion bullets, 50,000 handguns with 600 million bullets, 50,000 submachine guns with 10 billion bullets, 3,000 machine guns with 5 billion bullets, 3,000 sniper rifles with 4 million bullets, 2,000 rocket launchers with 400,000 shells, 300 mountain cannons with 100,000 shells, and 400 howitzers with 50,000 shells. Missiles, 200 units. Intercontinental missiles, 15 units. Nuclear warheads, 1 unit. Armored vehicles, 80 units. Tanks, 65 units. Troop carriers, 100 units. Various military vehicles, 90 units. Helicopters, 35 units. Other aircraft, 36 units. Fighter jets, 10 units. An array of strategic supplies including military rations, gasoline, kerosene, explosives, blankets, uniforms, and countless others. Sufficient to support an army of 400,000. Amidst the astonished expressions of the trio, Luo Feng continuously collected the vast arsenal, extinguishing any fleeting ambitions held by Wu Jun. As for whether the survivors within the realm of Luo Yuanling would gain control of the armaments, Luo Feng remained unconcerned. Without Luo Feng's permission, no one would dare to touch a single bullet. At this stage, the survivors would not be permitted to organize the weapons, a matter to be addressed later. Initially, it was believed that Luo Feng could not possibly transport such an extensive arsenal, even if a 50-50 split was agreed upon. Their losses would be minimal. However, it was unforeseen that Luo Feng possessed such a remarkable treasure. Fortunately, Luo Feng proved to be a man of his word. Otherwise, if all the arms were taken away, they would have no recourse. Yet, Luo Feng was not naive. There was something peculiar about the trio. And when he sensed a hint of murderous intent, he too felt a faint whisper of danger, which was the reason for his cautious demeanor. Brother Luo, I wonder what your next plans are. Why not stay and help us establish a base to gather survivors, thereby better protecting the populace? Wu Jun gazed earnestly at Luo Feng. Haha, Captain Wu, you should take good care of them. I hope your intentions remain unchanged, Luo Feng replied. Casting a deep glance at Wu Jun before turning to leave, his figure akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly vanishing from sight. As Luo Feng's silhouette disappeared, a flurry of figures emerged. 9 individuals, clad in black, wielding an assortment of sniper rifles, each emanating a flicker of spiritual light, clearly indicating their exceptional quality. The 9 encircled Wu Jun, their expressions reverent. The order was unyielding, as solid as stone, reflecting the strict military discipline. Captain, you just let him go? Tai Feng expressed his dissatisfaction and frustration. Indeed, Captain, and he departed towards the lair of the iron beasts, where a spiritual tree resides, Tang Ro added. Her confusion evident as she glanced at Wu Jun. Wu Jun remained expressionless, scrutinizing the greedy wolf star gun in his hand. Enough of him, we no longer need that. With these armaments, we can swiftly establish our base. Deploy teams to rescue individuals from all directions. I want to gather as many survivors from the vicinity as possible. Anyone daring to resist will be executed on sight, and we must seize surrounding resources, particularly food and water. This dreadful weather, Wu Jun muttered, gazing at the sun, resembling a colossal fireball, feeling somewhat vexed. The 2 individuals gazed at Wu Jun, their expressions laced with confusion. Yet, upon witnessing his solemn demeanor, they ceased their idle chatter and, accompanied by the 9 others, turned to leave, leaving Wu Jun to quietly observe the direction in which Luo Feng departed. Such extraordinary powers. It was unexpected to discover that within the realm of rare treasures, there existed such entities as treasure wielders. Wu Jun tightened his grip on the greedy wolf star point spear, his expression unwavering. Fortunately, he had uncovered the secret of the rare treasures. Otherwise, had they taken action, the consequences would have been dire. A sense of trepidation washed over him. In the distance, Luo Feng cast a fleeting glance back at the armory's entrance, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What nonsense! They claimed to protect the populace. If they truly cared for the people, they would not be scheming to seize the armory, but would instead launch a rescue without delay, wasting precious time. Furthermore, they had laid an ambush. Had they possessed absolute confidence, they would have long since eliminated him. A fleeting surge of murderous intent flickered within Luo Feng's heart. There could be no delay. Should he sustain an injury, it would spell trouble. Observing that Wu Jun and his associates did not pursue him, Luo Feng muttered to himself. At least you know your place. Ahead lay the opportunity of the iron-devouring beasts. According to fragments of the future, the iron-devouring beasts had not been slain by Wu Jun. Instead, They had rapidly developed their clan by seizing this chance. Ultimately, Wu Jun suffered significant casualties before he could eradicate the iron-devouring beast clan, his subordinates enduring grievous losses. Now, the situation had altered. The iron-devouring beasts were already dead, yet this opportunity must not be forsaken. Among various pivotal locations in Luoyang, the realm of the iron-devouring beast stood out as one of the most significant. With a flick of his hand, a golden crystal materialized in Luo Feng's grasp. It was the core of the iron-devouring beast, a fully matured first-tier crystal, which promised considerable enhancement upon absorption. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Activating the Primordial Tranquility Sutra, a profound aura began to circulate through the crystal. The core radiated warmth, and Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. This is the place. With determination, Luo Feng advanced purposefully. Before long, a vast valley unfolded before him, shrouded in swirling mist, likely spanning several kilometers. Previously, this locale might have merely been a modest depression of a few meters. As Luo Feng stepped into the valley, his vision brightened instantaneously. Within lay a veritable treasure trove of metallic ores, iron, silver, gold, countless in number, igniting Luo Feng's excitement. Suddenly, he activated the Primordial Tranquility Sutra, channeling the powers of the Luo-yuan spirit field. The space within a 100-meter radius rippled subtly. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of ores were drawn directly into the Luo-yuan spirit field. Luo Feng moved swiftly, akin to a swarm of locusts, collecting every ore in his path. This material would prove invaluable in the future, and there were even spirit mines within, suitable for forging exceptional items. Continuing deeper into the valley, he beheld an immense tree, towering majestically, seemingly forged of gold, reaching a height of 100 meters. It resembled a divine tree, resplendent and radiant, casting a golden glow. Gazing at the fruit tree, Luo Feng's lips curled into a rich smile. An extraordinary fruit tree, indeed, a remarkable find. Such a treasure holds immense significance for any faction. The golden spirit fruit tree, its fruits can aid ordinary individuals in awakening their golden attributes. The tree harbors extraordinary abilities, mid-tier powers such as the golden spear and the Yin blade, alongside lower-tier minor divine skills like the silver blade that rends the void, and the mid-tier minor divine skill, golden spear that pierces the illusory. The golden spirit fruit tree bears 35 fruits, with one stem, and it appears that the earliest ripened fruit has been devoured by an iron devourer. This clarifies why, on its very first day, the iron devourer possesses the prowess of a first-tier pinnacle. After all, it is not Luo Feng, except for the one that has been consumed. The remaining 35 fruits are still maturing, expected to be ripe within 2 days. However, Luo Feng could not afford to wait that long and strode forward. Beneath the golden spirit fruit tree, 7 iron devourers stood guard, since they had not consumed any golden spirit fruits. Their strongest member was merely at the late stage of the first tier. As Luo Feng approached, the 7 iron devourers began to roar incessantly, surrounding him. On a distant hillside, 5 individuals lay prone, one man with hawk-like eyes observing the valley's center. "Fourth brother, what's happening?" Those beasts seemed to be agitated. One man asked urgently, "Boss, someone has ventured in. It appears he intends to pick the fruits. Damn it, who dares to covet our possessions? Boss, what should we do?" A burly man exclaimed, glancing at the leader with urgency. The leader emanated a faint golden glow. "Stay put and observe. Fourth brother, monitor the outcome. Elder brother, this." "Enough. Third brother, do not rush. This individual dares to challenge so many beasts alone. He must be formidable. We cannot afford to be careless. The world has changed. We must exercise caution," the second brother interjected, prompting silence among the group. The fourth brother widened his eyes, his spirit light flickering as he continued to observe the scene in the valley. Luo Feng suddenly glanced in their direction, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Luo family's 5 brothers, Gung Jin, Snow Fox, Giant Bear, Eagle Eye, and Shadow, possess 5 distinct abilities, destined to carve out a reputation in Luoyang as powerful, extraordinary beings. "Alas, your opportunities shall belong to me," Luo Feng thought, with a serene smile. With a swift motion, the black blade danced like a tempest, slicing through the neck of an iron devourer, its massive head instantly severed. Following this, Luo Feng moved like a spirit in the wind, a deity amidst thunder. his speed akin to lightning. The black blade shimmered like the call from the depths of hell. The remaining 6 iron devourers stood no chance, their bodies cleaved apart, leaving no trace behind. After accomplishing this, Luo Feng turned slightly and smiled at the distance. As the 4th brother hastily retreated, gasping for breath, his face turned pale. What happened, 4th brother? What's wrong? The remaining Luo brothers tensed at the sight of his condition. In the mountains, a group of brothers set out for a leisurely hunt and a delightful picnic. Little did they anticipate the cataclysmic upheaval of the world that awaited them. However, amidst this chaos, each brother awakened their unique abilities. The eldest, Luo Feng, discovered his power of metal, an extraordinary ability with the might of metal. His offensive capabilities were formidable. The second brother, Luo Muzin, awakened the Snow Fox ability, an extraordinary power granting him the ability to transform and heightened intellect. The third brother, Luo Tujuan, embraced the Giant Bear ability, a superior power possessing immense strength and the ability to metamorphose. The fourth brother, Luo Huachuan, manifested the Eagle Eye ability, a superior power enabling him to see from afar, transform into a giant eagle, and wield ocular techniques. Finally, the fifth brother, Luo Shuayin, awakened the Shadow ability, an extraordinary power allowing for invisibility, merging with darkness, and controlling shadows, a truly terrifying gift. The five brothers quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. Fortunately, they were all gathered for their outing during this catastrophic transformation. Particularly, Luo Huachuan's discovery of the golden spirit fruit tree ignited their excitement. With newfound powers came greater ambitions, yet they remained mere ordinary men at heart. As Luo Huachuan observed Luo Feng unleashing a massacre, the shock within him was palpable. Listening to Luo Huachuan's account, the brothers exchanged glances, contemplating whether they could contend with such a ruthless individual. Perhaps it was best to remain prudent. Feeling the gaze dissipate, Luo Feng smiled nonchalantly. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned to the massive fruit tree before him, activating the primordial earthly scripture with fervor. An overwhelming force surged forth as the Luo-yuan spirit field unleashed a tremendous pull. With a thunderous roar, the golden spirit fruit tree was swiftly claimed by Luo Feng. He then meticulously gathered the remaining metallic ores before departing. As there was little left to salvage, it was time to seek sustenance. Food would soon become the most valuable commodity. Before reaching the 7th tier of evolution, all beings require sustenance. Given Luo Feng's current state, if allowed to indulge, he could easily consume 20 to 30 pounds of food. In this transformed world, the prospect of cultivating crops anew would take an exceedingly long time, thus rendering food increasingly vital. Luo Feng harbored ambitions of his own. If he truly desired to become a solitary wanderer, all those within the Luo-yuan spirit field would have to perish. A singular power, wielding dominion over the world, basking in the company of beauty. Who would not crave such a life? Yet, in this apocalyptic era, the lone wolf would find it challenging to survive. Departing from their current location, Luo Feng swiftly ventured southeast. Luoyang held particular significance, boasting a strategic position. Thus, beyond its arsenal, Luoyang housed a strategic granary. Located in the southeastern direction of Luoyang, this granary was one of the 9 critical strategic depots in Henan province, containing provisions sufficient to sustain 10 million people for 3 years. Of course, in the wake of the world's collapse, it was uncertain how much would remain. Nonetheless, it mattered little. At the very least, it was undoubtedly superior to many small supermarkets. Luo Feng had long harbored intentions, yet according to the records from future fragments, the granary posed little concern. Unlike the armory, which was plagued by the presence of iron-eating beasts, making it increasingly difficult to manage over time, Luo Feng prioritized the armory as his primary objective. Of course, the golden spirit fruit tree also played a significant role in his decision. This mystical entity, capable of granting extraordinary abilities to ordinary individuals, held immense value. The vast majority were subpar ability fruit trees, while mid-tier ability fruit trees were worth as much as a 6th-tier celestial treasure, if not more. In all of Luoyang City, few such trees existed, and Luo Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. The vicinity of the granary was also home to a large market for vegetables and fruits. A substantial marketplace, another target for Luo Feng. Beyond grains, fruits, and vegetables, these commodities would likely become exceedingly precious in the future. The Luo family, being an ordinary household, had no desire to experience the constraints of their past, in this apocalyptic era. Unfettered, they embraced their freedom. Luo Feng activated the Luo-yuan spirit field, creating a spatial fluctuation with a radius of 3 meters. Though faint, it sufficed to gather some supplies. During his journey to the granary base, he encountered various intact resources, collecting everything without exception. Regardless of the item, be it a roll of toilet paper or a condom, everything was valuable, and he believed in using sparingly to avoid waste. Along the way, he observed numerous survivors, their cries echoing in his ears. Depending on the circumstances, he would extend a modicum of compassion to those he could easily assist. However, for those requiring more time, he regrettably had to prioritize his own interests. After all, their survival was of little concern to him. Spring City Garden, a residential complex. What was once a community had now expanded 100-fold, reduced to a disarray of crumbling fragments, without a single intact building. Luo Feng traversed the complex, having saved a dozen individuals, when he suddenly heard a call that changed his expression. Glancing in the direction of the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man pinned beneath a heavy load-bearing wall. A woman and a young girl were desperately crying and attempting to lift the wall, but their efforts were futile against such weight. The man's complexion was ashen, his breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. The surroundings were desolate, littered with corpses and rubble. Only a few others were frantically digging and wailing, with no one available to offer assistance. Time was of the essence. His own family required rescue. In a flash, Luo Feng appeared before the trio, and upon recognizing the man trapped beneath the stone, his expression shifted. "Manager Tao, is it you?" The man, pinned by the wall, was none other than Manager Tao of the Guebao Garden Property Management, Luo Feng's direct superior, with whom he maintained a relatively amicable relationship. Observing Manager Tao's condition, Luo Feng frowned. In this dire situation, unless he resorted to the rejuvenation technique, Manager Tao was undoubtedly doomed. To Manager Tao, the rejuvenation technique was merely a whimsical thought for Luo Feng, who had no intention of indulging in such fantasies. "Luo Feng, please save him, save Su Min." A woman anxiously grasped Luo Feng's arm, her eyes pleading. "Sister-in-law, this situation is rather difficult," Luo Feng replied, feeling a tinge of hesitation. "I do not ask you to save me. Could you at least look after the mother and daughter?" Without waiting for Manager Tao to finish, Luo Feng readily agreed. Manager Tao cast a surprised glance at Luo Feng before looking at his beautiful wife, letting out a deep sigh. That's good, he murmured, his head heavy as it fell to the ground, succumbing completely. The sister-in-law and the little girl wept uncontrollably, their sorrow palpable. Luo Feng regarded Manager Tao's lifeless body with solemnity and made a vow. "I shall care for your wife and daughter. You may rest easy." Chapter 14. Frantic collecting of supplies, endless rodents, attack. Witnessing his sister-in-law's heartbreak, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Luo Feng's eyes. Indeed, she was the beauty he had long admired, delicate as a pear blossom in the rain, her figure voluptuous and graceful. His previous discernment had proven to be astute. The little girl, with her tear-streaked face, added to the scene's charm. "Sister-in-law, please do not cry. I will move Manager Tao's body," he said gently, carefully separating the two. Inadvertently, he brushed against something soft, an accident, he assured himself. Once they stood aside, Luo Feng kicked a heavy boulder, the sound echoing through the vicinity, drawing the attention of several survivors, who gazed at him with a mix of fear and astonishment. A few survivors' eyes gleamed with hope as the massive stone was displaced, revealing Manager Tao's mangled lower body, which Luo Feng swiftly collected. The sister-in-law and the little girl were taken aback, wanting to speak. "Sister-in-law, do not inquire further. I have other matters to attend to. Please, rest inside for now." Without waiting for their response, he instantly transported them into the Luo-yuan spirit field. Luo Feng's actions caught the attention of nearby survivors frantically digging for their loved ones. "Help! Sir, please assist me. Save my parents. I can still hear their voices. They are not dead." A young man rushed towards Luo Feng in desperation. An elderly woman followed suit, exclaiming, "Young man, please save my family, rescue my grandson." Both dashed towards him, their cries echoing in the air. "Sir, help me, save my parents. I can still hear them. They are alive." The youth, battered and bruised, stumbled forward, his hands bloodied and raw. To Luo Feng, he represented a glimmer of hope. The elderly woman halted a few steps away. "Young man, do you know Manager Tao? You work in property management, don't you? Please, save my grandson first." Respect the elderly and cherish the young, that little rascal. Your parents have long passed. What good would it do to save them? Young man, save my grandson first, or I shall lodge a complaint against you. The elderly woman exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Suddenly, a glint of a blade flashed, and her head fell to the ground. Blood danced in the air. Her expression one of confusion and disbelief. What is happening? When did the property management become impervious to complaints? What nonsense is this? During my time in property management, I was already vexed by such cantankerous old women. Now, she dares to create a scene. How audacious. The act of dispatching the old woman brought a wave of relief to Luo Feng. Back in his property management days, he had often fantasized about silencing a few of these troublesome elders. The young man, witnessing the severed head, was instantly paralyzed with terror, collapsing onto the ground. The other survivors cowered at a distance, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Luo Feng, dreading that he might unleash his wrath upon them. Ignoring their panic, Luo Feng swiftly moved, seizing the young man and heading towards the rubble, where a man and a woman lay trapped beneath debris. With a flourish, his wings of wind and thunder manifested, unleashing a tempest. Boom! Debris flew about, and the two figures were revealed. Without uttering a word, he collected them and advanced southeast, leaving the survivors behind in stunned silence. As he sped forth, Luo Feng gathered every survivor, regardless of age or gender, commanding them to labor diligently, gathering resources and intact supplies. Those who obstructed his path met a swift demise. No words wasted, no time delayed. At last, by dawn of the second day, Luo Feng arrived at the strategic grain depot in the southeast. Here, he embarked on a fervent collection of all manner of fruits, vegetables, and grains. Anything edible was not spared, all stored within his spatial realm. Regrettably, the variety of produce here could have sustained the entirety of Luoyang for several days, but amidst this cataclysm, every morsel counted. The bounty included apples, bananas, grapes, durian, strawberries, cherries, oranges, sugarcane, red dates, pears, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, mangoes, peaches, watermelons, and more. Vegetables such as greens, celery, radishes, cucumbers, tomatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, loofahs, zucchinis, lettuce, potatoes, cabbages, onions, seaweed, cauliflower, and chives were also collected, along with a modest selection of seafood and meats, shrimp, crabs, ribbon fish, abalone, chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, pork, beef, lamb, donkey meat, and even dog meat. How delightful! Having finally amassed all the scattered supplies and eliminated those who stood in his way, Luo Feng approached the entrance of the strategic grain depot. Gazing upon the dilapidated structure, his expression shifted subtly. It appeared to hold more than met the eye. Gripping his black blade, a radiant aura enveloped him. His mental acuity sharpened, albeit slightly, enhancing his senses. Although Luo Feng currently possessed no supernatural abilities, he was determined to acquire extraordinary powers in the future, for his aspirations surpassed the ordinary. The martial artist's training had yet to commence in earnest. Yet the enhancement brought by the extraordinary artifact had significantly augmented Luo Feng's physical prowess. Upon entering the granary, his gaze fell upon several pristine skeletons, strikingly new in appearance. This sight caused Luo Feng to furrow his brow. Could a mere horde of mice be this formidable? Venturing further inside, numerous storerooms came into view, many of which had been split open, revealing an abundance of grain before him. The entire strategic granary was now in disarray, sprawling over dozens of kilometers, necessitating Luo Feng's painstaking effort to gather the bounty. Rice, wheat, beans, mung beans, vermicelli, noodles, flour, an array of grains that illuminated his eyes with delight. Collect, 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 he proclaimed with fervor. Everything here belonged to him. With immense satisfaction, he began to amass the grains in a steady stream. As the Luo-yuan spirit field facilitated a breathtaking spectacle of grain pillars rising before him. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaking erupted. In an instant, the sound of countless mice surged forth like a tidal wave. Luo Feng, taken aback by the sheer number, felt a jolt of apprehension. These mice had undergone mutations, the smallest among them nearly the size of a cat. Some had even ascended in rank, comparable to small dogs, wolfhounds, and even calves, an astonishing sight indeed. As he surveyed the vermin, a cold smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. Come, come, let us make this swift. With that, he charged into the oncoming wave of rodents. The winged thunder wings sliced through the air like celestial blades, and in an instant, hundreds of mice were torn asunder. Some were struck down by bolts of lightning, their flesh now charred and fragrant. In his hand, the black blade radiated an ominous glow, illuminating the surroundings as waves of mice were reduced to mere morsels beneath Luo Feng's deft movements. Blood rained down from all directions, and pieces of flesh flew through the air. The relentless squeaking intensified, a maddening symphony that rattled the soul. "Begone, you foul creatures!" he bellowed, and with a thunderous roar, the heavens unleashed a storm of lightning, as the wind thunder wings blazed with brilliance, unleashing torrents of white lightning and howling azure winds. With a resounding crash, countless mice were hurled away, scattering in disarray, their ranks decimated. These rodents are truly terrifying, their numbers overwhelming. At this rate, even second or third tier evolved beings would be utterly consumed, he mused, recalling fragments of the future where these mice would eventually dominate in Luoyang. "Alas, your fate is sealed. You have encountered me," Luo Feng remarked with a tranquil smile. With the wind thunder wings flapping, his speed surged, and the black blade shimmered in anticipation. Soon, all the mice were ruthlessly exterminated, leaving a dense layer of their carcasses strewn across the ground, enough to drive anyone with a phobia of clusters to madness. The flesh of these rodents was indeed a valuable resource, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. With a swift motion, Luo Feng began to gather the spoils. The food supplies in this area were rather limited, barely sufficient to sustain 10,000 individuals for 3 years, a quantity that fell short of Luo Feng's expectations. Consequently, he set out to search for additional granaries. One after another, he scoured the granaries with haste. After a considerable time, he found himself exasperated by the seemingly endless horde of mice. Surely there were tens of thousands. He crushed a mid-tier mouse beneath his foot, its pitiful form akin to that of a dog, and irritation bubbled within him. After collecting the remains of the mice, he turned his gaze to the granary before him. The devastation was severe. Those damned rodents had ravaged it mercilessly. Before him stood a vast granary, once capable of feeding 100,000 for a year. But now it contained less than half of that, and what remained was filthy, littered with droppings and urine, igniting a murderous rage within Luo Feng. He gathered all the food and exited the warehouse. As he surveyed his search path, a glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes. He had explored 8 or 9 locations and managed to collect enough provisions for 10 years' sustenance for 10,000 people. Yet, the whereabouts of the Mouse King eluded him. In the fragments of the future, this granary held treasures, but he had yet to uncover a single one. How had his fortune soured so drastically? Suddenly, Luo Feng's attention was drawn to a depression a kilometer to the north. A powerful aura emanated from it, suggestive of a second-tier presence. The Mouse King was undoubtedly there. Luo Feng's expression turned icy as he gazed northward, gripping his black blade tightly. Without hesitation, he surged forward. "Flash!" he bellowed, unleashing his fury as his wings of wind and thunder merged into one, transforming into a streak of lightning that descended from the heavens, burrowing into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth within 100 meters collapsed, revealing a colossal granary before Luo Feng. Peering through the opening, he beheld a vast expanse, with numerous granary doors still intact. The quantity of stored food was staggering, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. However, at the entrance, a rodent of colossal proportions, akin to an elephant, made his lips twitch. What a massive creature! At that moment, the Mouse King regarded Luo Feng with eyes filled with loathing and fury. Within the granary, the number of mice was relatively small, only a few hundred. Yet, even the smallest were the size of dogs, with several as large as calves, and a few that rivaled the size of bulls. Goodness, several hundred mid to late-tier first-class mice, 5 or 6 at full maturity, and a second-tier novice Mouse King. This was no trivial matter, Luo Feng murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the black blade. Chirp, chirp. Without granting Luo Feng a chance to retract, the Rat King roared furiously, and a multitude of rats surged towards him. How reckless, Luo Feng thought, as he swiftly maneuvered, surrounded by flickers of lightning and a gentle breeze that heightened his speed. In his grasp, the black blade gleamed like a harbinger of death, and wherever it passed, rats met their untimely demise. The Rat King, witnessing this carnage, became even more enraged, emitting a furious screech. Suddenly, 5 or 6 rats, as large as bulls, charged at Luo Feng. What cowardice, to overwhelm with numbers. He bellowed, wielding his black blade as if guided by divine intervention, carving an ominous path through the fray. With a series of swift strikes, the oncoming rats, at the pinnacle of their first tier, fell lifeless, blood splattering in all directions. This sudden display of power instilled terror in the hearts of all the rats, who, frightened, ceased their assault, allowing Luo Feng a moment of respite. In an instant, the Rat King lunged forward, tearing through the halted rats, blood spraying in his wake. The other rats, trembling in fear, cowered on the ground, paralyzed by dread. The Rat King, blood-soaked and fierce, fixed his murderous gaze upon Luo Feng. With no hesitation, the Rat King charged, and a fierce battle ensued between him and Luo Feng, both exchanging blows in a tempest of violence. The Rat King unleashed a deafening roar, prompting the rats on the ground to recklessly charge at Luo Feng, attempting to obstruct the deadly arc of his black blade, even at the cost of their own lives. Luo Feng staggered back a few steps, observing the torn fabric of his clothing and wisps of smoke rising, a testament to the terrifying toxicity of the Rat King's attacks. What a despicable display of underhanded tactics, he thought, disdainfully regarding the Rat King. With the assistance of other rats, the battle became increasingly constrained. Their sheer numbers limited his full capabilities of the wind and thunder wings. The second-tier Rat King was astonishingly swift, nearly matching Luo Feng's own speed. With powerful claws and venomous fangs, it boasted formidable defense, an abundance of vitality, and a physique that had surprisingly reached the second tier, making it a challenging opponent. Yet, this very physicality sparked Luo Feng's curiosity and anticipation. Enough of this delay, prepare to meet your end. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, activating the mystic harmony technique, enveloping the surroundings in an enigmatic aura. The Rat King roared, its eyes gleaming crimson as its aura surged explosively, transforming into a streak of black light. The Rat King lunged at Luo Feng, its eyes radiating piercing beams aimed directly at him. "You wretched creature, witness my mastery," Luo Feng declared as he swung his blade. At the tip of the black knife, a 3-inch blade aura materialized, seemingly capable of penetrating all existence. With a thunderous crash, the clash resonated through the air. With a swift stroke of the 3-inch blade, the King of Mice was instantly shattered, its 2 glowing eyes extinguished. The blade then swept across the King's enormous neck, and in an instant, its colossal head tumbled down, blood cascading like a waterfall. Chapter 16. Ruthless and merciless. Countless grains and foodstuffs lay witness to the lifeless form of the King of Mice. Luo Feng maintained an impassive expression, gripping his black knife tightly, his demeanor taut, with a hint of icy disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come forth, after hiding for so long. Having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourselves." Luo Feng's voice was low and chilling. As his words echoed, a dozen figures gradually emerged from the edge of the cave's entrance. Some wore security uniforms, while others were clad in suits. A few donned military attire, evidently soldiers tasked with guarding the strategic supply depot. The granary, it seemed, was not as adequately defended as an arsenal, with a starkly fewer number of soldiers present. Armed with an assortment of weapons, kitchen knives, clubs, and the like, the foremost among them brandished firearms, their gaze fixed intently on Luo Feng. Observing these individuals, Luo Feng let out a cold chuckle, stepping atop the corpse of the King of Mice to confront them. "After such a long wait, you finally dare to emerge. Speak your minds. I am in a rather good mood, and am inclined to listen to your intentions." A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Having vanquished the king, it was now time to reap the rewards. Thus his spirits were high, and he possessed the patience to hear these people's thoughts. If their demands were not excessive, he might even consider showing a modicum of benevolence. The group exchanged glances, and the leader, brandishing a Type 54 pistol, stepped forward with a smile, eyeing the dead mouse beneath Luo Feng's feet with a glimmer of intrigue. "My friend, we are the staff of the Strategic Reserve Granary. We thank you for eradicating these rodents. As a token of our gratitude, you are welcome to take some supplies with you. We will also report to our superiors, who will express their heartfelt appreciation on your behalf." With this, he watched Luo Feng intently. Luo Feng was taken aback. "Is that all you have to say?" "Indeed, that is all. However, my friend, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to accompany us. There is strength in numbers. Once we locate our organization, I shall ensure you receive due recognition, the leader continued, gesturing for a companion to step forward. Of course, for the safety of the team, all weapons are to be standardized. As a new member, you can start with some logistical duties, nothing too arduous. Please hand over your weapon, and I shall take care of it for you, the man said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the black knife in Luo Feng's possession. In response to these individuals, Luo Feng erupted into a hearty, resounding laughter, filling the air. Huh, what is so amusing? The leader barked, firing a shot into the air, his expression darkening. I find your naivety quite laughable, Luo Feng replied, a smile revealing his teeth, reminiscent of a chilling wind from the depths of hell. But let it be, my mood is quite pleasant today. For the sake of the joy you have brought me, I shall grant you the mercy of leaving you with complete bodies, he concluded, the atmosphere turning frigid at his words. Fire! Eliminate him, the leader commanded swiftly, as several firearms unleashed their fiery tongues towards Luo Feng. Witnessing Luo Feng enveloped by a storm of bullets, the leader's expression contorted with malice. Did he truly believe that by dispatching a few insignificant foes, he had become invincible? With firearms in hand, he thought himself untouchable. However, the impossible soon unfolded before him. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, terror-stricken as he beheld Luo Feng. Two colossal wings converged like great shields, enveloping Luo Feng within their protective embrace. The bullets from these mundane weapons proved utterly ineffective. As he surveyed the frightened wretches, a chilling smile crept across Luo Feng's face. Those who dared to fire upon me shall meet their demise. Boom! Thunder roared, and the wind blades whirled. The blinding light flickered violently before gradually subsiding. In the ensuing silence, not a single complete corpse remained within a 30-meter radius. A dozen lives had been extinguished, leaving only a gruesome scene of blood splattered and flesh scattered. The Book of Wisdom. It seems I have become exceedingly ruthless, Luo Feng murmured softly. A gentle hum resonated within his mind, soothing his tumultuous spirit. It was time to embark on the righteous path of abilities and martial arts. The Hunyuan Sutra encompasses 3 paths, yet I have only traversed the path of the artifact controller, leaving me at a significant disadvantage. If I do not hasten to cultivate martial arts, my abilities may stagnate at the 3rd tier, and I could lose control of my own heart. A flicker of regret stirred within Luo Feng. Although the simultaneous cultivation of the 3 paths was immensely powerful and enticing, the difficulty was daunting. As for martial arts, the abilities required to match his current artifacts demanded at least a royal-level ability, if not a throne level, which were not easily attained. Regaining his composure, Luo Feng began to swiftly gather resources. Faced with a dilemma, it was imperative to devise a solution. The next opportunity could rectify this issue, and time was of the essence. He commenced a vigorous collection of various grains: rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, sorghum, mung beans, black beans, flour, and noodles. He also amassed an assortment of frozen meats, including jerky. Furthermore, he collected all the rodent carcasses, which held significant value for cultivation, enhancing strength and longevity for ordinary individuals. In times of peace, such commodities would undoubtedly be coveted by the affluent. Through meticulous searching, Luo Feng finally unearthed a treasure born from the grain depot: grain crystals. A total of 189 grain crystals. These crystals could only come into existence amidst countless grains, requiring immense luck and the absorption of celestial energy. Typically, once grains produce a grain crystal, they cease to yield further crystals, and the grain stored in Luo Feng's space would not generate more. Thus, in ordinary circumstances, they were considered one-time creations. Grain crystals embody the quintessence of sustenance. A single grain crystal, when dissolved, releases energy equivalent to that provided by a ton of rice. Furthermore, they are remarkably conducive to absorption by living beings, exhibiting minimal resistance. According to the conjectures of the Book of Wisdom, merely 3 of these crystals could elevate Luo Feng's martial prowess to the pinnacle of the 1st tier. The Rat King also achieved his breakthrough to the 2nd tier by consuming grain crystals. Given enough time, should the Rat King refine all the grain crystals, he could potentially ascend to the 4th tier. Presently, there remain a substantial 189 crystals, which fills Luo Feng with exhilaration. The Book of Wisdom further posits 3 crystals suffice for reaching the apex of the 1st tier, 15 for the 2nd tier, 50 for the 3rd tier, and 500 for the 4th tier. Thus, 189 crystals could elevate Luo Feng's martial cultivation to the early stages of the 4th tier, leaving him with 21 crystals. A prospect that greatly pleases him. 3 distinct paths of cultivation exist: martial arts cultivation, supernatural ability cultivation, and artifact mastery. Among these, martial arts cultivation presents the least barriers to entry. The number of artifact masters is exceedingly rare, as it necessitates the ability to control extraordinary artifacts. In Chapter 17, the narrative unfolds regarding the initial breakthrough of second-tier warriors at Longmen Mountain. However, across the vast expanse of the world, there exist a mere 129,600 extraordinary artifacts, dispersed widely. For instance, the entire city of Luoyang possesses only 18 artifacts. Thus far, aside from a few belonging to Luo Feng, only one, the greedy wolf star-piercing spear, has been encountered. Moreover, awakening supernatural abilities is not a simple endeavor. Apart from those that manifest naturally, ordinary individuals require various treasures to awaken their powers. The higher the grade of the supernatural artifacts, the more elusive they become, and once a supernatural ability is awakened, it cannot be eradicated. If an individual harbors multiple supernatural abilities within, their interactions may become entangled. Should any attribute clash, it could lead to conflicts, hindering cultivation progress. Indeed, a perilous situation. Therefore, it is generally advisable for an individual to master but a single supernatural ability. Martial artists, however, find the path to cultivation straightforward. Provided they possess training methods and resources, they can continuously enhance their prowess. Naturally, the journey of martial cultivation is arduous, and the trials of physical refinement are excruciating. Yet it remains a viable path, a pathway to ascendance for ordinary individuals. In the current early days of the apocalypse, such concerns may seem trivial. Survival holds paramount importance, overshadowing the pursuit of a more comfortable existence. Gathering all available resources, Luo Feng did not linger for a moment, turning to depart with purpose. There were still objectives to fulfill. He raced onward toward Longmen Mountain. Once the site of the Longmen Grottos, Longmen Mountain itself is not particularly towering. Yet it now appears surrounded by lofty peaks, with mountains reaching heights of tens of thousands of meters. It must be noted that after the cataclysm, the world has transformed into a realm reminiscent of a primeval wilderness. Originally, Earth's population numbered in the billions, but after the catastrophic events and subsequent fatalities, the global populace now stands at a mere 30 to 40 billion, a considerable decline indeed. The population of 3 to 4 billion is dispersed across a world that is now 100 times larger than the original blue star, rendering it rather inconspicuous. Consequently, resources are currently scarce, and Luo Feng diligently collects what he can along the way. For every individual holds the promise of future wealth. Though seemingly insignificant now, nurturing them is feasible, so he seeks to gather more. Longmen Mountain. In the fragments of the future, this place harbors a significant opportunity, crucial for Luo Feng. If handled adeptly, it may grant him his first supernatural ability. This prospect weighs heavily on his mind, as it pertains to the path that lies ahead. With time still on his side, he aims to enhance his capabilities as much as possible. The opportunity at Longmen Mountain pertains to supernatural powers. While he can presently focus on advancing his martial arts, previously constrained by a lack of resources and time, he now possesses grain crystals and a bit of leisure, prompting him to hasten his martial development. Despite his unwavering confidence in his current prowess, he understands that there is no limit to strength. One can always strive for greater heights. Before reaching the pinnacle of existence, he cannot afford to become complacent, a truth he reminds himself of deeply. Standing at the cave's entrance, he gazes into the vast expanse of the world. Majestic mountains stretch endlessly before him, with distant smoke rising ominously amidst the ruins of broken walls. A chaotic era has truly arrived. Better to be a dog in prosperous times than a man in chaotic ones. To ensure that he and his family do not become mere footnotes in history, Luo Feng recognizes the necessity of becoming infinitely powerful. As he contemplates the distant scenery, a chill descends upon his expression. A chaotic era may not be entirely unfavorable. I wield the black blade, and shall roam the world unrestrained. I yearn to witness the grandeur of this realm, and make my name known to all. Let the Luo family be remembered through the ages. They say the emperor is great. I wish to experience it myself. Ha ha ha. Standing at the mountain's edge, he laughs heartily. When calamity has yet to befall you, sorrow is not profound. when disaster could potentially bring benefits. One might even wish for it to linger a while longer. At this moment, Luo Feng finds himself grateful for the world around him, which has transformed what once seemed a bleak future into one of boundless possibilities, despite the inevitable storms ahead. Yet, what does it matter? It is not he who will perish. It is of no concern. Luo Feng turns to seek a secluded spot for a brief retreat. Ah, splendid. There is still some reward here. He darts into a cave, and with a flash of his black blade, a black bear falls, a crimson mark appearing on its brow, with little blood spilled as it collapses. Within the cave, two small bears are swiftly captured by Luo Feng. With a wave of his hand, he enters his spatial realm and summons Zhang Qing and Zhang Ya. Upon their arrival, the group greets him promptly. City Lord, is there something you require of us? Observing them, Luo Feng nods. Old Zhang, take them and roast this black bear for me. I shall partake shortly. After Luo Feng spoke, he tossed various seasonings onto the charcoal fire, and in a flash, his figure vanished from sight. The others gazed in awe at his departure. Zhang Ya, watching Luo Feng disappear, let out a slight sigh of relief. Father, do you think we could ask the city lord to help us find our family? I miss my mother. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Qing's face clouded with sorrow. Stop thinking about it. When I was gathering supplies with the city lord, he showed me our neighborhood. The entire area has been consumed by the abyss. Your mother. Zhang Qing's expression was pained, and he could not bear to continue. Upon hearing her father's words, tears streamed down Zhang Ya's face uncontrollably. The few individuals nearby, listening to their conversation, also felt profound sorrow, their expressions heavy with grief. Zhang Qing, however, did not dwell in sorrow for long. He quickly directed the others to set up a roasting rack. No matter what, they could not delay the city lord's affairs. Their lives were not as important as the city lord's meal. In the external cave, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, a grain crystal appearing in his hand, gazing at the vibrant green crystal, which radiated a strong vitality. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense energy within him, gentle yet powerful, strengthening his body without harm. Excitement surged within him. Indeed, the grain crystal was a remarkable treasure. Hunyuan Town Scripture, refine for me, Luo Feng urged. Invoking the Hunyuan Town Scripture, a mysterious force surged within him, guiding the energy of the grain crystal to rapidly refine his flesh. Strands of intricate patterns began to emerge upon his body, as if his form was being meticulously forged and enhanced. The grain crystal was inherently gentle, its mere presence capable of gradually elevating one's strength. Now, with the guidance of the technique, the process accelerated. Luo Feng successively manifested the second and third crystals. Boom! Luo Feng struck the stone wall before him with a punch, instantly creating a large hole, approximately a foot in diameter, with cracks radiating outwards. This punch utilized no external force, relying solely on his physical prowess, devoid of any technique. A first-stage perfected martial body, not bad, Luo Feng mused, feeling a mix of difficulty and realization that perhaps this great power belonging to oneself was the true path. Chapter 18. The Manifestation of Celestial Opportunities, Emperor's Essence. As the scorching summer descended, Luo Feng stepped out of the cave and gazed at the horizon. There's still some time, enough for me to continue refining the grain crystals and break through to the second stage, he murmured, turning back towards the cave. After a while, he emerged once more, standing at the edge of a cliff, looking into the distance. He then sat quietly. Before him a massive roasting rack appeared, upon which a golden, crispy bear was being roasted, tantalizing enough to make anyone's mouth water. At that moment, Zhang Yu appeared beside him, having dressed in a pristine, vintage white gown. Gazing at the ethereal beauty of youth, serene and charming, Luo Feng couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Beside him, Zhang Ya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her father's words, her heart fluttering with shyness, continuously slicing tender meat to offer to Luo Feng. The two shared a silence, one quietly feasting while the other diligently prepared the morsels. At the precipice, everything felt eerily tranquil. After a prolonged moment, Luo Feng broke the stillness, glancing at the sky and softly uttering, "It has arrived." Confused, Zhang Yu inquired, "What?" Only to witness the transformation of the heavens. Thunder rumbled ominously, and blinding flashes of lightning struck fear into the heart, as if the world had been purified. The earth trembled slightly, echoing the rolling thunder above. as if something was being birthed. A swirling azure mist cascaded down from the sky, merging into the ground and vanishing from sight. In the boundless expanse, the sun appeared to draw nearer, its fiery orb seeming to transform into an almost intimate presence. A rain of droplets, reminiscent of precious jade, descended from above, pure and resplendent, instilling a sense of ethereal lightness that seemed to cleanse the soul. Yet, when touched, it felt like nothingness. In unseen corners, countless plants and beasts, nourished by this celestial rain, suddenly found their once dull eyes sparkling with life. Observing this miraculous rain, Luo Feng mused, imperial essence, a remarkable substance indeed. Alas, it is challenging to harvest. Otherwise, nurturing a pet would become much easier. He contemplated a trial. Collect. With a sweeping gesture, countless droplets were drawn into the spatial realm, gradually accumulating in a large vat within the estate. This rain came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, lasting a mere 3 minutes before the sky settled into clarity. Luo Feng sensed the imperial essence within the space. Contained by the power of his spiritual field, it could only be preserved temporarily, without a vessel. It would dissipate within 10 days. It appears I must devise a plan for that gourd. A flicker of determination glinted in his eyes. As he stood, observing the lightning-split sky with a grave expression, a timid voice broke the silence. "My lord, He turned. "Yes, you may return." Just as he was about to dismiss Zhangya, she summoned her courage and exclaimed, "Wait, I have a question." Luo Feng glanced at the sky. There was still time, and, considering her earnestness, replied, "What is it?" Zhangya, gathering her resolve, asked, "My lord, I wish to become like you. Is that possible?" She fixed her gaze on him, tension evident in her demeanor. Seeing her as nervous as a quail, Luo Feng chuckled heartily. Yet, as disappointment washed over Zhangya's flushed face, he waved his hand and enveloped her in spatial confinement. Meanwhile, a phrase echoed in her ear, "Work diligently, and opportunities will come your way." This single utterance filled Zhangya with exhilaration and a profound sense of anticipation. She carried this phrase back, instilling hope among the survivors in the space. A yearning for the future. Luo Feng cast aside all distractions, his gaze fixated on the sky outside. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, various celestial phenomena emerging. 1,000 miles of purple aura from the west. Golden clouds descended from the heavens. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The sounds of dragons roaring, phoenixes singing, tigers howling, and turtles crying filled the air. At that moment, it felt as though the very fabric of the universe had transformed. A palpable essence infused the atmosphere. A wild aura began to spread, conjuring visions of a mythical realm. Time had come. Luo Feng beheld the transformed world, the black blade materializing in his grasp. As thunderous wings unfurled behind him, gliding swiftly in a singular direction, akin to flight. At this juncture, ethereal lights surged from all corners of the earth. Opportunities manifested throughout the world. In Luoyang, dozens of ethereal lights flickered into being, soaring into the sky, a kaleidoscope of crimson, green, azure, and violet hues, each revealing profound mysteries, capturing the attention of numerous survivors. Simultaneously, the true tempest of the apocalypse emerged, an oppressive heat wave enveloping the land. In the blink of an eye, the sun blazed with relentless intensity, raising the temperature to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, with some areas exceeding 100 degrees, akin to a cataclysmic sun. Once lush trees and verdant grass rapidly withered under the scorching heat. Streams dwindled to mere trickles. Survivors already bearing injuries succumbed to organ failure, perishing under the sudden surge of high temperatures. The populace faced dire straits. Across the land, individuals with extraordinary abilities and possessors of rare treasures emerged. Chaos ensued, and the astute recognized the gravity of the situation, beginning to seize opportunities. Longmen Mountain radiated with brilliant light, a tricolored pillar reaching skyward, remarkably robust, ranking among the top 3 in Luoyang's bounty. In the area enveloped by the light, a colossal dragon, 10 zhang in length, emanated an aura of great completeness. Hovering in the air with its claws bared, yet appearing somewhat insubstantial. A 3 zhang golden-bodied monk similarly radiated an aura of great completeness, surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light. Suspended in midair, exuding boundless compassion, akin to a celestial being, yet equally ephemeral. Amidst them, a fruit materialized, the merit fruit of all beings. imbued with boundless spiritual merit and immense fortune, appearing remarkably tangible. The three entities floated in the air, radiating brilliance, the sounds of dragon roars and Buddhist chants mingling, fragrant merit wafting in all directions. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of many. Luo Feng's focus was unmistakably on this spectacle, for he awaited this very opportunity. With the storm and thunder subsiding, Luo Feng stood atop a grand tree, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he surveyed the three treasures: the dragon, the monk, and the fruit of virtue. Each of these three treasures, once consumed, can harness a unique supernatural ability, specifically a royal ability. These treasures symbolize three distinct royal powers, equivalent to the level of Luo Feng's Luo-yuan spirit field. However, Luo Feng is not merely content with such trivial royal abilities. Chapter 19. The Usurper's Destruction. The dragon emerges victorious. Luo Feng observes silently, biding his time. Roar. Amipa. With a dragon's roar and a chant of the Buddha, the dragon and the monk instantly engage in a fierce battle, unleashing a brutal clash. The dragon lashes its tail, claws, and bites, while the Buddha's light radiates, flames surge, and golden brilliance flickers. The Buddha's light illuminates the surroundings as the dragon's roar reverberates, shaking the heavens and the earth. This is the manifestation of the cosmos, and the spectacle is truly astonishing. Luo Feng watches intently. The Book of Wisdom operates frantically, continuously absorbing the combat experiences. The fruit of virtue hovers quietly between the two combatants. They are in contention, vying for dominance. The dragon and the monk are products of the universe, their fruits of virtue complementing one another. Should one consume the other, followed by the successful consumption of the collective offerings from sentient beings, they could achieve a rebirth of flesh and blood. From an ephemeral opportunity, a new being could emerge, a rebirth allowed by the cosmos, a grand chance indeed. What Luo Feng awaits is the mutual consumption of the two, after which he will devour the victor, subsequently aiding the collective offerings to generate a royal ability. Indeed, Luo Feng's aspirations have never merely encompassed royal abilities. What significance do they hold? He seeks a sovereign ability, having mastered the Book of Wisdom. If the power were to be merely royal, it would be utterly disgraceful. Perched upon the tree, Luo Feng silently observes the fierce struggle between the dragon and the Buddha. The conflict is intensely violent, with brutal exchanges. One of the dragon's claws is severed by the Buddha and consumed. The Buddha, too, is torn open by the dragon, who greedily devours the blood of the Buddha. The scene is surreal, akin to an animation, yet the palpable force rends the ground, topples trees, and reveals the reality of the situation. The dragon unleashes a torrent of flames, incinerating the void, as a 100-meter radius ignites in a conflagration, consuming the earth itself. Damn it, that beast! My heavens, the flames are ferocious. I need help. Get away from me. With the emergence of flames, figures rush forth from the dense forest. They appear disheveled. Several are ablaze, wailing in agony. A total of 7 or 8 individuals appear, each wielding their own abilities: flames, water, verdant wood, and iron fists, breaking through the flames before them. The group exchanges glances, their expressions grim. They had hoped to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the lurking danger, but now they have been forced into the open. The dragon and the Buddha gaze down upon a swarm of insignificant ants, indifferent to their plight as they continued their fierce battle. A young man observed the fruits of their conflict, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. With a sudden burst of brilliance emanating from his legs, he shot forward like an arrow, intent on seizing the coveted prize. How audacious, thought Luo Feng from a distance, shaking his head slightly in dismay. A speed ability, though a low-grade one, could still evolve to a 4th tier with diligent training. Such potential wasted. Hey, leave that for me. That treasure belongs to me. Who dares to snatch it away? Get lost. The moment he moved, chaos erupted among the others. Unable to contend with the dragon and the Buddha, they recognized the value of the prize and yearned to claim it for themselves. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the air as the dragon lunged forward, its head striking like lightning, and devoured the speed ability user who dared to claim the fruit. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. The others trembled in fear. In that instant, a refreshing breeze swept by, and the precious fruit was enveloped, soaring away. Roar! Amipa! Both the dragon and the Buddha bellowed with fury, realizing that someone was attempting to steal the fruit. The Buddha, prioritizing the fruit over the dragon, rushed to pursue. Yet, with a fierce dragon roar, the dragon ambushed, tearing off one of the Buddha's arms and swallowing it whole. Roar! Kill! A blurred voice echoed as the Buddha, enraged, radiated golden light and engaged in a deadly struggle with the dragon. Meanwhile, the others hastened after the refreshing breeze. Observing this turn of events, a smile crept onto Luo Feng's lips. Ah, a wind ability, a high-grade power, quite impressive. With a swift motion, he vanished amidst swirling winds and thunder. Beneath a tree wide enough for three to embrace, the tension was palpable. Damn, that was perilously close. But it was worth it. Anything worth fighting over must be extraordinary. The world had changed, and he was determined to become the strongest. When the time comes, I will make Hosini and Nai kneel before me. A tattooed youth, his eyes gleaming with excitement and desire for the future as he clutched the shimmering fruit, suddenly felt a jolt of terror. A flash of lightning revealed that the fruit had vanished from his grasp. 10 meters away, Luo Feng stood, a smile gracing his lips as he held the fruit. How dare you steal from me? You seek your own demise. The youth, enraged, unleashed a blade of wind toward Luo Feng. With a deft movement, Luo Feng sidestepped the attack. The wind blade struck a nearby tree, splintering it into fragments. With a soft click of his tongue, Luo Feng remarked, "Impressive power. How about becoming my subordinate, young man? In this apocalyptic world, I can offer you a promising future." A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Such exceptional abilities warranted a degree of recruitment. The youth, enraged by Luo Feng's words, retorted, "Damn it. You stole my possessions and now seek to claim my allegiance? I will end you, howling winds." His voice surged with fury. "I aspire to be the king of this desolate world. Do you think you are worthy to have me as a subordinate? How absurd." With a furious shout, a whirlwind enveloped him, surging towards Luo Feng. Upon hearing the youth's declaration, Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and the black blade in his hand shimmered ominously. The tempest dissipated, revealing a headless corpse sprawled on the ground. "You dare to insult me after showing such insolence? You are doomed," Luo Feng stated, his expression impassive as he wielded the black blade, shattering the skull and extracting the crystal core. In that moment, several figures appeared, encircling Luo Feng. Observing the lifeless body at their feet, they were filled with excitement. "Kid, hand over the goods. Give me what you have, and I will protect you." 5 individuals clamored, their voices a chaotic chorus. Luo Feng raised his gaze towards the mountain peak, where a battle between the dragon and the Buddha was nearing its climax. He had no time to waste. He turned to the 5, declaring, "I offer you a choice, submit or perish." An overwhelming aura emanated from him, as the thunderous wings of wind and lightning enveloped the area, causing the air within a 10-meter radius to stir with electric breezes. The 5, taken aback by Luo Feng's sudden outburst, were momentarily frozen in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Who would willingly submit to another's control? "It seems you have made your choice. Then embrace death." Luo Feng's cold voice echoed like a death knell, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 20. Slaying the Dragon. The sparrow waits. As the 5 fled, Luo Feng hurled his black blade, transforming it into a streak of light that pierced one man, pinning him against a large tree. With a swift movement, he pursued another, a terrakinetic, who was paralyzed by sheer terror, lacking any will to resist. His fingers descended like dragon talons, and with a forceful grip, he extracted a string of sheep scorpions. With a flash of wind and thunder, he appeared behind another foe, extending a clawed hand. "You are intent on exterminating us," exclaimed the middle-aged man, whose palms were as white as jade, desperately striking towards Luo Feng with the iron sand palm technique. "Ah, martial arts. Such a pity that your strength is insufficient," Luo Feng mused, undeterred. His hand became as hard as steel, his claws like tempered iron, seizing the man's hands and tearing them apart. The man let out a piercing scream before Luo Feng delivered a swift kick, creating a gaping wound in his neck, leading to his immediate demise. Without pausing, Luo Feng continued his pursuit. The remaining 2 were martial artists. One employed the eagle claw technique, while the other practiced archery. Unfortunately, their arrows were too ordinary. Even standing still, Luo Feng was impervious to their attacks, effortlessly slaying one with a single slap. After collecting the corpses of the 5, Luo Feng pressed onward towards the mountain summit without the slightest delay. The battle of the Dragon Buddha is nearing its conclusion. and Luo Feng is determined not to be a mere bystander. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon unleashes a formidable aura, engulfed in a surge of white flames that soar into the heavens. Its massive form descends like a towering jade pillar, crashing down with a resounding boom. The already wounded Buddha is instantly obliterated by the dragon's might. In the aftermath, a radiant golden relic, shimmering with infinite Buddhist light, hovers in the air, swiftly devoured by the dragon. The dragon bellows with triumphant rage, its body swelling as flames and Buddhist light intertwine, rapidly coalescing into a singularity. Its former injuries heal at an astonishing pace, the severed claws regenerating as its power escalates. Midway through the second tier, it becomes formidable, capable of destruction. Suddenly, a glimmer of a blade flashes by. The dragon emits a pained roar as one of its claws is severed. It bellows again, flames engulfing the surroundings, shrouding the world in fire. A figure darts away, none other than Luo Feng. The dragon, ablaze with unquenchable fire and emanating Buddhist light, gazes at Luo Feng with murderous intent, unleashing a torrent of flames in his direction. Luo Feng summons the wind and thunder wings, his speed augmented by lightning and a gentle breeze, allowing him to evade the onslaught. He observes the dragon calmly, biding his time for the perfect moment. Low-tier evolved beings, particularly those wielding exotic treasures, often lack long-range offensive capabilities. Luo Feng's 3-inch blade aura barely qualifies as a divine technique at this stage, reliant on the black blade's condensation. As martial arts necessitate close combat, it is only upon reaching the third tier, when martial artists can condense their internal energy seeds, that they gain access to rudimentary ranged attacks. Thus, Luo Feng continues to evade, waiting for an opportunity. The dragon's flames rise, the Buddhist light radiating with a dual assault of fire and spiritual power, albeit the fusion is imperfect. The strength of this mid-second tier dragon far surpasses that of the Rat King. Despite Luo Feng's prowess, he cannot simply overpower it. The dragon's control over fire forces Luo Feng into a position of reluctant evasion. Calmly, Luo Feng thinks, soon, I wonder how long you can sustain this. His figure flickers as he gradually approaches the dragon, which grows increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the flames cease, and the dragon's massive head lunges at Luo Feng, attempting to consume him once more. Who provided you with this information? A mere glimmer, and I shall sever. As the dragon's maw approaches, Luo Feng smiles, recognizing the opportunity presented to him, and indeed, it arrives. The black blade's 3-inch aura slices through the air, as if time itself has paused. In an instant, everything halts. After a prolonged moment, the fearsome dragon's head falls. A mournful, ethereal dragon's lament echoes as the colossal form of the dragon dissipates into nothingness. The infinite flames dissipated, and a radiant dragon pearl materialized before Luo Feng. Within the dragon pearl, a true dragon seemed to roar, enveloped in swirling flames, as the surrounding space displayed subtle ripples. The area around the pearl was illuminated by a sacred light, exuding boundless compassion. A rich smile blossomed on Luo Feng's face as he beheld the dragon pearl. This was the extraordinary source of power born from the fusion of the fire dragon and the Buddha. If consumed, it could barely manifest the abilities of a royal throne even without the addition of the merits from the incense offerings of sentient beings, albeit with certain flaws. Yet it was already invaluable. Should it be combined with the merits of sentient beings, it would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of royal throne abilities, stirring a sense of excitement within Luo Feng. Stepping forward, he reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, Luo Feng took a swift step back. A streak of light flashed past him, soaring towards a distant peak and resulting in a violent explosion akin to a cannonball. As Luo Feng reached out again, the dragon pearl vanished into his grasp, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged towards the direction of the light. The ground fractured beneath him, emanating a ferocious aura. As a black blade shimmered ominously, Luo Feng found himself in peril. How could this be? Damn it! A voice, filled with frustration, erupted. Humph! Is it possible? You fool! Attempting to ambush me. What gives you the audacity? Your divine powers? You truly dare. Luo Feng's cold voice echoed as he lunged like a celestial blade towards a large tree 1,000 meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of arrows shot forth, akin to streaks of light, their sharpness capable of tearing through the void. Luo Feng wielded his black blade, moving with the grace of a spirit, accurately severing each arrow. Though formidable, the arrows could not impede his advance. "Fool, ambushing me. Not even Jesus can save you." "I mean it," Luo Feng declared, as thunderous wings unfurled behind him, propelling him swiftly through the air. Perched atop a great tree, a woman clad in black watched in horror as Luo Feng, wielding his black blade, sliced through the arrows that rained down upon him, charging towards her with reckless abandon. Her face was a mask of terror. "Damn it! How is this possible? How can I evade him? There's no way," the woman shrieked, frantically urging the extraordinary treasure in her grasp. Arrows pierced the air, her bowstring pulled taut, creating phantoms as her internal powers swiftly waned. As Luo Feng approached with unstoppable momentum, a profound fear and dread reflected in her eyes. Chapter 21. Blade strikes the yellow sparrow and the hunter in fury. The woman pleaded, "Spare me. I shall leave at once and cease my pursuit," as she continued to draw and shoot, desperately attempting to thwart Luo Feng's advance. Ignoring the chaos around him, Luo Feng charged forward, severing arrow after arrow as he pressed on relentlessly. "Do not compel me. I still possess 2 divine attacks. Push me too far, and you shall suffer," he warned, as a formidable woman leaped down from the tree. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura that could easily earn an 85, her curves both enticing and disarming. The moment her feet touched the ground, the mountains trembled violently. With a gaze filled with fury, she regarded Luo Feng as though he were a treacherous lover, her emotions a tempest of anger, defiance, fear, and grievance. The bow in her hands radiated a menacing glow, a powerful force coalescing within it. Her expression was one of rage as she fixed her eyes on Luo Feng. The light from her bow quivering as if ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Luo Feng grinned, and in an instant he vanished. The woman, stricken with terror upon witnessing his disappearance, let out a scream, attempting to summon the power of her bow. But alas, it was too late. Her hands fell limply to her sides, the bow slipping from her grasp as she felt the cold blade pierce her heart from behind. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her body trembled with the fear of death. Grasping the black blade, she murmured through her crimson-stained lips, as if trying to voice her last words. "Ah, woman." Luo Feng's chilling voice echoed in her ears. 3 days ago, I might have entertained the thought of those mountains, but now, they hold no allure for me. With a swift motion, the blade withdrew, severing a few of her fingers, yet it remained unsullied by blood. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with delight as he beheld the treasure that lay on the ground before him. The cold star purple spirit bow, ranked 9th among the treasures of Luoyang, was indeed a rare and precious artifact. He had contemplated searching for it, never expecting it to present itself so conveniently. What a stroke of fortune! This opportunity at Longmen Mountain had proven fortuitous. Although this woman had inadvertently activated one of its powers, it mattered little. He had no intention of making it his primary artifact, at least for now. It would serve merely as a weapon. Elated, Luo Feng turned to seize the cold star purple spirit bow. Suddenly, the Book of Wisdom pulsated, recalling the warning it had given when the woman had ambushed him earlier. What is this madness? A gunshot rang out, and a bullet was intercepted by Luo Feng's wind and thunder wings. He was flung backward, a trace of blood staining his lips. The relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon him, forming a metallic storm, an onslaught of projectiles descending like a tempest. Foolishness! Luo Feng's murderous intent surged as his aura intensified. The black blade shimmered with brilliance while the wind and thunder wings intertwined to form a colossal shield, successfully deflecting the torrent of bullets. Though unable to inflict harm upon Luo Feng, he found himself pressed by a barrage of bullets. Retreating steadily as 2 distinct scratches marred the ground beneath him, his internal energy rapidly depleting. The tremendous force reverberated through his very core, leaving him in considerable discomfort and with a pallid complexion. Cursed beings, he had not foreseen such a multitude of adversaries in the fragments of the future. Each one of them, wishing to play the role of a cunning predator, would meet their demise. A fierce intent to kill surged within Luo Feng. What formidable weaponry! This was far superior to a heavy machine gun. Such a potent assault, Bloodstitch, how unexpected to encounter it here. According to the information gleaned from the future fragments, there existed several formidable experts in Luoyang, one of whom was a female assassin from a time of peace. The third extraordinary individual in Luoyang, Bloodstitch, a professional killer and marksman. Her ability, the king of weapons, allowed her to enhance and master any weapon, utilizing energy to condense bullets with astonishing power. Should she wield physical ammunition, her might would be even more terrifying. Damn it, what luck! In all of Luoyang, there are only 3 with the thrown ability. And I have already encountered 2. Bloodstitch, if you wish to take on the role of hunter, it is not so simple. Since you seek to hunt me, let me witness your prowess. Luo Feng's icy voice rang out. As his words echoed, the metallic storm momentarily faltered. An opportunity. Whoosh. The wings of thunder and wind danced violently, and Luo Feng surged forth, seeking refuge among a pile of stones, transforming into a shadow as he leaped from side to side. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire erupted, countless bullets relentlessly pursuing Luo Feng, forcing him to evade continuously. He aimed to close in on Bloodstitch, yet was thwarted by the barrage of bullets. This rendered Luo Feng's expression somewhat grim. He had believed his current strength to be among the foremost in the world, only to be halted by a mere woman, igniting a tempestuous rage within him. A clear voice rang out. I no longer want the item. It was wrong of me to ambush you. I apologize. Please do not pursue me. Let me go, and we shall cease hostilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng scoffed coldly. Very well. You cease fire first, and I shall allow you to depart. My word is my bond. Hiding behind a massive boulder, he felt the ceaseless barrage of bullets raining down, the stones steadily shrinking, cracks appearing as it neared destruction. Impossible. I shall not cease fire. You may leave with all that you have taken. I apologize for my ambush. Spare me. The crystalline voice remained distinct amidst the chaotic gunfire. Splendid. I am quite reasonable. I have heard your apology, Luo Feng declared as he emerged, retreating into the distance. The sound of gunfire echoed in the darkness. Bullets whizzing past Luo Feng, landing approximately 3 meters behind him, as if intent on ushering him away with their lethal embrace. Luo Feng turned his head towards the shadows, a cold smile gracing his lips, and with a flicker of his wind and thunder wings, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest. The gunfire abruptly ceased. After a moment's pause, the relentless barrage resumed, and the trees within the forest crumbled under the onslaught, falling in a cascade towards the source of the bullets. In the crevice of a stone, a woman clad in black attire poised herself with a sniper rifle, flanked by a handgun and a rifle, and to her horror, a Gatling gun belching blue flames. Chapter 22. Subduing the Hunter, Spirit Puppet Chains. At that moment, the Gatling gun whirled ferociously, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Strangely, no shell casings emerged. These projectiles were entirely formed of her condensed energy. This meant that as long as her energy persisted, the bullets were infinite, a truly terrifying prospect. After a prolonged period of gunfire, the woman ceased her assault with the Gatling gun and gazed into the depths of the forest, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. In her moment of relaxation, she felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. An ordinary woman, her features unremarkable enough to blend into a crowd. She had spent a lifetime as a tool for others, taking lives at their behest. Now, with the world transformed, she could finally embrace the freedom she longed for. Bloodstitch felt exhilarated. Having been shackled for so long, she was now liberated. Yet, she understood that true freedom hinged on strength. And she was grateful for the awakening of her formidable abilities. In the brief span since her awakening, Bloodstitch had diligently honed her skills. Reaching the pinnacle of the first tier, one could not deny the fearsome prowess of her royal abilities. With her marksmanship combined with her powers, even initial stage second-tier beasts fell before her. Luo Feng's current display had left her astounded. Having faced death, she now dreaded it more than ever. In her days as an assassin, she had been unafraid of death, as it held little significance for her. However, now, she feared it deeply. She had yet to fully savor this unrestrained life. Damn it, how formidable. My bullets cannot pierce those wings. They must be a rare treasure. She thought urgently. I must make my escape. This person will undoubtedly pursue me. Such a mountainous figure could extinguish life with a mere word. What chance do I stand? Bloodstitch glanced down at her flat chest, hastily gathering the firearms before her. Aside from the sniper rifle and handgun, the other weapons were crafted by her own hands during this time, a laborious endeavor that could not be discarded. With nimble hands, she swiftly disassembled them, packing everything into a large box. A large box strapped to his back, clad in a form-fitting black suit, 2 pistols at the thighs perpetually primed. With another pistol at his waist and an automatic rifle gripped in hand, Bloodspike was fully armed and swiftly fleeing into the distance. Just 30 seconds after Bloodspike's departure, Luo Feng's figure suddenly materialized. With a subtle flick of his black blade, a grenade was effortlessly sliced in half. Observing the retreating figure of Bloodspike, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. How cautious, indeed. Yet, this is no time for peace. A grenade, you say? Have you ever witnessed a blade cleave through one, thinking to use such a device as a warning? Huh. Fleeing is not so simple. Luo Feng's silhouette flickered as he pursued in the direction Bloodspike had taken. Activating the Book of Wisdom, he meticulously analyzed the traces left on the ground, akin to a detective on a trail. However, his approach was far more intricate. As the primordial harmony scripture operated, it absorbed fragments of aura, ensuring that Luo Feng would not lose track of his quarry. Bloodspike, a woman he was unwilling to relinquish. The one who had forced him to retreat piqued his curiosity. He yearned to discover what manner of woman could wield such power. Should she remain by his side, she would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally. Luo Feng's heart raced as he moved swiftly in pursuit. Within a dilapidated 3-story building, collapsed and forlorn, stood the sole structure for miles, a remnant of the small villages outside Luoyang before the great upheaval, now scattered like fragments of a shattered dream. Observing the building, Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had found it. Approaching the small edifice, he twirled his black blade, unleashing a flurry of dazzling knife flowers. Bloodspike, come out and converse. I hold great regard for talent. The world has changed. Join me, and let us witness the pinnacle of existence together. Luo Feng's voice resonated, rich with allure. Inside the building, though the exterior appeared battered, a hidden paradise lay within. Bloodspike, crouched on a specially designed platform, gripped her assault rifle. Intently watching Luo Feng as a surge of power coalesced, the barrel exuding an ominous aura. Bloodspike was seething with anger. How could she have been discovered here? In her days as an assassin, she had remained undetected, yet now, she was found. What a disgrace. Had this been before the upheaval, such a discovery would have warranted her elimination by the organization. Tightening her grip on the assault rifle, irritation flickered across her features. Although she had launched a surprise attack, was he not equally at fault? To think he would desire her as a subordinate was laughable. Such notions were to be dismissed. Bloodspike vowed never again to serve anyone. Yet, deep within, a flicker of fear for Luo Feng lingered. How did he know her name? Was he a member of the organization? She yearned to escape its grasp forever. At the entrance, Luo Feng sensed the aura emanating from within the house, and a faint smile crossed his lips. Suddenly, his speed surged as he lunged toward the building. Bang! 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 The fierce gunfire erupted once more, as energy bullets rained down upon Luo Feng like a torrential storm. Clang! 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 Luo Feng unleashed the wind and thunder wings for defense. Ah, Bloodspike, you've changed your weapon. This piece of scrap cannot hinder me. If this is all you have, then come at me. With a surge of wind and thunder, Luo Feng shouted, and the wind and thunder wings erupted with formidable power. Although it was not an accompanying technique, it was still extraordinary. The powerful thunder and raging winds sent debris swirling through the air, and Bloodspike's figure materialized before Luo Feng in an instant. You bastard, perish! Bloodspike, consumed by madness, charged at Luo Feng with an assault rifle. His entire body surged with supernatural energy, infusing the rifle with intricate, mysterious patterns, significantly amplifying the power of the bullets. Huh, futile endeavor. With the amount of ammunition in that rifle, you think you can stop me? Such delusions. Die. Luo Feng's voice was cold, like a biting winter wind. With the wind and thunder wings fully unleashed, he disregarded the hail of bullets and swiftly closed the distance to Bloodspike. The black blade, a symbol of dominance, was positioned at Bloodspike's throat. One swift strike severed the assault rifle in his grasp, while another sliced halfway through his handgun. In the depths of Bloodspike's despair, the black blade rested against his neck. A mere touch released a trickle of blood. Bloodspike's face turned pale, his expression one of utter hopelessness. He shut his eyes, awaiting death. Gazing at this ordinary woman, a faint smile appeared on Luo Feng's lips. Hey, don't give up so soon. If you plead for mercy, perhaps I might spare your life. At the sound of Luo Feng's voice, Bloodspike opened her eyes, a flicker of resolve igniting within them. Impossible. I will never allow the organization to control me again. Chapter 23, Spirit Puppet Chains. Review gains from 3 martial arts. Are you mistaken? I am not affiliated with any organization, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head slightly. It seemed that Blood Spike had been under a misunderstanding. He contemplated the hardships she must have endured in her past. Do not deceive me. No one outside the organization knows my name. Not even the officials of the Huan Nation, for I have never acted within the country. Only the high-ranking leaders of the organization are aware of my identity. I have had enough. Just kill me. I will not return. I refuse to become your killing machine again. Blood Spike declared resolutely, her body trembling slightly, but her words clear in their intent. Luo Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head gently. Enough of these thoughts. I am not part of your organization. Seeing the disbelief in Blood Spike's eyes, Luo Feng offered a helpless smile. Rest assured, I am certainly not affiliated with your organization. As for how I know your name, in this transformed world, acquiring such knowledge is not difficult. Do not jump to conclusions. I have taken an interest in you and present you with two choices. First, you may become my subordinate, obeying only my commands and submitting to me. Secondly, I shall send you to your demise, strip you bare, and cast you into the lair of ferocious beasts, allowing you to be devoured by the merciless. Blood Spike listened intently to Luo Feng's words, observing the calmness in his eyes, and understood that he meant every word. Having tasted the sweetness of freedom, the thought of death filled Blood Spike with reluctance. Gazing at the azure sky, his heart quailed once more. It was akin to the torment of childhood, reminiscent of the lashes that left scars, or the act of slaying a dear friend with his own hands. He felt devoid of any moral compass. As he beheld the dark blade around his neck, he tightened his grip, and blood began to flow ceaselessly. I submit, Master, I submit. Blood Spike uttered in a low voice, as if in that fleeting moment, his heart had succumbed once again to despair. Slowly, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head, as if beseeching his master's forgiveness. Observing Blood Spike's submission, Luo Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The state of Blood Spike mattered little to him. Even if he were to transform into a ruthless killer, it would hold no significance, as long as loyalty to oneself was maintained. Very well. Since you have submitted to me, do not resist henceforth. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng activated the Book of Wisdom. The sound of pages turning resonated, revealing a tome that exuded boundless wisdom and enigma. A hazy azure light illuminated the surroundings, instilling a sense of clarity in the mind. Gazing upon the book, one felt a surge of intelligence in that instant. A chain emerged from within the Book of Wisdom, slowly materializing. This chain was imbued with profound mystery and an eerie aura that dazzled the eyes and evoked an overwhelming fear, causing one to instinctively avert their gaze. The chain surged towards Blood Spike. In the midst of Luo Feng's icy demeanor, a flicker of subtle resistance appeared in Blood Spike's eyes. Yet he ultimately lacked the courage to move. The sound of the chain reverberated, merging instantaneously into Blood Spike's spiritual sea, swiftly integrating into the core of his unique abilities, permeating every inch of his being. Countless runes manifested within him, fusing seamlessly. Blood Spike's expression contorted in agony as he struggled, for the chain seemed to be reshaping him, inflicting immense suffering. After a prolonged moment, he collapsed to his knees, prostrating himself, his forehead pressed against Luo Feng's shoes. Esteemed Master, I thank you for allowing Blood Spike to become your servant. I shall forever remain your loyal slave. Blood Spike's voice was imbued with profound reverence. In that instant, Luo Feng became the most pivotal figure in his life, without exception. Witnessing Blood Spike's submission, Luo Feng erupted in hearty laughter, filled with unrestrained joy. Supreme Minor Divine Ability, Spirit Puppet Chain. A perfect means to control a person, only a sovereign can nullify it. This divine ability could only be wielded once Luo Feng ascended to the 6th tier of evolution. Nevertheless, it sufficed, one divine ability exchanged for a loyal sovereign subordinate. And Luo Feng was exceedingly pleased. The Book of Wisdom resonated once more, revealing an introduction to the Blood Spike on its pages. Blood Spike, 25 years old. The sovereign's weapon of extraordinary abilities, peak of the First Order. Abducted at the age of 5, subsequently trained by the Blood Skeleton to become an assassin. Having taken the lives of 35 individuals. Cold-blooded, timid, loyal, and utterly devoted, he embodies admiration and faith. The introduction was simple yet splendid. However, the timidity of this assassin left Luo Feng somewhat astonished. A timid assassin, how curious. Blood Spike, I shall enter a brief seclusion, guard the perimeter. Should anyone intrude, show no mercy, Luo Feng spoke calmly. As you command, Master, Bloodspike replied without hesitation, swiftly darting outside, 2 pistols in hand. His focus unwavering as he surveyed his surroundings. Luo Feng smiled faintly at Bloodspike. With such a subordinate, he would no longer need to seek a safe haven when entering the space. He casually found a spot to sit and began to organize his gains. A dragon pearl and a fruit of merit from the incense of all beings were not worth mentioning for now. After eliminating several extraordinary beings, he acquired a few ability crystals, which were inconsequential. The most significant discovery was the 3 martial arts manuals obtained after dispatching the 3 martial artists, which piqued Luo Feng's interest. Iron Sand Palm, 2nd-tier martial art. Upon cultivation, the palms become as hard as iron, infused with fiery toxins that can harm internal organs, refining the sinews and bones of the arms, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd order. Eagle Claw Hand, 3rd-tier martial art. Hands resemble eagle claws, tearing through iron like paper, refining the arms, palms, and fingers, with the potential to reach the zenith of the 3rd order, and a slim chance to condense a minor divine ability. Chaotic Star Arrow, 3rd-tier martial art, an archery technique encompassing basic archery skills, including the dual dragon's play with pearls. 3 stars in a row, arc arrow, and whirling arrow, with a possibility to condense the minor divine ability, Chaotic Star Arrow. The 3 manuals opened before Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming as the texts flipped incessantly, countless words being absorbed and processed by the Book of Wisdom. Subtle essences of martial arts were assimilated into his being. In his hands, he held 2 food crystals, continuously drawing energy from them as he channeled the primordial Tranquility Sutra, transforming himself gradually. After a considerable time, Luo Feng's entire body trembled as countless characters coalesced within his gaze, forming 3 extraordinary runes. One resembled an inscription, another a hand, and the last a feathered arrow, shimmering with a sharp brilliance. These runes, enigmatic and unparalleled, were randomly imprinted within his Dantian's energy sea. Within the Dantian, the 10 complete martial arts had previously coalesced into 10 illusory figures. Now, these 3 runes instantaneously merged into one of the ethereal figures, which danced with dual palms, embracing the 8 directions, a palm that seemed to obscure the heavens. Chapter 24. The Great Luo Heavenly Dragon, 2nd-tier extraordinary being. As the palm rune integrated seamlessly, it resembled a tattoo, rendering the illusory figure's palms considerably more substantial. The palm rune, with 10 fingers emanating a piercing aura, instantly merged into a figure. One finger pointing to the heavens, another to the earth, standing supreme between heaven and earth. 10 fingers suddenly materialized, embodying an unparalleled essence. The final arrow feather seamlessly merged into the ethereal silhouette of a bowman, its gaze lingering for a moment. As he contemplated his internal state, a smile crept upon Luo Feng's lips. Within 3 hours, he had forged 3 extraordinary techniques. Indeed, the Book of Wisdom is truly remarkable. Iron Sand Palm, Stone Breaker, Eagle Claw, Sky Ripper, Chaotic Star Arrow, Soul Seizer. These 3 techniques represent the quintessence extracted from 3 martial tomes. The brevity of time required is attributed to the straightforward nature of the martial arts involved. These techniques scarcely qualify as divine powers. They are merely exceptional skills. However, as Luo Feng's prowess escalates, it is but a simple matter for these techniques to evolve into divine abilities, serving as seeds of divinity. Stone Breaker, Luo Feng bellowed, unleashing a palm strike that seemed to swell momentarily. The pressure of the wind surged forth. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the debris within a 3-meter radius was sent flying, leaving a 30-centimeter deep crater surrounded by fissures. The commotion caught the attention of Bloodpiercer, who, upon glancing, felt a flicker of joy. The stronger her master became, the happier she felt. Observing the might of his strike, Luo Feng nodded appreciatively. Not bad. I exerted merely 50% of my strength, and this is the result. This is still constrained by my vitality and internal energy. Otherwise, the power would undoubtedly be significantly amplified. Seeds of divine abilities. Indeed, they are divine. Ha ha ha. O Book of Wisdom, how I adore you. After reveling in his triumph, Luo Feng regained his composure. Bloodpiercer, come here. Whoosh. In an instant, Bloodpiercer returned to his side, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Satisfied, Luo Feng tossed a book toward her, which she deftly caught. This is the Chaotic Star Arrow. You may practice it. I have an abundance of weaponry here for you to select from. The better the weapon, the greater the potency of your abilities. I will devise a plan to procure some formidable weapons for you in the future. For now, hold on to this and do not refine it. Simply use it as a weapon. Luo Feng casually handed her the cold star purple spirit bow. Blood Piercer gazed at the weapon in her hands, her joy palpable. Thank you, master. Observing her excitement, Luo Feng nodded. Let us find a suitable location. I still need to enter seclusion for a while. It is imperative to choose a safe haven. Blood Piercer expressed no objections, swiftly following Luo Feng as they departed. Having acquired all that was attainable in this opportunity, there was little else to be done for now. Luo Feng also needed to assimilate his gains. It was time to commence his mastery of abilities. On a desolate mountain peak, Luo Feng wielded his blade, slaying the scarce wild beasts inhabiting the area, including several that had begun to exhibit ferocity. In an instant, the mountain was awash in a river of blood. Subsequently, the mountain peak was left with only Luo Feng and Shuexiai. Shuexiai remained perched upon a large rock, commanding 3 Barrett rifles and 3 Gatling guns, providing a comprehensive 360-degree defense. In his hands, he held the Hanqing Xiling bow, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. No one dared to disturb the master in seclusion, for the consequences would be fatal. At the center of the mountain peak, on a platform, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. In his hands, a dragon pearl materialized, flames dancing and Buddha light radiating, accompanied by the resonant sound of the dragon's chant, presenting a scene of profound mystery. Gazing at the dragon pearl before him, a flicker of anticipation crossed Luo Feng's eyes as he swallowed it whole. Boom! A torrent of immense energy erupted within Luo Feng's body, yet it was gentle beyond measure. This powerful energy surged towards the center of his spiritual palace, the Niwen Palace. Initially, this space contained only a modicum of mental energy, but now, boundless energy converged here, merging with the scant mental force to begin coalescing into an enigmatic crystal. Flames, dragon roars, Buddha light, overwhelming vitality, and shimmering golden radiance gradually intertwined, albeit with a slight lack of fluidity. In such a state, Luo Feng produced the merit fruit of all beings and consumed it in an instant. Immediately, a surge of immense energy flooded into the Niwen Palace. Within this sacred space, countless golden lights emerged, brimming with creation and opportunity, as they continuously infused into the palace. He diligently kneaded, sculpted, and refined the core of his extraordinary abilities, enhancing it ceaselessly. The merit fruit acted like a lubricant, allowing a once-rusted machine to spring into action, akin to a carving knife transforming a raw jade into a treasured artifact. After a prolonged period, Luo Feng's physical form underwent continuous enhancement through this energy's cleansing, refining his strength swiftly and deepening his comprehension of the 3 divine seeds. Eventually, a resounding boom echoed from within Luo Feng and within the Niwen Palace. An extraordinary core of abilities crystallized, shimmering with infinite mysteries. Dragon shadows danced upon it, golden flames ascended, and the sounds of Buddha resonated with compassion, reverberating throughout the palace, illuminating all directions and banishing any negative influences from Luo Feng. The previously burdensome effects of slaughter and the chaotic world scripture dissipated without a trace, leaving Luo Feng with an unparalleled sense of comfort. The decisive and ruthless Luo Feng had unexpectedly acquired abilities akin to Buddhist teachings, a reality that was truly ineffable. The 3 sovereign abilities, Flame Dragon, Buddha's Blessing, and the merit fruit of all beings, completely merged, culminating in the Daluo Heavenly Dragon, the sovereign ability. As the Book of Wisdom turned, information regarding the Daluo Heavenly Dragon's sovereign ability emerged. Daluo Heavenly Dragon, 5 divine powers, inferior small divine power, Dragon Spirit Buddha Fire, medium small divine power, Buddha Light illuminates, superior small divine power, Celestial Dragon's Breath, great divine power, Daluo Mantra, supreme divine power, Buddha Kingdom of all beings merit. With the successful fusion of the Daluo Heavenly Dragon, a magnificent golden dragon materialized around Luo Feng. Countless golden lotus flames encircled him, vividly alive, as if they were real. At this moment, Luo Feng, stripped of his upper garment, truly exuded an unparalleled charm. A tremor coursed through him as a formidable aura erupted. In the late stage of the second-tier supernatural realm, he reveled in the immense fortune of the great Luo Heavenly Dragon, second only to the Tome of Wisdom. With a hearty laugh, his joy resonated for miles around. To summarize his prowess, he had directly transcended to the late stage of the second-tier supernatural practitioner, possessed the initial stage of martial arts cultivation, and wielded mastery over first-tier artifacts. In Chapter 25, University Town, the crystallization of martial arts led to his advancement as a second-tier evolver. His physique underwent another transformation, amplifying his strength, speed, and constitution by sevenfold or more. His control over artifacts became increasingly adept. The great Luo Heavenly Dragon, a fusion of the giant dragon and the monk Fo Tuo, was now under his command with greater finesse than ever before. If faced with opposition now, the artifacts in Luo Feng's possession would easily surpass the capabilities of the extraordinary great Luo Heavenly Dragon. Even celestial beings could perform simple supernatural maneuvers and utilize artifacts with ease. His refined martial body rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective. Even standing still, these conventional weapons could not pierce his skin, and even the weaker sniper rifles posed no threat. Luo Feng contemplated testing a Barrett rifle but decided against it, opting for a more prudent course. Showboating could lead to downfall. Caution was wise. Initially intending to train a bit longer and refine more grain crystals to enhance his cultivation, he felt the pull of another opportunity that could not wait. Rising to his feet, he stretched, the cracking of his joints reminiscent of firecrackers. Sensing the immense power within him, he felt a profound satisfaction. The mastery of strength was simply exhilarating. Blood Spike, gather our things, we are leaving. Yes, master. A Gatling gun was swiftly disassembled and stored in a box, while he cradled a Barrett rifle and slung the Cold Star Purple Spirit bow over his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, he collected the remaining items. Looking at Blood Spike, he found the appearance quite striking. The ensemble was undeniably imposing. Clad in tight black attire, with a massive box on his back, holding the Barrett rifle and adorned with the Cold Star Purple Spirit bow, complemented by 3 quivers of military arrows and 2 handguns strapped to his thighs, along with 2 sleek black daggers at his shins. Blood Spike, at the pinnacle of the first-tier realm, bore the weight of hundreds of pounds with ease. The overall aesthetic of Blood Spike was incredibly stylish. Of course, if one could overlook the ordinary visage and the flat expanse of the airport, it was undoubtedly a sight to behold. Luo Feng donned a complete black tactical suit, the black blade resting on his back, with 2 Desert Eagles, enhanced by Blood Spike, hanging at his waist. The Desert Eagle, formidable in its own right, has been further enhanced, posing a threat to early-stage second-tier evolvers. However, for Luo Feng, it is primarily a matter of style and allure. The two swiftly departed, making their way towards the National Treasure Garden, the very place where Luo Feng once worked. Surrounding the National Treasure Garden are several universities, rendering the vicinity a veritable university town. This town is home to institutions such as the Polytechnic University, the Science and Technology University, and the West Campus of the Polytechnic, alongside various elementary and secondary schools, creating an atmosphere rich in scholarly pursuits. According to glimpses of the future, the cultural essence here will coalesce into crystallized literary energy, the perfect enhancement for the Book of Wisdom. Such crystallized energy is a rare 4th-tier treasure, both valuable and uncommon. Suitable materials for the Book of Wisdom are scant, making it impossible for Luo Feng to forego this opportunity. In truth, ascension from 1st to 2nd tier for a treasure wielder does not necessitate rare materials. Sufficient spiritual energy and elemental vitality are adequate. Logically, with the abundance of spiritual stones in Luo Feng's spiritual field, he could elevate either the field or the Book of Wisdom to the 3rd tier, thus propelling himself into the ranks of 3rd-tier evolvers. However, this method is the most conventional, lacking potential for true evolution, and a treasure wielder inevitably faces limitations. Luo Feng is determined to utilize rare materials for every step of his evolution, ensuring a solid foundation, even if this resolve may complicate his future. Yet, he holds no regrets. He aspires to be the strongest. A premonition gleaned from the Book of Wisdom urges him to attain unparalleled strength, lest calamity befall him. This intuition is profoundly intense, compelling Luo Feng to tread carefully. Master, is it not a bit late to head towards the university town? The Bloodstab expresses concern. Does fortune wait for anyone? With a confident smile, Luo Feng reassured, do not worry, it shall be fine. The university town is no ordinary place. In all of Luoyang City, aside from me, I cannot fathom who else possesses the strength to eradicate what lies within. In the university town, a book spirit has emerged. Located in the library of the Polytechnic University, its heart being the crystallized energy of literary essence. This book spirit has attracted the attention of many. Yet Luo Feng is aware of its formidable nature. Upon its birth, it boasts the strength of a perfected second-tier entity, ranking among the 3 greatest dangers in Luoyang. It is a creation of the heavens, just as the Iron Devourer is a manifestation of the golden spirit fruit tree, tied to the armory. The Rat King, born from granaries, and the book spirit, a condensation of cultural energy, all stem from the abundance of the world. The Iron Devourer and the Rat King both fell to Luo Feng. According to future insights, the book spirit remains the most formidable challenge. The two moved with astonishing speed, soon arriving at the remnants of the former Luoyang Polytechnic. Once, the National Treasure Garden lay at the periphery of the institute, but now it lay in ruins. As they gazed upon the scene, a familiar structure emerged from the debris, the property management office. A sudden thought crossed Luo Feng's mind, and a spark of insight flickered in his eyes. For the time being, I shall divert my attention, making my way towards Luoyang University of Technology. For chance plays a crucial role. Strangely, the environment here remains largely unchanged. Even the central library has withstood the ravages of time, standing intact. Upon their arrival, a fierce battle has already commenced at the library's entrance, where a throng of individuals relentlessly besieges an ethereal spirit. This spirit emanates a hazy luminosity, as if a divine entity resides within its chest, exuding a majestic aura. The spirit resembles an ancient scholar, clad in a white robe and adorned with a silk cap. Holding a book in one hand and a brush in the other, its movements imbued with a surging righteousness. This entity is a book spirit, exuding an impressive presence, indicative of a second-tier perfection. Although its aura is serene, it evokes an overwhelming sensation akin to tumultuous waves upon an immeasurable sea, showcasing its formidable power. In its grasp, the book swirls as characters fly forth. Upon striking the ground, they create craters, while those that hit individuals cause them to spout blood and be sent reeling. The brush, too, dances with elegance, conjuring black characters and simple illustrations that materialize into substantial forms, suppressing the assailants with relentless force, leaving them in a state of disarray. Luo Feng and Bloodspike draw nearer, with Bloodspike expressing mild astonishment. Master, this book's spirit is incredibly powerful. I sense it is beyond my capabilities. My firearms may not even breach its defenses. In response to Bloodspike's words, Luo Feng smiles gently. Your intuition is astute. Indeed, at second-tier perfection. Your current attacks fall short. The mention of second-tier perfection leaves Bloodspike in a state of shock. Chapter 26. The powerful book spirit at this moment. The number of those besieging the book's spirit exceeds 20, comprising supernatural beings, martial artists, and wielders of extraordinary artifacts, each taking turns to assault. Among them, Luo Feng recognizes a few, having gleaned insights from future fragments. Some are familiar faces to him. An elderly lady, wielding a golden longsword, executes a series of Tai Chi sword techniques with remarkable vigor. This lady, whom Luo Feng knows as Aunt Sun, a resident of the National Treasure Garden, possesses a warm demeanor and has previously interacted with Luo Feng. Observing the sword in her hand, he notes, Luoyang Extraordinary Treasure Number 18, Golden Feather Sword, 1 divine ability. Wielder, Aunt Sun from the National Treasure Community, Tai Chi sword enthusiast, age, 60, mid-stage first tier. Beside the elderly woman stands a young girl, collaborating seamlessly with her. This martial artist, Chen Xian, is Aunt Sun's granddaughter, a practitioner of Tai Chi, a superior minor divine martial art, a martial arts enthusiast age 20. In the late first tier. Observing this duo, Luo Feng cannot help but smile. Interesting, aside from these two, I recognize even more faces. A small old man, wielding a purple gold brush, diligently inscribes characters, conjuring intricate patterns in the air. These patterns culminate in the manifestation of flames, ice pillars, lightning, and fierce winds. A marvel beyond compare, leaving Luo Feng quite envious. He recognizes both the artifacts and the individual. In the realm of Luoyang, the 7th-ranked extraordinary treasure is the purple gold symbolic pen, 4 divine powers, holding the 3,260th position across the entire blue star. Its custodian is Professor Ho of the Institute of Science and Technology, who also serves as the vice president of the Luoyang Sorcery Association, standing at the pinnacle of the first tier. Notably, this venerable professor was once a mentor to Luo Feng, having taught a semester of calligraphy, leaving a profound impression. As for the others, Luo Feng possesses a vague recollection of them, fleeting glimpses from future fragments. Among the array of extraordinary individuals, the foremost is Zhao Kuei. Originally a pig farmer, endowed with the extraordinary ability of beast transformation, the boar of courage. At present, Zhao Kuei has transformed into a formidable wild boar, rugged and robust, rampaging with remarkable ferocity. Next is Qian Yu, an employee at a crematorium, wielding the high-grade extraordinary ability of soul-consuming ghost fire. His hand is enveloped in a peculiar white flame that exerts significant restraint on spiritual entities. In contrast to Zhao Kuei's beastly form, Qian Yu's fire inflicts greater harm upon the book spirits, each ignition rendering them increasingly ethereal, forcing them to evade. Martial artist Li Bing, adept in the 8 trigrams palm, a medium-grade minor divine martial art, serves as the president of the Martial Arts Association at the Teacher Training College. At 22 years old, he stands at the late stage of the first tier. When confronted with such spiritual entities, the martial artist finds himself lacking effective means, resorting to close-range assaults, albeit with limited effectiveness. The 8th-ranked extraordinary treasure in Luoyang is the Ziwu Temporal Disc, 4 divine powers, ranking 3,560th across the blue star. This time attribute treasure possesses numerous limitations, only revealing its true potential during the hours of Zi and Wu. Its custodian is Qing Ruyan, 30 years old, single, and strikingly beautiful. The eldest daughter of the Qing family, also at the peak of the first tier. In the future fragments, Luo Feng took careful note of her, finding her quite impressive. At present, her attacks are intriguingly peculiar, momentarily pausing the book's spirits, albeit fleetingly. The characters of the book's spirits sometimes dissipate instantaneously or collapse unexpectedly, demonstrating the formidable power of temporal manipulation. However, due to her low cultivation level, she can only perform minor feats. The 12th-ranked extraordinary treasure is the Thunderblade, 2 divine powers, overseen by Zhang Lingyun, the proprietor of Lingyun Martial Hall. Age 38 and at the peak of the first tier. As a martial artist himself, his mastery of the Wind and Thunderblade is astonishing and unparalleled. In the 16th position is the Water Gourd, 1 divine power, held by Yang Yingjia, a sophomore in technology, age 21 and at the mid-stage of the first tier. Luo Feng is well aware of all the extraordinary treasure custodians in Luoyang, even recognizing the formidable extraordinary beings and martial artists. The predictions of the Book of Wisdom predominantly focus on Luoyang, the very foundation of his rise, which must remain unblemished. Observing the gourd suspended in midair, incessantly spewing columns of water towards the book spirit, a cold smile graces Luo Feng's lips. Yang Yingjia, he muses, I shall leave no room for future troubles. The book's spirit is extraordinarily powerful, exuding an overwhelming aura, effortlessly contending against the onslaught of numerous evolved beings. It is evident that Shuling is reluctant to take a life, which is why no casualties have occurred thus far. Otherwise, with such a formidable, yet merely peak first-tier evolver, the scene would have already been one of devastation. Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to depart swiftly, lest you blame me for showing no mercy. Shuling, facing the onslaught of numerous evolvers, is filled with indignation. The world brought forth its own existence, and all Shuling desires is to immerse in books and absorb the vastness of the universe. What grievance has been incurred to warrant such an assault? Listening to Shuling's words, the crowd exchanged glances. The strength of Shuling was undeniable, and their prolonged assault had begun to sow seeds of retreat. Roar! Impossible! Shuling, your demise is inevitable today. Hurry! Yang Yingjia, old madam, unleash your powers and eliminate him, or your families will face dire consequences. Qing Ruyan, once Shuling is vanquished, your promised rewards shall be fulfilled without fail. Professor Ho, your wife's miracle cure has yet to arrive. Ponder well. Faced with the hesitation of the crowd, Zhao Kuei let out a furious roar, his words causing a noticeable shift in expressions. Observing Zhao Kuei's wrath, the old madam, Chen Qian, and Yang Yingjia were equally pale, consumed by fury. Their pent-up rage was directed solely at Shuling, and the others fell silent, merely intensifying their attacks. As for employing their powers, they collectively declined. It would be foolish to reveal their vulnerabilities, especially with Zhao Kuei holding the upper hand. Relying on their hidden trump cards was their only recourse. Once those cards were played, they would be left defenseless, likely facing their own demise. None among them were foolish enough to take that risk. Zhao Kuei continued his furious assault, but dared not threaten excessively. He could only wear down Shuling's resolve. Pushing someone to their limits could provoke a counterattack that would spell disaster. As Zhao Kuei unleashed his fury, he observed Qianyu utilizing his soul-destroying flames. A satisfied glint flickering in his pig-like eyes. Were it not for this individual, how could a mere butcher possess such capabilities? It must be said that the work at the crematorium truly stifled Qianyu's talents. Zhao Kuei relentlessly bombarded Shuling, ensuring that all attacks directed at Qianyu were deflected, safeguarding his invaluable strategist from harm. Meanwhile, Qianyu, while launching his own assaults, remained vigilant in self-preservation, a peculiar glint in his eyes paired with a subtle smile. Witnessing Shuling's growing ire, Qianyu could not help but smile broadly. The prospect of Shuling's demise thrilled him. Chapter 27. A soul pierced by an arrow. With the crystallization of the literary path within reach, Qianyu observed Zhao Kuei shifting beside him, shielding him from attacks. A hint of derision surfacing in his gaze. What a farce! A mere butcher daring to assume the role of a leader, aspiring to carve out his own domain and rule. Truly, he is no more than a swine. This fleeting moment of contempt crossed Qianyu's expression. Upon hearing Zhao Kuei's words, Shuling was instantly consumed by rage, and the tranquility within him was abruptly shattered. A previously serene and composed visage suddenly contorted with annoyance, brow slightly furrowing. A flicker of murderous intent surged forth, yet it was swiftly purged by an overwhelming sense of righteousness. However, the pent-up frustration within must find an outlet. Thus, the book spirit resolved to impart a lesson to these intruders. Instantly, an aura of formidable power radiated from them, the righteousness soaring skyward. All of you begone. Scholars too possess their tempers. With a fierce shout, the book spirit leaped into the air, and in a graceful flourish, the brush in hand began to dance. Releasing a flurry of characters into the atmosphere, an ethereal figure materialized, seething with rage, and struck the ground with a mighty fist. The impact reverberated, creating a vast crater, and shards of stone erupted in every direction, sending several figures reeling and spitting blood. Watch out, Grandma! Chen Qian's expression shifted dramatically as she dashed forward to shield Aunt Sun, only to be struck by a flying fragment, causing both to be hurled backward. Chen Qian! My dear Chen Qian! Aunt Sun exclaimed, hastily rising to her feet, her heart aching as she beheld Chen Qian, bloodied and wounded. Li Bing, wielding the 8 trigrams palm, coughed up blood after colliding with the stone, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with terror. Professor Ho, standing before his talisman, continuously inscribed runes that manifested as layers of illusory stone walls to mitigate the onslaught, though a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Qing Rian found herself in a dire predicament. Despite the formidable nature of the meridian disk, it was neither the appropriate hour nor was her strength sufficient to harness its full potential. She barely evaded the debris, her body marred with gory streaks from the shattered remains, a tragic sight indeed. A scratch marred her beautiful face, evoking deep sympathy. Zhang Lingyun, adept and seasoned, swiftly dodged the chaos, emerging relatively unscathed. The same could not be said for the others, who were left to spew blood and soar through the air. Even Qianyu, under Zhao Kuei's protection, suffered significant injuries. Only Zhao Kuei, with his tough exterior, was merely thrown back, sustaining little harm. Witnessing the explosive emergence of the book spirit, a wave of terror surged among the onlookers. How formidable! With a single outburst, such a multitude was repelled. Qianyu, bloodied and half-kneeling on the ground, gazed up at the indifferent book spirit, a flicker of exhilaration crossing his features. Such immense power! If I could slay it and refine its core, to what heights might I ascend? Would my abilities also be augmented? Could I truly carve out my own domain? Consumed by these thoughts, Qianyu descended into a frenzy. Flames erupted from his hands as he charged once more at the book spirit, with Zhao Kuei closely trailing behind. This time, they were genuinely fighting for their lives. Qianyu, wielding boundless flames, managed to momentarily halt the book spirit, forcing it into a brief defensive stance. Utilize your abilities swiftly and eliminate him. Qianyu shouted repeatedly at Aunt Sun and Yang Yingjia. The two exchanged anxious glances, their expressions reflecting both fear and resentment as they beheld the formidable book spirit. Are you not listening? Hurry, or I shall send word to have your family slaughtered. The enormous wild boar let out a deafening roar. Yang Ingjie and Aunt Sun's faces paled. They were not fools and understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, thoughts of their families left them in a predicament. In the distance, Luo Feng observed the unfolding drama with a smirk. What a waste of time, he mused. If that is the case, allow me to stoke the flames. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes as he grasped the cold star purple spirit bow from his back. With the bow in hand, and a reinforced feathered arrow named Soul Snatch, he released it. The arrow soared forth like a dragon, sweeping through the air and piercing the void, aimed directly at the book spirit. Fools, you seek death, exclaimed the book spirit, its expression shifting dramatically as it beheld the incoming arrow. With a booming voice, it summoned an endless surge of righteous energy. A thunderous crash echoed as the book spirit was sent reeling backward, its ethereal form wavering as it glared into the distance, its demeanor darkening. You are doomed. How dare you ambush me? Get away. The book spirit was now thoroughly enraged, an overwhelming aura of righteousness bursting forth, laced with tendrils of darkness. The air trembled as the colossal righteous energy erupted, causing Zhao Kuei and Qian Yu to vomit blood, their faces filled with terror. Damn it! With a brush in hand, the book spirit concentrated its righteous energy, manifesting a 10-meter-high mountain that began to descend upon the group. Panic spread across their faces. Qian Yu's resolve hardened as flames erupted in his hands. Roll away, he commanded, unleashing a torrent of flames that propelled the heavily injured Yang Ingjie directly toward the mountain's center. Damn it! What the hell, you bastard! May you meet a terrible fate. Yang Ingjie's face twisted in fear and rage as he watched the mountain descend. Water dragon roar, break for me, he bellowed, summoning a gourd above his head that began to whirl, gathering an endless vapor. A Tinjiang water dragon coalesced in an instant, and the book's spirit let out a roar. A palpable wave of energy reverberating through the air. Boom! The mountain shattered under the assault, sending residual waves crashing toward the book's spirit. Fools! With righteous energy, I stand immovable as a mountain. For the first time, panic flickered across the book spirit's face as it shouted, concentrating its boundless righteous energy to conjure an illusory mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded in an instant, sending the book's spirit flying, its aura flaring wildly, ethereal and insubstantial. You! As Shuling furiously pointed at the crowd, poised to speak, her gaze suddenly fell upon the black dagger that had pierced through her chest from behind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Damn it! Who are you? Seeking death? This abrupt turn of events caused Zhao Kuei and the others to change their expressions drastically, shouting angrily as they charged toward Shuling. With a swift motion, the black dagger was withdrawn, and in an instant, Shuling's head fell. A soft sound echoed, and a flash of white light erupted. Shuling vanished, leaving behind a crystal core as pure and white as jade. Chapter 28. Ruthless water hyacinth acquired a gentle sound resonated as the white light trembled, and Shuling disappeared, leaving behind a pristine crystal core. The core emanated a gentle, vibrant light, imparting a sense of clarity and wisdom to anyone who gazed upon it, evidently extraordinary. A hand delicately grasped the crystal core, its radiant essence now subdued, falling into the possession of none other than Luo Feng, who had unleashed lethal intent with an arrow, swiftly slaying the enemy chief. Observing the ethereal crystallization of literary energy in his hand, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. The Book of Wisdom could now be upgraded. He paid no heed to the furious throng charging toward him. Bang! 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 The incessant gunfire erupted, causing chaos among those rushing towards Luo Feng. Qian Yu's expression shifted drastically as he was struck in the shoulder, quickly retreating behind Zhao Kuei, using the massive wild boar as a shield against the barrage of bullets. The relentless gunfire forced Qian Yu, Zhao Kuei, and the others to evade continuously, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Luo Feng remained composed as he regarded the crystallized literary energy in his hand, a fourth-tier heavenly material, the literary energy crystal. Quite impressive. He tucked it away, knowing the time for refinement was not yet ripe. Observing the panicked crowd, a smile curled at the corners of Luo Feng's mouth as he waved his hand, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. The onlookers gazed at him with expressions of rage, frustration, and overwhelming murderous intent, yet dared not make a move. fear gripping their hearts after the recent gunfire. Such a formidable expert obeyed the commands of this individual. How powerful could he be? Noticing their agitation, Luo Feng offered a nonchalant smile and stepped forward, introducing himself. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Feng, and I have taken a liking to this literary energy crystal. It shall be mine. Who is in favor, and who is against? Upon finishing, Luo Feng regarded the crowd coolly. They exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces, particularly Sun Ai and Chen Qian, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Professor Ho's demeanor also altered slightly, his gaze towards Luo Feng rife with curiosity. Damn it, who the hell are you? Zhao Kuei bellowed at Luo Feng, seething with rage. The menacing wild boar adding to the intimidation. Luo Feng raised his gaze to Zhao Kuei, chuckling softly. Ah, having transformed into a wild boar. You truly have become a fool, oblivious to your own demise. His chilling voice echoed, sending a shiver through all present, as Qianyu felt a chill creeping over him. Instinctively retreating further. Curse it! Zhao Kuei roared once more. A brilliant flash of blade light appeared, with a 3-inch blade gleaming, flickering with wisps of flame. Boom! The sound of a colossal object crashing down resounded. The crowd felt their hearts race as they beheld the enormous wild boar's head tumble to the ground, blood gushing forth. Several of Zhao Kuei's subordinates met a similar fate, their cries piercing the air with despair. Observing the massive boar's head on the ground, Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He stomped down, causing a tremendous explosion, scattering flesh in all directions, and with a deft flick of his toe, he grasped a crystal in his hand. He then turned to the retreating Qianyu, offering a moment of admiration before dashing forward. You are clever, but alas, the life I seek cannot escape. I assure you, not even Jesus can save you today. Luo Feng's voice dripped with the chill of a hellish wind. The others, witnessing Luo Feng's brutality, instinctively sought to flee. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire erupted once more, obstructing their escape with a dense barrage of bullets, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. With no other choice, they retreated, their faces grim. Professor Ho, Zhang Lingyun, and Qing Qiu Yin wielded their long blades, discs, and talismans, subtly channeling a mysterious aura. If matters turned dire, they indeed had their own hidden cards to play. Meanwhile, the injured Chen Qian and Aunt Sun appeared bewildered, watching as their companions were forced back, momentarily passive. Only Yang Ingjia wore a troubled expression, furrowing his brow at the direction from which the bullets were fired. Luo Feng's figure flickered, nearly catching up to Qianyu, whose face had turned pale with terror. Manipulating countless flames, he directed them toward his rear, while Luo Feng's thunderous wings fanned the flames, scattering them. As for the power of mental assault, did you think my book of wisdom was merely ornamental? Spare me. We bear no grudge, Qianyu pleaded desperately. You took our spoils, I won't hold it against you. Just let me go, and I'll keep my distance from you in the future. It is precisely because you seized my spoils that your life cannot be spared. Luo Feng's voice was as chilling as a winter's breath, causing Qianyu's complexion to drain of color. What kind of reasoning is this? Damn it! Qianyu was losing his mind, his ambitions unfulfilled. Suddenly, a blade flashed. Qianyu frantically dodged, but could not evade the strike, a deep gash appearing on his back. Blood spewing forth, his expression one of utter despair. I surrender. I am willing to be your servant. Just let me go, he screamed in madness. Then, a head fell to the ground with a sickening thud, blood spraying forth. Gazing at Qianyu's lifeless body, Luo Feng mused, I do not believe in appearances, nor in the depths of a person's heart. Such a pity. Your abilities are remarkable. If only I could currently employ the spirit puppet chain technique, you would have become my servant. Alas, fate has not favored you. You arrived too late. With a slight smile, he waved his hand, collecting the entire corpse, before turning to depart. Observing the crowd frozen in place, Luo Feng wore a smile of satisfaction, clearly pleased with the prowess of Bloodspike. The ability to control such a multitude of evolved beings was a testament to Bloodspike's might. Professor Ho and Qing Ruyan exchanged glances as Luo Feng returned, their expressions shifting to one of caution, their hands subtly igniting the power of their treasures, an aura of terror beginning to permeate the air. Addressing the assembled individuals, Luo Feng chuckled, What are you all doing? I have yet to explain the situation, and you are already resorting to such precious divine powers against me? Moreover, your abilities may not yield the desired effect. Displaying his pearly white teeth, he unfurled his stormy wings of wind and thunder, while the black blade in his hand radiated an overwhelming force. The activation of his two treasures unleashed a wave of divine pressure that caused Professor Ho and the others to visibly pale. These were extraordinary artifacts, surpassing even those in their possession. Despite their astonishment, they remained on high alert. Qing regarded Luo Feng with a serious expression. Sir, since the book's spirit has been dealt with, we seek nothing but to depart. Would that be acceptable? Ah, of course, of course. Luo Feng replied with a continued smile as he strode forward. As he passed by Yang Yingjia, a flash of the blade illuminated the air. Chapter 29. Surrender or not. Kill or save. Thud. A head rolled away, and a fountain of warm blood erupted into the air. Stop. Professor Ho glared furiously at Luo Feng. Why? Why did you kill him? What did he do to provoke you? I remember you. You were once my student. How have you become so cruel? Professor Ho lamented, his heart heavy. Yang Yingjia had been quite attentive to him over the past few days. Even though he had acquired a treasure and enhanced his strength, some things could not be replaced by mere power alone. Professor Ho held Yang Yingjia in high regard, and witnessing his decapitation stirred a deep anger within him. The others instinctively stepped back, their faces contorted in shock. Aunt Sun and Qin Xian looked at Luo Feng in disbelief. Was this still the gentle, kind-hearted customer service manager they once knew? What had transpired? Luo Feng turned to the enraged Professor Ho, his smile unfaltering. Professor, I covet his treasure, the water gourd. It is something I must possess. Since he has already refined it, to acquire it, I had to incapacitate him. Leaving him alive would only create a deadly feud. I prefer not to have such enmities, hence he had to die. His words, though spoken with a smile, were chilling to the bone, instilling a sense of dread in those present. Luo Feng raised his hand and retrieved the water gourd, which, since Yang Yingjia's demise, had dulled in its brilliance, appearing no different from an ordinary gourd. In front of the onlookers, he casually dripped a drop of blood onto it. It had not been refined, merely made usable. The entire process was executed with a nonchalance that deepened the unease in the hearts of the witnesses. With a flick of his wrist, the water gourd vanished from sight, only to reappear atop a large water vat within the estate. Suddenly, the imperial essence within the large water vat was absorbed into the water hyacinth, a volume exceeding 1 cubic meter, leaving Luo Feng feeling rather dissatisfied. The imperial essence could undoubtedly be regarded as a 7th-tier primordial treasure, virtually impossible to preserve without special methods. Its value was immeasurable for ferocious beasts, demonic creatures, and spiritual plants. Indeed, it was a 7th-tier primordial artifact. Utilizing it to fuse and upgrade several extraordinary treasures he possessed would pose no problem, although the attributes were somewhat misaligned. Nevertheless, its potency far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual energy in ways that were beyond articulation. Luo Feng turned to the others. Professor Ho, this beautiful lady, these two friends. Aunt Sun, Miss Chun, I hold all of you in high regard. How do you feel about following me from now on? Continuing with a smile, he added, as for my enemies and betrayers, I show no mercy. Yet for my own people, there is absolutely no issue. You all must understand the current state of the world. I welcome your participation at any time. What do you all think? After Luo Feng spoke, he quietly observed the group. Professor Ho, Qing Ruyan, Aunt Sun, Qin Xian, Zhang Lingyun, and Li Bing, the numerous ability users, now found themselves reduced to merely 6 survivors. Each regarded Luo Feng with a mix of emotions: anger, frustration, helplessness, and turmoil. Who could have anticipated that, aside from being threatened by Zhao Kuei, they now faced the threat of Luo Feng as well? Was this the apocalypse? A single misstep could lead to death. Just as hesitation lingered among them, Aunt Sun suddenly scooped up Qin Xian and approached Luo Feng, drawing the attention of the others. As the two stood before him, Luo Feng smiled slightly. Aunt Sun, what is your decision? Do not fear. You know me well, so there is no need for apprehension. This remark caused both women to tremble slightly. They looked at Luo Feng and said, Mr. Luo, my granddaughter and I are willing to work for you. However, my husband, son, and daughter-in-law have been taken by that Zhu Beiji. Could you possibly rescue them? Rest assured, Aunt Sun, they will be fine, Luo Feng replied, waving his hand as a figure swiftly darted into the distance, further astonishing the group and deepening their gloom. You will see them again shortly. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Thank you. Aunt Sun expressed her gratitude hurriedly, handing her sword to Luo Feng. He glanced at it and accepted it, deciding to store it for later. All right, Aunt Sun. Please step aside for now. I have matters to discuss with the others, Luo Feng said, taking a couple of steps forward to address the remaining four. Gentlemen, what do you propose? Luo Feng's black dagger hung low in his hand, an almost imperceptible aura radiating from it. The four exchanged glances, and Zhang Lingyun took a step forward, extinguishing the aura of his thunderblade and respectfully approaching Luo Feng, offering the weapon to him. Li Bing, who had come to fetch soy sauce, approached Luo Feng with a demeanor of utmost respect, his head bowed and eyes lowered. As the pair approached, a smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he regarded Professor Ho and Qing Ruyan, the two individuals he valued most. Professor Ho, reflect on this. The world we inhabit is no longer what it once was. I presume you harbor no fondness for slaughter. Accompany me, and you shall never be compelled to take lives on the battlefield again. You may pursue your passions, and I will facilitate your research. What do you think? Luo Feng had no intention of coercing Professor Ho. There was a modicum of teacher-student affection. Unless absolutely necessary, he was willing to spare his life. Professor Ho gazed at the talisman brush in his hand, sighed, and, without uttering a word, tossed it towards Luo Feng, silently conveying his stance. Luo Feng remained indifferent to the rest. As long as they submitted, all would be manageable. If need be, he could confine them for a time and, once they attained the 6th tier, bind them with a spirit puppet chain. Turning his attention to the last individual, Qing Ruyan, Luo Feng recognized her complexity. In fragments of the future, she reigned supreme in Luoyang, wielding tremendous power through her mastery of temporal techniques, a terrifying force indeed, though currently it posed no threat. As he observed Qing Ruyan, he lightly twirled the black blade in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Qing Ruyan met his gaze with a calm smile. Yet she understood that today offered no path to survival, only a dead end. With a sigh, she relinquished the meridian cosmic disk, which Luo Feng caught effortlessly, feeling a sense of relief within. The disk was extraordinary, containing divine temporal powers that could serve as a trump card, a matter of life and death, hopefully. She would not need to employ it. Proceed to a designated location. I have other matters to attend to. Once inside, familiarize yourselves with your surroundings and handle some simple tasks without causing chaos. I shall arrange everything for you shortly. With an air of authority, Luo Feng gathered the group amidst their puzzled expressions. Chapter 30, Slaughter. Recruitment. Arrangements. Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out, causing Luo Feng's expression to shift dramatically. Soon, the air was filled with a barrage of gunfire, prompting him to furrow his brow. In a flash, he darted toward the source of the noise. Though he had faith in Blood Sting, the possibility of complications loomed large, and he held Blood Sting in high regard. He raced through the chaos, swiftly arriving at a desolate ruin. Ah, the National Treasure Garden. What a sight to behold, he mused, surveying the devastation. Building number 2. Aunt Yu, what a tragic end. His gaze fell upon a particular wreckage, a corpse crushed by debris, its head the only part remaining relatively intact. This was the very ant who had once been insufferably disdainful, treating others like mere dogs. The property manager under his employ had succumbed to her bullying on 2 occasions. Yet Luo Feng's amiable nature had managed to leave her bewildered. Otherwise, the entire property would suffer. However, I held no fondness for that old fellow, Luo Feng. At the sight of his lifeless body, a flicker of satisfaction surged within me. Alas, I couldn't help but wonder about his daughter. Miss Wu was quite lovely. With a murmured expression of intrigue, I dashed towards the source of the gunfire. The wings of wind and thunder unfurled, scattering countless fragments of stone that soon buried Aunt Yu's remains. In that battlefield, Bloodspike wielded a pitch-black desert eagle, confronting a man kneeling on the ground. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. Spare my life, he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Scattered around him lay a dozen corpses, riddled with bullet wounds. In another hall, 200 to 300 people were cramped together in squalor, their faces pale and gaunt, as if they had endured unimaginable torment over the past few days. Among them, any woman of even moderate beauty was dressed in rags, their appearance disheveled, while dozens of mangled corpses lay strewn about. To my astonishment, I recognized nearly all of them, former proprietors and merchants from the past. Finally, the man met his demise. As he fell, a few women in the crowd let out heart-wrenching cries of despair. Bloodspike turned to me, saying, "Master, the situation has been resolved." "Indeed, well done. I see the results," I replied coolly. Blood Spike beamed with pride. My praise meant more to him than anything else. Observing the numbed expressions of those around, I said little more, gesturing grandly as spatial fluctuations enveloped us, gathering all those present. Afterward, Blood Spike and I raced towards the property service hall. I fervently hoped to locate my photo album. Damn it. The world had changed so drastically that my phone now possessed only the most basic functions. Without internet access, I couldn't even open my QQ album. I cursed under my breath, planning to find a technician later to see if anything could be salvaged. My album was all that mattered. Everything else could be disregarded. At the property hall, over 30 individuals were present, and they seemed in better spirits. At least not appearing as desperate as others. Some were even smoking, as the hall was engulfed in a haze of smoke. Xiaofei, what are you doing? I'm parched. Hurry and get me a glass of water. It's sweltering. I feel like I'm dying. There's no air conditioning. An auntie yelled out, cradling a child in her arms, her face a mask of frustration. With an expression of distress, Xiaofei approached. Aunt Wang, we have run out of water. Please wait a moment. Xiao Niu has gone out to find some. What do you mean, no water? What kind of service are you running? On such a hot day, you don't even have water? Are you trying to cook us alive? Do you even want to keep your jobs? Exactly. Are you planning to just disappear? Moreover, who permitted the young calf to venture out in search of something? Are you not aware of the peril that lurks outside? Without the calf's presence, who will safeguard us? Indeed, it seems the property management has lost their will to act. Upon hearing Xiaofei's declaration that there was no water left, a collective uproar erupted among the crowd, each voice expressing their fear and discontent. There's water. This cup contains water. Suddenly, a small boy raised a cup high, shouting fervently, You wretched girl, hoarding water. I shall end you. Aunt Wang charged forward, seizing Xiaofei by her hair, intent on tearing her apart. No, that is my water, my own water. Let go of me. Get away from me. Xiaofei struggled vehemently, her anger flaring as she pushed Aunt Wang away. How dare you push my mother, you filthy girl. I will kill you. A burly man lunged forward, rage igniting in his eyes, his desire evident as he compared Xiaofei's beauty to that of his wife. Bang. Ah, my son. Help, do not kill me, please. The sound of a gunshot shattered the chaos, plunging the hall into disarray. Aunt Wang was rendered speechless, staring at her son's lifeless body, her wails of despair echoing. Meanwhile, the small boy gazed at his father's corpse, bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Clutching Xiaofei's cup with a look of utter confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Silence. A commanding shout brought an immediate hush over the hall. Even Aunt Wang ceased her cries. Frozen in fear, the sound of footsteps echoed as Luo Feng and Blood Thorn appeared. Their presence, particularly Luo Feng's, astonished the crowd. Supervisor Luo, is it you? You bastard. You, the property manager, killed my son. I will kill you. Aunt Wang, upon recognizing Luo Feng, was overtaken by madness. The once gentle image of Luo Feng faded from her mind, leaving behind a tumult of rage and disregard for the gun in her hand. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a silver-red bloom appearing on Aunt Wang's forehead as a trickle of brain matter oozed forth. The crowd stared in horror at Aunt Wang's demise, their eyes darting towards Luo Feng in terror. Ignoring their dread, Luo Feng approached, passing by the frozen boy and delivering a swift strike. The boy collapsed, breathless and silent. Luo Feng stepped over the two fallen bodies as if they were mere insects beneath his feet, showing no sign of concern. He preferred to eliminate potential threats at their roots. Upon reaching Xiaofei, he regarded her with a calm yet reassuring smile, despite her expression of distress and fear. Do not be afraid. I do not kill without reason. Now, tell me about your experiences over these past few days. Though fear lingered in her heart, Xiaofei slowly began to regain her composure, recalling Luo Feng's past kindness which ultimately prevailed. She recounted the events succinctly. Chapter 31. Spatial Arrangement and the Refinement of the Tao's Essence. Luo Feng listened intently, a trace of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Turning to the crowd, he exclaimed, TSK, TSK, what a bunch of worthless individuals. In these times, you still have the audacity to act like you own the place. You've lost everything. The world has transformed, yet you cling to the delusion of wealth. Luo Feng's words caused the faces of the gathered to pale significantly. They were not fools. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside, and the changes in Xiaoniu were a stark reminder that the world had irrevocably altered. It was merely their reluctance to acknowledge this truth. Once they accepted it, their role as service providers would vanish. They were overly nostalgic for their former lives. Perhaps they hadn't cherished it before, but only upon losing it did they truly comprehend the preciousness of their previous existence. Luo Gu, a voice interrupted. As a young man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt entered, carrying 2 bags filled with bottled water and some food. Upon seeing Luo Feng, he quickly called out. Recognizing the newcomer, Luo Feng nodded slightly. It was Niu Delin, the former property security guard, an honest and earnest young man, recently discharged from the military after 2 years of service. Despite his youth and vigor, he had a somewhat naive demeanor. It was surprising that a late-stage ability user like him had been subdued by a group of ordinary people. Niu Delin gazed in horror at the corpses on the ground, while Qi Xiaofei hurried over to explain the situation to him. His expression shifted as he looked back at Luo Feng, and then, regaining his composure, he called out to Luo Gu once more. Subsequently, Luo Feng gathered these individuals under his protection, assigning Blood Spike to guard them. In an instant, Luo Feng entered the spatial realm. With the addition of the original group, there were now over 600 survivors within this space, a considerable number. Among them, about 100 were elderly and children, not too many, while there were more than 200 women. Indeed, in times of disaster, the survival rate of men tended to be slightly higher than that of women. Within the estate, in a grand hall, Luo Feng sat at the head of the table. Observing those gathered before him, Zhang Qing, Zhang Ya, Qi Xiaofei, Niu Delin, Ant Sun, Chen Xian, Qing Ruyan, Zhang Lingyun, Li Bing, Professor Ho, and a few familiar faces, Lu Wenbin, the owner of Villa No. 23, formerly the head of the government's Household Registration Department, aged 45, Wang Jiafeng, the owner of Villa No. 17, an architect, and Li Ying, a 28-year-old housing designer. Luo Feng addressed the assembly. The spatial realm requires development. With an abundance of resources accumulating here, the area for human activity is exceedingly limited. I propose we construct several buildings and plan accordingly. Wang Jiafeng, please assess my proposed layout. Establish a small village at the foot of the mountain, covering an area of approximately 200 acres, with a 9-story residential complex comprising 108 buildings, 7,239 units of 66 square meters, 2,729 units of 108 square meters, and 919 units of 235 square meters, totaling 2,511 residences. The maximum capacity would be 12,000 individuals, though this is not the absolute limit. Additionally, a training ground, military camp, would occupy 36 acres. The armory occupies an area of 36 acres. The resource reserve spans another 36 acres, while the hospital and school each cover 12 acres. These are merely temporary structures. What do you think? Luo Feng inquired. The city lord's design is commendable. At this stage, there is no need for overly complex buildings or departments. Such constructions are quite sufficient, and even if there are future expansions, it can be managed collectively with the populace mobilized. Surely, it won't be long before the buildings are completed. Wang Jiafeng felt a surge of excitement, having been bullied by Zhao Kuei and his gang for several days. He was on the brink of despair. Now, the prospect of rebuilding and returning to a semblance of normal life exhilarated him. Although the space is somewhat limited, who knows if it might expand in the future? There is hope, after all, and the city lord is quite formidable, isn't he? Well, that is splendid. You shall oversee the construction of the various buildings, ensuring both quality and speed, Luo Feng instructed. Li Ying, assist Wang Jiafeng with the architectural design. Certainly, city lord. Rest assured, we will accomplish this task, Li Ying responded with enthusiasm. In this space, gaining Luo Feng's approval was paramount. Zhang Qing, you are responsible for the overall operation of the space, with Professor Ho assisting you. Should there be any disagreements, contact me. Qi Xiaofei and Zhang Ya. You two are in charge of logistical arrangements. You must manage supplies meticulously. Wastefulness will not be tolerated, and those who squander will face dire consequences. Xiaonyou, maintain order within the space. Show no mercy in punishing transgressions. If you do, I will eliminate you. Luo Feng's voice turned icy, causing Xiaonyou to pale and hurriedly agree. Lu Wenbin, you will oversee personnel statistics. Every detail must be meticulously recorded, including all resources, no matter how trivial. Rest assured, City Lord, I will document everything without exception, Lu Wenbin vowed fervently. His family had also suffered under Zhao Kuei's torment for days. and with his wife in a particularly delicate situation, they had narrowly escaped ruin. Despite her being in her 40s, she still possessed an undeniable charm. Furthermore, regarding the external blood thorns, Luo Feng prepared to bring them into the space to select personnel and commence team formation. His aspirations could not be fulfilled alone, thus, sufficient strength was required to train selected individuals. Currently, the numbers were too few, allowing for concentrated training, and as the numbers grew, experienced members could guide the newcomers, thus continuously enhancing their combat prowess. A powerful army often wields true influence. According to the predictions from the Book of Wisdom, Luo Feng understood the sheer terror of a genuinely formidable army. 10 ordinary 6th-tier evolvers could not contend with a 7th-tier king evolver. Yet, a battalion of 35th-tier evolvers, forming a military formation, could potentially slay a 7th-tier throne evolver. Such is the terrifying reality. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Feng observed as the others departed the estate, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. His plans were finally set in motion, and the fruits of his labor during this arduous period were about to manifest. Within the confines of his sanctuary, Luo Feng commenced a brief retreat, preparing to meld the essence of literary Tao, a 4th-tier celestial treasure, to elevate the level of his Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom constituted the very essence of Luo Feng's being, a truth he would never overlook. Thus, prioritizing its advancement remained paramount. The first 3 tiers of the extraordinary treasure merely required the absorption of various spiritually infused materials for progression, as long as sufficient energy was amassed. However, should one opt to integrate a celestial treasure during the initial advancement, subsequent progressions would necessitate the same, albeit such treasures possess the potential to transcend their original tier. Luo Feng possessed 4 extraordinary treasures, to be regarded as foundational. His abilities could encompass a maximum of 3 powers, and he would no longer pursue other martial arts beyond the complete mastery of 10. He vowed to treat these 4 treasures with the utmost seriousness, commencing their ascension with celestial materials. Resolute in his decision, he recognized that only through this path could he eternally remain at the pinnacle of existence. Although the journey would be fraught with challenges, it was the only way to traverse further. At times, Luo Feng pondered how this world bore resemblance to certain novels, where the ultimate goal was to transcend boundaries. However, he harbored no desire to find himself mining the moment he stepped beyond. Chapter 32. Journey eastward. In the serene ambience of the estate, Luo Feng sat majestically in the grand hall, gazing upon a colossal golden tree flourishing in the garden. A faint smile gracing his lips. Turning to behold the multitude of spiritual stones amassed beside him, he nodded slightly. These stones, akin in size to mahjong tiles, radiated a compelling aura. 4 ordinary practitioners of extraordinary abilities, treasure wielders, and martial artists. Merely 10 would suffice to become an evolved being. 100 could achieve the pinnacle of the 1st tier, 1,000 could reach the 2nd, and 10,000 could break through to the 3rd. Luo Feng possessed tens of thousands. If he merely sought a conventional breakthrough, disregarding all else, he could effortlessly attain the 3rd-tier perfection. Yet, Luo Feng was no fool. Gazing at the 4th-tier celestial treasure, the essence of literary Tao, anticipation stirred within him. Come forth, let me witness the power of extraordinary advancement. May it not disappoint. Boom. The hundredfold Jinsher scripture began to operate, causing the essence of literary Tao in Luo Feng's grasp to radiate brilliantly, as strands of enigmatic power were drawn forth. With a rustling sound, the Book of Wisdom materialized before Luo Feng, devouring boundless literary energy. Countless characters evolved incessantly, spreading outward, until the realm within a 10-meter radius transformed into a world of text. The myriad characters flowed within Luo Feng's gaze, and his aura became increasingly profound. The complete mastery of 10 martial arts advanced further. The 4 ultimate techniques, Blade Light, Monument Break, Sky Splitter, and Soul Seizure, gently ascended in prowess. Rich in foundational essence, it was possible that Luo Feng could wield extraordinary abilities even before reaching the 4th tier, an expectation that filled him with excitement. Simultaneously, the De Luo Tianlong ability was also refining itself. Although it did not achieve a breakthrough, its application became increasingly formidable. Boom. A resounding roar echoed as the Book of Wisdom trembled violently, revealing an array of enigmatic runes upon its surface, with a stream of righteous energy swirling around it. The Book of Wisdom seemed to possess the power to suppress malevolence. Luo Feng spread his hands, feeling the flow of righteous energy. Ha ha ha. How intriguing. The very one who takes lives can wield such noble energy. What a jest. The light of Buddha and the essence of righteousness. Heavens, do you deem my deeds insufficient? Indeed. If I had slain enough, I would not be granted this purifying ability. Luo Feng murmured to himself, then I shall heed your will, and take more lives to lighten your burden. As he spoke, the righteous energy surrounded him, momentarily transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a sage. Witnessing the smooth progression of the Book of Wisdom, Luo Feng felt a colossal power surging back into his body, enhancing his physical attributes incessantly. Within his heart, in the sea of Heart's Crimson Palace, he lamented that he had long since surpassed the second tier. Thus, this feedback bore little significance, merely comparable to the consummation of the second tier. It matters not. I require more. A brief retreat is in order. My martial arts must ascend as well. Luo Feng did not terminate his seclusion. Several grain crystals materialized in his hands as he activated the Primordial Stabilization Sutra, allowing a trickle of energy to flow into his being, continuously elevating his martial prowess. The energy of his extraordinary abilities gathered within his mind's Niwen Palace, representing his mental strength. The power of the extraordinary treasures converged in his heart, within the sea of Heart's Crimson Palace, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. A martial artist's strength coalesced within their flesh. As their corporeal form grew robust, it condensed into inner energy, the vitality of blood and qi, which constituted their might. After a prolonged period, a formidable aura erupted, and Luo Feng exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a blood-soaked specter. Remarkable. The consummation of the second tier has granted me a modicum of vital energy, and a trace of energy resides in my dantian. With the trinity of cultivation, his physique vastly surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The body of a second-tier consummate martial artist proved impervious to blades and bullets. Even a Barrett could not harm him. The path of cultivation is indeed formidable. No wonder in novels, some dark practitioners would commit atrocities to attain power, forsaking their very bloodlines. The sensation of wielding such strength is utterly exhilarating. Luo Feng reveled in the boundless energy coursing through him, his heart brimming with joy. 12 grain crystals would elevate his martial prowess to the second tier's consummation. Tomorrow, he could once again merge around 15 more, breaking through to the early third tier. Before reaching the fourth tier, he faced no limitations, merely the passage of time. 15 grain crystals would advance him to the early third tier, 20 to the late third tier, 25 to the consummation of the third tier, 40 to half a step into the fourth tier, and 50 to break into the early fourth tier, which would require 5 more days. Luo Feng pondered his current situation, extraordinary ability at the late second tier, master of extraordinary treasures at the second tier, and martial arts at the consummation of the second tier, with all 3 aspects at the second tier. At this moment, Luo Feng's strength surged dramatically. The combination of these 3 elements ignited within him an intense confidence. Under the fourth tier, I am invincible. Stepping out of the manor, Luo Feng's figure soared towards the heavens. Although a second-tier artifact controller could not yet enable Luo Feng to fly within the confines of the Luo-yuan spirit field, he could, to some extent, attain a godlike status. Gazing down from the sky, a scene of fervent activity unfolded below. Various structures were undergoing foundational construction. However, the absence of large equipment rendered the bases rather shallow, limiting the possibility of towering edifices. Yet, this was acceptable to Luo Feng, who preferred not to have a skyline crowded with skyscrapers. Ideally, he would favor the establishment of modest 2-story buildings. But the current circumstances did not permit any waste of space. The workers toiling below looked up at Luo Feng's silhouette, enveloped in radiance, with wings of wind and thunder fluttering behind him, exuding an aura akin to a deity. At that moment, Luo Feng's image was indelibly etched in their hearts. In the outside world, Bloodspike inquired respectfully, "Master, what shall we do next?" "We must take our leave," Luo Feng replied resolutely. "The opportunities in Luoyang have dwindled, and what remains is of no use to me. The truly valuable prospects are still in gestation, and I cannot afford to wait. I am bound for Suzhou and the Magic City, where my kin reside. I must seek them out." Bloodspike had no objections. With a wave of his hand, 2 powerful motorcycles materialized, behemoths beasts procured from a logistics company, quite impressive indeed. After a reinforcement, they could withstand mid-tier attacks. The distance from Luoyang to the Magic City was originally over 1,000 kilometers. Now it seemed to exceed 100,000. The two were not yet capable of flight, but enhancing the motorcycles was a commendable choice. Mounted on the sleek black motorcycles, armed with black blades and Barrett rifles, they exuded an air of undeniable coolness. With a roar, the motorcycles thundered to life, and two shadows sped eastward. As Luo Feng departed, two figures watched his retreating silhouette until it vanished from sight, lingering for a long while before they too disappeared. One of them manifested a throne behind him, floating and undulating. This was the third-ranked artifact of Luoyang, the Lord's Throne, 5 divine abilities, ranked 81st in the entire Blue Star. The other wielded a long staff, radiating the shimmering light of water and fire. This was the 4th-ranked artifact of Luoyang, the Water-Fire Dragon Staff, 5 divine abilities, ranked 632nd in the Blue Star. As they observed Luo Feng's departure, both exhaled in relief, exchanging glances as fierce ambition surged within them. Chapter 33. A Journey of Desolation. Trade of the Ice Spirit Fruit Tree. With their course set eastward, Luo Feng and Blood Spike traveled onward, witnessing the harrowing sights along the way. Injured individuals lay untreated, succumbing to excessive blood loss. Elderly people perished from illness, children starved, and women fell victim to unspeakable fates. There were those who perished from heat, those who were killed, devoured by ferocious beasts, or consumed by mutated flora, an uncountable multitude. In just a few short days, the omnipresent white bones scattered across the landscape instilled a profound terror in the hearts of all who beheld them. As they journeyed, a myriad of ferocious beasts began to manifest, leaving both individuals in a state of shock. The wild animals had begun to mutate, making survival increasingly arduous for ordinary people. Gradually stabilizing temperatures soared to 50 or 60 degrees, and those scavenging for food and water amidst the ruins would unexpectedly collapse, never to rise again. Even the ruthless heart of Luo Feng was stirred by this sight. The cold, assassin-esque heart of Blood Spike, too, revealed a slight fracture. One cannot deny that the apocalypse truly resembled a hell for the common man. Throughout their travels, Luo Feng and his companion saved numerous individuals. As long as no one was killed in his presence, he would intervene. Survivors had become a precious resource. Each one was valuable, whether for labor, agriculture, or, if necessary, for procreation. Each was a seed for the future. In a situation deemed untenable, he buried the spirit of the Luo Yuanling field, which could still sustain life for a period, albeit in a manner akin to imprisonment. Yet, living was paramount above all else. The following day, Luo Feng traversed over 1,000 kilometers to reach a town, Fengbei Town, a place familiar to him, having visited several times before. Originally just 20 kilometers from Luoyang, it now lay over 1,000 away, consuming an entire day's journey. Without entering the town, Luo Feng sensed an area of spiritual energy and rushed forward with Blood Spike. Upon a small hillside, a flash of black steel glimmered, and blood surged towards the heavens. Luo Feng beheld the remains of a peak, first-tier white ape. How astonishing! In this world, could ordinary people truly survive? It was remarkable that such beasts had reached this level so swiftly. If this continued, what would become of them? Though Luo Feng cared little for the lives of others, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment. Master, such entities should still be relatively rare. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant, and with that spirit tree, it explains how this white ape has grown to such a degree. Others might not reach this level, Blood Spike analyzed. Currently at the pinnacle of the first tier, she wished to absorb a crystal core for a breakthrough, but Luo Feng halted her. He had provided ample spiritual stones, yet only allowed her to absorb metallic attribute cores. Otherwise, she would have already advanced to the second tier. Master, look at this fruit tree. Could it possibly bear fruits that grant supernatural abilities? Blood Spike expressed her eagerness, contemplating the potential of acquiring another exceptional power. Although the King of Weapons was formidable, the prospect of obtaining another useful ability for mutual support was even more enticing. Luo Feng smiled gently at her words. Enough of that. This tree is merely an ordinary fruit tree, rich in spiritual energy. But it is simply a second-tier spiritual fruit tree. Second-tier, spiritual fruit, apple tree, cannot awaken supernatural abilities but can provide spiritual energy, benefiting martial artists, ability users, and treasure wielders alike. Oh, is that so? Bloodspike replied, somewhat disappointed. One must admit, the once formidable assassin was gradually becoming less competent, once cold and unfeeling. The protagonist began to exhibit traces of femininity after shedding the constraints of an organization. Luo Feng welcomed this subtle change, preferring not to be accompanied by a mere wooden figure. Gazing at the apple tree, a faint smile graced his lips as he waved his hand. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled, and a large clump of earth soared into the air, the apple tree being swiftly gathered into his possession. The more of these, the better. Within the confines of space, a magnificent apple tree descended from above, landing at the edge of the estate's walls, radiating brilliance. A young boy, busy carrying bricks, gazed at this spectacle with excitement and turned to the elderly man beside him. Grandfather, I heard Aunt Xiaofei say that these fruits are extraordinary. Eating one can make me as formidable as Uncle Dainio. The child declared with innocent enthusiasm. Yes, my dear, keep working hard. The Lord will notice you. And your wishes will come true, the old man replied, his eyes reflecting profound sadness and gratitude. The world had changed drastically. He had lost his partner, son, and daughter-in-law, leaving only himself and his little grandson. Without the Lord's intervention, they would have been left with no hope. Casting a glance at the estate's central pond, the elder felt a surge of gratitude and resumed his labor with renewed vigor. Although resources were plentiful in this space, they were not to be squandered. From the very beginning, rules had been established. The apocalypse was not akin to the previous world, where mere sustenance was a blessing. To enjoy better provisions, one had to labor and earn contribution points, a system that Zhang Qing executed well, much to Luo Feng's satisfaction. As the apple tree vanished from the outside world, a sharp sound echoed. A young boy, clad only in shorts and appearing somewhat plump for his age, knelt before Luo Feng and his companion. His sunburnt skin peeled, lips cracked, and cheeks flushed, his small eyes glimmering with determination. Luo Feng and Bloodspike showed no surprise. If they could not detect a child hiding nearby, they might as well not exist. What do you wish to discuss, young one? Speak plainly, but know that if I find your request unsatisfactory, there will be consequences. Luo Feng said with a faint smile. The oppressive heat made the boy tremble. Bloodspike regarded the child with interest. I wish to ask for your assistance in eliminating someone. If you do so, I will comply with any request you have. The boy's youthful voice bore an unexpected weight. Ah, little one, you seek my aid in murder? What could you possibly offer in return? Your life holds little value, Luo Feng replied, intrigued. I have seen such trees before. Their fruits possess remarkable powers. Consuming one can summon ice pillars, cold as the depths of winter, the boy said, trembling with palpable fear. Luo Feng's interest was piqued. An extraordinary fruit-bearing tree could indeed be a treasure. Observing the young lad, I warned, should I discover that you have deceived me, you will learn that the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. The boy trembled, yet suddenly recalled something, nodding resolutely. I am not lying. I have seen it. That tree is in that scoundrel's yard, which belongs to my family. Chapter 34. Carnage. With no reason, as I listened to the boy's account, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within me. In Fengbei Town, there exists a survivor base, led by a tyrant known as Leader Zhou. He was originally just a chauffeur for the affluent Xiaohai family, a common arrangement for those with wealth. When the world underwent its cataclysm, Zhou initially appeared to be loyal and honest. However, upon awakening his supernatural abilities, presumably of a metallic nature, his true nature was revealed. He brutally executed Xiaohai's grandparents before the eyes of the remaining family, dismembering them piece by piece, merely because he had been reprimanded for pilfering alcohol and cigarettes from Xiaohai's father. Subsequently, in front of the children, he flayed the father alive and assaulted the mother in their presence. The father met a tragic demise, while Xiaohai was left behind, forced to witness the torment of his mother, who, in her desperate plight to protect her son's life, endured unspeakable horrors until Zhou grew bored and discarded her to his subordinates, who ultimately meted out a gruesome end. The child was then stripped of his clothing and cast aside, left to perish under the scorching sun or be devoured by ferocious beasts. The fruit-bearing tree, a colossal specimen, resided within the Xiaohai estate. Xiaohai witnessed Zhou consuming its fruit, which granted him the power of frost. Zhou even utilized this fruit to enhance a few others, bestowing upon them the ability to wield ice, thereby maintaining control over the remaining survivors. Upon hearing Xiaohai's words, a glint of lethal intent flashed in our eyes. Let us verify the truth of this, I stated, my voice devoid of emotion. Yes, master. Bloodthorn swiftly vanished in a blur. Xiaohai knelt on the ground, gazing eagerly in the direction Bloodthorn had departed, his eyes resolute as he looked at me. Before long, Bloodthorn reappeared. Master, the boy speaks truthfully. It is indeed a small base, and Leader Zhou is exceedingly cruel. I conducted a brief investigation, and there appear to be few extraordinary individuals, with overall strength considerably lacking. Zhou is the only one of note, having failed to detect the aura of the extraordinary treasure, Bloodthorn expressed with unabashed disdain. Oh, in that case, let us proceed. We are nearing the conflict zone. There is no time to waste with them, I declared, exuding an air of dominance, and with a swift motion, I charged toward the small base. Bloodthorn grasped Xiaohai and followed closely behind, propelling us toward the base. In the small base, Leader Zhou was engaging with a beautiful woman, the sounds of their activities igniting envy in the two guards stationed outside. 3 minutes, merely 3 minutes, yet it felt interminable. Outside, two individuals expressed their disdain through their scornful gestures and eye rolls. With a playful slap on the backside of a beautiful woman, she instantly became obedient, eliciting a lewd smile from Zhou Ling, who relished the moment. Indeed, she seemed to comprehend her role effortlessly. Before him stood a stunning woman, once a distinguished matron of the neighborhood, in her 30s and worth millions. Zhou Ling had previously known her, as she was a close friend of his former employer, frequently gracing their abode. She had always disregarded him, but now their roles had reversed, filling Zhou Ling with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Damn it! Those scoundrels have gone too far, he lamented, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of that wretched woman and that insufferable brat, pondering their possible demise with a tinge of regret. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Boss, trouble. Someone has breached our defenses. Before he could react, the door burst open, and a man rushed in, startling both Zhou Ling and the woman. In a fit of rage, Zhou Ling let out a pained roar and kicked the woman aside, sending her crashing against the wall, her chest caving in as she spewed blood, clearly mortally wounded. Zhou Ling seethed at the sight of her bloodied form. Damn you, foul woman! How dare you injure me? You shall pay with your life. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a torrent of blades upon her lifeless body, leaving nothing intact. The man who had entered trembled at the sight of Zhou Ling's wrath, his body shaking as he beheld the dismembered remains. Zhou Ling glared at him. You worthless wretch. If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, I will feed you to the beasts. The man, in utter panic, stammered, B-boss, they come in. And my brothers cannot hold them off. Damn it. Zhou Ling was about to unleash his fury when a thunderous crash echoed as the door shattered, and a figure careened in, the body mangled almost beyond recognition. Following closely were two more figures, a man and a woman. The woman held a small child, its skin peeling away, while the man, Luo Feng, remained calm, the black blade on his back undisturbed. The woman, armed with a rifle and stained with blood, exuded an aura of death. Zhou Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the trio. I don't know you, nor have I wronged you. Please, if you desire something, speak. I assure you, I will not hesitate to comply, he stammered, quickly surrendering. Each of these individuals posed a significant threat, leaving Zhou Ling with no sense of security. Observing Zhou Ling's capitulation, Luo Feng chuckled. Ah, you are commendable, truly a man of substance, able to yield when necessary. However, it is unfortunate. I am a man of my word. I promised someone your life, and today, you shall meet your end. Do not struggle. I will grant you a complete corpse. Luo Feng's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely extinguishing an insect beneath his foot. Zhou Ling's expression changed drastically. Brother, that little brat can offer you nothing that I cannot. Just tell me what you desire. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. I want your life. If I eliminate you, all that you possess will belong to me. With a swift motion, a blade glinted in the air. Zhou Ling felt a sharp pain as a wound appeared on his chest, blood streaming forth. Ice pillars erupted beneath his feet as he fled rapidly. Ah, interesting. He managed to withstand my strike. Is he metallic? Luo Feng mused, a spark of interest igniting within him as he darted after Zhou Ling. Blood followed closely behind. And with a thunderous crack, a man standing nearby had his head blown off. As Zhou Ling burst from the base, the onlookers beheld a figure with wings pursuing their leader in a frantic escape. Some among them cursed Zhou Ling silently, while gazing at Luo Feng with fervent anticipation. Why? I have wronged you not. Why must you kill me? Spare me. I will give you anything you desire, Zhou Ling pleaded. Ice pillars forming beneath him to hasten his escape. Icicles shot towards Luo Feng, who flapped his thunderous wings and pursued with a mocking grin. There is no why. I simply wish to end your life. You possess what I seek, and you obstructed my path. Thus you must perish. This is your fate. Chapter 35. I just want to kill you after all. I have already taken your belongings. Why should I be burdened by your resentment? A person like you, who would treat your own family in such a manner, deserves no mercy from me. Moreover, why must I need a reason to kill you? Please, no. I bear no grudges, truly. Spare me, do not take my life. Zhou Ling, his body enveloped in metal, fled in desperation, feeling the murderous intent closing in behind him. Zhou Ling nearly lost control. He was merely an ordinary driver, and though he had endured brutality recently, the difference between inflicting pain on others and experiencing it oneself was vast. Observing Zhou Ling's state, Luo Feng chuckled, losing any desire to toy with him. Just a worthless being, wasting my time. Come now, let me see if your metallic form can withstand my strike. If you do, I might just let you live. Ah, you said it. You must keep your word. Zhou Ling shouted, suddenly halting, his entire form shimmering with metallic brilliance. Ice walls coalesced around him, forming countless shields in defense. His face went pale. This was his utmost effort. Luo Feng surveyed the ice walls Zhou Ling had conjured and smirked. Is this it? How amusing. Yet, a flicker of intrigue danced within him as he contemplated whether this defense could withstand his assault. With a flash of his blade, Luo Feng's interest peaked. The 3-inch blade sliced through the ice shields effortlessly. In the depths of Zhou Ling's despair, the blade swiftly severed his waist, and a wretched cry escaped his lips. Blood sprayed forth as his body fell in 2 halves. In the distant base, the survivors witnessed the tragic fate of Zhou Ling and erupted into cheers. While Luo Feng stood in shock, only a few ability users displayed subtle changes in their expressions, cautiously attempting to depart. However, upon noticing the cold smirk of Blood Spike and the Desert Eagle in his hand, they halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Zhou Ling lay on the ground, his insides spilling forth, a foul stench rising that caused Luo Feng to furrow his brow in disgust. Zhou Ling's gaze was filled with despair, resentment, confusion, and an unwillingness to accept that his life had not yet begun before it was abruptly ended. Haunted by unanswered questions, Zhou Ling's eyes remained wide open in death. Why? Why must I be killed? Is it solely because of that wretched boy? As Luo Feng observed Zhou Ling's futile struggles, the latter finally succumbed, gasping for breath. A flash of the black blade sent a crystal soaring into Luo Feng's grasp as he regarded Zhou Ling's lifeless body. Why, you ask? Simply because you possess treasures I desire. You may not be inclined to part with them, and I certainly don't wish to expend effort negotiating. Eliminating you is far more convenient. As for that boy, his family perished. What does that have to do with me? Yet, he does seem promising. By seizing your belongings, I can also avenge him, and in return, gain a loyal companion. Why not indulge in such a venture? Luo Feng's voice drifted softly, almost ethereally, carried by the gentle breeze, as if Zhou Ling could hear him. Farewell then, Luo Feng declared, as golden flames engulfed Zhou Ling's body, reducing it to ashes. Illuminated by a faint glimmer of Buddhist light, rendering any act of redemption unnecessary. In the villa's garden, over 1,000 survivors stood apprehensively, their skin darkened and peeling, revealing a fiery hue beneath, their cracked lips resembling the bark of ancient trees. Blood Spike stood nearby, flanked by several others, all ability users, appearing obedient as hounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai was in the throes of a fervent scream, water swirling around him. He had finally avenged his great grievance. His emotions surging as he awakened his abilities, great waves. His water-based powers included high-grade abilities and minor divine techniques, Water Tornado, Water Dragon Roar, and Great Waves. Noticing Xiao Hai's transformation into a plump figure after awakening his powers, Luo Feng smiled faintly. What a good dog you have become. He then dismissed the matter, considering it merely a high-grade ability. Before him stood a tree resembling ice crystal, each leaf and branch glistening exquisitely, the azure trunk embodying a work of art. Ice Spirit Fruit Tree. Ability: Iron Horse on the Frozen River, mid-grade ability. Containing minor divine techniques, Galloping Iron Horse and the mid-grade technique, Ice Seal for 10 miles. Impressed, Luo Feng recognized the value of this ability. It could prove quite beneficial in critical moments. The ice seal for 10 miles was indeed formidable, and he found this ability even more advantageous than that of the golden spirit fruit tree. With a sigh of disappointment, he noted that only 18 fruits remained. It was indeed a pity. This week, it was truly unfortunate. Luo Feng gazed at the few fruits clinging to the tree, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of such precious treasures going to waste. It seemed far too easy for them to perish. Observing the magnificent tree, Luo Feng waved his hand majestically, swiftly collecting it. Such a display of power left the numerous survivors, who stood in awe, deeply impressed. Turning his attention to the over 1,000 survivors before him, Luo Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The more, the better. Had he not feared wasting time, he would have liked to gather some survivors along his journey. However, it seemed that a better method was at hand, as a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. "Fear not," he proclaimed. "I shall lead you to a place where you can work diligently and thrive." Before they could react, he had already gathered them into his space. He then turned to Bloodspike and the few individuals beside him. "Bloodspike, what is the situation with these individuals?" "Master, these are several ability users besides Zhou Ling, and they seem competent enough, having committed no grave offenses. All the others identified have been eliminated. Furthermore, these individuals have some information to report," Bloodspike replied swiftly, casting a glance at Luo Feng. "Very well, introduce them," Luo Feng said, eyeing the 3 men and 2 women before him with a hint of interest. As he looked their way, the 5 individuals hurriedly presented expressions of submission and flattery, akin to eager hounds vying for attention. "Yes, master," they chimed in unison. The ability users included Wang Feng, 35 years old, possessing mid-level Iron Horse Ice River ability, Tier 1, mid-stage. Jin Xingxing, 32 years old, possessing mid-level ability, Tier 1, mid-stage. Na Yingying, 45 years old, possessing mid-level ability, Tier 1, mid-stage. Zhang Dada, 40 years old, with a low-level ability, Water Flow, which summoned a stream of water, lacking in power, suitable for agriculture, Tier 1, early stage. Hei Ji, 25.5 years old, possessing low-level ability, Ground Rolling, a minor earth-based technique, Tier 1, mid-stage. Gazing at the 5 individuals, Luo Feng recalled a lyric that seemed to resonate. Before uttering a word, one must first spin the wheel. Chapter 36. Terrifying migratory birds taking an alternative path, with cannon fire clearing the way. He also remembered another line. Is it a chicken or a donkey? His memory of the specifics was hazy. As for the news, Jin Xingxing had relayed that while they were out gathering supplies, they discovered a small peak to the east, shrouded in dark clouds that never dissipated. With continual thunder and raging winds, an exceedingly perilous location. Zhou Ling had ventured there once, only to emerge gravely injured after a mere 3 minutes. Having consumed 2 ice spirit fruits to recover, it was certain that great treasures lay within, truly extraordinary in nature. Luo Feng found this news intriguing. A convergence of wind and thunder was the most likely place to yield rare and precious materials. Moreover, there exists a substantial likelihood that the treasures of heaven and earth possess attributes of wind and thunder. This prospect ignited a flicker of anticipation within Luo Feng. Should they indeed embody the essence of wind and thunder, the exhilaration would be unparalleled, for the wind-thunder wings could ascend to a new echelon. An enhancement in his speed would render him even more formidable, increasingly so. Luo Feng, intrigued, promptly gathered his companions and, without a hint of hesitation, set forth with Bloodspike. The Wind-Thunder Mountain, though modest in size, merely a small peak of approximately 1,000 meters, boasted gentle slopes and rugged boulders. Endless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the ground with ferocity, while the howling winds unleashed a tempest that sent numerous stones tumbling. A testament to the storm's might. The thunder roared, the gales howled, and the electric flashes illuminated the scene, rendering it reminiscent of another world, steeped in fantasy. "Master, shall I venture inside to investigate?" Bloodspike suggested, eager to explore. Luo Feng shook his head, replying, "There is no need. I shall proceed alone. This place may not be suitable for you, and it is safer for me to go. But master, this is exceedingly perilous. It is certainly not as they described. Merely entering as a first tier would leave one severely injured," Bloodspike protested, a hint of ire in his tone. For the claims made by Jin Xingxing and his companions seemed deceitful and reckless. Luo Feng smiled faintly in response. "I suspect that their misstatements were not intentional. They simply lack knowledge. His gaze intensified as he scrutinized the Wind Thunder Mountain. It appeared to possess the qualifications to become a forbidden zone. The conditions here likely changed by the day, yet this also indicated the presence of valuable treasures. His interest was undeniably piqued. Wait outside, handle any matters as they arise. If danger approaches, activate the anomaly core, and I shall be aware, he instructed Bloodspike with a calm demeanor. Yes, master, I understand, Bloodspike affirmed. Very well then. I shall proceed within. Boom. With a flourish, the Wind Thunder wings unfurled, and within the confines of Wind Thunder Mountain, their power was amplified, enabling him to glide over vast distances with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight as he entered the mountain's depths. Bloodspike, watching Luo Feng's retreating figure with concern, recalled his words and sought a concealed spot to prepare. Inside Wind Thunder Mountain, the winds roared, and countless shards of stone whirled about with the lethal force of bullets. However, for Luo Feng, they posed little threat. With his formidable physique, he disregarded the debris, though his garments were instantly tattered, revealing a body as solid as rock. Adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, a sight to behold. Before his transformation, this physique would have easily attracted the attention of affluent women. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck. Luo Feng's brow furrowed, yet he did not evade. The Wind Thunder wings crossed in an instant. As the lightning descended, he felt a slight tremor. Remarkably, the lightning possessed a refining effect, enhancing his Wind Thunder wings further. At this rate, 1,000 bolts of lightning could elevate the wings to a higher tier. Indeed, it seemed that this lightning was a treasure in its own right. Luo Feng, having decided to cease resisting the relentless bolts of lightning, found himself unharmed as the tendrils of electricity, guided by the wings of wind and thunder, descended upon him. After a brief investigation, he discovered an abundance of wind and thunder attribute ores in the vicinity, hinting at the presence of extraordinary treasures. This revelation filled him with excitement. As he ventured deeper, Luo Feng stumbled upon a colossal nest, where pure wind and thunder energy emanated from the cave's entrance. It was evident that this cavern harbored remarkable treasures of immense significance. Simultaneously, he noticed a considerable number of wind and thunder avian creatures congregating, their cacophonous chatter exuding an aura of terror. These wind and thunder birds, classified as first-tier ferocious beasts, possessed sharp claws, wings, and beaks, and exhibited remarkable speed. Those in the late first tier could rival the velocity of second-tier warriors. Their plumage shimmered in hues of violet and azure, comparable in size to eagles, with electric tendrils flickering along their razor-sharp claws and the edges of their wings, which were as formidable as divine metal. The sheer number of these wind and thunder birds reached into the thousands, should they unite. Even 4th and 5th-tier warriors would find themselves in grave peril. Moreover, as time progressed, the strength of these creatures would undoubtedly escalate, rendering this place a potential forbidden zone. Observing the wind and thunder birds, Luo Feng realized that the information possessed by Jin Xing and his companions was significantly outdated. This location, with its potential for becoming a perilous domain, posed a serious threat once it reached maturity. For instance, if the number of wind and thunder birds exceeded 100,000, even a throne-level evolutionist would find it challenging to contend with them. Fortunately, their current numbers did not surpass 30,000, allowing Luo Feng a chance to strategize. Harnessing the power of his wind and thunder wings, he sought to penetrate the heart of Thunder Mountain with speed. Alas, the overwhelming quantity of wind and thunder birds rendered complete defense impossible. The flames of the great Luo heavenly dragon were swiftly torn to shreds, while the impervious flesh of Luo Feng was sliced by the wings of the birds. Their velocity, augmented by the energy of Thunder Mountain, rivaled that of late-stage second-tier beings, creating a formidable challenge that left Luo Feng slightly strained. This marked the first occasion he had encountered such a scenario since the Great Upheaval, causing him a slight headache. In a single charge, he managed to slay dozens. With each flash of his blade, he could take down hundreds. Yet, this was but a drop in the ocean, inconsequential against the vast swarm of thousands. As Luo Feng engaged in battle amidst Thunder Mountain, his flashing blades and agile movements caught the attention of a discerning observer. A man cloaked in black, who had been silently monitoring the mountain, was taken aback by Luo Feng's display of prowess. After a lingering gaze, the shadowy figure moved subtly, remaining unnoticed by those around. Outside Thunder Mountain, as he watched Luo Feng's figure within, this individual swiftly darted towards a specific direction. Bloodstain, sensing a hint of disturbance. Furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Thunder Mountain, a sense of unease creeping over him. Boom! A resounding roar echoed, and a flash of blades glimmered as a figure burst forth. Behind him trailed countless thunderous avians, their cries resonating, chattering and roaring. Chapter 37. The Cleansing of Cannon Fire. A bountiful harvest. The thunderous avians beheld Luo Feng's hasty retreat, their cries ascending to a deafening crescendo, reminiscent of a dark cloud rallying together. After a considerable time, they returned in an orderly fashion to Thunder Mountain. Upon a massive boulder, Bloodspike was tending to Luo Feng's wounds. Despite possessing the minor miraculous art of rejuvenation, it was of no use against his current injuries, which were merely superficial. His body was marred with numerous lacerations, and in several places, bone was visible. Drenched in blood, Luo Feng appeared pitiful, yet his countenance remained tranquil, his brow unwrinkled. As he fixated intently on Thunder Mountain, "My lord," Bloodspike observed the extent of Luo Feng's injuries, her heart aching with concern. "It is of no consequence. They are mere surface wounds. I have my methods," Luo Feng replied casually, gripping a grain crystal in hand. Powerful energy surged as the primordial stabilization sutra activated, channeling the energy from the crystal to mend his corporeal injuries. Gradually, the wounds visibly healed, allowing Bloodspike to breathe a sigh of relief, her expression brightening. However, seeing Luo Feng's unwavering gaze upon Thunder Mountain, worry creased her brow. "My lord, Thunder Mountain is exceedingly perilous. If the situation becomes untenable, let us abandon this place and seek other opportunities," Bloodspike urged. Luo Feng waved dismissively. "Nay, the treasures here are destined for me. This place has presented itself, thus. Its riches are rightfully mine and shall not be seized by another. The thunderous avians may be numerous, yet they are merely first-tier beasts. If they seek their demise, I shall not hesitate to assist them on their journey." His expression remained resolute as he gazed at Thunder Mountain. "My lord, there is something I must report. Earlier, while I was observing Thunder Mountain, I witnessed a shadow darting out, fleeting as a whisper. I am certain it was a person," Bloodspike relayed, her demeanor serious, which caused a slight tremor in Luo Feng's heart. "Oh, how intriguing. It seems there exists a survivor's base nearby. How fortuitous. We are in need of laborers." Luo Feng chuckled with delight, embracing the prospect of free resources. As for danger, he scoffed. "Do you think I keep my formidable treasures and miraculous arts for mere amusement? I am utterly unafraid. My lord, from what you describe, these avians are formidable. How shall we address this? Even if I were to mount a Gatling gun, these creatures are not foolish. They will not simply rush in. I anticipate that at least 30 Gatling guns would be necessary to establish a crossfire," Bloodspike pondered, analyzing potential strategies. Since Luo Feng had made his decision, Bloodspike resolved to execute it fully, even at the cost of her own life. Observing the contemplative Bloodstitch, Luo Feng chuckled. "There's no need for such complexity. They are merely a pack of beasts. Today, I shall demonstrate to them the true meaning of artillery strikes." With a mere wave of his hand, 3 missile vehicles materialized before the two. Cloaked in military green, these formidable vehicles bore stout missiles that soared skyward, exuding an impressive aura. Bloodstitch gaped in astonishment, staring at the trio of missile vehicles. "Master, you possess such contraptions? Have you perhaps constructed an arms depot?" Bloodstitch, having already speculated about Luo Feng's arsenal including Gatling guns, Barrett rifles, and Desert Eagles, was now utterly convinced upon witnessing the missiles. Luo Feng remained silent, his gaze fixated on Thunderstorm Mountain, a hint of ferocity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Bloodstitch, proceed to detonate the spirit stones and gather those beasts together. Signal me. I intend to give them a thorough cleansing, Luo Feng declared, radiating a murderous intent. "Yes, master," Bloodstitch replied without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the inherent dangers, which were not within her purview. After a brief consultation, Bloodstitch darted into Thunderstorm Mountain. Meanwhile, Luo Feng readied the 3 missile vehicles. Due to the failure of the electrical and signaling systems, he could only employ the most rudimentary ignition and launch mechanisms of the missile vehicles. Although the distance was not particularly great, given that they were merely 2 kilometers from Thunderstorm Mountain, there was no cause for concern. In just 3 minutes, a figure emerged, trailed by countless thunderstorm birds, darkening the sky like an ominous cloud. It was Bloodstitch, her body battered and bruised, yet she continued to flee. a plethora of spirit stones materializing in her hands. She crushed them, unleashing powerful surges of spiritual energy that ignited the excitement of the thunderstorm birds, who relentlessly pursued her. At the edge of Thunderstorm Mountain, Bloodstitch discarded a box she held, which burst open, scattering hundreds of spirit stones. With a resounding roar of thunder, pure spiritual energy erupted forth. The thunderstorm birds, exhilarated, clamored for the energy, which was an irresistible temptation for these creatures of low intellect. Luo Feng observed silently, calculating the situation while closely monitoring Bloodstitch's flight. He noted the thunderstorm birds hastily consuming the spiritual energy, hinting at a potential retreat. No longer willing to wait, he activated the missile vehicles. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar resonated as 3 missiles, trailing immense fiery tails, shot forth. Lacking any spiritual energy or oppressive force, the thunderstorm birds failed to retreat in advance. The 3 missiles descended directly upon the center. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated, deafening in their intensity, as 3 small mushroom clouds ascended into the sky, seemingly threatening the very annihilation of Thunderstorm Mountain. However, a surge of thunderous energy circulated, rapidly dissipating the force unleashed by the missiles. Boom. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, and 3 kilometers away, Luo Feng felt the fierce gust of wind approaching. Gazing at the diminutive mushroom cloud, he waved to retract the missile vehicle, a thrill coursing through him. Firearms and ammunition are temptations no man can resist. Finally, the opportunity to unleash a shot had come. What sheer ecstasy! Suddenly, a figure landed with a thud not far from Luo Feng. It was Bloodstitch, drenched in blood, appearing gravely injured. Swiftly, Luo Feng raised his hand, sending 3 recovery crystals soaring. Heal your wounds, then conceal yourself. The yellow sparrows will likely arrive shortly. Bloodstitch grasped the crystals and, with remarkable resilience, stood up. Yes, master, I understand. The immense blast reverberated in all directions, reaching dozens of kilometers away. Chapter 38, Little Lee's Flying Dagger. The first injury, a group of men and women rushing forward suddenly halted, alarmed by the sound. Boss, could that be a missile? It's too loud, more terrifying than our howitzers. Should we continue? They questioned, fear palpable in their voices. Indeed, boss, we can't handle this, they exclaimed, all sharing a common dread. Who wouldn't be afraid of a missile? A single strike could leave nothing but ashes. The leader glanced toward the direction of Wind Thunder Mountain. Let us go, do not fear. Even if it is a missile, if we get close enough. Can it detonate directly? There are treasures at Wind Thunder Mountain. Acquiring them would surely lead to swift ascendance. At that point, what kind of women wouldn't be at our disposal? In this apocalyptic world, to live well, one must possess formidable strength. Li Feiyun looked at Wind Thunder Mountain, his face alight with fervor. The surrounding individuals were equally exhilarated, panting heavily as they stared at the mountain, reminiscing about their recent indulgences. Without further ado, they surged toward Wind Thunder Mountain. Meanwhile, on Luo Feng's side, following the missile barrage, he charged toward Wind Thunder Mountain. After the explosion, the Wind Thunderbirds had gathered fiercely, with 3 missiles obliterating nearly 80% of them. The remaining 20%, gripped by terror, scattered in disarray. As they saw Luo Feng advancing, their courage dissipated. They dared only to howl from a distance, too frightened to approach. Luo Feng cast a derisive glance and pressed on, unleashing spatial fluctuations. He collected every single carcass of the Wind Thunderbirds, each possessing valuable crystal cores. However, due to the ferocity of the explosion, most were reduced to mere bones. Even the cores could hardly withstand the missile's assault. Thus, only a few thousand remained. But this was enough to elate Luo Feng. Continuing deeper, he spared no mineral on the ground, collecting even stones merely tinged with the essence of wind thunder. Who knows when they might prove useful? After all, if nothing else, they could serve as decorative stones. A vast cavern lay before Luo Feng, who surveyed it with a smile that hinted at profound delight. The moment of harvest had finally arrived. The potent energies of wind and thunder ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes, for this was indeed a remarkable place, undoubtedly rich with treasures. With purposeful strides, Luo Feng ventured into the lair of the wind thunder avians, collecting an array of ores, diverse crystals, and a bounty of wind thunder essences along the way, truly valuable items. For any evolutionist attuned to the wind thunder element, This locale would be nothing short of paradise. Within the cavern, he marveled at the sight before him, an orb the size of a goose egg, enveloped in swirling winds and thunder. Adorned with intricate patterns of lightning and azure gales, an enchanting spectacle, imbued with the essence of the extraordinary. Swiftly, he began to gather the treasures, noting the presence of numerous wind-thunder avians in the cavern. Regrettably, these creatures, if not encountered in droves, would perish in the face of adversity. Luo Feng amassed a staggering 30,000 wind-thunder avian eggs, a bountiful find that filled him with elation. Once nurtured, this formidable legion could contend with 6th-tier evolutionists and even withstand the might of 7th-tier adversaries in a fierce confrontation. The sheer quantity of these eggs left Luo Feng astounded, prompting him to continue his search. He diligently collected countless ores, including iron and copper. Outside the cavern, however, his expression darkened. Apprehension gripped him as he cast a wary glance back at the entrance, an inexplicable dread settling in his heart. The atmosphere was thick with a terrifying presence that suggested he may have stumbled upon a forbidden zone. Yet, as he regarded the treasures in his possession, a grin returned to his face. These spoils were more than sufficient. In his hands, several unique crystal cores shimmered with an innate, refined power of wind and thunder. Among these were the wind-thunder spirit crystals, 4th-tier treasures, 15 in total, composed of concentrated wind-thunder energy, embodying pure essence. With a stroke of fortune, one might even acquire the ability of wind-thunder itself, a rarity indeed. The wind-thunder crystal cores, 5th-tier treasures, 3 in total, forged through even more profound refinement of the spirit crystals, were of exorbitant value. Reflecting on the arduous journey to acquire these treasures, Luo Feng felt a twinge of trepidation. He had not anticipated the presence of a hidden passage within the cavern, its walls adorned with abundant wind-thunder essences, leading to a spirit crystal not far off, with the occasional crystal core appearing as well. Elated, he advanced cautiously, but after merely a few paces, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him. An unparalleled surge of lightning swept through the passageway, and fortunately, Luo Feng's quick reflexes activated his wind-thunder wing divine ability, allowing him to retreat swiftly. He sensed that had he ventured deeper, even invoking his divine abilities would have rendered him doomed. Within this realm lies a profound crisis, a perilous threat. Luo Feng cast a deep glance into the cave, resolute in his mind. His burgeoning strength compelled him to uncover the secrets hidden within. However, at this moment, he turned and departed. Outside the wind-thunder mountain, Luo Feng sensed a tremor in his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! Boom! A dazzling blade of light surged forth, aimed directly at the rushing Luo Feng, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of mental energy. Cursed be it! With the wind-thunder wings as a shield, Luo Feng's expression shifted as he beheld the blinding blade of light. In an instant, the wings unfurled, forming an immense shield. With a thunderous crash, the blade collided with the shield, sending Luo Feng hurtling backward over 100 meters, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Regaining his footing, Luo Feng surveyed the oncoming throng, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. You seek death. How dare you ambush me? Huh. For the first time, I have been injured. Your demise is assured. Wait, brother, let us discuss this. The leader, Li Feiyun, was taken aback by Luo Feng's ability to withstand his lethal flying knife technique with merely a light injury, fear gripping his heart. Luo Feng's fury surged. Having been wounded for the first time, he brandished his black blade, its light radiating menacingly. Discuss? Certainly. Once you are all dead, I shall gladly converse with you. Luo Feng's voice was icy. Oh no, it's over. Boss, help me. Do not kill me, spare my life. My bear is deflating, I am in peril. Chapter 39. The massacre. The blade flashed, and Luo Feng emerged as a harbinger of death, dispatching foes one after another, each strike drawing blood. He cleaved, decapitated, severed limbs, pierced chests, and rendered foes impotent. Luo Feng was engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter. Li Feiyun gazed in horror as Luo Feng unleashed his wrath, resentment bubbling within him. These were his subordinates. Stop this at once. Li Feiyun bellowed, producing a flying knife, an aura of terror emanating from him. Luo Feng regarded Li Feiyun with caution. As he moved his blade, it pierced a woman's chest, holding her as a shield before him, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Li Feiyun's fury escalated upon seeing the long knife embedded in his beloved's bosom. The sight of the scattered corpses around him turned his complexion ashen. Apart from the woman in Luo Feng's grasp, only two cowered beside Li Feiyun, trembling and utterly devoid of combat spirit. Li Feiyun, consumed by rage, terror, and despair, felt a surge of power within his flying knife, ready to erupt. "Brother," he stammered, "I acknowledge my mistake in ambushing you. Spare us, and we shall depart immediately, keeping our distance from you in the future. What compensation do you desire? I shall offer all that I can. Just let us go. Treat us as mere trifles." Uft. With a swift stroke, the woman was cleaved in two, and Luo Feng seized one half of her lifeless body, casting it aside with a flick of his wrist, sending her entrails scattering. He wiped the black blade with her hair, his expression as frigid as ice. Turning his gaze towards Li Feiyun, he scoffed. "The moment you attempted to ambush me, your fate was sealed. Not even divine intervention can save you from the consequences of your actions. Having wounded me, you shall pay with everything you possess, including your life." With a chilling tone, Luo Feng summoned the wings of thunder and lightning, propelling himself towards Li Feiyun in an instant. "You bastard! You will pay for damaging my vehicle." Li Feiyun screamed in terror as he beheld Luo Feng charging at him. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a dazzling light from the flying dagger in his hand, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, devoid of any ostentation, yet radiating an unparalleled intensity. Upon releasing the dagger, Li Feiyun turned to flee. As a master of extraordinary treasures, he instantly recognized that Luo Feng was similarly endowed, possessing artifacts of even greater potency than his own. Realizing that mere supernatural abilities could not counteract the prowess of Luo Feng's treasures, he deemed it prudent to escape. Survival was paramount. Luo Feng, awestruck by the luminous projectile homing in on him, felt a surge of dread. Such a fearsome dagger was targeting him. Damn it! He hastily stirred the chain of power entwined within his mind. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Li Feiyun was sent sprawling, his chest colliding violently as he was grievously wounded. In a state of shock, he twisted his body mid-air to escape, but the relentless barrage of gunfire continued, inflicting numerous wounds upon him as he howled in agony. At the moment of Li Feiyun's incapacitation, the radiance of the flying dagger flickered, igniting a spark of hope in Luo Feng's heart. With a thunderous clash, he positioned the black blade, creating a shower of sparks as the dagger soared towards a distant peak, erupting in a plume of smoke akin to cannon fire. Luo Feng, propelled by the force, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. With a swift motion, he pursued, his wings of thunder and lightning unfurling as he glided through the air, hastily closing the distance to Li Feiyun. "You scoundrel, let us see if you possess the audacity to strike again," Luo Feng mocked, observing Li Feiyun's desperate retreat. The black blade swept through the two incapacitated subordinates of Li Feiyun, severing their heads and causing blood to spurt forth. "Do not push me. If cornered, we shall perish together." Li Feiyun turned to Luo Feng, his resolve faltering upon witnessing the brutal scene, his body trembling as two more flying daggers materialized in his hands. "Curse you!" Luo Feng's brow twitched with urgency. Without hesitation, he enveloped the black blade in flames, launching it forth in a streak of light. Thud! The blade pierced Li Feiyun's chest, pinning him to the ground, causing the daggers in his grip to clatter to the earth. Though he remained alive, his breath was faint, as the infernal flames had charred his insides to cinders. Only the resilience of a second-tier evolved being allowed him to cling to life, but even that was waning. Indeed, Li Feiyun is an early-stage second-tier evolver. Otherwise, the Bloodspike's bullets would not have failed to penetrate even him. Luo Feng stepped forward, and upon hearing his footsteps, Li Feiyun struggled to turn his head to look at him. Bang! A swift kick shattered Li Feiyun's skull, scattering his brain matter. Drawing his black blade, he waved his hand to collect two flying daggers, gazing at Li Feiyun with a cold smile. "I told you, you are doomed. Not even Jesus can save you." Bah! Whoosh! A figure darted over and landed beside Luo Feng. "Master, everything has been taken care of. There are no warriors left, only some crystal cores, this flying dagger, and a few bags from Bloodspike," the figure reported, handing the flying dagger to Luo Feng. He accepted it, stowing the bags away and inspecting the dagger, which dripped with blood. "Ah, a splendid item indeed. No wonder it could injure me. It serves as a useful trump card." Little Li flying daggers. 3. Minor divine ability. Soul capture with flying daggers, already expended. Medium divine ability. Little Li flying daggers. 2 uses remaining. Let us proceed to claim our spoils. The construction of our shelter in the spatial realm is progressing too slowly. We require additional manpower, Luo Feng declared, his figure flickering as he moved into the distance. With Blood Spike closely following, they left a scene littered with corpses, which would soon be devoured by ferocious beasts. After all, nothing would go to waste. Spurt. A torrent of foul blood sprayed forth. At the blazing sun base, over 100 corpses lay sprawled haphazardly. Observing the dead, Luo Feng's expression remained impassive, tinged with a hint of fury. Master, all the cannibals have been eliminated, along with those identified, Bloodspike reported, gripping his desert eagle, his countenance seething with rage. Even during his days as an assassin, he had never resorted to cannibalism. It was a line that no human should cross. With blood spattered across him, he resembled a fearsome iron-blooded rose. Well, that's good. Cannibalism is an absolute taboo. In the future, anyone encountered who engages in such acts must be exterminated. Luo Feng's voice was icy. Upon arriving at this blazing sun base, he found the over 1,000 inhabitants to be emaciated, their faces gaunt and hollow. Some elderly individuals and children had truly starved to death. It was only a few days into the apocalypse, and such a dire situation had already arisen, igniting Luo Feng's fury. Li Feiyun's demise had been far too simplistic, disturbingly so. What was even more outrageous was the act of cannibalism. Unthinkable. This was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 40. Seclusion in Dual Third Tiers. Li Feiyun truly deserved to be tortured 1,000 times. He had shown no regard for the lives of others, forcing them to labor for the establishment of the base while they themselves indulged in lavish feasts, slaying ferocious beasts, treating these survivors as mere free labor. It was truly reprehensible. In the end, these survivors resorted to infighting, culminating in cannibalism. When Luo Feng arrived and witnessed some devouring human flesh, his rage ignited, prompting a purge. He took away those who had not engaged in cannibalism, of course, to ensure they continued to work. Let us seek a secluded place, for I require a period of introspection. The swiftness of the wind and thunder wings eludes me, leaving me in a state of frustration. It is imperative that I ascend, as my strength must be augmented, and yours as well. Fortunately, I have procured a considerable amount of metal ores. Hasten to refine them and achieve your breakthrough. Luo Feng remarked with a calm demeanor, though his voice bore the weight of suppressed fury. It was unacceptable to him that a mere second-tier evolver from a wretched base had inflicted injury upon him. Luo Feng yearned for dominance. He was not inclined to witness danger. Indeed, Master, Bloodspike replied resolutely. She too felt a sense of indignation, for it was her failure that allowed Luo Feng to be harmed. To grow stronger was paramount. Only through strength could she safeguard Luo Feng, which was her sacred duty. The two sought a secure location, with Bloodspike standing vigilant while Luo Feng entered a state of seclusion. In the depths of a dilapidated basement, the wind and thunder wings unfurled, hovering before Luo Feng as the power of wind and thunder coursed through them. For a considerable time, the wind and thunder wings had primarily served as a shield, their speed enhancement not fully realized. The current inability to advance limited the wings' capabilities. At the first tier, no matter how formidable, their potential remained constrained. Gazing at the wind and thunder wings, Luo Feng felt a surge of anticipation. With a flick of his hand, the wind and thunder spirit crystal appeared, invigorating the wings. Like a living entity, they began to absorb the essence within. Lightning and fierce gales danced before Luo Feng, drawn into the wings. Gradually, they radiated brilliance, intricate patterns of lightning etching themselves upon each feather as gentle breezes twined around them, transforming into something profoundly mysterious, igniting wonder in Luo Feng's eyes. With a thunderous roar, the wind and thunder wings officially ascended. A wave of power surged into Luo Feng, invigorating him and enhancing his physical prowess. He gazed upon the wings with exhilaration, a sense of excitement washing over him. Was this not enough? It seemed the wings held considerable potential. Luo Feng chuckled as he observed the wings devour a wind and thunder spirit crystal, still yearning for more. Subsequently, he presented the second and third crystals. By my word, splendid. They have absorbed 5 wind and thunder spirit crystals. Remarkable. Luo Feng marveled at the wings. Now enveloped in lightning and swirling breezes, a mere glance evoked a sensation of soaring, their power significantly augmented. Yet, it still felt insufficient. This time, he had also acquired a 5th-tier celestial treasure, the wind and thunder crystal core. This would surely elevate him to the third tier. Come, let us proceed, he urged, prompting the wings to continue absorbing the wind and thunder crystal core. As the wind and thunder wings consumed the core, Luo Feng, holding the grain crystal, channeled the primordial Townworld Sutra and commenced his cultivation. The second stage of the great perfection in martial arts is on the verge of a breakthrough. Warriors prior to the fourth stage lack effective offensive capabilities. In close combat, they often succumb to formidable adversarial powers. However, the essence of martial arts lies within oneself, marking the path to formidable strength in the later stages, necessitating enhancement. After a day and night, boom, the basement erupted with a thunderous explosion, and Luo Feng ascended skyward, his bare torso glistening. Behind him, enormous wings of wind and thunder unfurled, spanning an impressive 3 meters. Surrounded by gusts of wind, a series of refreshing breezes lifted Luo Feng into the air. His muscles were sculpted like steel, distinctly defined like rock, with 8 prominent abdominal muscles and 2 robust pectorals. Their streamlined form shimmering with a golden hue, exuding an indomitable sense of strength. Whoosh! Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Luo Feng unleashed a punch from 100 meters away, obliterating a dilapidated 3-story building in an instant, sending countless debris soaring into the air. Boom! 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 Luo Feng fully unleashed his power, a torrent of blood energy circulating around him, and a stream of inner force coursing through his being. His silhouette flickered within a kilometer radius, akin to teleportation, leaving behind enormous craters in the ground as if bombarded by artillery. Joyous laughter echoed in all directions. Whoosh! Bloodspike emerged, standing beside Luo Feng, cradling a Barrett rifle that glimmered with a distinctive radiance, unmistakably extraordinary. Congratulations, Master, on your monumental advancement in power. You are unrivaled in this world, Bloodspike exclaimed, akin to an adoring admirer. Haha, you've taken to flattering me. Well done, Luo Feng replied, observing Bloodspike's demeanor. Realizing that the fusion with the firearm had indeed succeeded, he retracted his wind and thunder wings and donned a military green outfit. Bloodspike adjusted Luo Feng's attire, stating, Yes, Master, with the abundant ores you provided, I have now ascended to the mid-second stage. I have refined 6 grain crystals, and my martial arts have also reached the initial phase of the second stage, rendering me nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Furthermore, I have infused this Barrett with a significant amount of wind and thunder essence, allowing the bullets I fire to harness the power of wind and thunder, comparable to the might of a perfected second stage. Luo Feng nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, the power of the perfected second stage is commendable. For now, it suffices. At this juncture, possessing second stage prowess already marks one as a master. The combat strength of the perfected second stage equates to about 1/3 of Luo Feng's original power, allowing him to delegate certain tasks to Bloodspike with great satisfaction. After all, Luo Feng harbored no inclination towards taking lives. The notion of bloodshed was utterly repugnant. Master, your realm is now beyond my comprehension, Bloodspike remarked, a hint of confusion evident. Haha. As for me, Luo Feng chuckled heartily, reveling in the moment, yet refraining from elaborating. Should I reveal to you that I am currently a third-stage master of extraordinary treasures and a perfected third-stage warrior, having consumed 50 grain crystals? The fourth stage would require at least 500 grain crystals, yet I find myself lacking. Nevertheless, I should be able to breach into the initial phase of the fourth stage. However, one must adapt to the present circumstances, taking time to familiarize oneself with each realm. It is essential to recognize that even the absorption of 100 grain crystals requires 1 or 2 days. Thus, Luo Feng decided to postpone further considerations. His extraordinary abilities have seen some advancement, as the enhancement of his 2 primary skills has notably elevated his mental fortitude. He is quite pleased with his peak second-tier mental strength, which, coupled with his celestial dragon ability, positions him well to confront challenges presented at the mid to late stages of the third tier, sufficient for the time being. Chapter 41. Beast Tide. Seeking assistance at the granary next, he must seek out the evolutionary items for the Black Blade, the Luo-yuan spirit field, and the Book of Wisdom. It is imperative to elevate all of them, as the Black Blade has been somewhat of a hindrance. Luo Feng glanced down at the Black Blade, saying, Brother, I will exert all my efforts to find suitable items for you to advance swiftly. A subtle tremor from the black blade seemed to acknowledge Luo Feng's words. Let us proceed eastward without delay and hasten our journey to Suzhou. I wonder how that insufferable brat is faring now, he mused, gazing toward the direction of Suzhou and Yinxing, a hint of concern lingering in his heart. Although he had glimpsed fragments of the future revealing the boy's awakening of extraordinary powers, the recent slaughter of numerous superhumans left him uneasy, should he encounter a formidable opponent. The abilities of other extraordinary beings might prove futile against death. Indeed, Master, please do not worry. Second Master should be fine. Based on your description, his powers are quite formidable, Bloodspike reassured him. Who knows, by the time we arrive, Second Master may have already established a significant force. Let us hope so. Luo Feng replied. 2 motorcycles appeared, and they continued their march eastward. Their journey was marked by a resolute determination to capture all they encountered, be it human or beast, and to seize any treasures that came their way. Along the path, they increasingly discovered evolved creatures, with the first-tier ferocious beasts becoming more prevalent over time, while second-tier beasts occasionally appeared as well. They even encountered a patch of bloodthirsty vines, which Luo Feng incinerated with the celestial dragon fire, yielding a wealth of life essence, valuable treasures for healing, which greatly pleased him. Nevertheless, the rising presence of ferocious beasts and mutated plants along their route indicated a profound transformation in the world, leading Luo Feng to realize that the true apocalypse was on the horizon. Accelerating their pace, the duo traversed 1,000 miles a day, arriving at the vicinity of Pingding Mountain. Boom, boom, bang. Upon a hillside, a glimmer of hazy light flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he turned toward the source of the commotion. Swish. A soft sound heralded the appearance of Bloodspike. Master, ahead lies a battle at a base resisting a beast tide. This base is significant, but the tide is overwhelming. I estimate at least 10,000 ferocious beasts are involved. The conflict is fierce, and their supply of firearms is limited. If this continues, even if they manage to hold off the tide, they will likely suffer heavy losses. Bloodspike reported with a grave expression. Bloodthorn has become increasingly human-like, and he harbors a certain reluctance at the thought of the consequences should the beast tide breach the defenses. As he listened to Bloodthorn's words, Luo Feng remained silent, merely gazing ahead with a distant glimmer in his eyes, allowing him to perceive the battlefield far off. Before him stood a massive base, its walls constructed from an assortment of steel and debris, interspersed with remnants of large vehicles. The formidable walls, towering 10 meters high and wide, encompassed a base approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, teeming with personnel. Atop the walls, numerous soldiers shouted fervently as they engaged in combat. Gunfire from machine guns and rifles echoed, and cannon fire resounded relentlessly. Countless superhumans and warriors unleashed their extraordinary abilities, wielding weapons to slay the advancing ferocious beasts, drenched in blood as they fought valiantly. Shadows flitted about, providing various forms of support. Regrettably, the sheer number of beasts outside was overwhelming, an unrelenting horde of various creatures, numbering in the thousands. The ground was littered with shattered remnants, dismembered flesh, and rivers of blood, as countless ferocious beasts surged forward. Towering elephants, massive tigers, and formidable black bears joined the fray, alongside wild boars, rhinoceroses, monkeys, rats, wild dogs, wolves, and vicious cats. In the sky, a multitude of mutated creatures such as sparrows, pigeons, crows, eagles, and golden eagles soared. Cats the size of a person and sparrows as large as basins, with razor-sharp claws, launched frenzied attacks that were utterly bloodthirsty and terrifying. Amidst the relentless onslaught, some beasts frantically scaled the walls, while soldiers fought with all their might. "Let us perish together," shouted a soldier, his abdomen pierced, as he pulled the pin on a grenade and fell from the wall, taking a massive rat with him in a thunderous explosion that left his comrade's eyes bloodshot. Another soldier found himself ensnared by a snake around his neck. With his last ounce of strength, he plunged a dagger into the serpent's head before collapsing. There were also those among the evolved who, in a desperate frenzy, exhausted their abilities and succumbed to their mental fatigue. The battlefield was fierce and merciless. Yet Luo Feng remained unmoved. The over 10,000 beasts were not insurmountable foes, but rather unnecessary to confront. In such a vast base, there must exist a master of extraordinary treasures, ensuring the presence of hidden trump cards, who could ascertain what dangers lurked. If he could not attain what he desired in the end, and found himself ensnared in peril, Luo Feng would prefer to wait. The loss of a few more lives meant little to him. One more or one less was inconsequential. Suddenly, Bloodthorn exclaimed, "Master, someone is approaching." His expression shifted dramatically as he readied his barret, its barrel crackling with energy. "Do not worry, it's merely the personnel from within the base seeking assistance," Luo Feng replied calmly, without turning his head. Bloodthorn exhaled in relief, but kept his barret steadily aimed. A small girl with white hair, flanked by 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, approached swiftly, racing towards Luo Feng and Bloodthorn. Aside from the girl with white hair, the other 5 were covered in blood, evidently having endured a fierce battle. The 5 regarded the Barrett rifle raised by Blood Piercer with trepidation. The girl with white hair spoke softly, prompting a glance between the 5, who then took a step back as she approached Luo Feng. The girl, approximately 1.50 meters tall, possessed an exquisite charm, resembling a delicate doll. Her long, silvery hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a crystalline glow. "Esteemed Mr. Luo, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Please forgive my audacity," she said, her demeanor respectful and her smile sweet. The other 5 observed Luo Feng with scrutinizing eyes, enveloped in silence. Luo Feng turned to face the girl, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his gaze. "Interesting," he mused, "a seer with royal abilities. I find your powers quite appealing. How about you join me? It is far superior to this place." Yu Peng, a man, enraged, was about to retort when a bullet whizzed past, sending him hurtling backward, blood seeping from his mouth and a gaping wound in his chest. "My master dislikes interruptions. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, I shall sever your tongue." Blood Piercer's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the abyss. The others exchanged furious glances, yet dared not move an inch. Blood Piercer's sudden strike had instilled fear within them. Their companion, at the pinnacle of the first tier, could effortlessly deflect bullets. Among them, ranked within the top 3, had not even perceived the motion before being grievously injured by a single shot. They were in no better position. This Barrett was formidable. "Don't move. A single twitch, and you die. Mr. Luo, we can negotiate." A grain storehouse. Chapter 42. A decisive strike. "Mr. Luo, please temper your anger. Xiaodong was reckless. I hope for your understanding," said Sang Sang, observing the woman beside Luo Feng who had reacted with violence at the slightest provocation, her pupils constricting with tension. The woman had inadvertently revealed her aura during her earlier action, mid-second tier, nearly on par with a base leader, and yet she was merely a servant. "Goodness, my powers. Get a grip. I merely sought assistance, not a deity. Inviting gods is easy, but sending them away is a challenge," Sang Sang lamented internally. Luo Feng regarded the charming Sang Sang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "A transaction, you say? What do you possess that could entice me? Celestial treasures? Once you are dead, I could slay those feral beasts and still claim all your possessions. It merely means your demise, which does not concern me." "How can you be so cold-blooded?" A woman, unable to contain herself, interjected. In an instant, Blood Piercer unleashed 4 shots, sending the remaining personnel crashing backward, each sustaining grievous wounds, their breath shallow. Luo Feng maintained a smile, observing Sang Sang with an air of indifference. This very calmness rendered Sang Sang hesitant to act, despite being poised for confrontation. The fallen individuals on the ground gazed at Blood Piercer with terror. How dare she act first with only 2 of them? Was that not courting death? Bloodstain gazed at the individuals sprawled on the ground, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. A mere dilapidated base. "Had it not been for the potential risks, I would have obliterated you long ago. Such a trivial matter." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Bloodstain's eyes, contemplating that should there be another opportunity, he would annihilate them without hesitation. "Mr. Luo, we possess a granary valued in the millions, with a 5-year food reserve. We could offer you a 20% share if you would lend us your assistance," Sang Sang implored, suppressing her inner fury. "Humph, that is insufficient." Listening to Luo Feng's words, Sang Sang's expression darkened. Selling food for a population of millions for a single year is hardly enough. "Mr. Luo, the food for a year for millions is substantial. We only ask that you eliminate a few second-tier beasts. Would that be acceptable?" "Unacceptable. It is merely a granary. Now that I am aware of its existence, I can claim it myself. Why should I rely on you? I doubt you could even prevent me from doing so. Moreover, This granary is likely not even in your possession. To request me to resolve the beast tide and simultaneously address the granary issue? TSK. What audacity you possess to scheme against me, Luo Feng sneered, his majestic aura erupting explosively. Bang! Sang Sang fell to one knee. Her expression contorted in pain as she struggled against Luo Feng's overwhelming pressure. In the late second tier, unfortunately, she could not rise. As for the 5 injured individuals, 4 of them coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Mr. Luo, we can devise a plan regarding the granary. Besides that, we also have an arsenal and rare treasures like Taishan stones. Please spare us, Sang Sang pleaded, terror-stricken. Originally just a little girl, her awakened prophetic abilities had matured her. Yet she remained a child, inevitably terrified in the face of such peril. Oh, Taishan stones of the 4th tier? Very well, I accept. It is best you fulfill your promises. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you. Luo Feng replied coldly, suddenly retracting his oppressive aura as he regarded Sang Sang. You need not worry. Mr. Luo, Sang Sang sighed in relief. Return and report back to me with an answer. If you dare to toy with me, you may find out what that entails. Luo Feng's demeanor was frigid. Sang Sang quickly nodded, hastily dragging her companions back into the base through a special passage. Watching her depart, a sardonic smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. What a cunning little girl, indeed. But let her be. If she offers me less than promised, she may find it worth the risk. Humph. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. The granary, one can only hope it contains a greater quantity of food crystals. Luo Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. To break through to the 4th tier's pinnacle requires 500 food crystals. The 5th tier demands 5,000, the 6th tier 50,000, and the 7th tier 500,000. Food crystals hold immense value for martial artists, yet their scarcity is lamentable. In truth, utilizing food crystals solely to enhance martial prowess is a waste. They are best used for breaking through bottlenecks, healing wounds, and mending hidden injuries. Alas, wealth permits such extravagance. To squander is to be indulgent. Bloodstain stood aside, gazing at Luo Feng with admiration. This was his master, undeniably formidable. Within the confines of the Pingdingshan base, a man of robust stature and pronounced features stood atop a high tower, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous battle beyond the city walls. His expression was grave, accompanied by a few others. This man was Feng Tang, the commander of Pingdingshan, endowed with the extraordinary ability known as the 4 Sovereigns, which allowed him to wield the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind with remarkable prowess, surpassing even Luo Feng's de Luo Tianlong by a slight margin, and possessing the strength of a late-stage 2nd tier. At this moment, Sang Sang had returned to the base, standing beside him, her demeanor composed as she engaged in quiet conversation. She exhibited none of the childish innocence she had displayed earlier in front of Luo Feng. Instead, she radiated wisdom, poise, elegance, and a sense of sanctity, qualities that truly defined her essence. After a moment of silence, Feng Tang and his companions acknowledged the gravity of their situation. They agreed that while material possessions were significant, human lives were paramount. Surviving the current beast tide would grant them the opportunity for rapid development. Securing even half of the granaries and armories would solidify their position, lest they succumb to their fate. I have seen his spatial treasures, Feng Tang remarked, a hint of concern in his tone. He is rather avaricious. It remains uncertain how much he will ultimately yield. Sang Sang's expression turned serious. There is no choice but to take a gamble. Otherwise, we may not survive this beast tide. The 2 wielders of the extraordinary treasures possess feeble abilities. Their powers are merely auxiliary. With a sudden thump, Feng Tang slammed his hand on the table, his frustration palpable. Very well, I shall speak with him, Sang Sang concluded, closing her eyes slightly as she sent forth a ripple of energy. Her companions regarded her with familiarity, well versed in her unique abilities. On a nearby hillside, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, as tendrils of mental energy emanated from him. Is the prophetic ability truly so formidable? To transmit information over such a distance is fascinating. What a pity, her spirit is too untamed. She is clever, yet if not for that, I might have considered abducting her, he mused, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Blood Spike, remain concealed and prepared for sudden developments. I shall descend and indulge in some slaughter, Luo Feng declared, his excitement mounting as he surveyed the ferocious beasts below. He sensed that the Black Blade was eager for action. Although the energy it absorbed was minimal, It sufficed to ensure that Luo Feng's strength would not wane during combat, for he relished the thrill of battle. "Yes, master. Please exercise caution," Blood Spike replied obediently. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted as Luo Feng propelled himself forward, his figure flickering as if teleporting, and within a mere few breaths, he reached the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 43. A cataclysmic slaughter. Luo Feng's form darted about, resembling a specter in motion. His presence soon captured the attention of Feng Tang and the others atop the tower. They beheld Luo Feng's ghostly silhouette, their pupils constricting and expressions shifting with alarm. "Such speed. Regardless of anything else, we cannot withstand this pace," a burly man in black remarked, his countenance grave. Indeed, the man's velocity was astonishing, yet they pondered his true realm of power and whether their hidden trump cards would suffice. Another man, equally tense, fixated intently on Luo Feng. Sang Sang's expression was somber. "There is no need for excessive worry. This individual will undoubtedly not exceed the rank of a fourth-tier evolved being. Our trump cards remain intact. Though we may not be able to eliminate him, instilling a sense of trepidation is certainly achievable. Rest assured, he will not take action against us." Sang Sang's words brought a sigh of relief to Feng Tang and the others. As long as they were not targeted, it sufficed. Regarding the granary and the arms depot, as long as they did not attempt to seize everything greedily and took only a portion, it was far better than the current dire situation. However, they must still strive for what they could secure. The Pingding Mountain base must flourish, and ambition surged in Feng Tang's eyes. Next time, it absolutely will not be the same. My destiny cannot lie in the hands of another. Beneath his calm exterior, ambition simmered within Feng Tang. By heavens, what terrifying prowess! Suddenly, a high-ranking official beside Feng Tang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The crowd turned their attention, witnessing Luo Feng unleashing his formidable might. With a flash of his blade, 3 ferocious beasts were instantaneously rendered to mere remnants. Luo Feng pressed forward, charging into the heart of the beast tide, his sword illuminating the battlefield as he dispatched beast after beast, limbs flying and blood cascading. A tiger roared and charged at Luo Feng. "Die, you wretch!" The blade shimmered, 3 inches of lethal light soaring forth without a moment's pause. The massive head of the 2-meter tiger fell to the ground with a thud. From atop the tower, one exclaimed, "I can't believe my eyes. A second-tier beast slain with a single stroke. Are we truly on the same starting line?" A few swallowed hard, their expressions grim. What shocked them even more was yet to come. A colossal bear leaped forth, its paw striking and causing a head to explode. A monkey, agile as lightning, darted through the multitude of beasts, swiftly decapitating its foe. In a mere minute, having entered the fray for only a short time, Luo Feng had effortlessly dispatched over 300 beasts, including 3 second-tier creatures. "Support has arrived. Brothers, hold on. We have reinforcements. Roar, you bastards, you beasts. We have experts joining us. Your demise is certain. Attack. Kill. Fire the cannons. Annihilate these beasts. Brothers, I shall avenge you. Charge." Luo Feng's ferocious valor instantly captured the attention of the blood-soaked soldiers atop the city walls, igniting their fervor and unleashing a wave of adrenaline. Anti-aircraft guns relentlessly targeted the flying creatures above, while artillery on the slopes bombarded the enemy below. Alas, the density of firepower was somewhat lacking. It seemed they were not sufficiently prepared, unable to achieve complete coverage. Amidst the battlefield, Luo Feng stood, gripping the head of a monkey, his body drenched in blood. Reminiscent of a war god, a piercing cry of rage erupted, resonating deeply within the soul. The previously intimidated beasts, momentarily shaken by Luo Feng's assault, now surged with renewed ferocity, charging madly towards the city walls in a frenzied, suicidal attack. A colossal black bird soared from the distance, its wings spanning an impressive tenjong. This behemoth possessed a beak as sharp as finely tempered gold and claws that glimmered with a chilling radiance. Its wings forged as though from gold and iron, exuding an indomitable aura. Its incessant cries honed in on Luo Feng, reverberating as if to convey a command. Suddenly, amidst the surge of beasts, 6 formidable creatures encircled Luo Feng, their ferocious intent palpable. "Brothers, hold firm. Victory shall be ours. Behind us stand the common folk. It is our duty as soldiers to protect our homeland and fend off the invaders. Charge!" With a thunderous roar, Feng Tang's figure emerged upon the city wall. His powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning surging forth, instantly clearing the perimeter of the wall by 100 meters. Sang Sang and several high-ranking officials sprang into action, with 4 or 5 second-tier warriors providing a sigh of relief for the soldiers on the wall, while Feng Tang and his companions engaged the savage beasts. Their gazes remained fixed on Luo Feng's battle, for the crux of this conflict rested upon him. They glanced at the great bird in the sky, their anxiety palpable. They had entered the battlefield to evade such a creature. This was a third-tier beast. Could Luo Feng withstand it? This beast possessed intelligence, and those atop the high tower were surely doomed. Upon witnessing the emergence of the third-tier bird, the group hastily joined the fray, albeit with minimal commotion to avoid drawing the attention of the formidable creature. Luo Feng gazed up at the massive black bird overhead, a smile breaking across his face. A soul-devouring eagle, what a fascinating specimen. A mental-type beast. Its crystal core should enable my abilities to transcend into the second-tier perfection, he mused, excitement glimmering at the corners of his mouth. The soul-devouring eagle, enraged by Luo Feng's gaze, emitted a piercing cry, prompting the 6 second-tier beasts to charge at him with wild ferocity. In the air, an eagle soared. On the ground, a lion roared, a rhinoceros raced, a python slithered, a black tiger leaped, and a cunning silver wolf prowled. All 6 beasts were at least mid-second tier, their formidable physical prowess rendering them a significant threat. Luo Feng regarded the approaching beasts with a grin. You underestimate me, do you? Let us see what you've got. Blade light flashed. Blade light, blade light. Kill, kill, kill. With a thunderous shout, Luo Feng unleashed his power, momentarily silencing the battlefield, leading to a shocking turn of events. In just 3 strikes, 3 resplendent beams of light flashed. The eagle plummeted from the sky. The lion and rhinoceros were cleaved in 2. The python, black tiger, and silver wolf lost their heads. Such overwhelming prowess ignited a fervor throughout the base. Roar. The war god. The war god. Kill, kill, kill. War god. Feng Tang and his companions were utterly astounded, their hearts shaken by Luo Feng's display of might. They exchanged glances, calculating their next move, fully aware that they must proceed with caution and ensure Luo Feng's safe passage. Squawk! The soul-devouring eagle screeched in fury, enraged. A colossal figure descended from the heavens, resembling a small mountain, plummeting towards Luo Feng with a fierce intent, its razor-sharp claws reaching for his head. Observing the soul-capturing eagle, Luo Feng licked his lips, beckoning, "Come forth, my crystal core. Do you wish to test the resilience of my head? You shall have no opportunity." With a low exclamation, he summoned forth his thunderstorm wings, which radiated brilliance, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the gusting of fierce winds. In an instant, Luo Feng's figure flickered as if teleporting, the flash of his blade illuminating the air, while a massive claw descended from above, eliciting a pained cry from the soul-capturing eagle. The creature, now frenzied, fixed its gaze upon Luo Feng, its murderous intent surging. Upon the city walls, Sang Sang's expression darkened. "This is troublesome. I forgot to inform Mr. Luo that the soul-capturing eagle excels in mental attacks. I wonder if he can withstand it." Cursing under her breath, she added, "This is a real predicament. If Mr. Luo gets injured, we might be implicated." Sang Sang hurriedly urged, as Feng Tang grew anxious. "This is truly not intentional. They are not so foolish as to underestimate Luo Feng's combat prowess." The crowd did not believe the soul-capturing eagle could vanquish Luo Feng, yet they feared the repercussions of their oversight if Luo Feng were to suffer mental harm. Having witnessed his ruthless combat style, their apprehension grew. Ultimately, a trump card remains a trump card. Should Luo Feng truly become enraged, their secret weapon may prove ineffective. Mr. Luo, be cautious. The soul-capturing eagle specializes in mental attacks. A ripple of warning echoed in Luo Feng's mind, accompanied by a surge of information that brought a faint smile to his lips. A unique wave of energy unfolded, causing intense pain to ripple through the battlefield. Those of lesser strength, including ordinary citizens atop the walls, found themselves bleeding from their orifices, clutching their heads in agony. Luo Feng, too, paled, teetering precariously, struggling to maintain his grip on the black blade. "This is dire. Mr. Luo is in danger." Sang Sang's urgent voice reverberated in his mind, as a pure mental energy coursed through him. Yet Luo Feng's condition showed no sign of improvement. He seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Sang Sang suddenly grasped the situation, allowing herself to relax slightly. The soul-capturing eagle, witnessing Luo Feng's state, was filled with elation as it dove towards him. Its massive jaws agape, ready to consume him. No. Bang, bang, bang. On a distant hillside, Bloodspike's expression turned frantic as he fired his Barrett rifle repeatedly. Bullets soaring towards the soul-capturing eagle. Unfortunately, it was too late. The creature was nearly upon them. Suddenly, a mocking smile appeared on the lips of the swaying Luo Feng. The soul-capturing eagle's expression shifted dramatically. It, too, possessed intelligence and realized too late that it had fallen into a trap. With a brilliant flash, two blades of light, akin to divine radiance, sliced through the air. One strike severed the throat, while the second claimed the head. Bang! The colossal, soul-devouring eagle plummeted from the heavens, crushing a dozen fierce beasts beneath its weight, while a cascade of warm blood rained down, drenching Luo Feng in a sanguine baptism that was nothing short of exhilarating. Roars and screeches erupted as the majestic creature met its demise, instantly halting the movements of all surrounding beasts, who gazed upon its massive form with palpable terror. In an instant, chaos ensued as the beasts, gripped by uncontainable fear, fled in every direction. Brothers, the tide of beasts is receding. Pursue them, slay them, annihilate them. The cries for vengeance echoed among the soldiers atop the city walls, who leapt down to chase after the retreating fiends. The beasts, in their frantic escape, had no thought of resistance. Those who lagged behind were mercilessly dispatched. Amidst the turmoil, Luo Feng was engaged in a decisive act, deftly slicing open the skull of the soul-devouring eagle and extracting a silvery crystal core, pulsating with potent spiritual energy, which brought him immense satisfaction. Suddenly, a figure dashed to his side, eyes ablaze with concern. "Master, are you unharmed? Is your soul intact?" The fervent inquiries conveyed deep anxiety. Observing Bloodspike, Luo Feng chuckled, exuding an aura of dominance. "Do not fret, I am unharmed. The forces of spiritual energy are inconsequential to me. What is one mere soul-devouring eagle? Indeed, my master is the strongest." Bloodspike's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Luo Feng unscathed. Her loyalty had transcended the bounds of the spirit puppet chain. For a woman who had known the chill of solitude, devoid of kin or friends, the emergence of a powerful, confident, and wise man, one she trusted completely, had rendered him her sole beacon in life, inseparable through trials of existence. Subsequently, Luo Feng meticulously collected the remains of every beast he had slain, particularly that of the soul-devouring eagle. Once his task was complete, he noticed Sang Sang and her companions waiting nearby, while Bloodspike remained aloof, her disdain for the others evident. After all, they had nearly endangered her master, and their survival was already a generous mercy. As Luo Feng finished gathering the carcasses, Sang Sang and her group approached him. "Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am Feng Tang, the head of the Pingding Mountain Base. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I cannot express my gratitude enough for your timely intervention. Without you, our base would surely have faced calamity." Feng Tang's excitement was palpable as he expressed his appreciation. Luo Feng regarded him with an impassive demeanor. "Mr. Feng, you flatter me. Every deed comes at a cost. Merely return what is mine." His words were decidedly blunt, causing an awkward silence among the members of the Pingding Mountain Base, who were well aware of Luo Feng's formidable reputation. Sang Sang stepped forward. "Mr. Luo, the Taishan stone has been prepared. What do you think?" Sang Sang gestured subtly, and two individuals struggled to hoist a massive stone towards Luo Feng. The two late-stage evolutionaries appeared to be laboring intensely, each step proving to be a considerable challenge. The stone measured a full cubic meter, emanating a weighty aura that instilled a sense of oppression, instantly capturing Luo Feng's attention. With a swift motion, he summoned a surge of internal energy, and the Taishan stone soared into his grasp, leaving Feng Tang astounded. They were acutely aware of the stone's immense weight. Such effortless handling indicated Luo Feng's profound strength, suggesting he was at least a third-tier evolutionary. This revelation stirred a sense of unease among them. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of excitement danced in Luo Feng's eyes. This was indeed a remarkable find. The black blade vibrated slightly, eliciting joy within him, as it seemed this object aligned perfectly with the blade's preferences. With a deft motion, he stowed away the Taishan stone, inciting envy among the onlookers. It was a treasure of spatial significance, a feat of divine prowess. Turning to the astonished crowd, Luo Feng offered a faint smile, declaring, "This item is quite satisfactory. I shall keep it. Now, regarding the granary, prepare yourselves, for I intend to set forth immediately. There is no time for delay, he demanded. Assign someone to brief me on the current state of the granary. I wish to be thoroughly informed. His tone was authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 45. Suppression and Distribution. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, the others refrained from further discussion. Luo Feng, accompanied by Blood Spike, selected a stone and, though drenched in blood, merely shuddered slightly. Emerging considerably cleaner. Lighting a cigarette, he perched upon the stone, awaiting an explanation from the others. Blood Spike stood quietly to the side, cradling a Barrett rifle. His gaze fixed on the group. The lack of decorum displayed by the master and servant stirred feelings of frustration and anger within Feng Tang and his companions. Though they dared not show it, their ires simmered. After establishing the base, they had grown accustomed to wielding life and death authority, and it was a novel experience to bow their heads to another. Yet, under the weight of Luo Feng's overwhelming power, they felt compelled to acquiesce. Sang, having composed herself, stepped forward respectfully and spoke. Mr. Luo Feng, allow me to elucidate the current situation regarding the granary. Originally, the strategic reserve granary was established within the heart of Flat Peak, a fortress that was as stable as Mount Tai. However, following the upheaval, Flat Peak has transformed into a towering mountain exceeding 30,000 meters in height. Consequently, the precise location of the granary within Flat Peak has become uncertain. Furthermore, the mountain is now occupied by a host of ferocious beasts, a massive tribe of savage creatures. Indeed, the Flat Peak is now dominated by the Spirit Monkey clan. At the helm stands a formidable battle-ready Spirit Monkey, boasting mid-third tier strength and exceptional combat prowess. Though its temperament is somewhat capricious, it harbors no significant malice towards humanity. Few Spirit Monkeys descended from the mountains, hence no battle ensued. However, if the Spirit Monkey clan were to join the Beast Tide this time, it would spell trouble. The Pingding Mountain base might not withstand until Luo Feng's arrival and could be reduced to ruins. The crux of the matter lies in Pingding Mountain, which harbors treasures, precious treasures. Oh, dear treasures, do tell, what do you possess? If the items are commendable, we could spare a bit more of the rations for you. Luo Feng's words caused Feng Tang and the others to stiffen, their expressions turning grim. Luo Feng, however, remained unfazed. Sang furrowed her brow slightly, and then spoke. Mr. Luo, this is vital information. I hope to exchange this news for 2/3 of the food in the granary, and we require half of that treasure from the Pingding Mountain base. With a sharp sound, a knife sliced through the air, landing on Sang's shoulder, causing a trickle of blood to flow down. The words she was uttering froze on her lips, her eyes flashing with terror as she gazed at Luo Feng, her body involuntarily trembling. No, Mr. Luo. Please do not resort to violence. Be cautious. Mr. Luo, let us negotiate amicably. Feng Tang and the others were instantly alarmed, hastily trying to dissuade him while glancing anxiously at the black knife poised above Sang's shoulder. This was a precious asset of the base. Should anything happen, the future of the base would be in jeopardy. Yet, as they observed Luo Feng, who was still holding the bloody Barrett aimed at them, the glimmering firearm rendered them motionless with dread. Luo Feng regarded Sang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. On what grounds do you negotiate with me? What gives you the audacity? Enlighten me. With a slight exertion, he pressed the black knife closer, causing Sang to suddenly kneel on the ground, her expression a picture of panic. Speak, what gives you the right? Is it merely those few tattered spirit talismans? Is that the source of your courage? Luo Feng scoffed coldly, leaving the others stunned, as if struck by lightning. How did Luo Feng discover their trump card? How had their secret been exposed? This realization filled them with intense fear and confusion as they exchanged bewildered glances, a mixture of doubt, astonishment, and suspicion reflected in their eyes. At this moment, Sang lifted her head. Ah, Mr. Luo, this matter is my fault. It seems you possess abilities akin to mine. Indeed, you deserve the title of the prophesied savior. Your extraordinary nature is evident. However, I surmise that your reluctance to strike directly stems from some degree of caution. While our talismans may lack offensive power, their potential for contamination is significant. Although they may not pose much threat to you, I believe even a slight delay in your progress is something you would rather avoid. Mr. Luo, our demands are modest. We require only 50% of the granary's provisions, 50% of the armory, and merely 30% of the treasures atop Pingding Mountain. The number of spirit monkeys inhabiting Pingding Mountain is considerable. Though our base may seem of little value, entangling some spirit monkeys is indeed feasible. Our requests are truly not excessive. I kindly ask for your understanding." Suddenly, Sang Sang knelt on both knees, earnestly expressing her thoughts to Luo Feng, her demeanor radiating profound respect and anticipation. Observing her, Luo Feng chuckled. "How intriguing. Your aspirations are indeed grand. I hope you achieve success." He sheathed his black blade. Feng Tang and the others promptly assisted Sang Sang to her feet, exhaling in relief, their gazes lingering on Luo Feng, hesitant to speak. Luo Feng broke the silence, stating, "From the granary atop Pingding Mountain, I require merely 20% of the grain." Noticing their palpable excitement, he continued, "However, everything produced within that granary is mine without negotiation. All contents therein belong to me." His words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The group exchanged glances. Sang Sang gently closed her eyes, a mysterious force enveloping the atmosphere before dissipating. Her complexion paled slightly as she replied, "Very well, we shall forego the contents, but we demand 80% of the grain." "Agreed. Now, regarding the treasures on Pingding Mountain, what can you tell me about them?" Luo Feng inquired, intrigued by the valuable items Sang Sang had mentioned. A woman stepped forward and spoke, "Mr. Luo, there are spiritual fruits, spirit trees, and peach trees above." To Luo Feng's surprise, it turned out that extraordinary fruit-bearing trees resided on the mountain. Lingho Mountain, known as Pingding Mountain, housed not only the granary, but also a grove of spirit peach trees. Among them were over 100 first-tier spiritual fruit trees, a dozen second-tier trees, and 3 third-tier peach trees, though none of the 4th tier existed. However, there was a magnificent 5th-tier tree king. The tree king of the peach tree, 5th-tier fruit tree, bore fruits that could grant one the ability to transform into a spirit ape, with effects varying from mediocre to exceptional, the worst being a subpar ability of giant ape transformation, while the best could be a superior ability of fighting spirit ape. For instance, Luo Feng's Book of Wisdom allows him to perceive the basic information of any object, while Sang Sang's prophetic ability also provides insight, albeit with numerous limitations. "Ah, a 5th-tier tree king," Luo Feng remarked, his interest piqued. "A 5th-tier tree king with a superior ability, how enticing." His heart raced at the prospect. "Indeed, this information has cost us 5 informants," the woman lamented, her spirits dampened. Chapter 46, Alliance, Lesson. Assault. Luo Feng disregarded the woman's statement. "How many lives you lose is of no concern to me." After listening to her account, he nodded slightly, calculating his next move. With a flick of his hand, Bloodspike's figure flickered and vanished swiftly. Information is something that must be witnessed firsthand to be deemed credible. The others watched as Bloodspike departed, saying nothing. Luo Feng's actions were typical, yet his disregard for their presence was palpable. Feng Tang and his companions simmered with frustration, yearning to retaliate against Luo Feng, contemplating activating their spiritual talismans to mar his path of cultivation. Alas, they dared not, suppressing their indignation while forcing smiles. It resembled a workplace dynamic, where one might desire to eliminate a tyrannical boss, yet must outwardly maintain a facade of respect. An inescapable reality they could not escape. Luo Feng had long discerned his path. His current pursuit was to transform into the individual who is revered, rather than one who merely bows to others. His entire existence had been dedicated to this ambition. "Mr. Luo, I have a request," Sang Sang ventured cautiously. "The number of spirit monkeys on Lingho Mountain has become overwhelming, and our Pingding Mountain base is currently under siege by a horde of beasts, suffering significant personnel losses. Furthermore, we must maintain our defense of the base, which leaves us short-handed. I propose to unite with 2 other private bases. Would that be acceptable to you?" Luo Feng regarded Sang Sang with mild surprise, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. "Interesting. Good fortune is to be shared. This matter does not concern me. The more individuals involved, the better. However, one thing must be clear. My share cannot be diminished," he declared, regardless of the number of people. Luo Feng was resolute in safeguarding his interests, indifferent to others' fates. Hearing his words, Sang Sang, along with Feng Tang and the others, exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Mr. Luo." Sang Sang exchanged a glance, prompting one of Feng Tang's companions to swiftly depart, presumably to inform the other bases. As he watched the individual leave, Sang Sang elaborated, "Mr. Luo, these 2 bases are affiliates of the Pingding Mountain base, essentially forming a defensive perimeter. If they hadn't intercepted some ferocious beasts, our situation would have been far more perilous. I have no desire to delve into your circumstances. I shall not linger here. Once I obtain what I seek, I will depart without hesitation, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. Increasing personnel only adds pressure to oneself. At times, sheer numbers prove futile. It seems you have yet to fully adapt to this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps I can impart a lesson soon. Before long, the individual who had left returned, accompanied by two groups of over a dozen people, all of whom were at least peak-level first-tier evolutionaries. The leading man and woman exuded the aura of late-stage second-tier evolutionaries. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, radiating a menacing aura that had yet to dissipate, suggesting they had recently survived a fierce battle against the beast horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures darted forward, halting abruptly before the crowd. Brother Feng, the beast horde has finally subsided. It is a relief that you are unharmed, boomed a robust man, his appearance rugged and imposing. Beside him stood a captivating woman, exuding an irresistible allure, her gaze drawn to Luo Feng with a subtle smile that was undeniably enticing. Hey pal, we're fine. This time, we owe our survival to Mr. Luo. Without him, our Pingding mountain base would have been doomed. Come, let us greet Mr. Luo. We were waiting for you. We are planning to assault Lingho Mountain shortly and must coordinate our efforts. Mr. Luo mentioned that, aside from other resources, we could receive 80% of the grain from Lingho Mountain, correct? Feng Tang rapidly conveyed to He Pao, as though granting them such a share was a generous reward. However, the words stirred a glint of murderous intent in Luo Feng's eyes, causing the black blade to tremble slightly. Sang Sang's complexion changed dramatically as she glared at Feng Tang, her heart seething with anger. Just as she was about to speak, He Pao turned to Luo Feng with an arrogant demeanor, exclaiming, "What, Mr. Luo? The granary of Lingho Mountain belongs to us. It is not something that just anyone can meddle with. And you demand 2 portions of grain and treasures. On what grounds? Despicable." Seeking death, Peng, with a chilling expression, immediately drew his gun. A single shot ignited, and a colossal black cannon materialized beside He Pao. Boom. The cannonball struck the black cannon, sending He Pao flying. Damn it. Seeking death, He Pao roared, conjuring a gigantic black cannon, preparing to retaliate. Humph. A cold snort echoed, and in an instant, He Pao appeared as if struck by lightning. The massive black cannon dissipated, and he knelt on the ground, struggling to raise his head to look at Luo Feng, his expression one of horror. Luo Feng stood up, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. Sang Sang hastily interjected, her tone filled with urgency. "Mr. Luo, this is a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain." "There's no need. I will grant you, Feng Tang, an opportunity to ally with whoever you wish. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare your lives. If not, I will annihilate you all." His tone was calm, yet at that moment, a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood loomed in the minds of the onlookers. Both Feng Tang and He Pao's expressions turned to one of stark terror as an intense sense of impending doom gripped their hearts. "Mr. Luo, Feng Tang stammered, desperate to explain. With a flash, the black blade was drawn, radiating a brilliant light, causing Feng Tang's expression to shift alarmingly. "Form the formation. Join forces." Sang Sang's face paled. Luo Feng's murderous intent surged, and she realized there was no room for retreat. A flicker of resentment towards Feng Tang emerged within her, and she felt a sense of discomfort rising. Knowing they were no match for him, and with their trump cards yet to be revealed, this was tantamount to courting death. Boom. In an instant, everyone unleashed their attacks. Waves of energy surged forth, converging onto a mystical spirit talisman. The talisman began to emanate a golden glow, and a massive shield enveloped them all. A 4th-tier diamond talisman. Intriguing. Let us see if such a mere 4th-tier talisman can withstand my blade. Flash. A radiant blade of light, surrounded by blood energy and flickering flames, descended with terrifying ferocity, instilling profound fear in Sang Sang and the others. Boom. The massive blade, 3 zhang in length, descended from the heavens, and the diamond talisman could only withstand for a mere 3 breaths before exploding into countless fragments. Feng Tang summoned his powers, and 4 regal figures materialized, surrounding him. He Pao, too, activated the black cannon, preparing to launch himself, but alas, it was too late. The blade's light was perilously close. "This is bad." Sang Sang's complexion turned ashen as another spirit talisman appeared in her hand. Rumbling. In an instant, the talisman in Sang Sang's hand was activated, unleashing a torrent of waves reminiscent of a mighty river, sweeping towards the glint of the blade. Flowing with the current, Sang Sang's mental energy surged wildly. The tumultuous waves did not launch an attack, but rather continuously swirled, guiding the light of the blade to either side. With a powerful shout, Sang Sang collapsed to the ground, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Boom! The blade's light descended, grazing the face of the black cannon and creating a chasm on the ground, a crack that spanned several dozens of feet, unfathomably deep, accompanied by a sharp, lingering aura. A group of people broke into a sweat, cold beads forming on their brows as they gazed at Luo Feng, their hearts gripped with terror. Goodness! Is this still a human? Could he truly be an evolutionary of the same era? Under this blade, they felt no different from ordinary mortals, merely a matter of whether death would be beautiful or grotesque. Feng Tang knelt on the ground, the earlier blade light having been directed by Sang Sang towards the black cannon. Yet, the piercing and fierce radiance of the blade still instilled dread in Feng Tang's heart, causing him to bow his head, unable to meet Luo Feng's gaze. As for the black cannon, he narrowly escaped being cleaved in two, his mind thunderstruck as he sank to the ground, his body weak and trembling. Waves of turmoil surged within him, fear, anger, and resentment flashing in his eyes as he covertly glanced at Sang Sang, a hint of grievance emanating from him. The threat of death was simply too overwhelming to bear. Meanwhile, the snow fox retreated repeatedly, gazing at Luo Feng as if he were a god of death, her once alluring demeanor now subdued. Sang Sang, relieved that no one was injured, exhaled deeply and managed to stand, her body swaying slightly as she observed her companions sprawled on the ground. Feeling somewhat helpless, truly a band of inept allies. Regarding the black cannon-esque gaze, Sang Sang sensed his resentment within her heart. Yet she acknowledged that Feng Tang was undoubtedly more significant than the black cannon. Turning to Luo Feng, her expression became one of utmost reverence as her sweet voice rang out. Mr. Luo, please do not be angered. A mere commoner like that big black cannon is hardly worth your attention. Brother Feng spoke without malice. I implore you to show understanding. She continued. If you still feel displeased, just express it, and I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. Sang Sang's demeanor was exceptionally gentle, adorned with an endearing expression, involuntarily puffing her chest slightly. One could not help but notice that despite her petite frame, Sang Sang's presence was quite substantial. Blood Sting, observing Sang Sang, and then himself, felt somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Luo Feng, pursing his lips, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Luo Feng, observing Sang Sang's demeanor, remained expressionless. What did it matter if she was adorable? A woman's charm ought not to hinder his resolve to draw his blade. Enough with the theatrics. I've already stated that if you withstand my blade, the matter will end there. Do not test my patience again, or I shall take your lives. Luo Feng's voice resonated like a celestial blade in the minds of those present, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, that will not happen, absolutely not. Sang Sang quickly reassured, her demeanor slightly easing. Please make the arrangements swiftly. I am weary of waiting for you all. Luo Feng coldly glanced at the crowd before leaping onto a large rock with blood spike. Tables and chairs appeared, adorned with fried chicken, barbecue, and beer. With a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, Luo Feng indulged in a satisfying smoke. Some ordinary people, who were busy clearing the battlefield, couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing him. Many had gone days without a cigarette and were overwhelmed by cravings, not to mention the allure of fried chicken and barbecue. Previously, many wealthy individuals had deemed such fare as junk food. Now, however, it was a luxury they could not even obtain. A few could only swallow their saliva as they watched, while Luo Feng and his companion remained indifferent. On the other hand, Sang Sang dared not delay. Within half an hour, she mobilized numerous resources to swiftly restore the mental strength of several high-ranking individuals. Luo Feng's earlier strike had left everyone shaken, leading to significant depletion of their mental energy, necessitating the deployment of substantial resources. After half an hour, 15 individuals reappeared before Luo Feng. Sang Sang from the Pingding mountain base, Feng Tang, and 5 other second-tier experts, along with 3 early-stage second-tier individuals from the Hypo base, and the same from the Shuahu base. Observing these individuals, a faint smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. Not bad, after the beast tied. There are still so many evolved beings among you, demonstrating considerable prowess. Regrettably, these evolvers had only adopted the most conventional method of evolution, devouring energy, implying limited prospects. It was uncertain whether they could even reach the fourth tier. Among them, only Sang Sang, Feng Tang, Hypo, and Shuahu held any promise. As the 15 approached him, Sang Sang had changed into an adorable Lolita outfit, enhancing her cuteness. Mr. Luo, we are ready. We can proceed now. Very well. Let us hope you do not disappoint me, Luo Feng replied casually, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. We certainly will not. Please rest assured, Mr. Luo. Blood Spike on the left, Sang Sang leading the way on the right, they rushed toward Lingho Mountain. The Pingding Mountain base was only a little over 100 kilometers away, and under the group's speed, they reached the foot of the mountain in merely an hour. Looking up at the towering, cloud-piercing peak of Pingding Mountain, which seemed to possess an ethereal and mystical quality, Luo Feng couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of nature. When had he last visited? It was for a trip to Pingding Mountain, a memory that felt surprisingly recent. Sang Sang and the others quietly observed Luo Feng as he gazed at the mountain, not daring to interrupt. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Let us proceed and resolve this matter swiftly. Delays are unproductive. Luo Feng's mood soured slightly, and he urged them to move quickly, his figure darting up the mountain like a flash of lightning. The others hurriedly followed, exerting themselves to keep pace. After climbing 1,000 meters, they were soon detected by a group of monkeys. These ordinary monkeys appeared slightly larger and more robust, perhaps capable of challenging a tiger from the past. They did not even qualify as fierce beasts. Instead, they began to chatter and drive the group away. Luo Feng furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Sang Sang to hastily declare, "Drive them away, continue to obstruct, and kill." Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd unleashed their abilities, sending monkeys scattering or eliminating them outright. Luo Feng paid little heed as he advanced with determination, bloodlust guiding his path. Sang Sang, Feng Tang, and others closely followed, while the rest dispersed to clear the way ahead, dispatching monkey after monkey with ruthless efficiency. Luo Feng observed with mild approval. These individuals were commendable, with 5 or 6 soldiers among them who acted decisively, suggesting they had adapted to the apocalypse. It appeared that these 3 bases possessed a modicum of talent. Chapter 48. Harvest. As bodies collided, a cacophony of furious screeches erupted. A few monkeys towering over 2 meters descended from the mountainside, their enraged howls piercing the air as they charged at the group, brandishing wooden clubs. The formidable physical prowess of these mid-tier spirit monkeys, with their surging vitality, piqued Luo Feng's curiosity and stirred a sense of pity within him. My dear creatures. He instinctively quickened his pace, prompting the others to sigh and push forward with all their might to keep up. Swish, swish, swish. The snow fox darted ahead, its eyes glinting with a hint of red. Instantly, 3 monkeys trembled, their eyes turning blood red as they turned upon each other in a frenzied brawl. A remarkable artifact, indeed. However, its initial level enhancement seemed flawed, limiting its potential. Luo Feng dismissed it after a mere glance, recognizing it as an ordinary 3-spirit artifact. From the outset, he discerned that this snow fox was not an ability user, but rather a master of the artifact. He wondered if Sang Sang was aware of this. Though it was of little concern to him, the snow fox retreated, casting a glance at Luo Feng, betraying a trace of anxiety. Seeing his impassive expression, it exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the ordinary monkeys were dispatched in alternating strikes by the group, striving to eliminate as many as possible. As the spirit monkeys joined the fray, the snow fox and Black Cannon also began to engage. It must be said that Black Cannon's abilities were quite impressive. Each attack, once unleashed, struck with the force of artillery. One shot rivaled that of a grenade, showcasing considerable potential. If wielded effectively, it could even yield results akin to a nuclear strike, placing it among the more elite abilities. Regrettably, its speed lagged behind. Its movement was significantly slower compared to others of the same caliber. The group moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the mountainside in just an hour, leaving a river of blood in their wake as countless monkeys fell. However, in the recent kilometer, they encountered no monkeys launching attacks, allowing them to ascend with ease, a fact that tightened the group's apprehension, fearing an ambush awaited them above. Luo Feng is nearly there. It should be about 1,000 meters more. I checked, and they are all up there, with the Monkey King leading the horde, ready to ambush us, Sang Sang remarked, her expression growing grave. Let us proceed, Luo Feng remarked nonchalantly, a hint of delight in his demeanor as he suggested that the gathering of the monkeys would be advantageous. The gathering would indeed simplify their search for trouble. Observing Luo Feng's unwavering confidence, the group's apprehensions dissipated. After all, with Mr. Luo present, what threat could a mere troop of monkeys pose? At long last, they reached their destination. Luo Feng and his companions halted, confronted by a throng of monkeys numbering in the thousands, each one a formidable adversary at least at the mid-stage of the first tier. The assortment of monkeys was striking, ranging from ordinary specimens over 2 meters tall, 3-meter-long black-backed apes, to over a meter-high spirit jade apes, and the colossal strength apes measuring 4 to 5 meters. However, the most eye-catching were the 5 battle-hardened spirit monkeys standing at the forefront, exuding an aura of late second-tier to peak second-tier strength. Leading them was a mutated battle spirit monkey, its 4 to 5 meter frame resembling a figure forged from gold and iron, radiating a palpable sense of power. Its robust physique pulsated with vitality, akin to a mighty river in full flow, and its fur shimmered like gold. Although it possessed the aura of a mid-stage third-tier creature, it bore a weightiness reminiscent of Mount Tai, and its formidable physical strength captivated Luo Feng's attention. What a worthy opponent! What a treasure! Such a powerful being could enhance his understanding of the path through its flesh and crystal core, aiding in his potential breakthrough to the 4th tier. Moreover, Luo Feng felt a yearning for combat, an exhilarating battle. Throughout their journey, the foes had been too weak, failing to ignite his interest. Now, encountering a mid-stage 3rd-tier beast with comparable physical prowess was a rare opportunity. Come forth. The Monkey King bellowed upon seeing the group, instinctively conveying a challenge. Who are you? And why do you threaten my kin? Listening to the Monkey King's words, Luo Feng chuckled, his figure darting forward, unarmed and unyielding, charging directly at the king. Cease your cries. This is a fight to the death. Either you perish or I shall. Why waste time with questions? With sheer force, he unleashed a punch. Roar. The Monkey King, enraged, responded with impressive agility, also launching a punch. The clash resonated like thunder, causing Luo Feng to stagger back 5 steps, while the king retreated 3. Excitement surged within Luo Feng. Ha! Excellent. Splendid. Let us engage in battle. His exhilaration was palpable as he retracted his wind and thunder wings, his upper garment exploding. And he surged toward the Monkey King for a fierce melee. The intensity of their combat left both the onlookers and the monkeys astounded. What was happening? Were they truly engaging without hesitation? Observing the raw ferocity of Luo Feng and the Monkey King, the crowd was rendered speechless, as were the monkeys. Sang Sang. What should we do? Should we intervene? The Snow Fox inquired softly. No need. Let us observe for now. These monkeys are formidable, and we would not stand a chance. Mr. Luo is merely reveling in the hunt. This battle will conclude swiftly. We should prepare ourselves for what lies ahead, Sang Sang replied with a serious expression. As the crowd nodded in agreement, a surge of energy began to coalesce around them, preparing for a formidable strike. However, without commands from either side, both parties refrained from engaging, merely observing the unfolding battle with wide eyes. The air resonated with thunderous collisions, akin to the clash of gold and iron. The Monkey King radiated golden light, his physique appearing as robust as divine metal, as his enormous palm descended upon Luo Feng like a mountain seeking to suppress him. Come forth. Luo Feng roared, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the air, his vitality swirling around him. The impact resonated like 2 mountains colliding, both warriors relinquishing any semblance of finesse in favor of raw power, continuously battering one another. Their movements were swift, their figures flickering amidst the destruction of boulders and the collapse of trees. Even the mightiest of trees disintegrated into dust with the slightest graze as they fought like prehistoric behemoths, their battleground expanding with each clash. A distorted voice echoed, roar, die. The Monkey King, incensed, summoned a vague silhouette behind him, launching a colossal fist that struck with terrifying force, rending the earth asunder like a mountain's impact. Humph. To seek my death, you are sorely unqualified. Luo Feng bellowed, striking forth with his palm. Gathering his vitality, he conjured a phantom of a stone tablet, both infinitesimally small and infinitely large, descending from the heavens to crush his opponent. Chapter 49, Bloodshed. The Monkey King's final stand, witnessing the formidable techniques displayed by the two combatants, Feng Tang and his companions felt a twinge of concern. Luo Feng had relied solely on his physical prowess. Was he being overly ambitious? The earth shook with a sound reminiscent of mountains colliding. A massive figure was sent flying, crashing through a dozen trees, fracturing an arm, bones splintering, blood spraying. The figure was none other than the Monkey King. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained steadfast, although blood welled from numerous lacerations on his palm. Feng Tang and the others marveled at Luo Feng's dominance, astonished at the sheer terror of his physical form. If such was his prowess with merely his body, how formidable must he be with other techniques? Any prior trepidations vanished in an instant. Luo Feng gazed at the flying Monkey King, a smirk gracing his lips. Your physique is commendable, yet your abilities are lacking. The battle spirit monkey is regrettable. You possess neither the bloodline of the battle god Great Ape nor that of the battle victory Buddha. You are far removed from the bloodline of the great sage equal to heaven, merely a battle spirit monkey. Luo Feng's derisive laughter echoed, displaying his disdain for the Monkey King's mutated bloodline. Enraged by Luo Feng's words, the Monkey King regained his footing, unleashing a furious roar directed at Luo Feng. Roar, roar, roar. With his vitality surging, he unleashed a primal scream, pounding his unscathed arm against his chest, an overwhelming intent to kill erupting forth. Consumed by his pain, the Monkey King was now utterly enraged. Kill, kill, kill. Slay them, slay them. Upon hearing the Monkey King's roar, Sang Sang and the others launched their long-anticipated assault, their strikes descending like a tempest. Feng Tang, a regal flame king, descended from the heavens, wielding a fiery spear that swept across the land. Sang Sang, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a formidable mental shockwave. The artillery shell, long prepared by He Pao, possessed a force nearly equivalent to 1/10 that of a missile, striking fiercely. As for the snow fox, a colossal phantom fox materialized behind it, an eerie red light shimmering forth, causing dozens of advancing spirit monkeys to lose their sanity and engage in a frenzied battle amongst themselves. Others were also concocting their respective attacks, unleashing their powers with full force. As for the blood piercer, since ascending the flat-topped mountain, its figure had gradually vanished. No one knew where blood piercer was now. Although Sang Sang and the others felt a sense of resistance in their hearts, they understood they could not refuse. They opted to remain silent, pretending not to see. Roar. The cries of the spirit monkeys echoed continuously as the battle officially commenced, a dazzling display of diverse supernatural abilities illuminating the surroundings. Luo Feng observed the 5 combat spirit monkeys charging towards him, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. You are no match for me, and thinking you can prevail alongside a few worthless ones is a folly. Alas, I merely intended to indulge for a while, and now that I have had my fill, it is time for you to perish. Luo Feng suddenly smiled subtly. Roar. Be cautious. The Monkey King bellowed upon seeing Luo Feng's figure, swiftly pursuing him, a powerful surge of blood energy swirling in his wrist, the severed arm rapidly regenerating. Ha ha. You wish to chase me? Dream on, slash. A stream of crimson light flowed as a late-stage second-tier combat spirit ape's head was severed in an instant. With a slight push, his figure became akin to a phantom, evading the attacks of the other spirit monkeys. Roar. The Monkey King was engulfed in fury, his entire being ablaze with energy, resembling a fierce inferno as he pursued Luo Feng. Humph, you think you can catch me? How naive. Slash, slash, slash. 3 brilliant beams of light flickered, cleaving 3 combat spirit monkeys in 2, their blood and entrails scattering. Luo Feng resembled a deity of death, weaving through the throngs of monkeys with frenzied agility, his phantom flickering, shadows multiplying, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. He had become utterly unhinged. The Monkey King relentlessly chased from behind, yet his pace, compared to Luo Feng, who bore the wings of wind and thunder, was akin to that of a clumsy ox. Roar. Damn it, you will pay for this. I will slay you all, I swear. The Monkey King ceased his pursuit, unleashing a furious roar, slowly extracting a wooden staff from his ear with excruciating pain, which instantly expanded to an immense tuzhong. Intricate patterns spiraled around it, revealing its mysterious nature. Gazing at the staff in his hand, the Monkey King's wrath surged even further, as no amount of water from the 4 seas could extinguish it. This was his life weapon, still in the process of being nurtured, and the Monkey King's ambition was grand. He had intended to cultivate it to possess sentience, capable of rivaling the weapons of a sovereign upon its emergence. Alas, everything had been ruined. Everything had been destroyed. Kill! The Monkey King let out a fierce roar, wielding his staff with an overwhelming force that crushed an esper who, in despair, instantly transformed into a cloud of blood. Boom! As the Monkey King swung his staff once more, two more espers, unable to evade in time, met the same fate. Quickly, get out of the way. Be careful! Exclaimed Sang Sang and her companions, their faces paling as they retreated frantically. Bang! The shadow of the staff descended, and Feng Tang and others united to withstand the blow, only to be sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. The Monkey King's murderous intent surged. I cannot catch him. Then I'll slaughter you. Feng Tang and his companions were left speechless, realizing that even the ferocious beast preferred to prey on the weak. They continued to retreat hastily. Death! Once again, the shadow of the staff loomed. Sang Sang, horrified, cried out in despair, Sister Bloodpiercer, save me. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a rocket flew from afar, only to be obliterated by the Monkey King's staff. Boom! 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 A barrage of rockets followed, leaving the Monkey King struggling to defend himself, his energy waning. Feng Tang and the others quickly withdrew to a safer distance. Roar! Die! Driven mad by the relentless onslaught of artillery, the Monkey King, though impervious to harm, found the incessant bombardment infuriating. If he did not resist, he might genuinely suffer injuries, shattering his already frayed temper. Whoosh! With his staff, he unleashed a streak of light, akin to a missile, hurtling towards Bloodpiercer's direction. Seeking death, a chilling voice emerged from the sea of corpses within the monkey horde. Clang! The sound of a blade echoed as a devastating light flashed. The Monkey King, alarmed, retaliated with a powerful fist. Crash! Roar! The Monkey King howled in agony as one of his arms was severed, falling to the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another blade of light appeared, and terror washed over him as the shadow of death loomed. Roar! With his blood and energy igniting, a tremendous force gathered in his remaining arm, and he struck forth, his fist crashing down as if the heavens and earth themselves were collapsing. Alas, it was in vain. The blade flashed once more, and the Monkey King cried out in torment as his other arm was severed. Beast, dare to harm my kin. I will take your life. Die! The blade's radiance surged, slicing through the air. A third blade of light materialized, surrounded by swirling blood energy, flickering with lightning and ablaze with fire, heralding a formidable phenomenon. Roar! The Monkey King, driven to madness, felt the mutated bloodline of the battle spirit monkey within him ignite, transforming into a golden flame that erupted from his mouth, aimed at Luo Feng for incineration. Chapter 50, Annihilation. Bloodpiercer's Revival. The Monkey King, filled with dread, instinctively began to flee, sprinting towards the horizon. Humph! Think you can escape? Impossible. Die! Luo Feng's expression turned icy as the black blade trembled. The blade's light surged skyward, and from his mouth erupted a great celestial fire that entwined with the golden flames. The blade's radiance pierced through the fiery barrier, cutting through the Monkey King's desperate howls. Soaring forward, a multitude of trees fell victim to the onslaught, and with a thunderous roar, the earth was rent asunder, revealing a fathomless chasm. The formidable head of the Monkey King ascended skyward, streams of burning blood cascading forth, igniting upon impact like molten lava, a testament to his extraordinary lineage. Observing the lifeless form of the Monkey King, Luo Feng scoffed disdainfully. With the demise of their leader, the remaining monkeys descended into madness. The death of the Monkey King did not instill fear. Rather, it incited a frenzy, their eyes blazing crimson as they lunged at Luo Feng with ferocious howls. A horde of wretched beasts, casting me as the villain. Humph! If that is the case, then perish, all of you. Enraged, Luo Feng charged forth, wielding his obsidian blade. The frenzied spirit monkeys showed no inclination to evade, driven solely by the desire to mar Luo Feng's form with even the slightest of wounds. Alas, their efforts were in vain, for his defenses remained unyielding. Cursed beasts, they have gone mad. Quickly, we must assist. The expressions of Feng Tang and the others shifted dramatically. Regardless of their true intentions, they were compelled to intervene. It was evident that Luo Feng was beyond death's grasp. Failure to act now would surely lead to their own demise. The group rushed to engage, encircling the spirit monkeys with relentless fervor. The powerful second-tier spirit monkeys charged at Luo Feng, while the first-tier ones fell rapidly under the onslaught of their combined might. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air, allowing Luo Feng a momentary sigh of relief. Although he had sensed through the spirit puppet chains that Blood Spike had not perished, his injuries were undoubtedly severe. The fact that he could still fire a weapon brought a measure of comfort to Luo Feng, yet the sporadic gunfire hinted at an ominous turn of events. With a sweeping motion, the black blade cleaved through the air, claiming the lives of 3 second-tier spirit apes in a single stroke. With a swish, Luo Feng took flight. Propelled by the winds of his thunderous wings, gliding towards the direction of Blood Spike. In a frenzy, the spirit monkeys turned to pursue Luo Feng, their madness unbridled. Block their path. Slay them. They are but first-tier trash, unworthy of disturbing Mr. Luo. As Luo Feng departed, Feng Tang and his companions exerted themselves fully to intercept the tide of spirit monkeys, determined not to let a single one escape, even at the cost of their own safety. Should they fail, despite Luo Feng having vanquished all second-tier spirit monkeys, they would truly be deemed worthless. In the face of these spirit monkeys, Feng Tang and the others began to exhibit the dignity befitting their status as leaders of their base. The 4 sovereign powers, each wielding formidable abilities of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, unleashed a harmonious amalgamation of their powers, resulting in devastating force, with each strike obliterating numerous spirit monkeys. The Black Cannon's blast would inevitably shatter a multitude of spirit monkeys into pieces. The enchanting snow fox bewitched many, leading to their self-destruction. Moreover, Sang Sang's psychic prowess proved unparalleled. While not specifically a psychic attack, the royal abilities were not devoid of offensive capability. Other extraordinary beings demonstrated their abilities. How could second-tier practitioners be so inept? It was merely under the oppressive presence of Luo Feng that they appeared diminutive. On a hillside, a long staff was embedded in a distant rock, leaving chaos in its wake. Blood Spike, drenched in crimson, lay weakly atop a Barrett rifle. Observing Blood Spike's half-collapsed form, a flicker of compassion crossed Luo Feng's eyes. Even in such dire straits, Blood Spike continued to fire in support of him, stirring a slight emotion in his cold heart. Gazing at Luo Feng, Blood Spike coughed, blood spilling forth, and gradually slumped. Master, I awaited your arrival. With a swift motion, Luo Feng turned and lifted Blood Spike, his heart seething with fury at the sight of her mangled body. Monkey King, your death shall be too merciful. Master, I am sorry. I cannot accompany you further. Blood Spike looked at Luo Feng, hesitating before finally expressing her regret. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Rest assured, I will not let you perish. You will continue to protect me. He then summoned the Zero-yuan spirit field, a spirit orb levitating in his palm. Do not, Master. Do not squander your divine abilities for my sake. This is your trump card for survival, Blood Spike urged, a hint of desperation evident as she momentarily regained her vitality. Silence. Do you think I need such life-saving divine abilities? I have an abundance of powers. Do not concern yourself with me. No one in this world can harm your master, Luo Feng declared with overwhelming authority, swiftly subduing Blood Spike. Activating the Zero-yuan spirit field, a verdant light enveloped Blood Spike, and the low-tier divine healing technique, rejuvenation, commenced. The emerald radiance brimmed with boundless vitality. Merely the illumination made Luo Feng feel the fatigue from the earlier battle dissipating rapidly. His physical strength restored swiftly, and his mental acuity gradually revitalized. This was merely the light of the healing technique, yet Blood Spike's collapsed body began to mend at an astonishing rate. Bones crackled as intense pain made her tremble. Luo Feng cradled Blood Spike gently, and she fell silent, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks, as if for that fleeting moment, she had forgotten the agony. In a brief span of 3 minutes, the green glow faded, and the rejuvenation concluded. Blood Spike quickly rose, her face flushed, lowering her head almost to her chest. Though regrettably, there was no chest to speak of. How are you? Have your injuries healed? Luo Feng inquired, noticing her demeanor with a hint of concern. Blood Spike promptly lifted her head, her face still rosy. Master, I am well. This divine technique is remarkable. All my wounds have healed, including some hidden injuries. Moreover, I feel that with a bit more training, I can break through to the peak of the second tier. Luo Feng nodded. Very well, let us proceed. This endeavor has reached its conclusion. It is time to collect our resources. I hope this time will not disappoint me. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he hurried onward, unperturbed by the efficacy of the rejuvenation technique. The divine abilities contained within the treasures of the 4 divine passages were already considered among the pinnacle of power. When compared to the so-called water dragon roar of the water gourd, the latter seemed utterly trivial. A flicker of flame danced, swiftly returning the Monkey King's staff, while a surge of energy flowed. Indeed, a remarkable item. The raw would possess a hardness comparable to a 3rd-tier weapon, commendable indeed. If a blacksmith were to refine it, it could easily become a 5th or even 6th-tier weapon, truly a treasure of nature. Satisfied, Luo Feng stowed it away. Soon after, the two arrived at the battlefield, where the fighting had already ceased. The members of the 3 major bases had eradicated all remnants of the spirit monkeys, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire monkey clan on the flat-topped mountain. Chapter 51. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A great harvest. The scene was one of a vast ocean of blood, with corpses piled high like mountains, littering the fields. Blood flowed like rivers, and dismembered bodies lay everywhere. The charred remnants of corpses exuded a foul stench, while entrails spilled across the ground, evoking a sense of dread. Any ordinary person who ventured here would surely be overwhelmed with terror. However, Luo Feng and the blood-stitched duo remained unfazed as they advanced, while Feng Tang and the others rushed to greet them. The group appeared as if they had rolled through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the cleanest among them, Sang Sang and Shuehu, were splattered with blood. Yet, the crimson splashes on their pristine dresses resembled delicate plum blossoms, rendering them even more captivating. Each member bore wounds, with 2 of their subordinates having lost an arm, though they had since received medical attention. It seemed that in their frantic efforts to confront the frenzied spirit monkeys, capturing every last one had proven exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, they had managed to achieve a semblance of success, albeit at the cost of serious injuries for several and the maiming of 2. Luo Feng, indifferent, stated, "Let us proceed. I wish to see the fruits of my labor. I hope they do not disappoint." The group quickly followed his lead, and as Luo Feng moved, the numerous corpses of spirit monkeys he had slain vanished, absorbed into his possession. The onlookers were both astonished and elated. As long as Luo Feng claimed only those he had personally dispatched, countless others remained, and the flesh and blood of these spirit monkeys would suffice to help many within the base cultivate into warriors. Even if they could not become evolved beings, they could still bolster their strength and enhance the military's prowess, an invaluable contribution for which they were deeply grateful. As for the 2nd-tier spirit monkeys, there was no need for greed. The group swiftly guided Luo Feng deeper into the area, where rows of spirit trees gradually revealed themselves, rich in spiritual energy. The spirit peach trees appeared ancient and venerable, their thick trunks suggesting they had thrived for many years. Towering over 3 meters, each tree was laden with bountiful fruit, each possessing significant spiritual energy beneficial for the cultivation of evolved beings. Ordinary individuals consume it frequently, and over time, extraordinary abilities may arise. Unmoved, the crowd continued deeper into the grove. Soon, they beheld even larger spirit peach trees. These were 2nd-tier spirit peach trees, and the marks of harvesting indicated that they had not been extensively picked. Sang Sang gazed at these trees, her expression radiant, and spoke with delight. The group pressed onward. Before long, a colossal peach tree emerged before them, the Peach Tree King, towering at a magnificent 30 zhang. Adorning its branches were 18 fruits, each the size of a grinding stone, with intricate patterns swirling upon their surfaces, clearly extraordinary. Luo Feng gazed upon this regal peach tree, his heart swelling with joy. Surrounding the Tree King were 5 or 6 smaller peach trees, each about 10 zhang tall, their spiritual essence significantly stronger than the previous 2nd-tier trees, yet still weaker than the 5th-tier ones. The 3rd-tier spirit peaches were indeed precious treasures, especially for Feng Tang and his companions. They entered a vast cave. Evident signs of habitation scattered throughout. This was clearly the dwelling of the monkey tribe. As they ventured inside, it became apparent that this was a strategic granary, though it had been severely ravaged by the spirit monkeys. Observing the granary, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. "Blood Spike, go forth and procure what I need. I desire it all." Luo Feng stood motionless before the storeroom, and Blood Spike swiftly darted inside. Feng Tang and the others waited outside, their expressions inscrutable. There were matters Luo Feng preferred to keep from them, and similarly, they were content to remain uninformed. The more one knows, the greater the peril. Humans are adept at adapting to their surroundings. Sometimes, when resistance is futile, one must accept their circumstances with a comfortable demeanor. Unable to contest Luo Feng, it was best to let him revel in his happiness. Should his spirits rise, perhaps he would leave them a share. Time passed gradually, and soon, Blood Spike emerged, his face alight with joy as he presented a jade box to Luo Feng, who accepted it without revealing its contents. Master, I have ascertained that the current granary holds approximately 1/3 of its original capacity. A third has melded with the mountain, rendered utterly unusable, and another third has been squandered by the monkeys, leaving only a mere third intact. This remaining portion could sustain 10 million people for a year and a half. Blood Spike reported swiftly. Listening to Blood Spike, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Feng Tang and the others were elated. Such a vast reserve of food could serve the population of the Pingding mountain base for a century. Even after accounting for Luo Feng's share, it would suffice for 70 or 80 years. What a delightful prospect. I shall take 20% of the grain. Is that agreeable? Mr. Luo, please proceed. There are absolutely no objections. Feng Tang and the others responded eagerly, their faces radiating enthusiasm. As he gazed upon the crowd, Luo Feng embarked on his journey of resource acquisition. 8 granaries yielded approximately 1/3 of the remaining grain, far exceeding the expected 20%. Yet, Feng Tang and the others appeared utterly oblivious, offering no rebuttal whatsoever. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips. How intriguing! It seemed they had learned their lesson. With this in mind, he felt no hesitation in bestowing his benevolence. Outside, among the spirit trees, Luo Feng unleashed his compassion. Leaving behind 21st-tier spirit peach trees from 100 or so, he retained 6 from the 36 second-tier spirit peach trees, and from the 5 third-tier trees. Only 1 remained. As for the 4th-tier spirit peach trees, they uprooted themselves and soared skyward, vanishing from sight, leaving Feng Tang and the others in a state of profound astonishment. Observing Luo Feng, they were convinced he was undoubtedly a being of remarkable fortune. The capacity to gather such an abundance of resources suggested that his space was more than mere storage. Could it be a small realm or a miniature world? Being modern individuals, they were not unfamiliar with contemporary novels, especially those pertaining to cultivation, and were aware of various tropes. It must be acknowledged that their imaginative faculties were extraordinary, piecing together a semblance of understanding through their wild conjectures. One could not help but marvel at the peculiarities of modern thought. At times, the author muses that perhaps the stories penned might conjure intricate worlds and alternate dimensions, forming tangible realities, each flower a universe, each realm a speck of dust. Perhaps the mere flutter of our thoughts could herald the inception and demise of a world. It is conceivable that our existence is merely a grand dream of another, who can ascertain what is authentic and what is illusion. Thus, let us indulge in the pleasures of the moment, yet strive to do good without questioning the future. Chapter 52, Armory and Human Trafficking, Pingding Mountain Base. Luo Feng wandered through the base, casually observing his surroundings. Following the conclusion of the battle atop Pingding Mountain, he had reclaimed his possessions. The remaining food resources, spirit peaches, and more were to be allocated among the 3 major bases. Ultimately, through an inexplicable negotiation, the 3 bases merged into one, successfully relocating to the summit of Pingding Mountain, where construction commenced outside the original granary. This time, Luo Feng truly witnessed the astonishing speed of the superhumans. The Pingding Mountain base boasted a considerable number of talented individuals, with earth element abilities that enabled rapid construction, with Feng Tang and the others generously providing ample spirit peaches to rejuvenate the stamina of numerous earth element users. A rudimentary base was established in just a day, and the migration began. However, this was not a typical relocation. It was a teleportation. Luo Feng was once again taken aback by Pingding Mountain. He observed thousands of individuals entering a designated area, a spirit talisman soaring forth, instantly transforming into an ethereal light, causing the multitude to vanish in an instant. With a TSK, the teleportation talisman, a 5th-tier spiritual symbol, was regrettably wasted on merely transporting these survivors, thought Luo Feng, his lips curling in disdain. However, this situation also instilled a slight wariness within him. The fifth-tier spiritual symbols were scarce, particularly at the Pingding mountain base. As for the urgency of their migration, it stemmed from the uncertainty of when the next beast tide would commence. The base itself lacked adequate defenses, rendering it perilously vulnerable. Standing atop a high platform within the original base, Luo Feng observed the survivors migrating like cattle, their hearts stirred. These survivors, in clusters of 3s and 5s, bore heavy burdens, their tattered clothing barely concealing their skin. They endeavored to shield themselves from the sweltering heat, aware that exposure could lead to severe sunburn. Some among them had begun to exhibit signs of evolution, granting them a fleeting immunity to sunlight. The men typically wore nothing but shorts, finding additional clothing unbearably stifling. The women, though dressed in similarly scant attire, included a few bold souls who, clad in bras and panties, unabashedly displayed their figures. The population at Pingding Mountain Base was substantial, numbering around 100,000, and when combined with the personnel from the Hypo and Shuahu bases, the total swelled to about 150 to 160,000, a sight that made Luo Feng's heart race. However, he felt no compulsion to seize their resources. He maintained a moral compass. Though the management at Pingding Mountain had not treated the survivors kindly, at least they acknowledged their humanity, preventing Luo Feng from overstepping bounds. Yet, he saw no harm in engaging in trade. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to approach Feng Tang and the others. Upon hearing Luo Feng's proposition, they were filled with exuberance. "Mr. Luo, are you saying you can help us transport them to Pingding Mountain? Your space can accommodate this? That's 15 to 16,000 people." Feng Tang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Feng nodded slightly. "Indeed, I can assist in transporting them to Pingding Mountain. Given the current circumstances, 1,000 people per teleportation talisman is a significant waste. Hand over the talismans, and I shall facilitate this mutual benefit." His anticipation for these teleportation symbols was palpable. "I will take them over swiftly. We need not delay our journey to the armory. After all, your haste to migrate indicates a desire for my support here. If necessary, I can provide you with additional valuable items," he added with a smile. The others dared not decline. Ultimately, Luo Feng successfully transported 10 batches, totaling 100,000 individuals. Though only slightly over 90,000 arrived, leaving behind over 10,000. Upon arrival, he disposed of 3 missiles, and Feng Tang and the others tacitly refrained from discussing any matters concerning the survivors. As for those survivors transported by Luo Feng, they found themselves in a vast, wide expanse, utterly oblivious to their destination, a fact that relieved Feng Tang and his companions. Feng Tang and his companions were quite pleased. Having exchanged merely around 10,000 ordinary survivors of little significance for 3 missiles, which was not a loss at all. When utilized effectively, these 3 missiles could serve as a formidable trump card, each equivalent to the full force strike of a 5th-tier powerhouse, truly extraordinary. The question of gain or loss ultimately rested upon their choices. Luo Feng observed the burgeoning population within the spatial realm, accompanied by 10 teleportation talismans. A smile gracing his lips. Though these talismans carried numerous restrictions, allowing transportation within a radius of only 360 kilometers and capping the number of individuals at 10,000. They were still remarkably valuable and brought him great joy. In critical moments, their significance was immense. With the aid of the teleportation talismans and Luo Feng's assistance, the population migration had been completed in a mere half-day. At the new base in Pingding Mountain, within a rather rugged building, Luo Feng, Feng Tang, Seng Seng, He Pao, Shuehu, Shuexi, and several second-tier experts were gathered, discussing their next course of action. "Mr. Luo, the armory here at Pingding Mountain is not particularly large, yet it boasts the firepower of 2 enhanced regiments. There are quite a few valuable items within, as Pingding Mountain holds strategic military significance, thus its armaments are commendable. According to reliable sources, the strongest asset within the armory should be missiles, numbering around 35. Of course, the current quantity is uncertain, but it is confirmed that there are at least 6. I wonder what Mr. Luo thinks of this armory," Feng Tang remarked, his excitement apparent, embodying a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing Feng Tang's words, the others felt a surge of enthusiasm. While armaments may not hold much utility for advanced evolutionaries, they were indeed highly effective against ordinary ferocious beasts. Moreover, the presence of a certain number of missiles ignited smiles and a hint of urgency among He Pao and the others. With such a cache of weaponry, The Pingding Mountain base could flourish more robustly. Feng Tang's eyes sparkled with mirth, wielding the power of life and death over 100,000 individuals. A position far superior to that of a provincial governor. It was no wonder that many tyrants thrived in apocalyptic times. Only in such dire circumstances could they act without restraint. Luo Feng reclined in a chair, nonchalantly smoking, seemingly indifferent to Feng Tang's discourse. As Feng Tang continued, Luo Feng interjected coolly, "Enough about the two regiments' equipment. I am not interested. Please elaborate on the mutated creatures in the armory. I am quite intrigued by what Sang Sang mentioned earlier." The expressions of the others shifted, their smiles fading as they felt a twinge of awkwardness. The armory they had eagerly anticipated seemed trivial in another's eyes. Indeed, could those willing to exchange a few missiles truly be in need of armaments? A few individuals pondered briefly, and, based on the direction in which Luo Feng was approaching, they collectively harbored a startling thought. Could it be that Mr. Luo had ventured into the strategic arms reserve of Luoyang? Upon contemplating this possibility, the gazes of the group towards Luo Feng were imbued with trepidation, astonishment, and envy. The strategic arms reserve was of a magnitude that rendered their own armory trivial in comparison. Yet, all they could do was envy. They were powerless to contend with such might and would rather not dwell on it. Listening to Luo Feng's inquiry, the expressions of the group shifted slightly as they recalled the mutated creatures near the armory, sending shivers down their spines. However, upon gazing at Luo Feng, their confidence surged. With such a formidable figure present, what was there to fear? Rising to her feet, Sang Sang spoke softly, "Mr. Luo, the location of the armory lies in Kangmang Mountain." Initially, Kangmang Mountain was merely a small hill, and the armory was not extensive, housing only about a battalion of troops. However, after the cataclysm, a powerful mutated being emerged from Kangmang Mountain, resulting in unimaginable carnage. This battalion suffered grievous losses, leaving fewer than 30 soldiers, with Mr. Feng commanding the remnants. They have informed us of the armory's specific circumstances. An investigation was dispatched, but the situation is dire. The mutated creature is exceedingly formidable. A terrifying willow tree that kills indiscriminately and consumes humans. As she spoke, her expression shifted, revealing a profound fear in her eyes. The others also appeared somewhat pale, clearly harboring a sufficient dread of this mutated being. Observing their state, Luo Feng felt a curiosity spark within him. The previous horrors of the Blood Sea of Corpse Mountain had not instilled such fear in them. This mutated entity piqued his interest immensely. A mutated being. A willow tree that devours humans. How intriguing. I hope it will not disappoint me. Rising from his seat, Luo Feng stretched languidly. "I shall enter seclusion for a time. You all may wait for my return," he declared, striding towards the exit with Blood Spike in tow. The group hastily followed, watching as Luo Feng departed. The sight of Luo Feng and Blood Spike stirred fervent admiration and reverence among all within the base. The prior events of the Beast Tide and the battle at Blood Peak Mountain had already allowed Luo Feng's name to resonate fervently throughout the Blood Peak Mountain base, spawning numerous rumors about him and his companion. As Feng Tang and the others observed the duo's figures fade from view, they exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. The group retreated to their quarters, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and his companion left the base, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing at the bustling construction of the Blood Peak Mountain base. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Master, these individuals are not to be underestimated. I sense an ominous aura, a very dangerous feeling," Blood Spike remarked, observing the distant base with a grave countenance. Luo Feng chuckled softly. "Anyone capable of establishing such a vast base cannot possibly be a fool. They must be prepared for my entrance. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. They would not dare to act against us. With my presence, their thoughts can only be suppressed deep within their hearts. Should they dare to surface, I shall extinguish them." At this moment, Luo Feng exuded an overwhelming aura, his murderous intent akin to a dragon. Yes, my master is the strongest," Shuexiai exclaimed, transforming into a starry-eyed admirer, gazing at Luo Feng with sparkling eyes. "All right, let us depart. It is time to retreat and enhance your abilities as well." With that, Luo Feng and Shuexiai vanished like lightning, their figures disappearing in an instant. In the place they left, a small paper effigy ignited spontaneously without wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Within the pinnacle mountain base, a little girl's expression changed slightly as she gazed at a grain crystal in her hand, shimmering with green light. After a long pause, she sighed, as certain thoughts faded away in an instant. Inside a cave, Luo Feng opened a box, exclaiming, "Haha, Shuexi, you have done remarkably well this time. Splendid. With these grain crystals, I shall fear nothing." His heart brimmed with joy as he beheld the grain crystals Shuexi had retrieved from the granary. Shuexi surprised Luo Feng with a staggering total of 648 grain crystals. In contrast to the rodents that devoured grain crystals, the monkeys preferred to feast on spirit peaches, which resulted in the abundance of grain crystals left behind, benefiting Luo Feng greatly. Whoosh. Shuexi, you must refine some of these. Your physical prowess must at least reach the 3rd tier. Your defense is crucial, if you remain so fragile. I currently possess no divine powers to rescue you, Luo Feng said with a smile, eliciting both joy and a hint of embarrassment from Shuexi. Yes, master, I understand. Shuexi replied as she began to refine the grain crystals, all the while keeping a vigilant watch in all directions. Meanwhile, Luo Feng commenced his own cultivation, consuming the grain crystals one by one. At the same time, Luo Feng took out the crystal core of the soul-devouring eagle. Gazing at the core, which emanated a dense spiritual energy, a broad smile graced Luo Feng's lips. With a soft exclamation in his heart, he activated the mixed yuan stabilizing the world sutra, and the profound aura began to flow around him. This harmonized his spiritual energy from the Niwen Palace, the qi from his dantian, and the elemental energy of the world from his heart, creating a remarkable atmosphere. Although he had not yet completely united them, the profundity remained unparalleled. Luo Feng realized that he must hasten the elevation of his 3 pathways to the 4th tier simultaneously. Only then would his evolutionary journey truly commence. And that metamorphosis would likely signify a genuine qualitative shift. Boom. After a prolonged period, the soul-devouring eagle's crystal core exploded with a resounding bang, disintegrating into fine powder as its energy was depleted. Sensing the spiritual energy in his mind, he had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, a half step into the 3rd tier. The power of the Imperial Throne's unique ability, the Great Luo Heavenly Fire, should rival that of an ordinary 3rd tier mid-late throne ability. The willow tree, as described, was merely a mutated being of throne potential at best. Perhaps a scheme could be devised. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Continuing to absorb the grain crystals tirelessly, Luo Feng casually summoned his black blade into his hand. Gazing at the black blade, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Brother, today I shall ensure you are well-fed and grow strong. I cannot be without you. Buzzing sounds seemed to reverberate in response to his words. With a thunderous crash, a massive time mountain stone fell to the ground. The black blade transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself atop the stone. Wisps of milky white radiance merged with the black blade, and the intricate patterns upon it multiplied, becoming increasingly enigmatic, exuding a profound and potent energy that filled Luo Feng with satisfaction. As he observed the slowly strengthening black blade, Luo Feng closed his eyes in tranquility, focusing intently on refining the grain crystals to transcend his martial realm. Chapter 54. The Divine Arts of Martialism. The terror of Willow Tree's Luo Feng's heart stirred as numerous grain crystals piled around him. As he channeled the primordial tranquility scripture, the crystals transformed into fine powder. Simultaneously, Luo Feng's physique grew ever stronger. His vitality surged, coalescing into internal energy that began to evolve within him. Guided by the primordial tranquility scripture, this internal energy continuously expanded, relentlessly impacting his meridians. The organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians began to open under the immense pressure of the internal energy. The primordial tranquility scripture was extraordinarily powerful, and with ample grain crystals at his disposal, Luo Feng's breakthrough was remarkably smooth. One meridian after another was cleared by the vast internal energy, enhancing his physical form and vitality in tandem. A plume of vitality ascended above Luo Feng, radiating an intense heat that caused the surrounding 10-meter rock walls to crack and crumble. An overwhelming aura erupted forth. Creatures, from snakes to insects within a 1,000-meter radius, fled in terror. Lesser evolved beasts, sensing the imminent threat, scurried away in a panic, leaving a trail of chaos behind. Outside the cave, Bloodspike observed the unfolding changes. feeling the energy emanating from within. A broad smile spread across his face, glancing at the shattered grain crystals in hand, and then at the slight bulge of his chest. Bloodspike's joy intensified. He mused to himself, wondering if his master would find it amusing that he had used 2 grain crystals to enhance his chest. Oh dear. How embarrassing. But thankfully, I've finally reached an A cup. There's hope. However, contemplating Sang Sang's ample figure, Bloodspike realized that his own modest elevation from flat A to A required 2 grain crystals. He grimaced at the thought that reaching Sang Sang's stature would likely necessitate at least 5-tier grain crystals, an exhausting notion. Meanwhile, within the cave, Luo Feng had arrived at a pivotal moment. As the primordial tranquility scripture guided the internal energy to pierce the final meridian, a colossal wave of energy erupted forth. The area within a 10-meter radius was struck as if by thunder, and all remnants were instantly ground to powder. Above Luo Feng, a plume of vital energy spiraled upward, vaguely forming a sturdy blood serpent that writhed and radiated an aura of terror. On a small peak, within a radius of 3,000 meters, all living beings lay prostrate as if struck by lightning, paralyzed with fear and overwhelmed by their own excretions. With a sudden jolt, his upper garments tore apart, revealing a physique seemingly forged from pure gold, exuding an indomitable aura with his resplendent golden skin. Luo Feng opened his eyes, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him instantly converged. He clenched his fist, and a surge of power filled his heart. His current physical form ought to withstand artillery shells, and indeed, his body was far superior to the average evolved being. Perhaps even artillery shells could be withstood. He had refined around 50 grain crystals, leaving him with enough to break through to the threshold of the 5th tier. Yet it was regrettable that ascending to the 5th tier required at least over 1,000 grain crystals. He still had a considerable distance to cover. Furthermore, having advanced to the 4th tier as a warrior, he successfully condensed his divine powers, the Eagle Claw technique and the Chaotic Arrow. Alongside the successful advancement of the Void Splitter, the Blade Light, the Soul Seizer, and the Stone Tablet technique. Laughing heartily, Luo Feng reveled in his newfound strength, feeling confident that there were no rivals beneath the 5th tier. Outside, Bloodspike rejoiced, but remained steadfast in fulfilling its duties. Luo Feng rose, changed into a new set of clothes, and grasped the black blade nearby. The black blade had undergone significant transformation, now measuring a full 1.2 meters in length. Its weight increased, emanating a palpable pressure, with its intricate patterns more profound than before. A wave of power surged into him. Yet it paled in comparison to Luo Feng's current physical prowess. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to grant him satisfaction, enhancing his corporeal strength. Assessing his capabilities, he was a 4th-tier warrior capable of condensing minor divine powers, the Chaotic Arrow and the Eagle Claw technique. In the realm of martial arts, he had advanced the Void Splitter, the Soul Seizer, the Stone Tablet technique, and the Blade Light into minor divine powers. As an extraordinary ability wielder, he was at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier and a half-step into the 3rd tier. He was also a master of extraordinary treasures, the Book of Wisdom at the 2nd tier, the Wings of Wind and Thunder at the 3rd tier, the Black Blade at the 2nd tier, and the Luo-yuan Spirit Field at the 1st tier. Feeling the magnitude of his strength, a confident smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Every endeavor requires sufficient power to execute. Formidable strength was the foundation of Luo Feng's confidence in overcoming all risks. Suddenly, the cave entrance shattered, and Luo Feng burst forth. Bloodspike beheld Luo Feng's commanding figure and exclaimed, "Master, congratulations on your tremendous increase in strength. You are quite impressive as well. With your extraordinary abilities at the 2nd tier and your martial prowess at the early 3rd tier, you must continue to hone your skills. Your abilities are formidable. Do not let them languish." Luo Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. "Yes, Master, I understand." Bloodspike replied, delighted by Luo Feng's praise. "Now, go and contact Feng Tang and the others. We must resolve matters here swiftly and proceed to Suzhou," Luo Feng commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Understood, Master. I will do so at once," Bloodspike affirmed, vanishing like a bullet, its speed remarkable. Observing Bloodspike's velocity, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. A servant with insufficient strength would be of little use. Is it just me, or has Bloodthorn's chest grown a bit larger? Luo Feng mused, shaking his head, doubting his own perception. Standing atop a massive boulder, he gazed into the distance, marveling at the transformed landscapes of boundless mountains and rivers following the cataclysm. A surge of ambition ignited within him. In such a grand era, he envisioned it slipping into his grasp, allowing him to reign supreme and traverse the world unchallenged. At that moment, Luo Feng's heart swelled with euphoria. Looking towards the horizon, where the vast mountains and willow trees stood, he silently hoped they would not disappoint him. An infinite anticipation bubbled within him as he faced the formidable mutated beings ahead. Power, he thought with a smirk, only truly reveals its essence after one has engaged with it. His blood felt as if it were boiling. As time progressed, it was not long before Luo Feng had smoked a couple of cigarettes and reflected on his thoughts, when a group of individuals arrived at the small peak. Standing on the boulder, he resembled a tall pine, sturdy as a mountain, exuding an air of confidence that was both striking and reassuring. This single glance sent the hearts of Sang Sang and Xuehu racing, leaving them breathless. They quickly suppressed their feelings, sensing an unexpected chill between their legs as the wind blew. Led by Bloodthorn, Feng Tang, and others hastily made their way to Luo Feng's side. The gathering was substantial, comprising Feng Tang, Sang Sang, Xuehu, He Pao, along with 12 second-tier evolved beings and 36 first-tier evolved beings. Observing Luo Feng's imposing presence, they felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, deeply affected by the overwhelming aura he radiated. Having already achieved a breakthrough, they wondered what his current strength must be like after yet another leap. This realization filled them with astonishment and confusion, yet it also bolstered their confidence regarding the impending expedition to the armory. "We have encountered Mr. Luo," they declared. Chapter 55. The Terrifying Willow Tree. Luo Feng's heart raced. Having achieved another breakthrough, how formidable must his strength be now? They pondered, caught between astonishment and uncertainty, yet their faith in the armory mission intensified. "Mr. Luo, we are prepared and ready to set off at any moment," Sang Sang spoke softly. "Very well," Luo Feng replied. "However, regarding these 36 first-tier evolved beings, while they appear remarkable, I suspect they have trained in some formation. Are you certain they will be of use? I would hate for us to regret this decision later." A hint of derision graced his lips as he regarded the first-tier evolved beings. Understanding the extraordinary nature of mutated beings, he questioned the wisdom of sending these lower-tier individuals into danger, doubting the efficacy of their rudimentary formation. Sang Sang and the others, sensing the gravity of Luo Feng's words, exchanged uneasy glances and hastily clarified, "Mr. Luo, we did not intend for them to confront the mutated beings directly. Rest assured, they will not hinder our progress. Their presence serves merely as a precaution. I have sensed that we are being observed. The survivor base at Flat Top Mountain is not solely ours. There are others as well. Many have set their sights on the vast mountains, and we risk being caught in a trap, hence our decision to bring them along. Perhaps this endeavor may yield some significance. Even if it proves futile, the effort itself is not in vain." Sang Sang hastily elucidated, while the 36 individuals listened to their exchange, with some displaying signs of discontent. A cold chuckle escaped Luo Feng's lips, tinged with self-mockery. He had not anticipated that a fleeting surge of compassion would go unacknowledged. Nevertheless, he mused, the fates of others hold little relevance to his own. "Very well. Do as you wish. Let us proceed swiftly," Luo Feng declared, his figure vanishing in an instant, gliding towards the horizon with a speed akin to flight. In the blink of an eye, he soared several hundred meters. Fortunately, he clutched the blood spike tightly, or else it would have been left behind. As for Sang Sang and the others, they could only watch helplessly as Sang Sang activated a spirit talisman. This fourth-tier talisman would grant the group a brief surge of speed, which pained Sang Sang's heart to expend. Although she had been fortunate to awaken her royal powers and acquire numerous treasures, such waste was hard to bear. However, Feng Tang and the others understood that their previous objections had stirred some displeasure in Luo Feng, and thus they chose to remain tactful, accepting the expenditure as worthwhile in pursuit of the armory. The group hastened their pace with the use of the talisman. Sang Sang and her companions matched Luo Feng's ordinary speed. The realization of this rapid pace left them astounded, as it required the full activation of the speed talisman to keep up. Despite the number of people being somewhat considerable, Luo Feng had not resorted to his wind and thunder wings, further amplifying their astonishment. The previously discontented first-tier evolvers now felt a sense of trepidation. Songmeng Mountain. Initially, it was merely a small hill, but after the transformation of the world, it rose to a formidable height of 3,000 meters, exuding an aura of vastness that instilled a sense of awe. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Feng gazed upward, and in the distance, a faint glow emanating from the mountainside caused him to feel a weight of gravity in his heart. Such a distance could incite caution in him, indicating the presence of something substantial. As the group observed Luo Feng standing silently at the mountain's base, a sense of unease swept over them. "Mr. Luo, have you discerned something?" Feng Tang inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Nothing of consequence, merely observing. They should exercise caution. I shan't come to their aid if danger arises." "Let us move," Luo Feng replied, his figure flickering as he surged towards the mountain peak. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the group felt a chill of foreboding and cautiously ascended the mountain. The more they advanced, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. "Master, something feels amiss here. The spiritual energy of this mountain is unusually dense. One would expect a multitude of beasts to gather, yet we have encountered none. Master, there is a grave danger lurking," Bloodspike remarked, his expression grave. The group wore wary expressions. Luo Feng smiled faintly. "No matter, let us continue. I have sensed its presence, and I am most intrigued by it." A glimmer of delight flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he darted upward. The rest exchanged glances, then followed closely behind. As Luo Feng and his companions rushed towards the mountain peak, a figure vanished into the dark distance. At last, they reached the midway point. Upon arriving at the mountainside, they were enveloped in an ethereal atmosphere, rich with spiritual energy. Rows of willow trees adorned the slope, enhancing its beauty. However, as a gentle breeze stirred the branches, a chilling and eerie sensation pervaded the air, evoking a strange disquiet. "Mr. Luo, we shall soon behold the colossal creature, hidden among these willows," Sang Sang whispered, her voice tinged with trepidation. "Ah, then let me witness it," he commanded, brandishing his hand with authority as a mighty wave of blade energy surged forth. With a thunderous crash, the towering willows collapsed, revealing a vast passageway. Forward, the group followed closely, their reverence for Luo Feng deepening. Meanwhile, 36 others refrained from entering, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. Luo Feng cast a glance, but chose to ignore them. As they traversed the passage, a scene of chilling horror unfolded before them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. A gigantic willow tree loomed, soaring 33 zhang high with a diameter of 3 zhang and 3, capable of being embraced by dozens. Its trunk was robust, ancient, and majestic, with gnarled branches intertwining. Countless willow fronds cascaded down, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Had it merely been a magnificent tree, it would have been deemed divine. Alas, this tree exuded an aura of malevolence, reminiscent of a sinister spirit or deity. Countless willow branches drooped, each adorned with lifeless bodies. An alarming multitude of human corpses and fearsome beast remains, all pierced through the skull, suspended as desiccated husks, layered in the thousands. These cadavers hung from the willow like grotesque fruits, emanating an eerie essence that irresistibly beckoned the onlookers closer. Among the group, a few began to display vacant expressions, their faces contorting into bizarre smiles as they murmured to themselves, suddenly darting towards the tree as if lured by their deepest desires. "Beware! Return! We must act to save them." Sang Sang and her companions' faces paled, their mental energies flaring. 2 second-tier evolvers were thrust backward, forcefully ejected from the pole. Panic struck Feng Tang and his team, who rushed to assist, but their efforts were slightly delayed. In a swift motion, 2 willow branches flickered with a green light, piercing through the skulls of the 2 individuals. Immediately, an unnatural smile graced their faces as the branches retracted, dragging them back to hang among the tree's limbs. Swaying ominously, in a heartbeat, 2 living souls were transformed into lifeless husks, their bodies suspended as the willow branches swayed in the wind, green light swirling among them. As if the branches were consuming their essence, an utterly terrifying sight. A bizarre scene struck terror and fury into the hearts of the onlookers. Gazing at the willow tree, Feng Tang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Both of these individuals were his trusted subordinates. To perish in such a manner, without even a whisper of protest, was utterly infuriating. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of any repercussions from the armory below, I would have unleashed missiles upon it. Feng Tang cursed vehemently. It must be noted that ever since Luo Feng had traded 3 missiles to him, Feng Tang had grown exceedingly audacious, his confidence bolstered significantly. Were it not for the precarious nature of this armory, which deterred him from using missiles for fear of a catastrophic chain reaction, he would have already acted. Luo Feng paid no heed to Feng Tang, his gaze riveted on the magnificent willow tree, his heart racing with excitement over this extraordinary find. Towering over 100 meters. It spanned an area of over 120 meters. Should its level rise further, its dominion would become even more formidable. This entity held immense potential. If harnessed correctly, it could wield power akin to that of 1,000 armies. The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through Luo Feng. With his eyes gleaming, he murmured in awe, "What a treasure! Let me attempt to subdue it. If that fails, it shall merely serve as firewood, ha." With a whisper, he sprang toward the willow, preparing to merge with its essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Luo Feng darted forth, countless willow branches swayed in the wind, resembling a multitude of javelins, piercing through the air with a cacophony of sound. Dodge. Do not disturb the master. Guard him from all sides. Until the outcome of this battle is revealed, no one shall attempt to flee. Kill. The icy voice of the blood spike echoed, causing the crowd to pale in fear. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they beheld the storm of willow branches. Realizing the peril, they quickly activated their abilities. An energy chains materialized around them. In an instant, Feng Tang seized his companions and hastily retreated, witnessing Luo Feng engaged in fierce combat with the torrent of willow branches. Flash! A devastating arc of blade light erupted, external energy unleashed as a 3-meter blade aura severed numerous willow branches, which fell to the ground, still writhing as if imbued with life. How resilient these branches are, rivaling the hardness of third-tier ores. Impressive, but alas, I wield a black blade. Flash, flash, flash. Luo Feng danced with his black blade, relentlessly advancing toward the willow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere as countless willow tendrils swirled in the wind, coalescing into thick branches that lashed out at Luo Feng like colossal pillars. The willow radiated brilliance, resembling a deity descended upon the earth. In that moment, the tree laden with corpses appeared sacred, its alluring fragrance wafting through the air. In an instant, four individuals succumbed to confusion, their expressions blank as they directed their abilities against Luo Feng. Feng Tang and the others' faces drained of color, fear gripping their hearts, their voices urgent. Retreat. Move back further, do not approach. Humph, the blade's radiance knows no bounds. A blade of light, akin to surging waves, emerged abruptly, severing countless willow branches in an instant. Subsequently, Luo Feng transformed into a streak of luminous energy, his wings of wind and thunder fluttering as he plunged into the embrace of the willows. Immediately, it resembled a hornet's nest stirred into chaos, with innumerable willow twigs dancing like frenzied spirits, emanating a vibrant green glow, encircling Luo Feng. Despite his relentless application of various minor mystical powers to shatter the mutated willow's branches, it appeared that the tree had awakened its innate divine ability, manifesting a terrifying essence of Imu, a subcategory of wood attributes. Imu essence, one of the primordial sources of wood, possessing myriad functions, including but not limited to enhancing vitality, prolonging life, healing injuries, catalyzing plant growth, restoring flora, and evolving plants themselves. The mutated willow was already extraordinary, and under the continuous nurturing of its innate Imu essence, the branches perpetually regenerated, rendering them impossible to sever completely. Observing this situation, Shuai felt an intense surge of anxiety within, though he betrayed none of it outwardly. Maintaining a cold demeanor as he regarded the subdued Feng Tang and others, gripping his barret tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Flash! A thunderous roar erupted from amidst the myriad willow branches, and a beam of light, akin to a mountain's collapse, ascended. From all directions, an array of blades swept forth, instantly shredding every willow branch within a 30-meter radius. Regrettably, this expanse of branches was inconsequential to the mutated willow, inciting its fury instead. Buzzing. Countless willow branches writhed, extending from afar, resembling long whips as they surged toward Luo Feng. The dense Imu essence flowed, and around Luo Feng, innumerable fragments of willow rapidly took root in the earth, as countless slender branches began to envelop him, creating an overwhelming sea of willows, a world of branches. Damn it! This is troublesome, Luo Feng muttered in frustration. He had initially intended to reach the core of the willow swiftly and execute his plan, but he had not anticipated such tenacity from the tree. The power of the emu essence, combined with the deluge of willow branches, was indeed formidable, rivaling that of an entire army, leaving Luo Feng somewhat astonished. Come, everyone, allow me to showcase my Luo heavenly fire. I have yet to truly unleash it since obtaining it. Let me give you a taste. The Luo heavenly fire, the fire dragon roared. Roar. Amidst the astonished expressions of Feng Tang and the others, a colossal dragon of 10 zhang soared into the sky, engulfed in countless golden flames, an unparalleled heat rising instantaneously. As they beheld this fire dragon, Sang Sang's mental voice resonated within the minds of the group, a royal seed ability, and the most exceptional among them, very powerful. Its mere ability surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but roll their eyes, conceding that nothing could compare, and admonished themselves to remain grounded. In an instant, flames enveloped an area of several meters, igniting countless willow branches that swiftly surged toward the willow's core. Boom! The willow tree erupted. An endless flow of ethereal wood energy surged forth, akin to flowing mercury, sweeping through like a green dragon, extinguishing all flames in its wake. Ah, how naive! The great Luo celestial fire, the fire dragon soaring, ignited. Luo Feng controlled the fire dragon, enveloping himself in its embrace, soaring continuously as if he could fly, propelling himself toward the willow tree. In an unnoticed corner, where the willow remained oblivious, strands of golden energy constantly merged into the mutated branches and leaves, delving deeper until they vanished, countless golden glimmers intertwining within. Chapter 57. Transformation and serendipity. As the golden light continuously infused into the willow, a flicker of joy sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes. He commanded the great Luo celestial fire, an endless blaze ascending. The great Luo celestial dragon, with its Tinzhong form, danced fervently, tearing through countless willow branches as infinite flames surged and incinerated the terrifying ethereal wood energy. Although the ethereal wood energy was formidable, fire conquers wood. Had it not been for the strength of the ethereal wood, the great Luo celestial fire would have been insufficient. Had the great Luo celestial fire reached the 3rd tier today, the willow would have stood no chance of resistance. However, the willow's defiance revealed its latent potential to Luo Feng. Such an exceptional mutated being would be a tragic loss to slay. Transforming it into a guardian would be the most fitting fate. Luo Feng persistently manipulated the great Luo celestial fire. As strands of golden light rapidly flowed into the willow branches, the golden light meandered through the branches, and in Luo Feng's eyes, innumerable golden threads fused together, converging toward the trunk in a fervent rush. It wandered incessantly, seeking something. After a considerable duration, suddenly, Luo Feng's expression shifted. He had found it. A smile blossoming between his brows. In his perception, within the thick trunk of the willow, near the ground, a hazy space emerged. This space was saturated with terrifying ethereal wood energy, resembling an ocean of ethereal wood, with a hint of condensation, seemingly preparing for the next stage. Amid this endless ocean of ethereal wood energy, a crystal core floated, upon which a vague visage appeared, akin to a face that seemed to gaze intently at something. Its expression one of furious agitation, thrashing and roaring, summoning the vast ethereal wood energy, creating tumultuous waves throughout the entire space. Observing this ocean of ethereal wood energy, Luo Feng smiled, a thread of golden light spreading within. As time elapsed, the entire ocean gradually shimmered with a golden hue, becoming increasingly vibrant. While the figure of the crystal core sensed the anomaly, an angry cry reverberated through the ocean, instantly stirring boundless waves that crashed against the golden light, swiftly extinguishing it. With a resounding boom, as the visage's fury surged, infinite golden light erupted, no longer concealed, rapidly merging into the ocean of ethereal wood energy. Outside, at this moment, Luo Feng was enveloped in an inferno, with flames consuming his entire being. Behind him, the wings of wind and thunder fluttered, morphing into a cocoon of light, as countless willow branches frantically encircled him, resembling a blazing fireball. Yet, the willow tree seemed undeterred, resolutely summoning even more branches to envelop him. The relentless strikes continued. But under the defense of the wind and thunder wings, they failed to breach his guard. In response to this situation, the willow tree persistently manipulated its branches, entwining layer upon layer. The flames, the luminous sphere, and the willow branches formed a stalemate, with fire raging and the branches replenishing. It was now a matter of who would falter first. Feng Tang and the others wore expressions of concern. Yet their anxiety was tempered by the knowledge that Xue Xi could sense through the spiritual puppet chains that Luo Feng was not only unscathed, but also somewhat exhilarated. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Xue Xi, affirming that the master was indeed safe, which was the best news possible. Observing Luo Feng, Feng Tang and his companions felt a tinge of worry. However, glancing at Xue Xi, they realized that if he was unconcerned, it likely meant there was nothing amiss. So they decided to wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the willow forest, a group of individuals was becoming increasingly restless, comprising over 20 people, including 4 men and 2 women as leaders. Their presence exuded an aura that rivaled that of Feng Tang and his companions. The numerous evolvers behind them were predominantly at the second tier, each displaying a fierce countenance, clearly not the most amiable of beings. As they observed the deadlock between Luo Feng and the willow tree, excitement coursed through them. The earlier commotion caused by Luo Feng and the willow had been tremendous, awe-inspiring even, leaving them both astonished and wary. Yet, witnessing the current stalemate presented a prime opportunity. A woman clad in a red, translucent gown, adorned with black lace that tantalizingly hinted at her figure, spoke in a voice that was both alluring and sharp like a cat's claw. "Hey Lang, Bai Lang. Haven't you 2 brothers been eyeing this arms depot for quite some time? What do you say, shall we strike now? The moment is ripe, hee. Hey Lang and Bai Lang, a pair of identical twin brothers, shared strikingly similar appearances, with one possessing alabaster skin akin to albinism and white hair. Dressed in white attire complete with a vest that showcased his iron-like musculature. Hey Lang mirrored this ensemble, though clad entirely in black, with dark skin to match. Unfazed by the woman's words, their expressions remained stoic. Same Gui, spare us the pleasantries. If you have a proposal, state it plainly. We are not fools. White Peony, your sister speaks so freely. Can't you rein her in?" They directed their gaze toward a similarly clad figure beside the alluring red rose. "Ah, come now, my dear brothers. Are we merely jesting? What do you think? Should we take action? This is indeed a golden opportunity. That man is formidable." The white rose chimed in with a playful laugh, her eyes gleaming with a hint of eagerness as she regarded the willow tree. "We must not disrupt the balance just yet. If this man and the giant reach a conclusion, we may find ourselves outmatched. Should we break the equilibrium now? The man will most likely perish," Red Rose remarked, her gaze flickering with a glimmer of urgency as she observed the standoff between the two. The man, known as the Tiger, was remarkably robust, his musculature bulging beneath the oppressive heat, draped in a tiger-striped vest. It was undeniable that he bore an air of ferocity. Upon hearing the words of the Red Rose, his expression shifted instantly. She was right. This was an opportunity, and regardless of who emerged victorious, trouble was inevitable. Yet, there was a matter of concern. When Xiao Jiu returned with his report, he mentioned that there were numerous others accompanying him, likely from the Pingding mountain base. "Their numbers were considerable, and a rash move would leave us at a disadvantage," remarked Zhao Ming, a man beside Xiao Hu. "Do not worry, those from Pingding mountain, such as Feng Tang and He Pao, are merely decent. According to intelligence, the man currently surrounded is an outsider. If we can launch a surprise attack and eliminate this fellow, Feng Tang and the others will not turn against us. The brothers He Lang and Bai Lang together can sufficiently hold off Feng Tang, while Rose can engage with that Xue Hu, as their combat styles are quite similar. I will intercept Sang Sang, Tiger and Mingo. You two should stealthily take down that man. With this advantage, we might even inflict serious harm on Lu Shu as well. Such a formidable Lu Shu could possess a crystal core that might enable us to successfully break through to the 3rd tier." Bai Muden held a syringe filled with a dark liquid, and the group regarded it with caution, indicating its extraordinary nature. Chapter 58. The Onset of Change. Wolf God. In that instance, we may very well consume the Pingding mountain base, thus commanding the lives of hundreds of thousands. Possessing the power of life and death, we might even establish a nation, rise to sovereign status, and dominate with swift strides. To grow stronger, we must seize every opportunity. This is a grand chance before us, and if we attain it, we can acquire whatever we desire. Bai Muden spoke softly, her words igniting excitement and rapid breaths among He Lang, Bai Lang, Xiao Hu, and the others, a hint of crimson emerging in their eyes, overshadowing their clarity. The followers, too, were consumed with fervor, their eyes glowing with eagerness, excitement, and fervent zeal, as if they could perish for her in the next moment. Unbeknownst to the others, a white ribbon in by Mutin's hand slowly emanated a faint, ethereal glow, merging with the bodies of the crowd. By Mutin, Red Rose, and Zhao Ming exchanged a glance. A fierce glimmer passing through their eyes. Thoughts of crystal cores, the third tier, and the power of life and death drove them into a frenzy. Kill. Under by Mutin's vivid descriptions, the crowd envisioned a splendid future, their most primal desires awakened to madness. The murderous intent surged within them as they roared and charged forward. By Mutin observed the frenzied rush of the crowd, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration in her eyes. Though she felt a pang of sorrow for the ribbon in her grasp, two figures surged ahead, their forms shifting like two colossal wolves, one black and the other white. The interplay of black and white emanated a power that subtly surpassed the second tier. Clutching a syringe, they charged towards Luo Feng. Bloodspike and his companions immediately sensed the imminent threat, their expressions shifting to alarm. This is bad, an enemy attack. They aim for Mr. Luo. We must intercept them. Feng Tang bellowed, summoning wind, fire, thunder, and lightning as he transformed into a streak of electric light, darting forward, closely followed by Sang Sang and the others. Bloodspike's demeanor grew icy, and Barrett swiftly fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew towards the black and white wolves. A harrowing howl escaped their lips as they nimbly evaded the bullets, continuing their advance. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Bloodspike's eyes as he amassed formidable energy, unleashing a special bullet that roared forth. Boom! The sound reverberated like cannon fire, sending the two figures hurtling backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Yet clarity returned to their eyes. Faced with the peak-level Feng Tang and his allies, they instinctively sought to flee. By Mutin, Hong Meigwei, Xiao Hu, Zhao Ming, and others closely pursued them. Observing the retreating black and white wolves, By Mutin parted her cherry lips, emitting an enchanting sound that momentarily clouded the wolves' senses, dissipating their wariness. No longer fleeing, they joined the four in mounting an assault. The black and white wolves converged upon Feng Tang, unleashing frenzied attacks. They hailed from the Divine Wolf Base approximately 100 kilometers south of Pingding Mountain. The twin leaders were as follows: Black Wolf, possessing the superior ability of blood-devouring Black Wolf, at the pinnacle of the second tier, and White Wolf, wielding the superior ability of Spirit-devouring White Wolf, also at the pinnacle of the second tier. Together, they formed the God-Devourer Heavenly Wolf, a premier ability capable of momentarily contending with third-tier ability users. At that moment, each bore the visage of a colossal divine wolf, howling and devouring, as Feng Tang felt his mental energy being relentlessly consumed. Damn it, the Divine Wolf Base, Black Wolf. White Wolf, I shall annihilate you. The Sovereign descends. Feng Tang seethed, anger boiling within him as he confronted the audacity of their ambush. Instantly, a torrent of thunderous power coalesced, and an ethereal figure emerged, aiming to envelop the two with a single palm. The three clashed in a tumultuous melee. Elsewhere, Xuehu and Hong Meigwei engaged in combat, their attack methods strikingly similar, enveloped in swirling smoke and flowing pink gas, akin to a dance. However, the surrounding men transformed under their control, descending into a frenzied bout of mutual slaughter. Blood flowed profusely as they exhibited ruthless brutality, tearing limbs, piercing organs, and dragging intestines. Gnashing their teeth with wild abandon, the two women remained indifferent, embodying the essence of cold-heartedness. Xiao Hu intercepted He Pao, while Zhao Ming proactively confronted Sang Sang. Their abilities closely aligned. Zhao Ming, the leader of the Bright Base, possesses extraordinary abilities, including the Throne ability and the Bright Staff, which grants him offensive powers imbued with the essence of light. He also wields healing capabilities, making him exceedingly formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the second tier. In his confrontation with Sang Sang, he does not falter. Feng Tang and others find themselves engaged with their respective opponents, leaving Bai Mutin momentarily unoccupied. With a triumphant smile, Bai Mutin conjures a syringe, launching herself toward Luo Feng. Suddenly, a gunshot resounds. A syringe explodes, splattering dark liquid everywhere. Bai Mutin, filled with terror, narrowly evades the blast. While two individuals caught off guard are instantly corroded into blood, a sight most horrific. Who? By Mutin's face pales, nearly meeting her end. She dares not touch this substance again. Having acquired only 3 syringes from a serendipitous location, she has already used one, leaving just 2 remaining, one now in the possession of the White Wolf. Her heart aches at the thought. The response she receives is a relentless barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. By Mutin's expression shifts dramatically as a ribbon in her hand expands and begins to whirl, producing a clinking sound as she hastily retreats. Her countenance darkens. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. In her frantic escape, she shouts, "Feng Tang, Sang Sang, this man should pose no threat to you. Eliminate him, and we shall share the arms depot. He likely possesses abundant resources. Let us rid ourselves of him and take what he has." By Mutin's voice carries a seductive undertone. Upon hearing this, Sang Sang and the others grow cold with disdain. Are you suggesting we walk to our doom? Do you comprehend the type of individual you wish to confront? At this early stage of the apocalypse, even the information among survivor bases is unreliable. Merely knowing the name of a base leader is a stroke of fortune. By Mutin and her companions are unaware of Luo Feng's true nature, their intelligence woefully inadequate. Feng Tang's expression hardens as he intensifies his assault. Sang Sang coldly declares, "By Mutin, should you survive today, know that my base at Pingding Mountain will not rest until we settle this. And you, Zhao Ming, your bright base shall meet its demise. Your throne ability is but a futile attempt at seeking death." Boom. As Sang Sang speaks, she suddenly channels a surge of immense psychic energy, causing Zhao Ming's countenance to shift as he retreats in a frenzy. Witnessing this, By Mutin's expression transforms. "Black Wolf, White Wolf, save me." Her voice resonates with a haunting melody, akin to a lament. The Black Wolf and White Wolf's eyes ignite with fury, their faces flushed as they gasp for breath. Breaking free from Feng Tang's grasp, they unleash a primal roar. Wolf God. Chapter 59. The Wolf God strikes back with a powerful strike. The Black Wolf and White Wolf's voices reverberate, creating a peculiar wave of energy. A hauntingly beautiful wolf howl pierces the air. In the distance, a voice ascends, tracing a graceful arc like a meteor, hurtling toward the black cannon. A towering silver wolf, standing a full 10 feet tall, emanated a brilliant white radiance, with a golden crescent moon adorning its forehead, exuding an aura of regal authority. As it descended upon him, the black-cloaked figure felt a surge of despair. Realizing that it was too late, death was imminent. "Be careful, Black Cannon. Quickly dodge," cried Feng Tang and his companions, their faces pale with fear. However, they were ensnared by the likes of Red Rose, Zhao Ming, Black Wolf, and White Wolf, rendered powerless to prevent the silver wolf's shimmering claws from descending upon them. "Bloodthorn, help me," screamed Sang Sang, desperately entangled by Zhao Ming. Just then, 2 gunshots echoed through the air. One bullet struck the chest of Black Cannon. Infused with a unique force, it did not explode, but rather propelled him away with tremendous force. The other bullet found its mark in the silver wolf's flank, causing it to stagger momentarily before being hurled aside. The wolf landed with a thud, letting out a roar of indignation at the sight of its own darkened blood. "Damn it!" Black Cannon exclaimed as he regained his footing, a mixture of relief and astonishment at the silver wolf's formidable defenses flooding his mind. They were all too aware of Bloodthorn's firepower, yet it had failed to penetrate. This silver wolf was terrifying, at least in the late stage of the 3rd tier. How could these wretches hope to control such a being? "Act swiftly. We must resolve this quickly and eliminate that man." White Peony reacted with urgency, sending a ribbon swirling towards Black Cannon. Xiaohu lunged towards him once more, and Black Cannon felt the sting of being treated as an easy target. "Damn it. Kill, kill, kill." The Black Wolf and White Wolf gazed at their divine wolf with fervent eyes, and with a mighty roar, the silver wolf howled at the heavens, its fur radiating a resplendent glow. It became a luminous figure, charging towards Luo Feng. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon the silver wolf. Though its formidable defenses absorbed the brunt of the assault, it soon felt the sting of pain. While the defenses held, the force of the impacts was undeniably uncomfortable. The silver wolf began to evade, darting away. Bloodthorn's bullets were not easily dismissed, and he had always faced adversaries far beyond his own capabilities. If he were to ambush opponents of equal standing, a single shot would suffice, but facing Luo Feng's foes proved to be a daunting challenge. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Wolf and White Wolf, witnessing the silver wolf's evasions, became enraged, their eyes turning a deep crimson as if soaked in blood. They howled in fury. The silver wolf, hearing their cries, felt a flicker of brutality and an overwhelming desire to kill, yet ultimately restrained itself. With a piercing gaze at the duo, it charged towards Luo Feng with a thunderous roar. The silver wolf emanated a radiant silver glow, intertwined with strands of pure moonlight, fearlessly charging towards Luo Feng despite the piercing bullets. A terrifying force coalesced at its brow, instilling dread in the hearts of those engaged in battle. Relying on its formidable defense, the silver wolf pressed forward, while the willow tree gradually found itself at a disadvantage in its standoff with Luo Feng. The once mighty willow branches began to lose their strength, sensing the silver wolf's intent to eliminate its foe, prompting the willow to refrain from counterattacking. Consequently, the silver wolf advanced unscathed with remarkable ease. Damn it, die? Just die? Bang, bang, bang. Bloodspike's eyes turned crimson as he emerged, wielding a Barrett rifle. His mental energy surging wildly, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The Barrett glowed ominously red, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Damn it! Sang Sang and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they observed the silver wolf. In her hand, Sang Sang conjured a spiritual talisman, hesitating as she beheld the silver wolf and Luo Feng in such close proximity. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the silver wolf launched its assault. The silver wolf was also battered and bruised, riddled with countless wounds. It let out a fierce roar as an endless stream of pure moonlight converged, erupting into a powerful golden beam aimed directly at Luo Feng. No! Bloodspike howled in despair, his voice laced with hopelessness and murderous intent. Sang Sang and the others' faces paled, their gazes filled with a glimmer of hope. Mutin and her companions, however, wore broad smiles, as if the moment of harvest was imminent. Suddenly, a strange occurrence unfolded. You little pup, you dare to kill me? TSK, a mere dog. Who gave you the audacity? A calm voice resonated, instantly transforming the expressions of those in battle to one of shock and panic. Sang Sang and the others displayed excitement, though their eyes betrayed a profound disappointment. Bloodspike was overjoyed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he gazed towards Luo Feng. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, shattering the countless willow branches enveloping Luo Feng, which disintegrated like dry wood. A pristine hand emerged, striking down with force, dispersing the silver wolf's terrifying blow. Following this, a surge of internal energy erupted, propelling Luo Feng forward as if he had teleported, seizing the silver wolf by the scruff of its neck, lifting it as one would a mere dog. Simultaneously, Luo Feng surveyed the battle unfolding around him. Mutin, Xiaoming, and the others felt as though they were being hunted by a ferocious beast, their hearts racing in terror. Since you are so eager to court death, then perish. Dare to lay a hand on me. I hope your lives are resilient enough, Luo Feng scoffed coldly. With a swift motion, the black blade was drawn, its glimmer slicing through the air as 6 beams of light emerged, scattering in all directions, targeting the 6 individuals. The scene sent waves of terror through Mutin and her companions. Run! The sharp voice of the white peony pierced the air, her expression filled with panic. At this moment, she could not afford to hesitate. The ribbon in her hand instantly transformed into a white silken thread, enveloping her as she soared into the distance. Simultaneously, she unleashed her bewildering technique, causing the black and white wolves to lose their sanity, recklessly charging towards the gleaming blades. Sister, do not abandon me. Do not leave me behind. The red rose cried out in terror as she beheld the oncoming blades, her voice a frantic scream. Alas, the white peony remained oblivious, hastily fleeing the scene. On Xiaoming's side, a ferocious strike sent Sang Sang sprawling, as a pair of gigantic white wings manifested behind him. Waves of white energy surged forth, propelling Xiaoming swiftly into the distance, leaving Xiao seething with impotent rage. With a flash of blades, blood was spilled. The black wolf, white wolf, red rose, and Xiao were instantly cleaved into 4 segments, their entrails spilling forth. The eyes of the black wolf, white wolf, and Xiao were filled with resentment. Even in death, they gazed towards the direction of the white peony, watching her escape, with an inexplicable trace of relief. Truly, they were not wolves, but rather sycophants, warrior sycophants at that. The red rose, still clinging to life, struggled on the ground, her gaze seething with resentment, curses, and malice directed at the fleeing white peony. Suddenly, two blades of light caught up with the two, accompanied by two resounding crashes. The ribbon of the white peony tore open, a gaping wound appearing on her body, blood flowing profusely. Yet, she pressed on, determined to escape. Zhao Ming's radiant wings developed faint fissures, barely noticeable. His form trembled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his wings fluttered, vanishing from sight. Luo Feng, with a swift motion, caused several willow branches to tremble and fall at his feet, forming a platform from which he observed the departing figures. Luo Feng scoffed twice, his tone dripping with disdain. Intriguing. 3 divine treasures. Yet regrettably, they have chosen the most inferior method of cultivation, devouring spiritual energy. Though they have ascended to second-tier treasures, they are still inferior to the first-tier black blade, utterly useless. With a casual wave, he unleashed a thunderous crash as the silver wolf crashed to the ground. Blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its wounds bleeding incessantly. At this rate, it was bound to perish. The silver wolf lay on the ground, whimpering, its voice filled with sorrow, resentment, and fear. Suddenly, a swift sound caught Luo Feng's attention as blood sting darted to his side, excitement illuminating his features. Master, you are unharmed. This is wonderful. Luo Feng smiled faintly at blood sting. Good, have more faith in your master from now on. These few worthless beings, had it not been for my desire to subdue this willow tree, I would have dispatched them long ago. Relax, I have told you before. There is no one in this world who can slay your master. Regrettably, some remain ignorant, playing petty tricks as if they have never faced consequences. As Luo Feng spoke, his voice turned icy, a chilling aura enveloping Sang Sang and the others. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees, their expressions filled with panic and terror. A chilling sensation coursed through their necks, as if a blade of icy energy was swirling around them. They gazed at the dismembered corpse on the ground, their hearts gripped by fear, with Sang Sang's face paling considerably. The remaining 7 or 8 second-tier evolved beings had succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that weighed heavily on their minds. That they had not perished outright was a testament to Luo Feng's mercy. They lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Mr. Luo, please allow me to explain. Sang Sang cried out in terror, her voice tinged with a sob. After all, she was merely a young girl, her powers having matured, but her mind was yet unsteady, and she was on the verge of losing control of her fear. Bloodspike observed the scene with a cold gaze. He was not oblivious to the underlying strategies of these individuals. Their earlier inaction during the Silver Wolf's assault spoke volumes. And now, Bloodspike viewed his master's actions with a sense of clarity. Elimination was the only course of action, and there was no need for further dialogue. Hearing Sang Sang's desperate pleas, Luo Feng let out a disdainful hum. Suddenly, a more formidable pressure enveloped the area, accompanied by surges of internal energy that resonated outward, causing Sang Sang and her companions to collapse once more. The weight of their conscience nearly crushed them. Addressing the trembling group, Luo Feng's voice resonated like a melodious chime. It is understandable to withhold your trump cards from me, but it does not sit well with me. However, I find myself in a good mood today, so I shall spare your lives, provided you exhibit a modicum of intelligence. The relief that washed over the group was palpable. They rejoiced inwardly, grateful to be spared. Disregarding their gratitude, Luo Feng turned his attention to the silver wolf. As he approached, the wounded creature lay motionless, its breath shallow and labored, teetering on the brink of death. Listen up, my friend, Luo Feng said, giving the silver wolf a light kick. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall save your life. In return, you shall become my steed. What do you say? The silver wolf bared its teeth, growling furiously at Luo Feng's proposition. Luo Feng chuckled. Still unwilling to accept your fate? How prideful you are, yet it is a pity. This bloodline stone will be used to nurture another mount if you refuse. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson crystal emerged from the silver wolf's abdomen. As it pulsed with pure blood energy, a unique resonance emanated from it, causing the silver wolf's demeanor to shift dramatically as it struggled against its restraints. Observing the creature's reaction, Luo Feng smirked. A beast is still a beast, pretending to be proud. But if you can be threatened, it signifies that you have lost your principles. From now on, you shall obediently serve as my mount, and I shall lead you to the pinnacle of your existence. Otherwise, you shall find only death awaiting you. With his black blade poised against the silver wolf's throat, Luo Feng remained unfazed. The silver wolf rolled its eyes in exasperation, contemplating the folly of pride, realizing that such arrogance could not satiate its hunger. The silver wolf instantly straightened its body, performing a sudden lunge to stand upright before kneeling before Luo Feng. Severely injured, it bled profusely, its breath faint. Yet, the silver wolf resolutely knelt before Luo Feng, lowering its head in submission. Observing the silver wolf, Luo Feng chuckled. Ha ha ha, how astute. Quite commendable. Shall you henceforth be my loyal companion? Here, I present you with this gift, though I hope you shall never find it necessary to use it. With a flick of his finger, a stream of white energy surged into the silver wolf's body, embedding itself within its heart. The silver wolf trembled slightly, but offered no resistance. Luo Feng nodded approvingly, recognizing that even beasts could display sagacity. Congratulations, master, on acquiring such a magnificent steed. Bloodspike hastened to express his congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Luo, echoed Sang Sang and the others in unison. They gazed enviously at the silver wolf lying on the ground, aware that it was a late-stage Tier 3 ferocious beast, possessing a lineage of remarkable potential that could rival that of an extraordinary ability user. The prospect of nurturing such a creature was indeed enticing, and Luo Feng was naturally envious. After a moment of laughter, Luo Feng, noticing the severely wounded silver wolf, waved his hand. Immediately, the massive willow tree began to sway, countless branches dancing in unison. This startled Sang Sang and the others, who had momentarily forgotten their surroundings due to Luo Feng's earlier display of ferocity. Seeing the willow tree in motion sent a wave of terror through their hearts, almost compelling them to flee. Chapter 61. Harvesting the base. Continuing eastward, riding the wolf however, the group did not sense any murderous intent. Observing Luo Feng and Bloodspike's unwavering expressions, Sang Sang and the others, despite their overwhelming fear, managed to suppress their instincts and remained still, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Calm yourselves. This willow tree has acknowledged me as its master. You need not fear it will attack you, Luo Feng reassured, waving his hand with a smile, disregarding their astonishment. Countless willow branches danced, releasing streams of ethereal wood energy imbued with a hint of golden light, swiftly merging into the silver wolf's form, circulating continuously. Under the formidable healing capabilities of the ethereal wood energy, the wolf's wounds visibly healed. As the boundless ethereal wood energy flowed, the silver wolf stood upright, its spirit invigorated. Scars rapidly scabbing and shedding, a sight both miraculous and awe-inspiring. Luo Feng gazed at the flourishing willow tree, nodding subtly. The tree's potential was extraordinary, its innate capabilities rivaling those of the pinnacle rulers. If it could reach its peak, its unique abilities could even rival those of certain emperor-level evolvers. Now that it was under Luo Feng's guidance, the willow tree's future potential seemed limitless. It might even devour the mightiest of emperors one day. A prospect Luo Feng eagerly anticipated. As he sensed the core of the willow tree, a crystalline nucleus glimmering with a trace of golden light. Resembling a diminutive Buddha's ethereal image, a smile spread across Luo Feng's face. It seems I have crossed paths with the Buddha, yet I have taken countless lives. And those under my command have also wrought immense destruction. The teachings of Buddhism, I can only hope they serve some purpose. A resounding howl, imbued with the essence of a king, erupted into the air as the silver wolf raised its head to the heavens, exuding an aura of sanctity. Boom! The silver wolf unexpectedly broke through, rising anew. Under the healing influence of the ethereal wood energy, it successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier. Its might significantly amplified. Its silvery fur flowed smoothly, shimmering with layers of silver light, its imposing form towering like a statue of steel. And the golden crescent on its brow sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. An overwhelming aura emanated from its being, evoking a sense of the divine. The silver wolf turned to gaze at Luo Feng, its eyes bright and unwavering, while Barrett gathered threads of lightning. In Sang Sang's hand, a spiritual talisman materialized, releasing a hint of terrifying energy as it fixated on the silver wolf. The previous hesitation had displeased Mr. Luo. It was time for a commendable display. Luo Feng remained motionless, his expression tranquil, akin to a still pool of water, quietly observing the silver wolf. After a prolonged moment, the silver wolf let out a soft whine, lowering itself, its massive head nudging against Luo Feng's pant leg, revealing its pristine belly and displaying a demeanor of submission. It wagged its body like a playful hound. Well, I hope you continue to be so obedient. I would rather not find myself dining upon your hot pot one day. Luo Feng spoke calmly, yet his words were as chilling as ice within the wolf's core. Luo Feng regarded the silver wolf. From now on, you shall be known as Silver King. Be a loyal mount, and you shall reap the rewards. The Silver King let out a hearty howl, evidently pleased with its new name. Luo Feng then turned his gaze to the towering willow tree. You shall henceforth be called Wood Emperor. Dispose of those corpses. I will lead you away. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, countless willow branches rustled in response. A verdant light swirled as countless bodies were instantly absorbed and reduced to dust. Even the last vestiges of energy were thoroughly consumed. This spectacle sent waves of panic through the onlookers, and even the Silver King was startled, pressing its massive form closely against Luo Feng, seeking solace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After absorbing the energy, the willow tree trembled, and its previously broken branches rapidly regrew. In less than a minute, the Wood Emperor was restored to its original state, even stronger than before. Witnessing the Wood Emperor's transformation left the spectators astounded, with Sang Sang and others filled with envy. The potential of such a miraculous being planted within their base was terrifying to contemplate. Alas, such a remarkable entity did not belong to them. Ha ha ha, splendid, Wood Emperor. Come, let us depart, Luo Feng exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand to conjure a spatial portal. As the willow tree ascended from the ground, gradually transforming into a streak of light and entering the realm beyond. As the colossal wooden monarch vanished, a vast pit appeared on the ground. Mr. Luo, we have located the armory. It's right here, Feng Tang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy as he beheld the enormous hole left by the departure of the wooden monarch. Before the crowd stood a massive iron door. Sang Sang and the others were equally elated at the discovery of the armory. Luo Feng merely cast a casual glance. It was merely 2 enhanced battalions. Hardly worth his concern. Indeed, the subsequent excavation of munitions failed to elicit any surprise from him, as approximately half of the armory, which housed around 20,000 units, was mysteriously missing. Nonetheless, the remaining half was still commendable. Ultimately, Luo Feng opted for 1/3, merely equipping 3,000 troops, barely sufficient. Yet among them, 5 missiles brought him considerable satisfaction. One could never have too many of such assets. Feng Tang and his companions were ecstatic. With these weapons and basic military apparatus, they could sufficiently establish a 5,000-strong army at the Pingding mountain base. A modernized army of 5,000 may not pose a threat to a 4th-tier evolver, but with adept management, a 3rd-tier evolver could easily dispatch 4 or 5 without much trouble against ordinary beasts or 1st-tier beasts fortified by the city walls. Their operational capacity would significantly increase. Feng Tang and his group were beside themselves with excitement. At the base's entrance, Luo Feng rode eastward upon his silver steed, Bloodspike following closely behind. A man, a woman, and a wolf traversed eastward. As the sun rose majestically, their silhouettes cloaked in a golden radiance, akin to divine beings. Feng Tang and the others gazed enviously at Luo Feng, who, even amidst the apocalypse, epitomized freedom and ease, a stark contrast to their own burdens as leaders of the base. Yet, faced with insurmountable challenges, they feared they might not even be able to play the role of subordinates. Feng Tang's eyes flickered with a mix of pain, helplessness, and sorrow as he looked at a small building within the base, sighing as he watched Luo Feng depart, feeling a twinge of vexation but also a sense of relief. The wolf god base lay in disarray, every item collected. The tulip base, the radiance base, continuing his sweep eastward. Luo Feng surveyed the newly added approximately 100,000 survivors within his space, a smile gracing his lips. 15,000 now. My subjects have reached a count of 150,000, he thought, pride swelling within him. Bloodspike, witnessing Luo Feng's smile, wiped the blood from his hands and smiled in return, sharing in the joy. Chapter 62. The tremor of the spirit field in the expanse of space. A man, a woman, and a wolf moved slowly toward the east, greeting the rising sun and stepping toward hope, the dawn of invincibility beginning to reveal itself. The duo's pace was unhurried. The silver wolf ambled along, its speed akin to that of an electric scooter, a stark contrast to their previous velocity, now resembling a leisurely stroll. Amidst the calm, a hint of the uncanny lingered, as Bloodspike's expression shifted repeatedly, unable to suppress the doubts brewing within. The Master. Why not obliterate the Pingding mountain base? How dare they conspire against the Master? They ought to be exterminated. The voice of Bloodspike was laced with a chilling coldness, tinged with anger. Inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered on the Master, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Bloodspike. That wretched woman, had I known, I would have shot her dead. On the Silver Wolf, Luo Feng listened to Bloodspike's words, a faint smile gracing his lips. His thoughts drifted back to that room, to that individual, that body, those movements. One blood for one life. Let it be. Consider it an act of kindness from me, the Master, Luo Feng murmured. After all, it was his first encounter with something so bloodied. It held a certain sentimental value. One cannot entirely dismiss the bonds of humanity, lest one be labeled a scoundrel. We can be decisive in our killings, yet we must not be lecherous. We can be charming, but not vulgar. However, one cannot ignore that in these times. Only those around 15 or 16 still possess their blood. The others, well, thinking back to the two he encountered at school, Luo Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Damn. Reflecting on it now, he had become far too skilled. It was truly humiliating to have an experienced employee lose his first time, and yet be so pleased about it. At this moment, Luo Feng's mind wandered, endlessly pondering various thoughts. Bloodspike observed him, pouting, furrowing her brows, mumbling to herself, I have blood too. Why don't you want it? Her voice was barely audible, just enough for her to hear. Although it was hard to overlook the smile that flickered at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. Let us go. Increase the speed. We must hasten to Suzhou and Yinxing. Luo Feng exclaimed with exuberance, calling out to Bloodspike as he seized her and tossed her in front of him. Bloodspike, caught off guard and making no effort to resist, let out a soft gasp and gently leaned against Luo Feng's firm chest, feeling a sudden weakness wash over her. The Master smells so delightful, she murmured. Move. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf could no longer contain itself and howled, racing away like a silver streak into the distance. A silver flash tore across the sky, seen by some survivors along the way, who could only watch with envy, while they struggled to find enough to eat. Nearly succumbing to the heat, here was someone riding a wolf, effortlessly charming. It seemed that no matter the time, the plight of the working class was unavoidable. The Silver Wolf was swift, and along the journey, Luo Feng periodically paused to gather supplies and slay some ferocious beasts. He collected ores, spirit trees, and spiritual herbs. Even a few rare treasures, although their levels were too low. Yet, this still brought great joy to Luo Feng. Among them, a suitable 4th-grade shock steel essence was taken by Bloodspike, who refined it into the Barret, significantly enhancing its power. As a result, Bloodspike's abilities advanced, reaching the early stage of the 3rd tier, allowing the newly transformed Barret to threaten even peak 3rd-tier beasts. Luo Feng witnessed a battle between Bloodspike and the Silver King, marveling as the early-stage Bloodspike inflicted considerable damage on the Silver King, nearly bringing it to tears. Of course, in the face of the uniquely blooded Silver King, Bloodspike was still no match, but escaping was certainly within her capability. With her newfound strength and the potential of her royal lineage, Bloodspike stood invincible at the 3rd tier. As for the Silver King, its strength has been steadily increasing along the journey, slowly refining that piece of bloodline stone. Luo Feng is not a miserly individual. He would never be stingy with his own people. The question of whether the Silver King would betray him after its significant enhancement in power is moot. Unless it has a death wish, Luo Feng remains unperturbed. Throughout the journey, the pace of Luo Feng and his companions was not particularly swift, as he took the time to rescue every survivor they encountered. After all, these individuals represented valuable resources, serving as potential contributors to their community and free labor for procreation. Traveling 3,000 miles a day, Luo Feng found moments to refine over 100 grain crystals, allowing the martial artists to break through to the mid-stage of the 4th tier, enhancing their physical strength and the potency of their abilities. In total, they gathered around 10,000 survivors, comprising men, women, children, and the elderly. Generally, the demographics showed that men constituted 60%, women 20%, children 15%, and a mere few hundred were elderly. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children are often the first to be discarded. Those who survived until Luo Feng's intervention were indeed fortunate. The space they occupied had already surpassed a population of 160,000, including over 110,000 men, with a fair number of ability users. However, 99% of these abilities were mediocre, making it a challenge for them to become first-tier evolvers. Nonetheless, Luo Feng selected a few with promising abilities and provided them with training, enabling them to advance to first-tier evolvers, significantly accelerating the construction efforts. Apart from the initial few dozen, those who later entered the space had all endured the harsh realities of the apocalypse, leading to a clear understanding of their circumstances. They were profoundly grateful for the 3 meals a day and the stable environment Luo Feng provided, demonstrating remarkable diligence in their work, which astonished him as the construction progressed rapidly. 5 residential buildings, an armory, a training ground, a hospital, a school, and the foundation for a resource reserve had been completed at an astonishing pace. Luo Feng could not help but marvel at the efficiency, likening it to the infrastructure of a great nation. He inspected the newly constructed buildings, finding them quite impressive, although lacking in large machinery. The assistance of ability users had rendered these structures even more aesthetically pleasing than before the cataclysm. The survivors understood that these houses would likely become their own, and naturally, they aimed to construct them well. Of course, the vast majority of the earlier constructed buildings would not belong to them. They would only reside in the grid-style houses to be built later, with each person granted a modest 10 square meters of living space, a testament to Luo Feng's benevolence. Given the limited area, unless Luo-yuan's spirit field advanced and expanded the space, they would have to make do with temporary tents. Fortunately, the environment within the space remained temperate, preventing them from freezing. On a particular day, after traveling 800 miles, Luo Feng spotted a base from afar, its massive walls indicating its significance. Though he initially had no desire to engage, the presence of an unusual energy fluctuation compelled him to halt. Spatial fluctuations, intriguing indeed. Are they treasures of the space realm or something else? It seems I must pay a visit to this base. Perhaps I shall discover some fortuitous encounters. However, my recent cultivation has been rather sluggish. Such thoughts occupied Luo Feng's mind, unperturbed by the possibility of others overhearing him. Chapter 63. Searching the base, the void base. It has only been a short while, yet I have ascended to the 4th tier of evolution. What more could one desire? Gazing at the distant base, excitement welled within Luo Feng as he finally encountered treasures of the spatial variety. Over recent days, he had diligently searched through several bases, scrutinizing every item, but had found naught of the coveted spatial materials. The only noteworthy item was the teleportation talisman from Sang Sang, which, regrettably, proved to be of little use. At long last, he had encountered spatial fluctuations. This opportunity must not be squandered. The Luo-yuan spirit field also required swift advancement. A sufficiently vast space would allow him to gather anything he desired, not to mention the remarkable abilities of the Luo-yuan spirit field, which filled Luo Feng with anticipation. On a hillside, Luo Feng stood at the precipice, surveying the distant base while smoking a cigarette and gently stroking the head of his silver wolf lying beside him. Lost in contemplation, Bloodpiercer stood nearby, calm and observant, not intruding upon Luo Feng's thoughts. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a figure materialized before them, revealing a somewhat handsome yet mischievous face. Upon his arrival, the individual looked at Luo Feng with excitement and proclaimed, "I greet the city lord." Though visibly exhilarated, he understood that Luo Feng was not one for excessive chatter, and thus remained quietly at a distance. Without acknowledging the newcomer, Luo Feng instructed, "Zhang Dada. There is a base below. Disguise yourself as a survivor and gather information. I require details about this base." Zhang Dada, glancing apprehensively at the base, hesitated momentarily but, reassured by Luo Feng's calm demeanor, promptly nodded. "Rest assured, City Lord, I will proceed at once and ensure I gather all pertinent information." Luo Feng nodded in response. Tossing Zhang Dada a communicator, "Take this. It has a signal range of 30 kilometers. If you encounter any trouble, call for me, and I shall return to your aid. Should you complete this task well, I will reward you with a spirit fruit, granting you a new and powerful ability." "Thank you, City Lord. I assure you I will accomplish the task," Zhang Dada exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Even within Luo Feng's domain, competition was inevitable, and in this apocalyptic world, strength had become the fundamental criterion determining one's quality of life. Once a minor celebrity, Zhang Dada had enjoyed a comfortable existence, yet now, in this new era, his ability, though not exceptional, was merely a trickle of water, a mid-tier first-stage power that could only provide a cool bath. At the pinnacle of his potential, he might summon a small river, but it was hardly remarkable. Originally, much trouble was caused by this peculiar ability, particularly for that Zhou leader. Given the absence of toilet paper, a quick wash with water was quite sufficient. The yearning for formidable powers had long been insatiable, and now, in pursuit of such strength, he was willing to embrace danger. Zhang Dada dashed eagerly down the mountain. Observing Zhang Dada's animated figure, Xuezi's expression was indifferent, albeit tinged with perplexity. Master, why send him? A mere waste? He likely cannot even conceal himself, and will soon be captured. Luo Feng responded with a faint smile. I am aware of your concerns. I harbor no expectations for him. However, I sense a hint of danger within this base, suggesting it is more than it appears. I shall not take risks until I ascertain the true information. He continued, shortly, you will disguise yourself and infiltrate the base to gather the information I require. As for Zhang Dada, consider him your shield. He may serve a purpose, however minimal. Upon hearing this, Xuezi nodded promptly. Rest assured, Master, I will thoroughly investigate this base. Be cautious. If the situation turns dire, prioritize your escape. Although I am prudent, I am not one to fear what lies within, Luo Feng stated coldly. Speaking of fear, there exists nothing in this world that instills such a sentiment in Luo Feng. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to squander energy on trivial threats. A gentleman does not place himself beneath precarious walls. Exercising caution is wise. Do not worry. I am confident, Xuezi asserted with conviction. Swiftly preparing, Luo Feng produced a large box, and Xuezi transformed, shortly revealing the guise of an unattractive woman in her 40s. The disguise appeared remarkably authentic, at first glance. It was undoubtedly convincing, much to Luo Feng's satisfaction. Since this disguise did not involve any supernatural ability, it would not attract undue attention. Be careful. I have instructed Silver King to conceal your powers. Gather the facts and return promptly, Luo Feng instructed. Xuezi then turned to leave, while Luo Feng's gaze remained fixed, his eyes glimmering with a divine light, capable of seeing far into the distance. As Xuezi entered the base, a faint smile appeared on Luo Feng's lips. He sensed that the master of this base was not particularly astute. On the hillside, Luo Feng reclined against Silver King, smoking a cigarette, reveling in the delightful sky above. After a considerable time, a figure leaped onto the hillside, half crouching before Luo Feng. Master, I have gathered the information. Luo Feng, maintaining his languid demeanor, did not turn his head. Then speak. Reveal what is unusual, and how did you manage to return so swiftly and effortlessly? Xuezi's expression sharpened as he replied promptly. Master, this base is known as the Void Base. The management here is exceedingly lax, with no semblance of order, malice runs rampant, and scoundrels abound. Consequently, there are no formal registrations for outsiders. As long as one alters their appearance, entrance and exit pose little issue. Xuezi's disdain was evident as he spoke. Observing Luo Feng's subtle nod, Bloodthorn's heart swelled with delight, prompting him to continue speaking. The Void Base is a vast stronghold, housing a multitude of survivors, numbering over 100,000. During the upheaval, this place served as a marketplace, surrounded by residential buildings, thus resulting in a densely populated area. Despite the countless casualties, the surviving population still exceeds 10,000, with a significant number of ability users and martial artists among them. However, the base suffers from stark polarization. Those in power and the evolved possess the finest resources, while ordinary survivors endure a dire existence, residing in squalid slums with scant provisions. A single packet of instant noodles can be bartered for a woman, and merely offering 2 buns can lead a woman to accompany you. Reminiscent of the famine era of the 1950s and 60s. At the helm of this base is a treasure wielder known as Miao Rundong, a 28-year-old formidable figure. At least a mid-tier level 4. Once a mere loser, this rotund individual has, upon ascending to the position of leader, amassed a harem of beauties within his quarters. It is said that he currently entertains over 100 diverse women, cute, lowly, mature, in uniforms, clad in black stockings, sisters, mothers and daughters, aunts and nieces, and sisters-in-law, countless in number. The corpulent leader now spends his days indulging in these comforts. Reports indicate that his treasure is a potent mirror, feared for its strength. Miao Rundong has slain level 4 evolved beasts thrice, with each beast reportedly immobilized during the encounters. Furthermore, it is rumored that, at one point when he was merely at level 1, he nearly met his demise but was saved by the mirror's terrifying power, which wreaked havoc, annihilating most of the high-ranking officials of the base at that time. This incident propelled him to leadership of the Void Base. Currently, the rotund leader indulges in his pleasures, while the affairs of the base are primarily managed by 2 other leaders. The second in command is an ability user named Luo Feng, age 35, who possesses the Void Battle Chariot ability, a unique royal ability at the pinnacle of level 3, to instill fear in adversaries. Luo Feng has previously disclosed information regarding his extraordinary power. The third in command is equally remarkable, a martial artist named Jin Xiong, aged 45, proficient in the mixed yuan golden bell and the 18 dragon subduing palms, also at the peak of level 3. His mixed yuan golden bell is reputed to withstand the attacks of early level 4 beasts, while his 18 dragon subduing palms have also inflicted injury upon level 4 beasts. It is said that during one beast tide, shortly after its onset, the trio of the rotund leader, Luo Feng, and Jin Xiong swiftly decimated it, preventing the tide from fully forming and yielding a significant number of beast carcasses for the Void Base. Listening to Bloodthorn's account, Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a tinge of astonishment upon learning that the rotund leader was at least a mid-tier level 4. It is not solely one's own fortune. It appears that this corpulent individual possesses considerable luck as well. The extraordinary treasure in his possession is at least of the 4 divine abilities caliber, and it is highly likely to be a 5 divine abilities treasure. Furthermore, it is at a minimum of the 4th tier. However, one cannot ascertain how many times he has utilized rare materials. If he has used them thrice, it would indeed be formidable. The ability to immobilize ferocious beasts indicates the use of a lower-tier spatial divine ability to confine space. Ah, what a splendid opportunity. I wonder if there is a chance to acquire it. Luo Feng gazed up at the Void Base, his heart stirred with excitement. His eyes turned towards Bloodspike, his expression grave yet tinged with fervent anticipation. Given that Miao Rundong has ascended to a 4th-tier master so swiftly, it must be more than mere chance. Besides the extraordinary treasure, an abundance of resources is requisite. Could there be resources of the spatial category hidden here? Bloodspike looked at Luo Feng with profound admiration. Master, you are incredibly astute. You knew this even before I spoke. Indeed, there are. Quickly, tell me what spatial treasures exist. Luo Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly, gripping Bloodspike's arm with fervor. Ah, that hurts. Bloodspike's face contorted slightly, instinctively struggling against the grip. Apologies, I forgot, Luo Feng said, noticing the slight bend in Bloodspike's arms, and he quickly released his hold. His excitement had led him to exert too much force, causing a minor injury that seemed excessive. Fortunately, it was not severe. The flow of Emu energy soon mended it. Master, I am fine now. Please do not worry. Bloodspike reassured him, sensing Luo Feng's anxiety. I have discovered the reason. It is a vein, a subtle spatial spirit stone vein within the Void Base. However, I am unaware of its exact quantity and location. As Bloodspike spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept upon him. At this moment, Luo Feng had regained his composure. A spatial vein, regardless of its diminutive size or impoverished yield, is still a vein, and it undoubtedly contains 4th-tier spatial spirit crystals. I must possess this. His gaze fixed firmly on the distant Void Base. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Master, I inquired further about this vein. It is quite small, with a very low yield. The spatial spirit stones within are exceedingly perilous. Any single fragment that shatters could unleash a minor spatial storm, resulting in certain death for all within its vicinity. According to my findings, over the course of merely half a month of mining, the death toll has exceeded 10,000. Bloodspike stated, his expression growing cold. Averaging 600 to 700 fatalities per day is no trivial matter. It is evident that this rotund individual is quite ruthless. Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Come, we shall first explore the base. Should all proceed smoothly, it will be well. If not, we shall have to engage with this corpulent fellow. Moreover, with so many survivors, it would be wasteful not to take advantage of the situation. Humanity is a most valuable resource. Luo Feng gazed at the distant Void Base, a flicker of avarice gleaming in his eyes. Master, it is permissible to enter, but one must exercise caution, for the powers of space are truly terrifying. It is often said that space reigns supreme while time holds reverence. Once the fabric of time and space is unraveled, there is no equal. The attributes of space are indeed enigmatic, and I advise you to remain vigilant. Blood-piercer harbors concerns. Truth be told, I genuinely wish for Luo Feng to avoid this peril, for Blood-piercer believes it to be an unwise venture. Fear not. I am aware and shall not take unnecessary risks. Luo Feng nodded slightly. This being the first time he approached with such trepidation since the great upheaval of the heavens and earth. As time progresses, it cannot be denied that formidable individuals are gradually emerging, and all Luo Feng can do is ensure he remains within the foremost ranks, lest he become akin to Feng Tang. Otherwise, even being the leader of a base would hold little significance. Concealing the Silver King, Luo Feng and his companion donned inconspicuous attire, neither overly extravagant nor excessively shabby. They exhibited the prowess of mid-tier rank 1. With a crystal core in hand, they effortlessly entered the Void Base. The Void Base was expansive, its towering walls reaching a remarkable 15 zhang in height, a sight to behold. However, chaos reigned within, with oppression rampant throughout. The entrance was relatively decent as they ventured further, encountering several commendable structures. Surrounding these edifices was a simple wall and an imposing gate that presented a striking appearance, guarded by soldiers wielding firearms, radiating an aura of menace. Master. The center of the base is where all the high-ranking officials reside. The accommodations here are the finest. However, under normal circumstances, one cannot pass through, as the guards would not hesitate to open fire. Ah, how intriguing, a city within a city. TSK, they certainly know how to indulge, Luo Feng remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he surveyed the heart of the base. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression shifted. He noticed that Luo Yuanling's field was trembling slightly. He directed his gaze towards a certain location. What lies in that direction? Bloodpiercer's complexion changed slightly as he responded, Master. That is the slum area of the Void Base, inhabited by those devoid of any powers and material assets, forced to congregate there under dire conditions. Chapter 65. Rescuing 3 individuals, a family of talents. Oh, how fascinating. Let us take a closer look. The two made their way towards the slum area. The slum was indeed shrouded in darkness and rife with chaos. It was exceedingly filthy, with debris strewn along both sides of the narrow and congested pathways, obscured from sunlight by an unknown entity, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yet, in contrast to direct sunlight, this stifling heat was somewhat bearable. Countless men donned nothing but tattered shorts, brandishing sticks or crude blades. From various shadowy alleys emerged a cacophony of sounds, gunfire echoing throughout. Many women, scantily clad and draped only in sheer fabric, lingered at the entrances of dilapidated homes, engaging in provocative gestures. The stench of blood permeated some of the narrower passages as brazen acts of violence unfolded within the base, leaving Luo Feng astonished. The two individuals naturally caught the attention of some observant souls. However, when Bloodstitch's dagger sliced through a man's throat, many of those hidden gazes faded away. Suddenly, a woman clad only in a delicate black lace lingerie appeared. Her skin was strikingly pale, devoid of the sun-kissed hue one would expect from someone who had undergone such a transformation. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even the goddesses of old, far surpassing the allure of ordinary stars. Stumbling toward Luo Feng, she cried out in desperation, Help! Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Behind her, several men clad only in shorts pursued her, brandishing clubs, with one leading the charge wielding a meter-long blade, hurling curses. Vile wench, stop. Damn it. If you dare to run, I'll have my way with you. The other inhabitants of the slums observed this scene with cold indifference, not a single soul stirring, merely watching the unfolding drama. Upon spotting Luo Feng, the woman seemed to see her salvation and hurriedly ran towards him. Luo Feng and Bloodstitch remained unfazed, casually observing the woman. After all, they had little else to occupy their time. The woman gazed at Luo Feng with fiery eyes, her excitement palpable as she recognized him as an evolved being, her heart racing. As she lunged towards him, suddenly, bam, a figure darted past, sending her white form crashing into the pursuing men, who cried out in anguish as they tumbled to the ground. Onlookers gasped in surprise. This woman was no ordinary being. Indeed, these two are extraordinary, they whispered. Bloodstitch's eyes glinted with cold fury as she regarded the fallen woman. Wretched creature. Who gave you the audacity to target our master? You fools are courting death. The men trembled in fear at Bloodstitch's fierce demeanor, realizing they had underestimated her. They had hoped to gain something from this encounter, especially if Luo Feng took a liking to the woman. Observing the tedious farce unfold, Bloodstitch declared, "Enough of this nonsense. If you can't stomach it, then perish. I tire of this delay." As Luo Feng stepped forward, Bloodstitch's expression shifted. "Forgive me, master. I erred. I shall rectify this." The woman, trembling, pleaded, "No, don't kill me. I was coerced. They forced me. I'm kind-hearted. I can do anything, any position." Horrified by Bloodstitch's words, the woman retreated on the ground, her alabaster skin scraping against the rough surface, drawing blood. Unfazed, Luo Feng continued his advance while Bloodstitch's dagger glimmered ominously. In swift motion, blood splattered as several men fell silent to the ground. With a swift flick of her blade, Bloodstitch held the woman's severed head. Icy resolve in her gaze. "You claim to be versatile. How about this position?" Listening to Bloodspike's words, Luo Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Bloodspike's feelings for him were deepening, though he couldn't discern whether it was due to the spirit puppet chains or some other factor. For now, it was fortunate that there was no need to intervene. The two departed, leaving behind only a handful of corpses, while countless hidden eyes watched in sheer horror. It was quite ruthless. Not a single one was spared. However, in the slums, a few deaths were of little consequence, especially when they were caused by evolved beings. In merely 2 minutes, nothing remained of the bodies. Even the woman's lace lingerie had been taken. Such items were a rarity, as many women no longer wore them. Before a dilapidated wooden shack, the scene was truly shabby. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the temperature in this area felt slightly lower, providing a modicum of comfort. At that moment, within a ramshackle house constructed of broken planks, several men were engaged in combat with a woman. An elderly man and woman cowered inside, watching the outside scene with trepidation, deeply worried for the woman. The woman, who could only be described as delicate, seemed to have absorbed something, enhancing her physical prowess despite not being an evolved being. She wielded an iron rod, moving it with sheer brute force, lacking any finesse. The 3 men surrounding her also appeared to have absorbed a trace of something, their physiques robust as they brandished machetes and iron rods, relentlessly attacking her. The surrounding dilapidated houses resembled coffins, housing individuals who resembled lifeless husks. They observed the battle outside with a detached demeanor, evidently accustomed to such violence. "Ziron, hand over your belongings. For the sake of our past connection, I will spare your life. If I achieve success, you will reap the rewards," shouted a burly man, utterly naked save for his underwear, as he swung his machete with vicious intent towards the woman. "Go to hell. Why don't you just die? Who has any connection with you?" The woman, consumed by rage, screamed and attacked the men with fervor. One man, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the iron rod, letting out a pained howl. Glaring at the woman, he hissed maliciously, "You filthy creature. Brothers, kill her. I'll make her suffer, and you'll feast on the spoils." With that, the other 2 men's eyes lit up, and they began to wildly swing their iron rods. In the blink of an eye, the woman was struck multiple times, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ziron's father, who had been hiding in the room, could no longer contain himself upon seeing his daughter injured and rushed out. "Zhang Dachong, you bastard. You deserve to die." The old man charged out, brandishing a wooden stick at the man. The man, witnessing the old man approaching, sneered maliciously, "You old fool. I've long wanted to end you. After being your disciple for so many years, it's time for you to perish." A man struck at an elderly man with a blade, severing the wooden stick in the elder's grasp and causing blood to flow profusely across his chest. Chapter 66. A family of geniuses in the mining brigade. The man gazed at the injured elder, raising his hand once more. A twisted expression of satisfaction mingling with a hint of malice crossing his face, as he aimed to strike at the old man's head. "Father, no. Zhang Dachong, stop. I'll give you what you want." Zhou Zero-yuan screamed, producing a crystal stone from her hand. Zhang Dachong showed no sign of hesitation. "Fool. I'll kill your father and then your mother. This treasure is still mine, and so are you. Old fool, perish." Zhang Dachong shouted with unbridled excitement, bringing down his blade towards the elder. "No, old man. Father, please." Both Zhou Zero-yuan and the elderly woman inside the house cried out in terror. Suddenly, a sound of dripping water echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see that the knife, which was meant for the elder, had mysteriously flown away. A dagger emerged from behind, piercing through Zhang Dacheng's neck, protruding from the front. Behind him stood a woman clad in black, holding the dagger with a chilling demeanor. Zhang Dacheng trembled violently, blood gushing from his mouth. "Run!" The remaining two shouted in panic, turning to flee. A cold snort resonated like thunder, and the two fleeing figures collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Luo Feng stepped over their bodies as if he had just crushed two mere insects. This sudden turn of events rendered all those hidden in the shadows silent with dread. They gazed at Luo Feng in terror, deeply bowing their heads. Fearful of attracting his attention, some even covered their ears in a futile attempt to shield themselves from his wrath. With a thud, the blood-stained dagger was withdrawn, and Zhang Dacheng's lifeless body fell to the ground, a look of confusion frozen upon his face, unaware of who had taken his life. The elderly woman inside the room scrambled out, frantically embracing the fallen elder, her expression frantic, mumbling incoherently. Zero-yuan hurried over to assess her father's injuries, relieved to find they were not as severe as she had feared. Luo Feng and the blood-stained figure approached, regarding Zero-yuan with an indifferent expression. She looked at them, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet she resolutely extended her hand, offering the crystal stone. Upon seeing the crystal in her grasp, a smile crept across Luo Feng's lips, excitement glimmering in his gaze. A fifth-tier heavenly material, a spatial crystal core. Fascinating. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire this? His tone was commanding as a flash of green light flickered from his hand, rapidly healing Zero-yuan's father's wounds. Observing this scene, Zero-yuan's expression shifted subtly as she looked at Luo Feng, gratitude illuminating her eyes. A spark of confidence emerged on Zero-yuan's face, which was imbued with intellect. I mind this myself. I have some knowledge of the veins within the base, and based on my analysis of the current vein, I determined that it is merely a branch. Boom. Upon hearing Zhou-Ziren's words, Luo Feng's entire being trembled, an overwhelming aura unfurling around him. The vicinity of 100 meters descended into an uncanny realm, where all present felt profoundly uncomfortable under such oppressive pressure. In this state, deception was utterly impossible. Zhou-Ziren's complexion paled as she spoke intermittently. It turned out that this family had once been prodigies, high in talents in the field of technology. The elder, Zhou Shukai, was Zhou-Ziren's father, aged 65, a professor specializing in mineral sciences and a doctoral advisor. The matriarch, Zhou Wenxuan, Zhou-Ziren's mother, was 63, a professor in vein geology and also a doctoral mentor. Zhou-Ziren herself, 35, had lost her husband and son in a catastrophe and was a lecturer in vein geology, holding a postdoctoral position. The trio possessed profound insights into the trends, distributions, evolution, reserves, and density of mineral veins. Once, Zhou Shukai was a sought-after figure in numerous mining companies, with many lining up for his guidance on the direction and excavation of mineral veins. However, after the great upheaval, Tian Rundong of the Void Base showed no capabilities, dismissing talents and considering ordinary individuals to be of no consequence. This branch of the Void Base had originally been deduced by Zhou Shutsai's family. Subsequently, Zhou Shukai, cunning and shrewd, discreetly leaked this information to observe Tian Rundong's reaction. Alas, calamity struck. All who ventured to investigate the mineral veins perished, leaving no survivors. Moreover, the inhabitants of the slum were regularly sent to mine, blindfolded and utterly unaware of the veins' location. The spatial mineral veins were fraught with peril, with a high likelihood of death for those who dared approach. Sir, we three, our parents, desire nothing but to leave the Void Base and to be provided with some resources, Zhou Shukai implored, having risen to his feet to gaze at Luo Feng with a plea. Though the three were not advanced in age, Zhou Shukai appeared as if he could easily be in his 70s or 80s. Observing them, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Such treasures could not be allowed to escape. From now on, you shall accompany me, serving my interests. Your task will be to uncover the main locations of the spatial mineral veins, and generous rewards will await you. I shall first ensure your departure. Sir, that simply providing us with some resources would suffice. Zhou Shutsai's expression turned grave. His previous statements had been a mix of truth and falsehood. Fear had gripped him. Hunger had rendered him desperate, and terror had shattered his courage. Looking at Zhou Shukai, Luo Feng smiled faintly. I am a man who values fairness. You provide me with information, and I shall grant you a good life. It is only reasonable. I have taken a liking to your knowledge, and henceforth, you shall work diligently for me. You will not be deprived of benefits. I do not take kindly to rejection. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last." Luo Feng's voice was calm, yet a chilling aura spread through the air. The Zhou family stared at Luo Feng in panic, their expressions frantic. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, with a wave of his hand, he directly enveloped the three of them. As the surrounding individuals beheld the scene, they averted their gazes, with only a flicker of light shimmering in the eyes of a select few. "Let us proceed." Luo Feng gently tapped his foot and declared, stepping forward, closely followed by Bloodpiercer. Bang, bang, bang. With their departure, a cacophony of explosions erupted, transforming all within 100 meters into a crimson mist in an instant. The duo did not pause, continuing their exit, although many witnessed the commotion. The ruthless nature of Luo Feng, coupled with the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world, instilled a sense of caution in most onlookers. Better to remain uninvolved than to court death. With a first-tier crystal core in hand, Luo Feng and his companion navigated their way out of the void base, which was riddled with flaws. It was only due to its possession of a spatial crystal mine that it wielded any semblance of power. In a small valley approximately 50 kilometers from the void base, a deep cavern yawned open. Luo Feng observed the entrance quietly, with Bloodpiercer at his side, while Zhou Ziren, Zhou Shuxing, and others stood nearby, now clad in fresh attire that rendered them considerably cleaner. Behind them, a regiment of 300 burly men awaited, each a minimum of a first-tier ability user, standing silently as they anticipated Luo Feng's command. Chapter 67, Half-Step to 5th Tier, finally discovered. The space now housed around 70,000 individuals, including a fair number of evolvers, with over 1,000 if one were to count them all. However, only this cadre of 300 possessed any combat efficacy, sufficient for mining operations. Gazing at the cavern entrance and sensing the slight tremor of the Luo-yuan spirit field, a smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. "Go forth and mine. Do not concern yourselves with the depletion of the vein. I understand the value of ore, crystal, and cores. Leave the rest to me. There is no need to worry about the danger of an explosion. The amount of ore extracted will depend on your skill, and you may exchange quantities for contribution points. These points can later be redeemed for spirit fruits, even ability fruits, or rare treasures." In an instant, the evolvers were electrified, their fervent gazes fixed upon Luo Feng. Though none spoke, the heightened rhythm of their breathing betrayed their excitement. "Go." Luo Feng's voice carried a note of exhilaration, and with his command, the crowd surged forward, their figures dissolving into shadows as they plunged into the mine. "City Lord, mining the spatial vein is perilous, and should any issues arise, the commotion would be considerable. This location is too close to the void base for reckless excavation," Zhou Shuxing remarked, his expression betraying concern as he regarded Luo Feng. Zhou Ziren mirrored his apprehension. Having emerged from the dim world, they now entered Luo Feng's realm, a bastion of peace and stability. Zhou Ziren, enamored by this idyllic existence, would resolutely confront anyone seeking to disrupt such a life. Hence, it is only natural that the majority of individuals within this space fervently wish for nothing to befall Luo Feng, wishing him longevity, be it a century, a millennium, or even an eternity, despite the challenges of existence in this realm, which starkly contrasts with the life they once knew. Yet, at the very least, they can savor the gift of life and gradually cultivate their own haven. This experience evokes a profound sense of warmth in those battered by the apocalypse. A few harbored concerns, but only Shui Ci exuded unwavering confidence in Luo Feng. Gazing into the depths of the cavern, Luo Feng smiled faintly and encouraged, "Go forth, all of you, and commence the mining. The conditions I mentioned earlier will also benefit you. As for the rest, do not fret, it is merely the void base, of little consequence." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words and sensing his resolute confidence, the others ceased their idle chatter and plunged into the cavern to begin their work. Even Shui Ci joined them. With a wave of his hand, the Silver King emerged, looking at Luo Feng with an eager howl, as if seeking his approval. "Go ahead. Work diligently and assist those within," Luo Feng instructed, affectionately patting the Silver King's head. With a joyful bark, the Silver King transformed into a streak of silver light and darted into the cavern, observing the bustling activity within, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of mining. A flicker of anticipation graced Luo Feng's lips. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light soared forth, and a mystical seed alighted above the mine. Instantly, a celestial canopy unfurled, causing the cavern to vanish, silencing all chaotic sounds. Within Luo Feng's perception, the Luo-yuan spirit field was continuously absorbing the power of the space around it. In rapid succession, spatial crystal stones materialized, coalescing together. The Luo-yuan spirit field itself is a treasure for mining, albeit of the spatial variety, he mused. An abundant medium-sized vein, estimated to contain around 1 million units, should yield approximately 100 to 300 spirit crystals and about 10 spirit cores. If a spirit source were to be found, it would be a remarkable boon. Luo Feng gazed into the dark cavern, his heart swelling with anticipation. He then settled cross-legged upon a stone, for the Luo-yuan spirit field could autonomously absorb spatial treasures. While the pace may not be exceptionally swift, it sufficed. Luo Feng could not join the mining efforts, as the spatial veins could not withstand brute force excavation. Thus, even with his presence, the pace would not significantly quicken. Furthermore, he needed to remain vigilant against potential incursions from the void base. Perched upon the stone, Luo Feng continuously refined and absorbed grain crystals, his strength gradually ascending. As time passed, some searchers from the void base began to appear in the vicinity. A chilling howl echoed. A member of a trio had his head bitten off, blood gushing forth, while the others fled in a frenzy. The Silver King cast a disdainful glance, choosing not to pursue. In an instant, the Silver King vanished from sight. With his eyes tightly shut, Luo Feng slightly opened them to gaze into the distance, as if sensing some disturbance. A trace of a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. 3 days. 3 days have passed. It is nearly time to commence. In an instant, Luo Feng crushed dozens of grain crystals in his hand. Boom! A surge of immense energy erupted, as the mixed origins of the world's scripture began to operate, causing all energy to converge like 100 swallows returning to their nests, all of it absorbed by Luo Feng in a single moment. Break, he uttered softly, and his physical form advanced further, an overwhelming influx of internal energy surging within him, filling his dantian in an instant. His corporeal strength was refined to an extraordinarily powerful state, a plume of blood energy rising into the sky, a robust spirit snake writhing, its scales mottled, already showing signs of transformation into a python. 4th tier serpent, 5th tier python, 6th tier flood dragon, 7th tier dragon. This is the pinnacle manifestation of blood energy cultivation at this realm. However, many martial artists are already quite impressive if they can elevate their blood energy to the spirit snake plume at the 5th tier. Not to mention Luo Feng's current situation. He can play with 5th tier experts solely relying on his physical prowess. As he felt the enhancement of the 6 divine runes within him, a broad smile spread across Luo Feng's face. The void base, come forth. 4th tier perfection. Half a step into the 5th tier. Indeed, what formidable power. Alas, the grain crystals are too few, and who knows when he will acquire more in the future. Nevertheless, it suffices. With 4th tier perfection, he can now mobilize the Luo-yuan spiritual field. Let it begin. With a single thought, the power of the Luo-yuan spiritual field unfolded. Luo Feng waited, anticipating his breakthrough to 4th tier perfection, longing for a further enhancement of his strength, and seeking absolute assurance. Luo Feng was not one to court danger. He preferred complete control, relishing the sensation of overpowering everything. Isn't it delightful to crush all in one's path? A desperate turnaround is merely a sign of madness. Buzzing. A tremendous roar erupted as the entire spatial mine exploded. Countless spatial minerals were absorbed by the Luo-yuan spiritual field. Simultaneously, the miners present were drawn into the space, along with Silver King, Blood Spike, and Zhou-yuan, all enveloped in the spatial realm. Splendid. Truly, one who specializes in mining is worthy of admiration. Observing the spatial fluctuations around Zhou-yuan and her father, Zhou Shukai, a smile crept onto Luo Feng's lips. Nodding in satisfaction. Boom. An array of explosive sounds reverberated from the sprawling mine, extending for over 10 kilometers, as the Luo-yuan spiritual field began to move slowly. Countless spatial spirit stones and various supplementary minerals flying forth, resulting in an infinite harvest from the entire mine. A powerful spatial wave emanated, radiating in all directions. Chapter 68. Arrival, astonishment, and relentless waves. As the waves spread, in a resplendent room adorned in gold and jade, a corpulent man labored diligently, toiling industriously. The room spanned 200 to 300 square meters, extravagantly lavish. In this post-apocalyptic world, to possess such a place signifies extraordinary circumstances. The room was filled with countless hangars, laden with a terrifying array of garments. Flight attendants, youthful maidens, nurses, policemen, soldiers, teachers, students, ordinary individuals, sweet girls, cat girls, bunny girls, adorned in leopard and tiger prints. Alongside whips, handcuffs, restraints, and machines for drilling. One cannot help but acknowledge the meticulous effort of the corpulent individual who amassed such a comprehensive collection. Upon the grand bed, the rotund figure engaged in a vigorous display, seemingly unremarkable, yet undeniably potent. It is no wonder that many aspire to become evolved beings. Such a lure is sufficient to drive all men, regardless of age, into a frenzy. If one were to overlook the exquisite puppets adorning the walls, this place would merely be a den of debauchery. The horrifying array of lifelike dolls hanging on the wall evoked an unsettling ambience. Characters such as Asuna Yuki, Saber, Yukino Shida Yukino, Chika Fujiwara, and others were meticulously represented. The atmosphere in the room felt eerily strange, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the lecherous figure lifted his head, blood trickling from his lips. A woman nearby, pale and trembling, bit her lip, suppressing any sound or movement. The other women in the room, accustomed to such sights, felt a deepening sorrow in their eyes, yet remained utterly silent, not daring to utter a word. The corpulent man stood and gazed into a mirror on a nearby shelf, which trembled ominously, causing his expression to shift dramatically. With a sickening sound, he spat blood and approached the mirror, scrutinizing its quivering surface with a concerned look. Jin Xiong, investigate the situation to the west. I will follow shortly. If there are any issues, deal with them, he commanded coldly into a walkie-talkie, devoid of the previous indulgent demeanor. Get dressed, he ordered, and two maidens hurriedly approached, their expressions imbued with utmost respect. They swiftly clothed him, and he strode towards the exit, only to turn back and glance at the injured woman. What a pity, he mused, such a beautiful visage marred. It is truly unfortunate. You shall be transformed into a doll. His gaze flickered with a twisted delight as he observed the woman he had bitten. No, please, master. I do not wish to become a doll. I would rather be a pet, anything but that. The woman's face was a mask of terror as she desperately cowered towards the bed, screaming in a frenzy. The portly man, initially about to step out, gazed upon the woman's condition and was instantly consumed by a frenzied madness, a grotesque smile spreading across his face as he advanced toward her. Witnessing his approach, the women recoiled in sheer terror, akin to seeing a demon, desperately retreating into corners, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, within the confines of the base, a robust man was reveling with the group, joyfully guzzling wine and devouring meat. However, upon hearing the urgent call from the communicator, his expression shifted dramatically. With a shout, he rallied 3 or 4 companions and hastily surged westward. At that moment, Luo Feng was exerting every ounce of effort to activate the Luo-yuan spirit field, fervently extracting spirit ore. The entire vein appeared to be of superior quality, potentially housing around 120 to 30,000 spatial spirit stones, spanning over a dozen kilometers. Collecting this ore was no trivial task. As the Luo-yuan spirit field advanced, the earth split, trees toppled, and boulders rolled, countless spatial spirit stones soaring into the air. Amidst the chaos, Luo Feng felt an accumulation of 4th-tier spatial spirit crystals, a small mountain-like heap, alongside 3 new 5th-tier spirit cores, totaling 4. Not accounting for those excavated from others. Approximately half of the spirit ore remained, and at this rate of collection, it would take at least another day to complete the task. However, it seemed some individuals would rather not allow him this opportunity. Glancing towards the swiftly approaching figure in the distance, a cold smirk graced Luo Feng's lips. Commence. With a sharp command, another surge of formidable energy erupted, and the Luo-yuan spirit field accelerated as if pressing the gas pedal, instantly absorbing a kilometer's worth of spirit ore, continuing to draw from the depths below. Seeking death. A figure, radiating golden light, charged at Luo Feng like a rampaging bear. Observing the fleeting silhouette of the Luo-yuan spirit field, an insatiable greed glimmered in the golden figure's eyes. The figure barreled forward with the force of a bulldozer, unleashing immense power as he struck at Luo Feng. As if a mountain were collapsing, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoing. Begone! With a disdainful grunt, Luo Feng delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The clash resounded. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as the golden figure was sent hurtling backward, his arms crossed, blood trickling from his mouth. Shock filled his eyes as he regarded Luo Feng. How is this possible? Greater than my own strength? Such a terrifying physique. This is troublesome. In the void of the base, he chuckled. Since you've come, you shall remain. With a flash of a blade, Luo Feng redirected his focus, dismissing the mere third-tier evolutionist, sealing his fate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and amidst the shimmering golden light, a colossal golden bell manifested before Luo Feng. The bell appeared ethereal, swirling with blood energy. The blade strikes fracturing it, teetering on the brink of shattering. Ah, how intriguing. It seems you can withstand my strike. Quite impressive. Is this the indestructible shield? Fascinating, remarked Luo Feng. His curiosity piqued as he observed Jin Xiong. No regrets for the raging dragon. Kill. Jin Xiong felt an icy chill as he looked at the smiling Luo Feng. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy, all of his blood and internal force erupting in an instant. A hazy, crimson gold dragon surged forth, roaring as it lunged toward Luo Feng. After executing this formidable move, Jin Xiong paid no heed to the outcome. He turned and fled like a darting dragon, his speed remarkable, his complexion pale, and his expression filled with terror. A piercing dragon's cry echoed as the blood-colored dragon shattered into countless fragments, and a voice, like a cry from the depths of hell, resonated in Jin Xiong's ears. Chapter 69. Unyielding Diamond. Fear in the Void. You cannot escape. Surrender your martial arts to me, and I shall spare your life. The voice echoed ominously in Jin Xiong's ear. Instinctively, he turned, only to see a colossal hand of energy reaching for him, a wave of despair flooding his heart. Fourth tier, and not just any fourth tier. I'm doomed. Cease. Space, restrain. At the critical moment, a furious voice rang out, freezing the space momentarily. An ancient mirror soared into view, hovering above them, casting a nebulous glow that immobilized Luo Feng in place. A figure darted past, seizing Jin Xiong and retreating swiftly, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike toward Luo Feng. Bang! Luo Feng remained unfazed, his energy surging as he broke free from the restraint, striking back at the incoming palm with a resounding impact. He staggered back 3 steps while the stout figure retreated with Jin Xiong, a pallor settling on his face. Observing Luo Feng with caution, the crowd stood still. The stout figure released Jin Xiong, who stood aside, his eyes reflecting a hint of dread. It had been a close call. He had nearly met his end. Gazing at Luo Feng, fear flickered within him, aside from the stout companion. This was his first encounter with someone so formidable. Both parties remained silent, warily eyeing one another, refraining from any rash actions. From beside Tian Rundong, a flurry of figures emerged, numbering over a dozen, the weakest among them being at the early third tier, exuding an extraordinary presence. In the face of such numbers, Luo Feng maintained his composure, treating the situation with indifference, as his mind controlled the Luo-yuan spirit field to continue gathering spatial spirit stones and various mineral veins. Tian Rundong, observing Luo Feng's audacity and the hovering Luo-yuan spirit field, was overtaken by intense greed. Stepping forward, his voice icy, the stout figure radiated an overwhelming pressure. My friend, this is the territory of my void base. Your unwarranted intrusion seems rather excessive. Huh, what a humorous assertion. In this world, treasures belong to the capable. Since I have discovered this mineral vein, it rightfully belongs to me. In the void base, the distance from here is not the only concern. Even within your base, what can you accomplish? Do you dare to seize what I desire? As Luo Feng spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, exerting a formidable pressure that suppressed everything around. Above him coiled a spirit serpent, nearing the transformation into a python, its vitality radiating an immense aura within 100 meters, causing everyone present to feel as though a mountain was pressing down upon them. Such audacity! I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to utter such words, the stout man retorted, anger igniting within him at Luo Feng's proclamation. In an instant, his figure flickered, and an ancient mirror spun to his side, seemingly teleporting him next to Luo Feng. A subtle spatial fluctuation sliced toward Luo Feng's chest. Observing Luo Feng's apparent unawareness, A smirk of disdain appeared on his lips. Warrior? What is that? I am the master of extraordinary treasures, the master of 5 divine treasures. With a clang, Luo Feng regarded the stout man, a hint of scorn gracing his features. The stout man, incredulous, gazed at Luo Feng's tattered garments, exclaiming, "How is it possible? A mere body cannot withstand my spatial force. It is utterly impossible." Others stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the terror of the leader's spatial power. They remembered how the mightiest Jin Xiong had nearly been torn to shreds by the stout man's spatial prowess, fostering an unwavering belief in him. Now, witnessing Luo Feng resist the spatial force, they were utterly astonished. Luo Feng, eyeing the shocked individuals from the void base, issued a cold smile as he strode toward the crowd. Impossible? There is nothing impossible. Spatial power is formidable, yet you lack the strength. A mere mid-stage 4th-tier master of extraordinary treasures, and your application of spatial power is so lacking that it cannot breach my defenses. You are simply inadequate. With a thunderous crash, Luo Feng proclaimed, stamping his foot. His wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him as he struck out a palm, the air tearing apart with his formidable presence. Divine ability. The stout man shouted in terror upon witnessing Luo Feng's palm, and the mirror shone brightly, enveloping Luo Feng in an instant binding force. The stout figure retreated hastily. Break! With a resounding explosion, Luo Feng's palm met the force, causing a brief pause before the spatial power shattered. A phantom handprint instantaneously tore through a 3rd-tier ability user, blood and flesh scattering like rain. Curse it! Eliminate him! The stout man bellowed, his fury igniting a frenzy among all ability users and warriors, unleashing a torrent of lightning, tempest, flames, and colossal trees upon Luo Feng. Break the stone, rend the sky. Roll! Faced with the deluge of assaults, Luo Feng roared, striking out with both hands, one like a claw that tore through the overwhelming flames, lightning, and tempest. Suddenly, a stone tablet materialized, an eagle's claw suspended in the air, rending the chaos as the stone tablet descended with authority. Boom! 2 thunderous crashes echoed as 2 figures, unable to evade in time, were crushed into blood mist by the stone tablet. Damn you to hell! Die! The stout man, enraged, flickered unpredictably as he rapidly approached Luo Feng, enveloped in a peculiar power. A force of spatial energy swiftly enveloped Luo Feng, stronger than before, instantly fixing him in midair. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing technique unleashed, as Jin Xiong seized the opportunity to strike, sending forth a golden dragon of vital energy, hurtling towards Luo Feng. The rotund man's spatial power also engulfed Luo Feng entirely, beginning to tear at him. The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. To the terror of both the rotund man and Jin Xiong, the spatial force and the dragon subduing technique inflicted no harm upon Luo Feng whatsoever. Not only did he remain unscathed, but his skin, now revealed as his upper garments were shredded, shimmered with a golden light, emanating an aura of indestructibility. Luo Feng's martial cultivation had reached the threshold of the 5th tier, with his physique undergoing a profound metamorphosis, albeit lacking the energy to break through. However, the simultaneous cultivation of 3 paths had enabled his body to transcend the 4th tier. Consequently, Luo Feng had manifested a weak divine ability, the indestructible diamond. Once employed, this ability allowed Luo Feng to withstand attacks from early-stage 5th-tier adversaries. A mere 4th-tier spatial force was insignificant, although it would deplete a considerable amount of his energy. Enduring 5 or 6 strikes was well within his capabilities. Yet, it appeared unnecessary now, as the rotund man seemed utterly terrified, surprising and delighting Luo Feng. The temperament of a base leader seemed rather lacking. However, this was fortuitous for Luo Feng, enhancing his own prospects. Impossible, absolutely impossible, exclaimed the rotund man and Jin Xiong, their faces contorting in disbelief. The rotund man was taken aback. Chapter 70. Transactions and slaughter. Since the upheaval of heaven and earth, the rotund man had thrived, especially after acquiring the spatial mineral vein, which hastened his ascension. After slaying several 4th-tier ferocious beasts, he was filled with unparalleled pride. The might he wielded drove him to madness, his former reclusive thoughts surfacing one by one, tormenting, desecrating corpses, creating puppets, surrounded by women, elaborate setups, and the allure of uniforms, among other indulgences, all of which captivated him. With immense confidence in his spatial power, he believed no one could rival him. Today, however, he encountered someone he could not overcome, prompting him to instinctively reach for the divine artifact in his possession. Observing the rotund man subconsciously activating his treasure, Luo Feng's brow twitched. What madness is this? Listen to me, rotund man, he intoned calmly. A faint wave of mental energy brushing against the rotund man's psyche like a gentle breeze. Instantly, the impending divine ability halted, and the rotund man regarded Luo Feng with caution. Luo Feng exhaled softly. The divine power he had just sensed was undoubtedly formidable, an artifact of the 5 divine abilities from the spatial series. To counter it, he would have to resort to the formidable techniques of the Black Blade, the spatial slicing of the Luo-yuan spirit field, or the divine abilities of the wind and thunder wings, each demanding a significant toll. To expend such resources for a fool was simply not worth it. Speak, if you dare. I am not afraid. Humph, leave this treasure with me, or I shall unleash my divine powers upon you. You too are a master of extraordinary artifacts. You understand the significance of divine abilities. I possess an unparalleled divine power, yet to be unleashed. Your treasure pales in comparison to mine. Your demise is inevitable. The portly man suddenly appeared to grasp something, his gaze shifting between Luo Feng and the continuously absorbing spirit stone field above, his heart swelling with excitement. He was already envisioning the thrill of mastering this evidently celestial artifact, along with the exhilaration of vanquishing such a formidable foe. Huh? You think I possess only one extraordinary artifact? Observe closely. With a thunderous roar, the force of wind and thunder surged forth, and the wings of storm flickered into view. Behold, I too wield an extraordinary artifact, and my unparalleled divine powers remain untapped. Humph, just a mere 4 divine artifacts. Very well, if you surrender both artifacts to me, I shall allow your escape, the portly man retorted, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes as he clutched the ancient mirror, envious of Luo Feng's possession of 2 such potent treasures. Huh, what are you contemplating? Merely 5 divine artifacts? I possess them as well. With a resounding clash, a black blade was unsheathed and thrust into the ground, an overwhelming, terrifying aura radiating outward, causing the portly man to pale and retreat in panic. 5 divine artifacts? How could this be? You dare to master 3 artifacts? The portly man's expression turned incredulous as he stared at Luo Feng, recalling the immense effort he had invested merely to elevate 1 artifact to the 4th tier. How could this individual command 3 such formidable treasures and cultivate his martial prowess to the 4th tier with an array of divine abilities? It was infuriating. How could someone overshadow him? He was the protagonist. Observing the portly man's astonishment, Luo Feng smirked and proposed, "Let us negotiate. I shall only claim the main vein of this spatial spirit pulse, leaving the remaining tributaries untouched for you. We shall coexist without interference. Once I have taken the main vein, I will depart without lingering. What do you think?" His demeanor was calm, yet he was unwilling to squander his divine powers. If the portly man remained obstinate, it would not deter Luo Feng from eliminating him. Hearing Luo Feng's words, the portly man's expression darkened as he glanced at his many subordinates, dread clouding his features. Being observed by so many, if he acquiesced, how could he continue to lead? Interpreting the portly man's expression, Luo Feng chuckled. "Fear not, I will assist you in dealing with these individuals. Rest assured, our transaction shall remain confidential." The portly man, unyielding, chose silence in response to Luo Feng's assurance. Meanwhile, others around them were filled with trepidation, urging their leader, "No, chief. Do not heed his nonsense. We can defeat him if we work together. The powers of the spatial series are supreme. His abilities cannot withstand yours. If you eliminate him, all these treasures will belong to you. Chief, do not listen to his deceit." The masters of the numerous void bases were engulfed in terror, recounting their fears while contemplating a retreat. Jin Xiong's expression shifted dramatically as he continuously moved backward. My corpulent friend, heed their words. Beneath the supreme divine powers, they too shall meet their demise, and we squander our greatest trump card for this," he remarked. "Do you truly believe that without this extraordinary treasure, when faced with life and death crises, these individuals will be of any assistance to you?" Luo Feng's words were like the whispers of a devil, causing the fat man's expression to shift suddenly, as he gazed at Jin Xiong and the others with cold disdain. Do not flee, my esteemed guests, particularly you. Hand over your martial arts to me. and I shall grant you a complete corpse, Luo Feng declared, his figure flickering as he transformed into a harbinger of death. Harvesting lives. Cursed fiend. You shall not have a peaceful end, you fat bastard. Jin Xiong frantically urged his vital energy, burning his blood essence as he dashed away in desperation. A sound akin to flesh being torn asunder echoed. Jin Xiong froze, his gaze fixed upon the bloodied hand emerging from his chest, clutching a heart. Despair and a flicker of unwillingness filled his eyes. With a soft crunch, Luo Feng crushed the heart in his grasp, sending a tremor through Jin Xiong's body as he closed his eyes in resignation. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Feng cast Jin Xiong's lifeless body aside, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief as he approached the fat man. Upon seeing Luo Feng approach, the fat man expressionlessly tossed a few books to him, which Luo Feng caught deftly. The titles included Golden Bell Shield, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Crossing the River on a Reed, Breaking the Precept Sword Technique, and Arhut Fist. A smile crept upon Luo Feng's lips as he tucked the 5 tomes away. My dear fat friend, what do you think of my previous proposal? 1,000 tons of grain for 10,000 people. Shall we proceed with this trade? After all, your slums are filled with the feeble, the elderly, children, and women, all of whom you have no use for. Selling them to me would be far more advantageous. 500 tons of grain for 10,000 souls is quite a deal, Luo Feng suggested with a smile. Having already forged a clandestine agreement with the fat man prior to the slaughter, Luo Feng had silenced everyone present and retained all the spatial spirit mineral veins, while the fat man provided him with Jin Xiong's martial arts without pursuing the matter further. The main vein excavation concluded, leaving the two to coexist peacefully without infringing upon one another's affairs. Chapter 71. Population purchase. As they departed, having reached the pinnacle of the blood spike 3rd stage, Luo Feng sought to negotiate another transaction with the fat man, eyeing the ordinary survivors within the fat man's base. Humans, such beings must be abundant. Otherwise, what significance does establishing a base hold if it consists of merely a handful of individuals? It would be futile to create a base only to find oneself devoid of people to command or protect. Power, after all, gains its meaning only when wielded among the common populace. At this moment, the fat man's demeanor grew cold, his gaze fixed on Luo Feng with an icy calm. Beneath his tranquil exterior, however, a tempest of fury surged, yet he managed to suppress it forcefully. Insufficiency loomed. A mere 1,000 tons was inadequate. 10,000 tons was the minimum requirement. The rotund man was evidently intrigued, yet the price remained unsatisfactory. What a jest it was! For an ordinary individual to demand the worth of a ton of grain was absurd. Luo Feng promptly engaged in a negotiation with the portly fellow. Ultimately, they secured a purchase of 6,000 tons intended for 10,000 individuals, acquiring it from the rotund man for a staggering 30,000 tons of grain. This quantity was sufficient for 1,000 individuals to sustain themselves for 5 years, a considerable amount indeed. The price remained within Luo Feng's acceptable limits. As time progressed, a resounding explosion echoed, and the primary vein of spatial spirit stones erupted from the ground, revealing an immense chasm spanning nearly 18 or 19 kilometers before Luo Feng. The rotund man watched on, filled with a mix of admiration and distress. Standing side by side, Luo Feng and the rotund man observed the line of survivors approaching in droves. To onlookers, they appeared as close friends, a stark contrast to their earlier hostilities. It must be said that when interests align, even mortal foes can find common ground. In this world, there exists no conflict that cannot be resolved by profit. If a solution eludes, it is merely due to insufficient stakes. Amidst the orderly assembly of soldiers within the spatial realm, the survivors instinctively moved towards Luo Yuan's spiritual field. Neither Luo Feng nor the rotund man paid them much heed, yet the latter gazed at Luo Yuan's spiritual field with profound envy. Such treasures were essential for establishing a base, and the rotund man's admiration was palpable. Brother, I am truly envious of you, he confessed. Haha. Your void ancient mirror is quite impressive as well. It must contain a space of its own. Moreover, yours is combat grade, while mine is merely an auxiliary artifact. Vastly inferior by comparison, Luo Feng remarked nonchalantly. That is not entirely accurate. You are the master of multiple artifacts. I genuinely covet those few treasures of yours. The rotund man replied, a flicker of deep apprehension crossing his eyes. Enough of such talk, my friend. I have received the individuals. I shall take my leave now. From this point onward, let us coexist without interference, and perhaps we shall not meet again, Luo Feng declared, losing interest in further conversation as he waved his hand to collect the spiritual field. With a sweeping gesture, a mound of grain materialized before the rotund man. Subsequently, the Silver King emerged, and Luo Feng mounted it, gradually fading from sight. The rotund man fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng, his expression impassive. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound wariness and coldness as he watched Luo Feng's figure vanish. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared beside the rotund man, imbued with a hint of void energy, standing silently. The rotund man remained still for a moment before inquiring, "If you had intervened just now, what were the odds of successfully eliminating him?" Another individual, with an unchanging expression, remarked, "Less than 10%. This person possesses formidable martial prowess, and although I could traverse to his side, I would fail to breach his defenses. The fourth-tier spatial force inflicts minimal damage upon him. This individual is Wei Feng, the second-in-command of the Void Base, whose supernatural ability, the Void Battle Chariot, has reached the early fourth tier. With this power, he can momentarily traverse through the void." An extraordinary feat. The stout man listened to Wei Feng's words, maintaining his composure. "What is the status of the remaining branches? How many spirit mines should we expect?" Upon investigation, it appears there are 5 branches, in addition to our original one, summing up to 6. However, the spirit stones contained within are scarce, estimated to yield around 200,000. With a resounding crash, the stout man struck a nearby tree, which exploded into countless fragments. "Let us return and commence the extraction of the spirit mines. Our strength requires enhancement." With Luo Feng now in the mix, who knows who else may appear? I do not wish to witness a repeat of today's events. Seemingly having grasped the gravity of the situation, the stout man turned away with a frigid demeanor. Wei Feng, with a wave of his hand, gathered all the provisions, clearly possessing spatial treasures as well, and followed closely behind the stout man. Meanwhile, after Luo Feng departed, he did not venture far before seeking a secure location to enter seclusion. Upon a small peak, within a cave exuding a chilling aura yet remaining pristine, he encountered a second-tier fully realized ice serpent demon, measuring approximately 5 zhang in length. Luo Feng swiftly dispatched it, shattering its skull with a single strike. At present, its carcass is skewered at the cave entrance, roasting over a fire. A second-tier ferocious beast should provide a delectable meal. Xuetzi sat beside the fire, crafting bullets, while Barrett stood guard at the entrance, adorned with increasingly intricate patterns. As Xuetzi grilled the ice serpent, he simultaneously refined a series of bullets. These projectiles were forged from the spirit or mined from the spatial spirit stone veins, imbued with a trace of spatial power. They can contain more potent energy, naturally unleashing even more terrifying might. At this moment, Xuetzi has evidently absorbed a significant amount of spirit mineral energy and has officially broken through to the 3rd tier, achieving a complete realization of the 3rd stage. This bounty has afforded Xuetzi a remarkable enhancement, a perfect ascension. After all, this upgrade consumed 3 spatial spirit crystals, in conjunction with the treasures utilized for previous breakthroughs. Xuetzi's current combat prowess is akin to that of a 5th-tier extraordinary treasure, having initiated his advancement from the 2nd tier with the aid of rare treasures. Presently, Xuetzi could easily contend with the stout man from earlier, signifying a substantial increase in strength, with his martial realm elevated to the late 3rd tier and his physical power significantly augmented. Luo Feng's harvest was substantial, 650,000 spatial spirit stones, 185 4th tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the form of spatial spirit crystals, 6 5th tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the form of spatial crystal cores, and 1 6th tier heavenly material and earthly treasure in the form of a spatial heart core. The core of a vein, possessing the ability to continuously generate spatial spirit stones, held a value comparable to that of 7th-tier primordial treasures. Its worth was immeasurable. Filled with exhilarating surprise, Luo Feng's mind sparked with a wild idea. He intended to advance the Luo-yuan spirit field, elevating it to the 4th grade in one bold stroke. Chapter 72. Reviewing the harvest and spatial evolution with the enhancement of his bloodspike's power. Confidence surged anew as he resumed the duty of guarding during this period of seclusion. Meanwhile, the Silver King lounged lazily in the sun, exuding an air of indolence. Within the cavern, Luo Feng began to assess the fruits of his labor. In the spatial realm, amidst the estate, a vast expanse lay covered with a mountain of crystals, radiating the brilliance of spatial energy, filling Luo Feng's heart with boundless joy. Spatial spirit stones, such treasures, were not solely beneficial to spatial practitioners, martial artists, or treasure wielders. Numerous teleportation arrays, teleportation talismans, and storage rings depended on these stones. Many spatial-related artifacts required these spatial minerals, thus their value was immense. A single spatial spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 100 equivalent spirit stones. Hence, this modest lower-tier void spatial spirit stone vein could rival the worth of a medium-sized mine, potentially matching that of an ordinary large mine. Should the apocalypse progress swiftly and the system become refined, this bounty could suffice for Luo Feng to cultivate to the realm of a king or even an emperor. With a daring gamble, he could absorb numerous spatial spirit stones to elevate the Luo-yuan spirit field, propelling him directly to the status of a 6th-tier treasure wielder. However, upon reflection, if he were to pursue such a course, the potential of the Luo-yuan spirit field would be fully exhausted, leaving no room for future enhancement. The realm of this cave would be rendered futile. What utility would a 4th-tier extraordinary treasure possess in the most fundamental spatial realm? This was clearly not Luo Feng's desire. Gazing upon the multitude of spatial spirit crystals, he began to scrutinize them. 950,000 ordinary spatial spirit stones. 168 4th-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the form of spatial spirit crystals. 7 5th-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the form of spatial crystal cores. And 1 6th-tier heavenly material and earthly treasure in the form of a spatial heart core. It was this 6th-tier spatial heart core that captivated Luo Feng's heart. Heart core, the core of a vein, once buried in a certain location, could, given sufficient time, ceaselessly produce spatial spirit stones, potentially even reforming a spatial spirit stone vein, albeit over an extended period. Nevertheless, its value remained comparable to that of 7th-tier primordial treasures. Its worth was boundless. In addition to these spatial spirit stones, this harvest also included a population of 50,000. 5 martial arts, golden bell shield, 5th rank 18 dragon subduing palms, 6th rank 1 reed crossing the river, 6th rank breaking precepts sword technique, 5th rank arhut fist technique, 4th rank. Each of these martial arts possesses remarkable qualities, and Luo Feng has resolved to experiment with them, for they are capable of condensing divine abilities. Engaging in their practice can yield no detriment. The more divine abilities one acquires, the better. With the foundation of the 10 supreme martial arts, all martial techniques can be integrated to enhance this foundation. Moreover, the 18 dragon subduing palms is undeniably impressive. Currently, the 10 supreme martial arts consists of sword, inch blade, spear, body, diamond, soul, arrow, soul snatching, chaotic stars, fist, palm, iron sand palm, 2nd rank open monument, finger, eagle claw hand, 3rd rank shattering sky, eagle claw, leg, step. Additionally, the spear, soul, fist, leg, and step have yet to condense divine abilities. Among the 5 martial arts acquired, it is anticipated that the 1 reed crossing the river and the arhut fist technique will enable the condensation of fist and step divine abilities. The diamond divine ability, when merged with the golden bell shield, is also likely to be enhanced. These martial arts can be imparted to subordinates. They are indeed valuable. As for the various crystals and the cores of those with extraordinary abilities, they hold no interest for Luo Feng. While such crystals may be treasures in the eyes of ordinary evolvers, to Luo Feng, they are akin to poison. They are rife with the wills of ferocious beasts and the thoughts of evolvers. A few may pose no immediate threat, but excessive absorption will sever the possibility of ascending to the throne, let alone achieving the emperor realm. Gazing at the spirit stones before him, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Having acquired such a grand opportunity, it is truly a blessing from the heavens. In this situation, if he were to forego the most potent path, he could never forgive himself. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled at the multitude of spatial spirit crystals. No longer hesitating, he declared, "Let us begin the refinement." With a resolute shout in his heart, the mixed yuan stabilizing the world sutra activated instantly. A profound energy surged forth, propelling the Luo-yuan spirit field into tumult. Thunder crackled and lightning flashed throughout the field. The earth trembled, mountains shook, and ponds roiled. Space itself seemed to fracture, as if on the brink of annihilation. At the foot of the mountains, the surviving populace now totaled over 220,000 within a mere 25 square kilometers. Such density was suffocating, offering scant survival space. Excluding other variables, the state of overcrowding was palpable. Fortunately, numerous buildings had been erected, alleviating some pressure. Otherwise, even finding room to sleep on the ground would have been impossible. Yet these individuals remained content, for at the very least, they were alive. The quality of their living conditions was secondary. Survival outweighed all. At this moment, everyone gathered in silence, their eyes fixed on the transformation of space, their expressions filled with profound astonishment. However, there was little fear, as it was evident that the impending events had been thoroughly elucidated. The crowd silently observed the transformation of the space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the Luo-yuan spirit field trembled, numerous spatial spirit crystals were absorbed and refined, and powerful energies began to alter the entire realm. A portion of this energy acted upon the essence of the Luo-yuan spirit field, facilitating its advancement and gradually enhancing its foundation. The space of the Luo-yuan spirit field underwent continuous metamorphosis. The spatial shifts resembled divine artistry, weaving the fabric of this world. Within this space, the inhabitants felt their souls tremble, sensing an irresistible force akin to the will of deities. Among the 20,000 individuals, more than half knelt in prayer. The remaining ones, including Niu Delin, Qi Xiaofei, Zhang Qing, Zhang Ya, Zhou Ziren, and Zhou Shukai, also succumbed to their knees, whether sincerely or feigned, as they could only submit in that moment. At this instant, Luo Feng had become a divine entity in the hearts of these spatial denizens, the singular deity they revered. Boom! A sound resonated that shook the entirety of the space. The first phase of the expansion of the Luo-yuan spirit field had concluded. 5,400 acres. Haha, splendid. The initial enhancement had increased the area by 1,800 acres. Quite remarkable indeed. Luo Feng's laughter echoed throughout the space. As the Luo-yuan spirit field advanced to the second tier, augmenting the entire realm by half, bringing him immense joy. Chapter 73, Successful Advancement and Spatial Planning. The fourth-tier celestial materials and earthly treasures consumed 36 spirit crystals, a considerable expenditure. Yet, it was also true that some individuals required only one to ascend to the fourth tier, highlighting the vast disparity. Let us proceed. May the consumption for the fifth tier not be excessive. As Luo Feng contemplated the costs of advancing the Luo-yuan spirit field, his gaze fell upon the 7 fifth-tier spatial spirit cores with a hint of concern. He then turned to the solitary 6th-tier heart core, resolutely thinking, it matters not. Should it prove insufficient, I do not mind the sacrifice. Thus, Luo Feng once more activated the Hongyuan Jinshi Sutra, unleashing an even more formidable energy. A 5th-tier spatial spirit core soared into the void, transforming into a surge of vibrant energy consumed by the Luo-yuan spirit field. The earth trembled, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and fierce winds howled. As the ground split and mountains began to rise anew, primal foundations emerged, dividing the land into segments. Rivers formed, meandering through the space and delineating residential districts, military camps, hospitals, schools, and resource storage zones, all interconnected with the central pond, creating a continuous cycle. The central 18-acre estate began to ascend, the pond expanding perpetually, gradually evolving into a grand lake, as the estate swelled to 36 acres. Exuding an air of grandeur and nobility, all the spiritual trees began to rearrange themselves once more, encircling the manor's periphery in layers. While the extraordinary fruit trees entered the garden, the entire estate was suffused with an aura of spiritual energy, imbued with an ethereal quality that evoked a sense of divine sanctuary. The elevated island at the center of the lake offered a panoramic view of the surroundings. The 81 steps resembled a celestial pathway. As the space continuously expanded, and with the increase in area, the residents displayed palpable excitement. Though they were thoroughly content with their current peaceful existence, a slightly larger space was universally desired. As the heavens shifted and the terrain transformed, mountains rose, and the ground undulated. Boom! The second tremor reverberated through the world, solidifying the space once again. With a sigh of relief, Luo Feng gazed at the lone 5th-tier spatial core remaining. That is sufficient, he mused. There is no need to waste the 6th-tier core. Observing the space ascend to its second stage, now reaching the third tier, he checked the area. 800 acres, equating to 72 square kilometers. A considerable expanse akin to a square with 27-kilometer sides. Yet, it was still not enough. Luo Feng proclaimed inwardly. Let us proceed, continue, and begin. At his command, the sixth-tier core soared into the sky. An inexhaustible surge of spatial energy erupted, as if the Luo-yuan spiritual field were momentarily unresponsive, exhibiting no immediate change. Then, as if awakening from slumber, it erupted with tremendous force. This transformation of space was truly formidable, for mountains surged from the ground, encircling the original central peak and delineating various regions. The residential area was the largest, with the military camp, hospital, and school each distinctly separated. The dramatic upheaval of the world heralded an extraordinary advancement. Luo Feng scrutinized the Luo-yuan spiritual field, his heart stirred. The four newly emerged peaks underwent swift transformation. Their interiors hollowed out, perfectly forming countless chambers. The lake trembled, shifting toward the base of the central peak, creating a splendid circumferential lake, with the towering mountain resembling a colossal island within the waters. This seismic event persisted for some time, as the entire space metamorphosed according to Luo Feng's vision, achieving a grand transformation. Several sites for construction were identified, and Luo Feng leveraged the spatial advancement to directly complete the foundation work, expediting the process significantly. Thunderous roars echoed as if a celestial dragon flickered in the sky, and the space reverberated once more, ultimately stabilizing. Utilizing the sixth-tier core allowed for a third advancement, leading to the successful elevation of the Luo-yuan spiritual field to a fourth-tier extraordinary treasure. Upon this third elevation, Luo Feng assessed the spatial dimensions of the Luo-yuan spiritual field, his heart brimming with exhilaration. 36,000 acres. Indeed, the fourth tier represented a qualitative leap, 24 square kilometers, nearly equivalent to a square with 5-kilometer sides. This space, subtracting the mountains and the lake, along with other bases. The residential area, spanning merely 12 square kilometers, occupies half the available space, with a slightly higher density, accommodating 500,000 inhabitants poses no challenge, indicating that more individuals can indeed be gathered. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. As for the thoughts of the residents within the space, he chuckled. Why should they have any opinions? With an open palm, a stream of crystalline green light ascended, a low-grade minor divine ability, the rejuvenation technique. Henceforth, concerns regarding injuries would be a thing of the past. As the master of extraordinary treasures, Luo Feng advanced to the fourth tier of the Luo-yuan spirit field, the automatic revival of minor divine abilities. The rejuvenation technique significantly restores injuries, revitalizing the life force of beings. Go! Luo Feng shouted, waving his hand, and instantly, a sea of green light surged forth. In that moment, every resident within the space was enveloped by the emerald glow, their hidden wounds, scars from the apocalypse, fatigue, and even inner sorrow rapidly mending under its luminous embrace. Thank you, Lord of the City. My injuries have healed. My father has returned to life. Thank you, Lord of the City. I can feel my legs again. I am whole once more. In an instant, the entire space erupted in jubilant cheers. An atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The elevation of the space was promising. If this pace continued, perhaps one day it could truly ascend into a small world. A wild glimmer sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes. Becoming a deity of a world is surely more glorious than merely leading a faction. The thought thrilled him immensely. Within the central mountain peak, in the manor, "Come see me," a voice resonated throughout the realm, instantly altering the demeanor of all those who had been celebrating. Zhang Qing and the others, upon hearing Luo Feng's command, swiftly dashed toward the manor, eager not to keep their lord waiting. A group of individuals hastily arrived at the estate, whereupon a meeting commenced, brainstorming the construction of the space and gathering insights, alongside Luo Feng's forthcoming personnel arrangements. Beneath the western peak, a luxurious community had successfully been established, encompassing 200 acres with a 9-story complex, consisting of 108 buildings, 239 units of 66 square meters, 729 of 108 square meters, and 919 expansive flats of 235 square meters, totaling 511 residences, with a maximum capacity of 12,000 inhabitants. Chapter 74, Spatial Planning, Talent Cultivation, and Military Formation. Certain minor leaders may reside in the 66 and 108 square meter units, while the expansive flats remain unoccupied as no one yet qualifies for them. The successful establishment of the residential area, along with 5 other communities, can accommodate approximately 10,015 individuals under relatively comfortable conditions. In this unprecedented change of the world, Luo Feng disseminated the developments surrounding the luxurious community, designating it as the residential district, intended for families or skilled personnel who have made contributions. The ordinary survivors still find themselves without proper shelter, forced to endure the elements or reside in tents. Securing housing is not simply a matter of desire. Contributions are essential, as the space cannot accommodate those deemed unproductive. On the mountainside, plans are underway to establish an exclusive villa district comprising 18 units across 27 acres, intended solely for the primary personnel under one's command, with only Bloodstitch deemed worthy of residency. This decision evokes envy in individuals like Qi Xiaofei and Zhang Ya, deepening their admiration for Luo Feng and heightening their desire for his approval. The training grounds, encompassing 108 acres, house a military camp, while the armory occupies 125 acres. A foundational resource reserve spans 360 acres. The spatial manipulation has delineated 3 mountain peaks: the eastern mountain for strategic resource reserves, the southern mountain for the treasure vault, and the northern mountain for the scripture repository, each hollowed out within. The western peak serves as a storage site for countless building materials and assorted items. The hospital occupies 72 acres, and the school spans 360 acres. These locations, separated by flowing water, create an aesthetically pleasing arrangement. With the removal of these constructions, the residential area now totals 12 square kilometers. The current housing shortage compels the majority to temporarily reside on makeshift bedding or in tents, yet this is of little consequence. Personnel assignments are critical moving forward. Zhang Qing will continue to act as the overall commander, establishing the Lordess Manor and assembling a council of advisors. Qing Rian will also be included. Her profound knowledge of feng shui has evolved remarkably, and she voluntarily joins the advisory group, much to Luo Feng's satisfaction. Qi Xiaofei and Zhang Yu will oversee logistical arrangements, forming a logistics department. Niu Delan will be responsible for security and order management among the residents, organizing a patrol team of 100 individuals for the safety department. Lu Wenbin will handle personnel statistics, resource tracking, and the consumption and storage of supplies, establishing a household registration department. Wang Jiafeng will manage the architectural design for the community, armory, hospital, school, and training grounds, collaborating with Liang to form the construction department. Bloodstitch will select warriors, impart martial arts knowledge, and establish the scripture repository at the northern mountain. Zhou Shutsong, by Wen Xuan, and Zhou Ziren will form a research team, comprising various technological talents dedicated to studying the current crystal core spirit stones and spiritual mines, with hopes of yielding beneficial discoveries, thus creating a research and development department. Notably, Professor Ho's involvement brings a smile to Luo Feng's face. Recruiting talent among the underground citizens has proven fruitful, given the substantial population base. Several exceptional individuals have been identified. Xiao Dongya, age 26, sustained a leg injury and previously served as a supervisor at a property management company. He will now be under Lu Wenbin's guidance to address population issues. Han Rue, a 31-year-old female housing designer, will collaborate with Wang Jiafeng and Li Ying on infrastructure management, utilizing three-dimensional modeling skills, albeit with unconventional abilities. He Jiao, male, 35 years old, shares a name with a renowned host, a retired scout, responsible for selecting team members. Sun Bin, male, 36 years old, a retired scout, tasked with training team members. Ho Jun, male, 32 years old, a retired artilleryman, involved in forming the unit and managing the arsenal efficiently. Xiao Hani, male, 27 years old, a special forces veteran who retired due to certain issues, possesses the silver armor dragon gun and the thrown ability, has suffered severe injuries. Qiu Dongqing, male, 68 years old, an agricultural professor, possesses the wood elemental force, a high-grade ability with no offensive power, capable only of promoting plant growth and nurturing crops. Xian Lingling, female, 21 years old, A student majoring in agriculture possesses the water elemental speech, a mid-grade ability that harnesses the power of water and allows her to understand aquatic life. Also possesses combat capability. Managing pond aquaculture. Qiu Dongqing and Xian Lingling established the agricultural department, and although space for cultivation is limited, they aim to nurture some crops. Exploring the possibility of cultivating spiritual rice and spiritual plants, which hold significant value. After all, every preparation must begin from the outset. One cannot rely on last-minute efforts. Can they? Notably, Zhang Dada unexpectedly returned alive. Since he has survived, it is fortunate for him to join the agricultural department, thus making the most of his resources. Peng Shuli, male, 22 years old, majoring in computer science, has a penchant for gossip, possesses the ability of Heavenly Net, a thrown ability for information gathering, adept at collecting intelligence, and is tasked with forming the intelligence department. Naturally, Luo Feng intends to nurture these individuals carefully. It is time for them to harness their power. Otherwise, ordinary people, even within a spatial realm, require strength. When they exit the space, what use is there without power? Therefore, the next step involves utilizing the Golden Spirit Fruit, Ice Spirit Fruit, and the Peach King's Pan Peach. Zhang Qing, being prudent, chose the Golden Spirit Fruit. Awakening a mid-grade ability, Golden Spear and Silver Blade. Luo Feng provided some grain crystals and a substantial amount of spirit stones. Rapidly accumulating resources for martial artists and dual cultivation of abilities, achieving a perfect state of dual second tier. Qi Xiaofei. The duo took a gamble, but unfortunately, only awakened a low-grade ability, 7 Clever Spirit Ape, which enhances dexterity and wisdom, still commendable. Niu Delan, responsible for security, took a gamble and awakened a high-grade ability, Combat Spirit Ape, quite impressive. Lu Wenbin, at such an age, he still opted for a gamble. Awakening a mid-grade ability, Clarity Spirit Ape, which is quite suitable for bookkeeping. Wang Jiafeng, also of a steady disposition, chose the Golden Spirit Fruit. Awakening a mid-grade ability, Golden Spear and Silver Blade. Li Ying selected the Ice Spirit Fruit, mid-grade ability, Golden Spear and Silver Blade, and Blood Spike, best left unmentioned. Zhou Shukai, mid-grade ability, Golden Spear and Silver Blade. The mother of the girl, Iron Horse and Ice River, mid-grade ability. The girl, Zhou Ziren, Iron Horse and Ice River, mid-grade ability. For these newcomers, Luo Feng was generous, having decided to welcome them into the fold. He ensured they would not be shortchanged. Xiao Dongya, the mid-tier ability, the clear-minded Spirit Ape, truly complements Lu Wenbin. Han Rue, collaborating with Wang Jiafeng, Li Ying manages infrastructure. While the three-dimensional depiction, a mediocre ability, also brings forth an additional Iron Horse on the icy river. He Jiao, taking a gamble on the superior ability. The Battle Spirit Ape, which aligns well with his forthcoming endeavors. Should an army awaken the 7 talented Spirit Ape, it would indeed be amusing. Sun Bin, superior ability, Battle Spirit Ape. Hojun, superior ability, Battle Spirit Ape. Xiao Hani, silver armored dragon spear, a thrown ability. Having healed from a divine technique by Luo Feng, he chose not to pursue other abilities, as one thrown ability suffices. Chapter 75, setting off again Jinling City Qiu Dongqing. The ethereal wood Qi, a superior ability, has also selected a Golden Spirit Fruit, as one must possess some offensive capability. Wouldn't you agree? Xian Lingling, the Water Spirit's Tongue, a mid-tier ability. The power of flowing water has been augmented by a Golden Spear and Iron Horse. When these two abilities combine, possessing identical attributes, Xian Lingling's Golden Spear and Iron Horse surprisingly unleash a force comparable to a superior ability, which is quite remarkable. Peng Shuli, ability, Heavenly Net, a thrown ability. Without opting for other abilities, he has contributed a significant amount of spiritual stones, as well as spatial spiritual stones. Should the Heavenly Net incorporate a touch of spatial essence, it would become even more formidable, and Luo Feng eagerly anticipates this. Plans for army formation. A military force is taking shape, tentatively comprising 20,000 personnel, initially undergoing rigorous training in Iron Sand Palm and Eagle Claw technique to become warriors. The outstanding among them may receive rewards and spiritual fruits, and have the opportunity to practice martial arts such as the breaking of precepts blade technique. Led by Xue Xi as the commander, Xiao Hani serves as the vice commander, leading the entire army in Xue Xi's absence. He Jiao Sun Bin, and Hozhan will each serve as the leaders of independent regiments, with each regiment tentatively consisting of 6,000 soldiers. Additionally, they will be equipped with communication personnel, artillery, guards, and logistical support, culminating in a total army of 20,000. From the populace, a sufficient number of exceptional individuals, including various ability users, will be selected to form the elite guard. It is utterly unreasonable for such a large lord's manor to lack any guards. Thus, the selection of even more exceptional individuals to establish the elite guard, tentatively numbering in the thousands, ample spiritual fruits will be provided, enabling training in techniques such as crossing the river on a reed, 18 dragon subduing palms, breaking of precepts blade technique, golden bell shield, and Arhut fist, among others. The elite guard will be led by Xue Ci, with subordinates Qin Xian, Li Bing, and Zhang Lingyun commanding. The prowess of these three is commendable. They are originally evolved beings who have maintained order within the space, successfully fulfilling their assigned tasks. All three currently possess late-stage second-tier strength. And with the forthcoming resources from Luo Feng, advancing to the third tier poses no issue. In fact, Zhang Lingyun's Thunder Flash Blade has received a Wind and Thunder Spirit Crystal from Luo Feng, which, once refined, will elevate him to the third tier, far surpassing ordinary evolved beings, for which Zhang Lingyun is exceedingly grateful. Both warriors Zhang Qian and Li Bing have also been granted some grain crystals, spiritual stones, and access to martial arts manuals sufficient for their swift advancement. Establishing a clandestine guard to oversee intelligence, assassination, infiltration, tracking, reconnaissance, and espionage is of paramount importance. Under the leadership of Peng Shuli, endowed with extraordinary abilities, the organization holds immense potential. Luo Feng places great significance on these operatives, as they represent a vital asset for his future ambitions. Emerging from the cave, Luo Feng stretched lazily, his presence resonating like rolling thunder, an overwhelming aura radiating in all directions. At that moment, his skin exuded an indomitable will, his flesh embodying an eternal resilience, his physique reminiscent of a towering mountain. Above him, a colossal python, measuring 10 zhang in length and capable of being embraced by 3 men, danced gracefully, emanating a terrifying aura. To those possessing a unique spiritual vision, it would be revealed that within Luo Feng's heart lay an enigmatic hall, shrouded in mystery, where an indescribable shadow loomed, exuding an aura that suppressed all existence. Within this hall were 3 indistinct figures, a long blade, a tome, and a pair of wings, each manifesting its own authority. Though the shadow of the hall was formidable, the other figures were equally impressive, with the book's silhouette asserting its dominance at the center. Pushing aside the world's shadow with ease, Luo Feng found the situation amusing. It seemed that even in one's own abode, one could not claim the bed. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. I already possessed the 5th-tier blood manifestation, the heart's purple palace that only 5th-tier treasure wielders can control, and I have begun to form its embryonic shape. Its power should rival that of an ordinary 5th-tier treasure master. And this is merely the essence of the Luo-yuan spirit field. Though I am still a 4th-tier evolver, I find little distinction between myself and those of the 5th tier. This is the foundation, albeit not yet robust enough. I seek further strength. A fierce light flickered in Luo Feng's eyes, a glimmer of ambition. Bloodstinger stood nearby, watching Luo Feng with unspoken excitement, an expression of pure joy on his face. Observing Bloodstinger, Silver King remarked, "Ah, splendid. A perfected 3rd-tier ability and late-stage martial prowess. Silver King has surprisingly reached late-stage 4th tier, truly remarkable." With a roar filled with exhilaration and a hint of flattery, Silver King exclaimed, "Master, this magnificent creature has chosen wisely by following you." With imperial flowing paste, utilizing such extraordinary materials to refine the bloodline, Silver King's potential now rivals that of a royal lineage. Bloodstinger laughed, his words infused with pride. Silver King, feeling a twinge of envy, noted the availability of suitable imperial flowing paste for himself. Luo Feng generously provided 3 drops, facilitating the refinement of the bloodline stone, enabling Silver King to make a significant breakthrough into a new realm. Now, as a late-stage 4th tier, when he activates his bloodline, he can even contend with early-stage 5th-tier foes. "Let us depart, for we have lingered here too long," Luo Feng stated, casting his gaze toward the east, his voice low and resolute. "Bloodstab." The Silver King remained calm beside Luo Feng. "Let us go." Luo Feng leaped onto the Silver King's back, and blood stabs swiftly nestled into his embrace. The Silver King transformed into a streak of silver light, racing towards the east. In the late stage of the fourth tier, the Silver King's speed was akin to flight, leaping several hundred meters with each bound, resembling a silver lightning bolt. On the back of the Silver King, Luo Feng contemplated his current cultivation. As a martial artist at the brink of the fifth tier, he had already condensed his vital essence into the formidable image of a divine python. At the late stage of the third tier of his abilities, the great Luo celestial fire could now manifest its terrifying power. In the expanse of space, as it expanded, the celestial fire soared, enveloping the sky. This was Luo Feng wielding the great Luo celestial fire, its boundless flames allowing his figure to merge into the hearts of the residents, becoming a deity in their eyes. Though he could not achieve the complete subservience of the willow tree, he commanded sufficient loyalty. If the willow's loyalty was absolute, then the loyalty of all the residents now stood at a minimum of 70%, generally ensuring they would not betray him. With the initial emergence of the great Luo celestial fire, Luo Feng envisioned that if he ascended to the seventh tier, perhaps the lives of his future residents would be intertwined with his own, unwavering in their fidelity. The abilities of the imperial throne bore the terrifying might of the great Luo celestial fire. The holders of extraordinary treasures included the Book of Wisdom at the second tier, the Black Blade at the second tier, the Wings of Wind and Thunder at the third tier, and the Luo-yuan Spirit Field at the fourth tier, culminating in an overall strength of 99% invincibility at the fifth tier. As they sped along, they also rescued survivors. The population in the spatial realm increased by 50,000, bringing the total to 280,000, making the residential area a touch more crowded. Yet thankfully not to the point of overwhelming congestion. They continued their swift journey. Halfway along the road to the Demon City, they arrived at Nanjing, the city of Jinling. Chapter 76. The extraordinary Jinling base. At this moment, Luo Feng and his companions stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the Jinling base. The entire city of Jinling had formed an immense city wall, encircling a 10-kilometer radius. The wall was extraordinarily tall, measuring a staggering 33 zhang in height and 36 zhang in thickness. This was not merely a wall. It resembled a formidable mountain range, immensely dense, adorned with flickering runes, indicating that this wall was not of ordinary construction and possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities against ferocious beasts. A square city wall stretching 10 kilometers was complemented by a massive trench outside, 36 zhang wide, and of unknown depth, emanating a chilling aura. City gates, walls, battlements, towers, parapets, artillery, and missiles were all present, creating a striking spectacle. The ancient walls harmoniously integrated with modern equipment, transforming the entire structure into a colossal weapon. To establish such a stronghold before the great upheaval would have required years, even with a vast army. Yet, how could such a fortress have been constructed in such a short span since the upheaval? This left Luo Feng in awe. "Master, is it truly possible to construct such a fortress in such a brief period?" Bloodstab gazed at the distant walls, her expression filled with astonishment. With a deep sigh, Luo Feng released a breath, the brilliance in his eyes fading. This city was not merely constructed, it was a product of divine craftsmanship. Divine craftsmanship? "Master, do you mean a rare treasure?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is a rare treasure, most likely a treasure from the architectural series. Furthermore, a city of this magnitude could not possibly achieve such perfection, even by the greatest of divine powers. This embodies supreme craftsmanship," he continued, pondering. The rare treasures of the 6 divine powers do not include any from the architectural series, while the 5 divine powers possess only 2, and the 4 divine powers have 3. Yet, he could not ascertain which treasure this was. As he gazed upon the magnificent city, a notion began to take form in his mind, mingled with a hint of confusion. Surely, supreme craftsmanship would not be limited to a mere city spanning 10 kilometers. The heavenly artisan hammer, the divine craftsman axe, the Luban chisel, the creation pen, and the heavenly regulations and divine geometry. If I could acquire these 5 treasures, establishing cities would become significantly easier, Luo Feng thought, his anticipation growing as he looked towards Jinling City. "Master, should I venture into Jinling City now to gather information and see if I can locate the treasures for city construction?" Bloodstinger suggested, sensing Luo Feng's intentions. There is no need. The Jinling base is an official one. In fact, this is our first encounter with an official base. We shall go together shortly, but for now, I must enter a brief seclusion, Luo Feng replied, turning to sit cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the Yangtze River, which lay 10 kilometers beyond Jinling City. Jinling City rested to the west of the Yangtze, aligned with Luo Feng's position. As he turned to observe the tumultuous Yangtze, an overwhelming shock surged within him. The area surrounding Jinling City bore the scars of war. The land was parched and desolate, resembling a barren wasteland devoid of life. Yet, merely 10 kilometers away, the Yangtze River was extraordinary. At this moment, the river appeared terrifying. Its narrowest sections were about a kilometer wide, while the broader parts measured merely 2 to 3 kilometers. Now, however, the Yangtze stretched endlessly, its edges obscured from even his spiritual eye. It was certain that it spanned at least 100 kilometers, with the widest sections reaching several hundred kilometers. This was no longer the Yangtze. It resembled a vast ocean, tumultuous and majestic, with countless aquatic beasts rolling within its depths, some evoking a sense of dread in Luo Feng. Indeed, the Yangtze harbored numerous formidable entities. The battle scars upon Jinling City were a testament to the immense advantages and risks of establishing a city on the river's edge. Gazing upon the boundless, unruly currents of the Yangtze, Luo Feng found himself engulfed in a profound reverie, unable to extricate himself. Bloodstinger and the Silver King watched silently, their breaths becoming noticeably shallow, wary of interrupting. After a long moment, a tremendous aura surged upward, and before Luo Feng, a hazy light materialized, coalescing into a long spear. The intricate patterns above were tightly woven, exuding an aura of formidable power, as countless surging waves and flowing rivers materialized above Luo Feng's head. The boundless rivers unfolded behind him, an endless torrent flowing eastward with an unstoppable ferocity. Amongst the multitude of rivers lay an abundance of long spears, as if the rivers themselves were the spears, and the spears the rivers, merging into one entity. Bloodpiercer, in a frenzied retreat, felt a drastic change in expression. The sheer force contained within this infinite river was overwhelmingly terrifying, its will instilling a deep sense of awe. Bloodpiercer's heart trembled with shock, yet was equally exhilarated. The greater the strength of the master, the greater the joy it brought him, even surpassing his own pursuit of strength. With a thunderous roar, the endless torrent of long spears descended in an instant, akin to a mighty river cascading down. Below the peaks lay the Yangtze River, erupting like a missile explosion, its waves soaring skyward. The sound reverberated in all directions, naturally capturing the attention of the nearby Jinling City. The soldiers guarding the city were the first to notice the situation, promptly reporting it. Within 30 seconds, a team of evolved beings surged from the city towards the mountain where Luo Feng stood, moving swiftly and reacting with remarkable speed. At that moment, Luo Feng was entirely oblivious to this development, captivated by the rolling Yangtze that pierced through the landscape, stirring tumultuous waves. As he gazed upon the swirling torrents, it felt as though he grasped something profound. Silently observing, his mental force whirled with fervor, slowly coalescing into an invisible power. Just as Luo Feng was delving into the essence of the Yangtze, a group of figures arrived at the foot of the mountain. A contingent of 9, fully equipped with both firearms and an array of cold weapons, radiated a fierce aura and a chilling presence, clearly not ordinary individuals. With their arrival, Silver King immediately sensed their presence. A low growl escaped him, tinged with caution. Bloodpiercer reacted instantaneously, his face turning as cold as ice as he looked towards the foot of the mountain. Gripping his barret tightly, he leapt onto a large tree. Silver King stepped forward, fixated on the figures below, his massive frame perfectly shielding Luo Feng, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he observed the approaching individuals. With a swift movement, they ascended to the mountaintop. Yet before they could stabilize themselves, a colossal silver wolf erupted forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed so blinding that the group barely had time to react. In an instant, with claws slashing and tail sweeping, 8 individuals were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. The leader was swiftly pinned to the ground by Silver King, who opened his gaping maw to bite down. Chapter 77. The Torrent of Chaos. Jinling's invitation in the face of Silver King's menacing jaws. Lei Dian was gripped by terror, urgently imploring, "Do not kill me. I come in peace." The mayor has sent me to invite this esteemed elder to Jinling City for a significant discussion. A low growl reverberated as the immense jaws of the Silver King, adorned with glistening, sharp fangs, hovered menacingly over Thunder's neck. One could almost sense the tremors of the blood vessels beneath his skin. The colossal veins quivered violently, and it was evident that this creature was paralyzed with fear, its heart racing uncontrollably. As the lethal fangs momentarily stilled, Thunder swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was utterly terrifying. Despite being a third-tier evolver, he found himself utterly powerless. The power of lightning within him was instantaneously suppressed. It was undoubtedly a fourth-tier entity, and not just any ordinary one. A fourth-tier pet, Thunder was overwhelmed with shock, instantly understanding why the orders had advised a more respectful demeanor. A howl erupted from the Silver King as it turned its gaze toward a certain direction, seemingly inquiring. Suddenly, a light sound echoed, and the figure of Blood Spike materialized, sending another wave of shock through Thunder. He had not noticed such a presence earlier. Witnessing Blood Spike clutching an enormous Barret with an icy demeanor, Thunder was further astonished. First, we must subdue them. If they make any sudden moves, eliminate them. Blood Spike recalled Luo Feng's earlier words, addressing the Silver King. The Silver King responded with a low growl, indicating its understanding. A brilliant white light flickered, and a terrifying force swept through the air, lifting the 9 individuals effortlessly, consolidating them into a singular mass, enveloped by an overwhelming energy. They were instantaneously sealed, rendered immobile and mute, only their terrified eyes betraying their horror as they gazed at the two figures. The Silver King loomed over them, its eyes glinting with cold intensity, as if poised to strike them down at any moment. The captives remained utterly still, suppressing their inner dread. Blood Spike, however, focused intently on the comprehending Luo Feng, his expression calm and expectant. After a long moment, a hum of chaotic energy began to spread, accompanied by an imposing aura that made the entire mountain tremble, instilling a profound sense of terror. The 9 individuals under the Silver King's control exchanged fearful glances. This aura was a manifestation of supernatural power, one that was undeniably exceptional. As the captain of a specialized evolver team, Thunder had some acquaintance with the formidable figures within Jinling City. He knew that fourth-tier beings could indeed harness supernatural abilities. But in his recollections, the few fourth-tier powers he was aware of could not compare to this one, as insignificant as a flickering flame beside the radiant moon. The pressure intensified, causing countless rocks on the mountaintop to crumble. An overwhelming chaos surged within the hearts of the onlookers. The 9 captives had nowhere to escape. Their eyes glazed over, expressions grotesque with agony, as if their heads might explode at any moment. Thunder felt the same impending dread. Both Blood Spike and the Silver King sensed the overwhelming pressure, their expressions shifting drastically. In an instant, they turned and fled into the distance, intent on rescue. As the crowd fled, the entire mountain trembled violently, reducing all the debris to mere powder, as though the summit had been pulverized by a sieve. Boom! Luo Feng opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, instantly creating 2 bottomless black holes in the ground, exuding wisps of smoke. He chuckled, chaos divine. Such remarkable abilities, though a lesser divine art, it can surely rival the greater ones in execution. He contemplated the Yangtze River, grateful for the newfound powers of chaos, though a tinge of regret flickered within him, for he wielded a blade. Yet, it mattered little. The torrent of divine energy was best suited for firearms, though it could also be adapted for blade techniques. Come here, he beckoned softly. Whoosh! Roar! The Silver King, invigorated, swiftly approached Luo Feng, nuzzling him with its large head. As he stroked the Silver King's head, he noticed the staggering figure of Thunder, while the others trembled, their faces pale with fear, yet they resolutely drew closer. Captain Thunder of the Thunder Squad, greetings, sir, Thunder said with unwavering respect. Interesting, tell me more about the Jinling base. I find it quite intriguing. Luo Feng replied with a smile. With a flick of his hand, a green glow enveloped Thunder and the other 8, swiftly healing their injuries. The mental trauma inflicted by Luo Feng dissipated, leaving only a lingering sense of nausea, but overall, they felt significantly better. Thunder gazed at Luo Feng in astonishment, his heart shaken. A healing ability. This gentleman is indeed a healer. That mental prowess was terrifying. He refrained from making any presumptions, and proceeded to answer Luo Feng's inquiries. The Thunder Squad consists of 9 ability users, the weakest at the initial second tier. I am Captain Thunder, wielding the Thunder Mastery, a superior ability at the initial third tier. We are merely an ordinary evolution squad in Jinling City, without significant standing. This revelation slightly surprised Luo Feng, yet Thunder's subsequent remarks illuminated the extraordinary nature of the Jinling base. The city lord of Jinling, Qi Tongwei, a master of extraordinary treasures. Specifics are unknown. The deputy city lord, Qi Donglai, an ability user with the dragon transformation, level unknown. The other deputy city lord, Zaxi, a martial artist at the late 4th tier, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, the only one whose realm is known. Jinling City is situated on the western bank of the Yangtze River, covering a radius of 10 kilometers. It is said to have been constructed overnight, a marvel of ingenuity. Within its confines reside approximately 1.2 million survivors. Additional information reveals that along the Yangtze River, several survivor bases have rapidly formed into 5 major strongholds due to recent changes. On the eastern bank, the official base, the strongest, is the Nanjing base, housing around 1.5 million survivors. On the western bank, the official base is the Yangtze base, with about 1 million survivors. The eastern bank hosts a private base, the Changhe base, with approximately 800,000 survivors. West Coast, private base, armed base, population of 500,000. The 5 major bases are interconnected by the 7 star islands of the Yangtze River, located at the narrowest point of the river, 7 islands, each with a circumference of 10 kilometers, linked by colossal suspension bridges spanning 3 to 5 kilometers between each island. 7 islands and 8 magnificent bridges connecting both banks of the Yangtze River. The 7 star islands of the Yangtze River represent the sole route across the river. All other options involve traversing over 100 kilometers of its tumultuous waters. From what Thunderbolt understood, the 3 official bases each possess cities of comparable size, with the Nanjing base being the most expansive, approximately 15 kilometers in diameter. Moreover, the 7 star islands of the Yangtze River seemingly emerged overnight, as if the 3 official bases were established simultaneously. Listening to Thunderbolt's words, Luo Feng felt a jolt of disbelief. How could 3 cities and the 7 star islands form in a single night? Such a feat could not be accomplished by mere divine powers. Even if such powers were feasible, they could not be wielded by the present evolutionists. Although divine abilities are formidable, they require a corresponding level of mastery. The highest tier of evolutionists currently reaches only the 4th stage, with 5th stage being the pinnacle. The ability to fully manifest even a low-grade divine power would mark one as an extraordinary genius. Observing the city of Jinling, the 7 star islands lined up in the Yangtze River, resembling a colossal dragon. Luo Feng concluded from Thunderbolt's assertions that this was beyond the control of divine abilities. At the very least, it required supreme divine powers. Which of the supreme divine artifacts, such as the Heavenly Hammer or the Divine Craftsman's Axe, could have possibly been involved? Gazing down at the enigmatic 7 star islands and Jinling City, Luo Feng pondered a notion, uncertain if the leaders of the 3 major bases would concur. Nonetheless, it was worth pursuing. Should it succeed, the rewards would be tremendous. Please continue. I wish to grasp the general situation, Luo Feng stated, lighting a cigarette and tossing one to Thunderbolt, who caught it respectfully between his hands and answered his inquiries with deference. The lord of Jinling City was originally Qi Tongwei, the deputy director of the Nanjing Police Department. The Nanjing base was governed by the former mayor of Nanjing, while the lord of the Yangtze base was the former city party secretary. After the cataclysm, these individuals promptly gathered survivors and took control of military resources, establishing the 3 survivor bases, Jinling, Nanjing, and Yangtze, overnight on both banks of the river. This ensured the survival of Nanjing's residents, yielding a notably high survival rate within the city. Simultaneously, they activated the strategic grain reserves of Nanjing. Originally designed to sustain 20 million people for 3 years, the reserves now suffice for 5 million individuals for a year. Nevertheless, this is still commendable, as the 3 major bases are temporarily secure in their food supplies. Although the world has undergone tremendous changes, resulting in a severe scarcity of resources and a rather ordinary existence for the residents of the city, at the very least, they are not starving and have shelter. In comparison to survivors in other regions, this is a significant advantage. As for the two major bases, Changhe Base and Bing Base, which were originally two prominent factions in Nanjing, they swiftly adapted to the new circumstances. They recruited personnel rapidly, forming a cohesive community, although their cities are not fully developed. They possess their own complexities. With a multitude of workers and an abundance of fundamental resources, the construction of both bases progressed swiftly. Jinling Base also experienced rapid development, continually rescuing nearby survivors and gathering resources to combat various beast tides. However, it seems that a grave crisis is on the verge of erupting, as the five major bases are all converging upon Jinling City. The entirety of Jinling City bears a striking resemblance to ancient cities, albeit with numerous traces of modernity. The streets are bustling with residents, and vendors line both sides, their calls echoing through the air. Many inhabitants, though appearing somewhat weary, possess a spark in their eyes and flesh on their faces, having escaped starvation, which far surpasses the conditions of other survivors. At the very heart of Jinling City lies an enormous inner city, spanning a full kilometer in circumference. Within a magnificent hall, Luo Feng encountered the ruler of Jinling City, Lord Qi Tongwei. Accompanying him were two deputy city lords, Qi Donglai and Jia Shi. At Luo Feng's side was Blood Spike, quietly seated in a lower position, listening intently as Qi Tongwei spoke of the impending calamities. In the grand hall, a figure clad in a black jacket, black trousers, and black shoes exuded an air of resolute determination. His thick hair stood upright, radiating vitality and a formidable presence that conveyed a sense of noble bloodline, leaving Luo Feng in awe. It was clear to Luo Feng that Qi Tongwei was an exceptionally powerful wielder of extraordinary treasures. As Qi Tongwei animatedly addressed Luo Feng, he stated, "Mr. Luo, the situation is indeed dire. Given the severe drought affecting the land, we established our city on the banks of the Yangtze River, considering the water supply. Although there are risks of flooding and beast tides, we possess considerable intelligence to counteract these threats. However, our investigations have revealed that a dragon spirit within the Yangtze River is on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. When that occurs, it will inevitably unleash chaos upon the major bases." Listening calmly to Qi Tongwei's words, Luo Feng understood that the emergence of a dragon spirit would not be a trivial matter, as it would surely stir up tremendous waves. Whether Jinling City could withstand such a trial remained uncertain. A fifth-tier dragon spirit, possessing a potent lineage, would require at least a sixth-tier entity or three fifth-tier beings to counterbalance its power. Regrettably, the five major bases do not possess a single fifth-tier entity. Although they possess formidable, extraordinary treasures, who could guarantee that the dragon spirit does not have its own powerful trump cards? Thus, such treasures can only be regarded as a last resort, and no one dares to act recklessly. Moreover, the current inability to unleash the full might of their extraordinary powers makes the prospect of slaying a fifth-tier peak, half-step sixth-tier dragon spirit a daunting challenge. A fifth-tier azure dragon is poised to enter the sea, heralding an impending surge of wild beasts. The five major bases are situated on either side of the Yangtze River, and the Dragon's Passage will inevitably traverse these strongholds. Consequently, countless aquatic feral beasts will frantically flee or seek to harness energy opportunities from the Dragon's movement. The imminent beast tide will pose a grave threat to the five major bases. Thus, these bases have extended widespread invitations to skilled warriors, seeking to eliminate the Azure Dragon before its departure to prevent the catastrophe. Unfortunately, the presence of true experts is scarce. Ordinary evolutionaries are reluctant to venture far, preferring to fortify their own capabilities in familiar territories. Only individuals like Luo Feng are compelled to take action. Otherwise, he too would remain in Luoyang, exhausting his resources. Upon sensing Luo Feng's aura, Qi Tongwei promptly arranged for someone to visit him. Had he not been preoccupied with his own matters, he would have gone himself. "Mr. Luo, for the sake of the millions of lives in the five major bases, I implore you to stay and join us in facing this formidable enemy," Qi Tongwei stated solemnly, his expression earnest. The others looked at Luo Feng with eager, pleading eyes, filled with hope. Luo Feng remained composed, smoking a cigarette, the smoke swirling before him, obscuring his gaze. He listened to Qi Tongwei's words, uncertain of how to respond, neither rejecting nor acquiescing. "Mayor Qi, I would like to take a stroll around the city first. Would that be acceptable?" Luo Feng's voice was calm and indifferent. Qi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback. "Of course, That is no problem at all. Mr. Luo, please feel free. However, time is of the essence before the dragon departs, and we must prepare for action soon. I kindly ask you to consider our request. Should we succeed, the 5 major bases will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Chapter 79, A Sense of the 60s, Exploring the Dragon's Lair. That is agreeable, Mayor Qi. I shall respond later, Luo Feng replied with a faint smile. Turning to depart the Grand Hall alongside Bloodspike, Qi Tongwei and his companions accompanied them to the inner city gate. Gazing at the retreating figures of Luo Feng and Bloodspike, their expressions inscrutable. Elder brother, why are we treating him with such courtesy? We have plenty of 4th-tier evolutionaries. What difference does one more make? Qi Donglai questioned Qi Tongwei, his brow furrowed in confusion. However, despite his puzzlement, he had not underestimated Luo Feng, clearly recognizing his exceptional nature. Ah, Donglai, as a peak 4th-tier expert, surely you must sense something, Zaxi interjected, turning to Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei did not respond to Qi Donglai's comment, but instead focused on Zaxi, whose demeanor was now grave. Listening to Qi Tongwei's words, Zaxi's expression shifted slightly as he sighed. Mayor, Donglai, I sense that this individual is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond my capabilities. In fact what? Qi Donglai's expression changed, urgency lacing his voice. Even the mayor may not stand a chance against him. I fear that even if the 3 of us joined forces, escaping from him would pose a significant challenge. Zaxi spoke, his voice trembling slightly. It is inconceivable. Qi Donglai's expression changed dramatically. However, observing Qi Tongwei, who remained silent, Qi Donglai murmured to himself, gazing in the direction where Luo Feng had departed, his face filled with incredulity. Yet, he knew that Zaxi would not deceive him, and his elder brother would certainly not mislead him either. We must return, if this individual can join us. The likelihood of vanquishing the Azure Flood Dragon would increase by at least 20%. I hope he consents. Otherwise, once the offensive against the dragon commences, it is feared that the Changhe base and the Binge base will be swiftly obliterated, leading to severe losses for our 3 major bases. This is simply unacceptable. The world is undergoing tremendous changes, and my brothers and I are destined to ascend to greatness. We cannot falter against this dragon, absolutely not. Qi Tongwei's countenance was icy, and in his hand appeared a golden orb, upon which a shadow of a dragon flickered, as if the sound of a dragon's roar echoed faintly. Within Jinling City, Luo Feng walked calmly, accompanied by Bloodstinger. Their attire and the long blades they bore, as well as the Barrett rifle, instilled a sense of caution and trepidation in others who crossed their path, leaving an empty space of about 10 feet around them. The streets were bustling, as one would expect from a city with a population exceeding 1 million. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares, shoppers bargaining, created a lively atmosphere. Jinling City appeared orderly. One could frequently see individuals adorned with swords and knives passing by, emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust, each carrying a large bundle with traces of fresh blood dripping from it. Others, however, were unperturbed, entering various shops to make their purchases. Surprisingly, some were selling the flesh and blood of fierce beasts, albeit the lowest tier, not even qualifying as evolved creatures, merely possessing a hint of evolution. Thus, while many regarded Luo Feng and his companion with wariness, they were not overly astonished. It was merely their appearance that elicited surprise. For weapons like the Barrett were almost exclusively found among the military in Jinling City, and were rarely seen in the hands of ordinary citizens. The 2 remained unfazed. Master, this city is quite extraordinary, Bloodstinger remarked. While outside it is already 50 or 60 degrees, within the city it barely exceeds 30. It seems there is something mystical about this place. Luo Feng chuckled. Indeed, a city constructed by the divine ingenuity of nature possesses its own mysteries. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Master, they even require receipts for purchases. This is reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s. Bloodstinger noted with surprise upon seeing individuals presenting various tickets while buying goods. Luo Feng observed the scene as well. This is quite normal. With material shortages and many items being non-renewable for an extended period, it is only logical to implement a planned economy, utilizing receipts. It is entirely reasonable to restore the economic strategies of the 1960s. This method could be worth emulating. Although it has its limitations, special circumstances may warrant such measures. Luo Feng nodded slightly, feeling inspired. It seemed he might adopt this approach in the future. As he surveyed the entire city, a thought stirred within him. With a graceful wave of his palm, a hazy glow flickered, and his mental energy spread, enveloping the minds of all within a 10-meter radius. Amidst the mist, several silhouettes emerged, only to vanish among the crowd. Gather precise information and search for talent. Compile it into a file for later review. If discovered, do not resist. Exercise caution, echoed Luo Feng's voice in the hearts of the figures, who nodded slightly. Disappearing into the throng. A faint smile played upon Luo Feng's lips as he continued onward. Outside Jinling City. Master, allow me to take the lead. According to Lord Qi, this flood dragon is formidable. The body of 1,000 golds should not be placed in peril. Caution is advised, Shuexiai remarked, concern evident in his gaze. Fear not. I am quite intrigued by the flood dragon cave. I sense a significant opportunity awaits, and I shall not let it slip away. However, I cannot simply heed their words. I must investigate for myself. As for danger, rest assured, a mere 5th-tier flood dragon poses no threat to my life, Luo Feng declared, exuding an overwhelming confidence that illuminated his eyes. Observing Luo Feng's unwavering self-assurance, Shuexi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Whoosh! Luo Feng's figure darted forward. His steps light as a breeze, his movements remarkably agile. After mastering the technique of crossing the river on a reed, he found that even without employing the wind and thunder wings, his speed surpassed that of a typical 4th-tier warrior. Wait here, and keep an eye on Peng Shuli in the city. Prioritize your safety above all else, Luo Feng instructed, as a throwing knife landed in Shuexi's hand. Watching Luo Feng's silhouette vanish, Shuexiai gripped the small flying knife tightly, determination etched on his face. He plunged headlong into Jinling City. His master required information, and he was resolute in uncovering the truth. 300 kilometers away, at Flood Dragon Bay, Luo Feng journeyed northward, following the river, guided by intelligence indicating that the Flood Dragon Cave lay within the vast expanse of Flood Dragon Bay, situated 300 kilometers away. According to the distribution of the 5 major bases along the Yangtze River, the Nanjing base is 80 kilometers from Flood Dragon Bay. Located on the eastern shore opposite the bay, the Yangtze base is 120 kilometers away, situated on the western shore. Further down the eastern shore, 180 kilometers leads to the Changhe base. 260 kilometers down the western shore lies the Bing base. And 300 kilometers down the western shore is the Jinling base. Thus, it can be said that the Jinling base is, in fact, the furthest from the Flood Dragon Cave, with the Nanjing base being the closest. However, in terms of danger distribution, the Nanjing and Yangtze bases are, paradoxically, the safest. Chapter 80, Flood Dragon Eggs, Bloodfruit Trees, Theft, and Escape. The Changhe base, Bing base, and Jinling base are the most perilous. As the Flood Dragon grows increasingly powerful the further it travels, transforming into a dragon upon reaching the mouth of the sea. Therefore, if the Flood Dragon's journey is not thwarted, the Jinling base may well find itself in jeopardy. Standing atop a grand tree, Luo Feng gazed into the distance at Flood Dragon Bay. The bay was vast, a colossal water inlet along the Yangtze River, spanning approximately 20 to 30 kilometers in circumference. Surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains, a truly idyllic location. Upon the summit of the mountain, countless caverns abound, inhabited by serpents and mystical pythons that glide through the air. Within the vastness of the enormous caves, one can frequently witness the emergence of formidable flood dragons, some even soaring through the skies. These flood dragons belong to the dragon family, capable of flight at the 3rd tier, displaying immense power. In the expansive water basin, a plethora of ethereal serpents and pythons swim, their ferocious presence rising like a tempest, leaving one utterly astounded. The colossal flood dragons dance within the waters, their menacing horns and glimmering scales radiating a fierce aura that stirs a profound resonance within Luo Feng's heart. Each flood dragon is born at least at the 2nd tier, maturing to the 3rd, and reaching adulthood at the 4th tier. Observing a dozen or so 4th-tier flood dragons, each measuring between 20 to 30 zhang in length, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. These flood dragons are indeed treasures, serving immense utility whether as steeds, companions, or in other capacities. They are truly invaluable. Luo Feng surveyed the location and felt an instant affinity. It is an ideal site, a perfect base that can be both offensive and defensive. If a grand dam could be constructed here, the entire base would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Luo Feng's gaze sparkled as he contemplated the flood Dragon Bay. Once he finds his brother in Suzhou and his sister in the Magic City, returning here to establish a base would be nothing short of perfection. He could then consolidate the 5 major bases in Nanjing, a surge of ambition swelling within him as he turned his gaze toward the banks of the Yangtze River. Envisioning the conquest of all 5 bases, the flood Dragon Bay is indeed a place where dragons thrive, a worthy ambition in Luo Feng's eyes. With a flicker of inspiration illuminating his gaze, he envisioned the treasures that the flood dragon cavern might hold, excitement coursing through him at the mere thought. As he beheld the shimmering glow of the flood dragon cavern, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. A subtle, enigmatic energy radiated from him, a manifestation of his comprehension of the minor divine ability, the chaotic spirit. The chaotic spirit, belonging to the realm of soul techniques, can distort the perceptions of living beings, inciting confusion. At this moment, Luo Feng activated the chaotic spirit to cloak himself. In the eyes of the ethereal serpents, pythons, and flood dragons, their spiritual sight became disordered. Luo Feng appeared almost as an abstraction, naturally diverting their gaze as if he were one of their own kind. Of course, this effect is only effective against 4th-tier beings. The formidable spiritual perception of 5th-tier creatures cannot be concealed by Luo Feng's rudimentary stealth technique. Nevertheless, it suffices for now. Upon entering the cavern, a spine-chilling sight unfolded before Luo Feng. An alarming number of ethereal serpents, pythons, and juvenile flood dragons roamed within, accompanied by a hint of terrifying energy that urged caution within Luo Feng. As he ventured deeper within, Luo Feng encountered a multitude of ferocious beasts, dragon serpents, spirit snakes, and a considerable number of 4th-tier monstrous creatures, their formidable auras sending tremors through his heart. There were more than 20 4th-tier dragon serpents, a truly terrifying sight. Hiss! Before him lay a staggering number of dragon eggs, which ignited a spark of excitement within him. Over 100 dragon eggs, each the size of a grinding wheel, adorned with intricate patterns of water, fire, lightning, wind, and earth, clearly indicating their diverse elemental attributes, with water being the most prevalent. Occasionally, a few bore unique attributes, further delighting Luo Feng. Each dragon egg emanated a potent bloodline aura, causing his heart to race. Some even exuded traces of true dragon essence, suggesting an extraordinary lineage, with possibilities of reaching the 6th tier, and perhaps even a sliver of opportunity to glimpse the 7th-tier throne. If nurtured, each of these dragon offspring possessed the potential to reach the 5th tier, over 100 of them. The mere thought was exhilarating. Observing these dragon eggs, a fine shimmering powder danced in his hand. Now was not the time to collect. One misstep could awaken the Dragon King, making escape nearly impossible. As the powder floated above the dragon eggs, a smile crept onto Luo Feng's lips, and he continued to proceed further inward. Within the dragon cave, an abundance of rare spiritual flowers and herbs captivated Luo Feng, the powder in his hand swirling and merging with the surroundings. After traversing a full 10 kilometers into the cave, Luo Feng beheld a colossal tree that stirred a wave of excitement within him. A pulse of energy nearly betrayed his presence, but he quickly employed the Book of Wisdom to conceal himself. Gazing at the magnificent tree, his lips curled into a smile of exhilaration. This gigantic tree, towering at least 10 zhang, was on the verge of touching the cave's ceiling. Blood-red patterns coiled around its ancient trunk, radiating a powerful, bloodthirsty energy. Its mere existence imparted an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a colossal dragon, an inescapable force that compelled one to submit in reverence. The tree bore dozens of fruits, each the size of a fist, their blood-red markings exuding a mysterious aura that enchanted Luo Feng. Just a whiff of its sanguine essence made his own vitality surge, filling him with joy. The dragon blood fruit tree had the potential to significantly enhance physical strength and vitality, while also possessing the capability to produce extraordinary powers, and it was undeniably formidable. This 6th-tier spiritual fruit could coalesce into supreme abilities, such as the dragon transformation. The thought of the dragon blood fruit tree stirred a profound excitement within him. Supreme abilities were indeed a powerful asset. With the potential of a 6th-tier evolver, such a being could serve as a pillar of strength for any major faction, even among kings and emperors in the future. Beneath this dragon blood fruit tree lay a mid-4th-tier dragon serpent, over 20 zhang in length, peacefully slumbering, its breath flowing like the rhythm of wind and thunder. What a remarkable place this is. Simply lying beneath the dragon blood fruit tree can augment one's physical strength. For the serpentine dragons, the advantages of the dragon blood fruit tree are somewhat negligible. Enhancing their supernatural abilities is of little consequence, as they would prefer to reserve their resources for breaking through bottlenecks. Thus, the tree remains undisturbed. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Feng sent a glistening crystal soaring into the air, where it silently descended upon the dragon blood fruit tree. Chapter 81. Shock and Ambush. Observing the crystal meld into the tree, a subtle smile crept across Luo Feng's lips. The dragon blood fruit tree, nourished by true dragon's blood, stirred a sense of excitement within him. He continued deeper into the cave. Beneath the dragon blood fruit tree, the serpentine dragon appeared to sense something amiss. Its enormous eyes fluttered momentarily, though it chose to remain in slumber. As Luo Feng ventured further in, a chilling aura enveloped him, heightening his wariness. Fifth-tier energy radiated from the depths, and it was not merely a singular presence. This realization weighed heavily on Luo Feng's heart. He focused, amplifying the mysterious energy surrounding him, and activated his chaotic divine abilities to their utmost potential. Cautiously, he treaded deeper into the cavern. Before long, a vast cavern loomed ahead of him. Luo Feng swiftly concealed himself behind a massive boulder, his eyes dimming as he unleashed a trace of his spiritual power, cloaking himself entirely. To the naked eye, the cavern appeared to stretch for miles, lush with vegetation and dotted with a myriad of shimmering ores, piled high like mountains, with countless low-tier treasures present. Among the fourth-tier treasures, a mere glance revealed at least a dozen, and he even spotted 2 fifth-tier treasures, causing his breath to quicken. What a splendid location! So many treasures. Truly, it is to be expected of the dragon kin, whose penchant for accumulating riches is inescapable. Shifting his gaze away from the treasures, Luo Feng focused on the formidable serpentine dragons. The first was a colossal azure dragon, measuring 100 feet in length, exuding a terrifying wood elemental aura. This dragon belonged to the wood attribute. Luo Feng felt a slight relief. The most fearsome of the serpentine dragons are those of the water attribute, capable of manipulating rivers and wielding celestial authority, instilling dread in all. The weakest, in contrast, are the fire attribute dragons, which often meet their demise in the waters, as traversing the river is both a path to the heavens and a trial of death. Hence, the wood attribute can be considered rather ordinary, albeit it can harness some of the water's strength, thus should not be underestimated. Among the 5 elements, it ranks third. The massive azure dragon lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a small mountain, its girth comparable to 3 trains side by side. Its shimmering scales glinted brilliantly, while its 2 formidable claws gleamed like cold steel. Robust as stone pillars, its single horn emanated a formidable aura, and a faintly glowing golden reverse scale flickered upon its chest, seemingly unstable. Beneath, there lies a small bulge, seemingly on the verge of sprouting into a robust dragon claw. The terrifying Dragon King, merely a step away from the 6th tier, currently resides in a state comparable to half a step into that realm. No, upon further contemplation, it is apparent that it lacks a slight essence. The reverse scale or the 3 claws. Any one of these would signify a breakthrough into the half-step 6th tier. Observing the situation, the Dragon King has chosen the reverse scale. Yet its stability remains precarious, still missing that elusive essence. Should it succeed in transcending into the half-step 6th tier, it would mark the commencement of the Dragon King's true prowess. Luo Feng gazed solemnly upon the Dragon King, deducing from the Tome of Wisdom that within 3 days, the Dragon King should stabilize its reverse scale, at which point it would officially breach into the half-step 6th tier. However, what disheartened Luo Feng was the realization that this Dragon King's lineage was rather modest. It was merely preparing to ascend to the 6th tier of the Horned Dragon. While Horned Dragons are indeed true dragons, they occupy the lowest echelon of that classification, as the most inferior true dragons are at least of the 7th tier. It appears that this Dragon King is either deficient in lineage or overly eager. Diverting his gaze, 3 formidable and majestic dragons materialized before Luo Feng, the smallest among them measuring a substantial 36 zhang. Positioned on the far left, cloaked in shimmering gold, with a stout horn and claws radiating a chilling light. Intricate runes entwined around them, undoubtedly sharp enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones. The menacing dragon maw, adorned with colossal teeth, exuded a sense of piercing through flesh. It was a terrifying gold element dragon, embodying the most fearsome killing power, currently at the early stage of the 5th tier. To the right stood a massive water element dragon, measuring 45 zhang in length, with an icy blue hue and intricate runes, appearing somewhat delicate, seemingly a female dragon, at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. In the center loomed a dragon of approximately 66 zhang, its body a blazing crimson, with scales shimmering with hints of ethereal flames. The entire dragon exuded an impression of a searing inferno. Its 2 robust claws seemed to tread upon clouds of fire, with golden flames flickering in its eyes, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror as it scanned its surroundings with a piercing, solemn gaze. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes locked onto those of the fire dragon. In an instant, the immense form of the fire dragon surged into motion, its colossal head and 2 piercing eyes fixated fiercely on Luo Feng, unleashing a fury-laden roar. A torrent of searing flames shot towards him. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, as boulders shattered, forcing Luo Feng into view. The gold element and water element dragons, upon recognizing Luo Feng's presence, let out a furious roar, unleashing a beam of golden light and an icy spear in his direction. The sheer power of these 2 attacks was unparalleled, rending the skies and earth, and the chilling sensation of impending freeze left Luo Feng astounded. Damn it, I've been discovered. Chaos reigns. The figure of Luo Feng moved, and a surge of soul power erupted instantaneously, transforming into a delicate arrowhead that surged toward the Dragon King. Without the slightest hesitation, he fled towards the cave's entrance, his wind and thunder wings fluttering behind him. A pained roar erupted from the Dragon King, who was in seclusion. The once solid reverse scale appeared somewhat ethereal at this moment. The colossal body of the Dragon King abruptly rose, its immense dragon eyes fixated on Luo Feng's retreating silhouette, unleashing an enraged dragon's roar. Never had he anticipated that someone would intrude upon his secluded sanctuary and inflict harm upon him. It must be acknowledged that the Dragon King's formidable defenses were not to be underestimated. Even with 2 minor divine abilities layered together, targeting the Dragon King's weakness, the hastily executed assault still managed to unleash 70% of Luo Feng's true power. Yet, astonishingly, it caused little damage. Nonetheless, it succeeded in delaying the Dragon King's breakthrough. Originally, he would have achieved a half-step into the 6th tier in 3 days, but now it would require at least 7. In the depths of his enormous eyes, a terrifying killing intent flickered, yearning to pursue Luo Feng, yet he remained motionless, only capable of releasing a series of furious roars. He could not afford to move. He had reached a critical juncture and needed to continue his seclusion. Otherwise, should the reverse scale shatter, his breakthrough to half-step 6th tier would end in failure. And the risk of failure in drawing the dragon away was far too high for the Dragon King to bear. Chapter 82, Theft and Escape. A chilling gleam settled in his heart. Suddenly, the 3 guardian dragons roared in unison. The water dragon and the metallic dragon soared into the air, pursuing Luo Feng. As he fled, Luo Feng abruptly halted, turning to gaze at a cave beneath the towering Dragon King, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. There were treasures, more precious treasures. This mission must not be forsaken. Treasures stronger than those of the 6th tier were within reach. Luo Feng's heart surged with excitement, his wind and thunder wings pulsating as he dismissed the 2 5th-tier dragons behind him. They thought to catch him? Such foolish ambition. Near the dragon blood fruit tree, he pressed on. Boom. A tremendous rumble resonated as the gigantic dragon blood fruit tree burst forth from the earth, startling the 4th-tier dragons beneath its shade. In a flash, the dragon blood fruit tree transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing into Luo Feng's palm. Without pausing, he dashed towards the horizon. The water dragon and the metallic dragon, driven mad by the chase, roared in fury, while the slumbering dragon beneath the dragon blood fruit tree howled in pursuit of Luo Feng, feeling utterly insulted. Savoring the presence of the dragon blood fruit tree within the space, a broad smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he fervently wielded his wind and thunder wings. At the dragon egg site, swoosh, 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 silver light flickered as dragon eggs were swiftly gathered by Luo Feng, his figure never hesitating, vanishing in an instant. The water dragon appeared, gazing at the now empty cave, driven to madness. Roar! The voice of fury reverberated in every direction. These were his progeny. The water dragon, driven to madness, rushed outside, propelled by a frenzied desire to pursue. Ice spikes, akin to bullets, relentlessly tracked Luo Feng. Countless ice shards and golden blades danced through the air. Luo Feng's figure darted like a bird, his feet moving gracefully as if in a dance, swiftly evading the barrage of attacks. Whoosh! In an instant, he burst forth from the cavern. Damn it! With a thunderous roar, Luo Feng was immediately engulfed by a multitude of assaults, transforming into a projectile that collided with the water, generating a colossal wave. Roar! Thousands of spirit snakes and spirit pythons searched frantically in the water. Hundreds of dragon-like beings roared in fury from the sky, their gazes fixed upon the surface. Despite the relentless attacks from the spirit snakes, spirit pythons, and dragons, they found nothing. With a mighty roar, the enormous water dragon expressed its rage. The immense horn on its head gleamed with an icy blue light, and a powerful beam pierced through the water's surface. Crack! The water began to freeze wildly, spreading in all directions. Boom! A massive wave surged into the sky, revealing Luo Feng's silhouette as he soared away, his wind and thunder wings fluttering. Roar! Upon seeing Luo Feng, all the dragons went into a frenzy, particularly the water dragon and the gold elemental dragon that pursued him relentlessly. An array of attacks swept towards Luo Feng. Whoosh! Luo Feng fervently activated his wind and thunder wings, a surge of vitality flooding within him. The energy within his heart pulsated, and the wings resonated with a thunderous sound, flickering with lightning, exuding a hint of rapid wind and thunder. While fleeing, Luo Feng utilized the rejuvenation technique, beams of light enveloping him as his injuries healed rapidly. At that moment, his body was marred with cracks, resembling fragile porcelain, as if a mere touch would shatter him. Despite the healing, the progress was slow, but he was no longer on the brink of death. Damn it! I almost met my end. This is terrifying. The concentrated attacks are overwhelmingly powerful, Luo Feng thought, recalling the deluge of assaults that had almost overwhelmed him, causing a tremor of fear within. Glancing at the relentless pursuit of the dragons behind him, Luo Feng felt a pang of frustration. Primordial unity, the triad in harmony. Wind and thunder wings, rapid wind and thunder. Luo Feng's expression tightened, a steely resolve forming within him. As he activated the primordial unity technique, his mental energy, the elemental force of his heart, and inner vitality began to coalesce slowly. A mysterious aura emerged, revealing the fourth-tier power within his heart. This immediately stimulated the minor divine ability of his wind and thunder wings, wind and thunder acceleration. Whoosh! A flash of lightning illuminated the air, and Luo Feng's figure accelerated significantly, transforming into a streak of lightning racing towards the distance. Roar! Soon, only a handful of fifth-tier dragons remained in pursuit. It was revealed that, aside from the Dragon King and the fire and water dragons within the primary cavern, 2 fifth-tier flood dragons had unexpectedly emerged from the other caves. The 4 fifth-tier flood dragons relentlessly pursued Luo Feng. What grudge do they hold against me? He exclaimed in exasperation as he cast a glance over his shoulder. With a swift invocation of wind and thunder, he soared into the air, rapidly distancing himself from the Dragon Bay by 50 kilometers. Suddenly, the water dragon and the gold dragon halted, their voices brimming with fury as they glared at Luo Feng's retreating figure, filled with unquenched resentment. However, they could not pursue him further. Beyond the 50-kilometer mark lay other dangers that posed a risk. The Dragon King still required their protection. With a roar of anger, the water and gold dragons turned back towards their lair, leaving the 2 fifth-tier flood dragons to relentlessly chase after Luo Feng, their murderous intent boiling over. As the 2 fifth-tier dragons charged towards Luo Feng, the water and gold dragons let out a fierce roar and returned to their den. Only the 2 fifth-tier flood dragons remained in hot pursuit, launching a barrage of attacks against him. Trees splintered, the earth trembled, flames erupted, and torrents of water surged. Luo Feng, akin to a colossal dragonfly, deftly evaded the onslaught, leaping and darting about. A green luminescence enveloped him, rapidly restoring his strength. He occasionally glanced back at the 2 36-zhang flood dragons. Humph, 2 mere 5th-tier novices dare to chase me? Very well, let them remain, he thought. A glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes as he observed the 2 dragons. The commotion had drawn the attention of some observant individuals. At the Nanjing base on the eastern bank of the Yangtze River, several figures stood upon the city walls. gazing through a peculiar round mirror that allowed them to vaguely witness the unfolding events involving Luo Feng, their expressions filled with astonishment. Less than 50 kilometers away, three figures raced towards the scene at an astonishing speed. As he looked back at the pursuing flood dragons, a fiery column and a watery column intertwined and surged towards him. Luo Feng spun around, and as he neared the ground, a flicker of silver light flashed before he ascended rapidly once more. A hint of murderous intent curled at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the relentless dragons behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures soared through the air with incredible speed. Luo Feng ceased his flight and instead engaged in a fierce entanglement with the two flood dragons. Fire, water, dragon tails, bites, and claws unleashed a torrent of attacks upon him. Chapter 83. Suppression and Transformation. Luo Feng dodged with all his might, relying on the brief advantage of wind and thunder to hold his ground for the moment. However, the power within his heart was nearing its limit. No matter. The battle was about to conclude. Now, he commanded, unleashing a chaotic divine force. Boom, boom. With a resounding shout, two beams of spiritual light surged towards the two flood dragons. The dragons momentarily faltered, just for an instant, yet it was sufficient. Two projectiles, trailing immense flames, struck the flood dragons, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, two fifth-tier dragons manifested a colossal wound, their blood cascading like a waterfall, revealing their innards. As they plummeted from the sky, instantly, countless trees toppled, the earth cracked, and fissures marred the ground. The two dragons writhed in agony, roaring in torment. This was no ordinary projectile. It was a small missile, its power comparable to the full-force strike of a fifth-tier powerhouse, enhanced by blood piercing. Although the current level of blood piercing was inadequate for significant amplification, the sheer magnitude of the missile rendered it terrifyingly potent. The fact that these two dragons were merely gravely injured and not dead left Luo Feng astounded. Indeed, the resilience and defensive capabilities of dragons were formidable. However, it was even better. Open the steels, open the steels, open the steels, open the steels. Luo Feng swiftly activated his wind and thunder wings, charging towards the two dragons. His palms danced as the power of his divine arts surged, and stones began to materialize, soaring towards the dragons' heads. With a resounding slap, the steel struck the dragons' faces, leaving them bewildered, already weakened by the missile. In their dazed state, another pair of steels descended. Thud, thud. The massive heads of the dragons swayed unsteadily before crashing to the ground, their enormous eyes filled with twinkling stars. Huh! You two scoundrels pursued me. Henceforth, you shall serve as my steeds. Luo Feng beamed at the sight of a fiery red and a water blue dragon, each a staggering 36 zhang in length. These were dragons, fifth-tier dragons no less. Although their bloodline was somewhat inferior to that of the Silver King, their current realm surpassed it. Riding them would elevate his status far beyond that of the Silver King, especially since they could fly, while the Silver King was still far from achieving flight. Contemplating this, Luo Feng did not linger. Golden flames surged from his palms, and with a wave, he directed them to the dragons' foreheads. It seemed as though countless Buddhas were chanting, as strands of golden light continuously infused into the dragons' minds. Boom, boom. The dragons appeared to sense a measure of pain, struggling as their massive bodies rolled, causing the ground to tremble, trees to splinter, and dust to swirl in the air. Be quiet. Open the steels. Bang, bang. The steels reappeared, crashing down upon their heads, causing the two dragons to lie down dazedly, surrendering to the golden light that gently permeated their foreheads. As time gradually passed, Luo Feng maintained his control over the De Luo Tian fire, transforming the two dragons. The De Luo Tian dragon was a formidable ability, yet Luo Feng did not regard it as his primary focus. Thus, it remained at a mere third-tier level, rendering him unable to utilize the lesser divine arts of Dragon Spirit Buddha fire, relying instead on the most rudimentary flame instinct for transformation, resulting in a somewhat sluggish pace. It appeared that he would need to diligently cultivate his abilities moving forward. The three paths must stabilize further, as he needed to swiftly catch up to the realms of martial arts and the mastery of extraordinary treasures. Half an hour later, roar, behind Luo Feng, a fiery celestial dragon ascended, letting out a resonant roar as two beams of pure golden flames surged forth, piercing the foreheads of the two serpentine dragons. With a triumphant cry, The dragons opened their eyes wide, golden light shimmering within their enormous pupils, and their first gaze fell upon Luo Feng. In that moment, he was the sole focus of their attention. With a low, reverberating growl, the two dragons bowed their noble heads, humbly submitting at Luo Feng's feet. Witnessing the grandeur of their lowered heads, Luo Feng erupted into joyous laughter, his voice echoing with exhilaration. Observing the severe injuries of the dragons, Luo Feng felt a surge of compassion and invoked a rejuvenation technique, hastening their recovery. With a flick of his hand, two essence crystals flew forth, directly refining within the dragons. Complemented by the rejuvenation technique, their flesh and blood rapidly regenerated. Although their vitality was somewhat diminished, their injuries were at least healed, and with a bit of rest, they would fully recover. With a triumphant roar, the two dragons, sensing their restored strength, erupted into ecstatic cries and soared into the sky. Their massive bodies danced in the air, showering sparks of flame and waves of water. The elegance of their forms brought immense satisfaction to Luo Feng. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today I command twin dragons. One day, I shall summon 100 to soar together. Luo Feng's ambitions soared high. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, and two figures appeared, clad in tight black attire and bearing a large launcher on their backs. Well done this time. Return for your reward, Luo Feng remarked, his expression one of approval. Had it not been for their timely missile launch, subduing the two dragons would have been far more challenging. Thank you, City Lord. The duo exclaimed with delight, promptly being summoned away by Luo Feng's gesture. It seemed that the teachings of Blood Spike had yielded promising results, producing individuals of notable capacity. Yet Luo Feng yearned for more, stronger, more formidable allies. With a determined push, he propelled himself skyward. The magnificent fiery dragon swiftly approached, its massive head nudging against Luo Feng as they ascended together. The water dragon followed closely, encircling the fire dragon as Luo Feng stood atop their heads. Surveying the breathtaking landscape below, his heart swelling with pride. Laughter intertwined with the roars of the dragons as Luo Feng soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of red and blue light. As the dragon forms vanished, two figures emerged from the dense forest, observing Luo Feng's departing silhouette. This must be Mr. Luo, rumored to have come from Jinling City. His strength is indeed formidable, one mused. Indeed, I never anticipated such power. Two fifth-tier dragons subdued in an instant. With such prowess, he could very well be the strongest among our 5 bases, the other replied, his expression grave. Let us depart. He glanced our way without taking action. That in itself is a gesture of mercy. We must return and report. After this incident with Mr. Luo, we cannot foresee what events may unfold at Dragon Bay. It is best to prepare in advance. The silhouettes of two individuals flickered, moving with remarkable speed, demonstrating at least the prowess of the third tier's consummate mastery, a commendable feat indeed. At this moment, the departing Luo Feng cast a glance over his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. He couldn't help but reflect that establishing a base was indeed more convenient than wandering alone, as countless evolvers sought resources, accelerating their growth and strength. For someone like Luo Feng, sustaining a space single-handedly was simply not sustainable in the long run. Chapter 84. The gathering of the 5 major bases for exploration otherwise, with the unique abilities bestowed by Blood Stab. Breaking through to the 4th tier would pose no problem at all, particularly given Luo Feng's capacity to suppress the effects. Although Blood Stab currently remained at the 3rd tier's consummate level, once engaged in battle among the 5 major bases, aside from the City Lords and Vice Lords, the other 4th tier evolvers might not stand a chance against Blood Stab. This underscores the significance of foundational strength. Those 4th tier evolvers, having advanced through chaotic energies, tempered their bodies and enhanced their mental faculties, inherently bore certain impurities. While this may not be apparent now, as time progresses, their potential would dwindle, and upon encountering a bottleneck, their evolutionary path would effectively reach a dead end, whereas Blood Stab possessed boundless potential. Within the Grand Hall of Jinling City, Luo Feng maintained a composed demeanor. Qi Tongwei's expression was grave. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Luo, for your magnanimity in securing time for our 5 major bases. I shall contact the representatives of these bases to convene in Jinling City to collaboratively deliberate on the strategy to assault the Dragon Cave. I kindly request your assistance then. Qi Tongwei regarded Luo Feng with utmost sincerity, his astonishment towards him palpable. Haha, That sounds agreeable. It's not a problem at all. I shall attend. However, do discuss my remuneration first. Perhaps provisions or rare materials. The more the merrier. Haha. Luo Feng chuckled as he turned to depart. Qi Tongwei and the others escorted Luo Feng out, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Scheming against the Dragon King, Dong Lai, Zaxi, do you comprehend what this signifies? Qi Tongwei's demeanor was solemn. It implies this individual is even more formidable than we anticipated, perhaps possessing fifth-tier strength. Fifth tier? City Lord, we must exercise caution, lest we fall victim to the opportunistic scheming of others, Zaxi remarked with a grave countenance, harboring deep trepidation. Rest assured, that will not be the case. I have a knack for discerning character. This individual will not linger here for long. Once the matter of the Dragon King concludes, he is likely to depart. There is no need for concern, Qi Tongwei stated, his gaze drifting toward the horizon with a hint of amusement. Proceed to notify the lords of the other 4 bases to convene in Jinling City. This is both a crisis and a monumental opportunity, if handled adeptly. Jinling City shall rise to preeminence among all cities, Qi Tongwei expressed fervently, his words laced with boundless ambition. Understood, City Lord, Qi Donglai and Zaxi responded, their eyes reflecting deep admiration for Qi Tongwei. Subsequently, Jinling City swiftly mobilized various teams to head towards the other 4 major bases. The Jiangdong base on the west bank and the Bing base were easily manageable. They simply needed to send representatives for negotiations. However, for the 2 major bases on the east bank, Nanjing and Changhe, passage through Qixing Island was required. Along the banks, it is only on the side of Jinling City that the Yangtze River narrows to its minimum width, thus the establishment of Qixing Island at this location. The convergence of the 5 major bases occurs most favorably in Jinling City, while the others are comparatively inconvenient. Given that Jinling City lies where the river is most constricted, it is the most perilous location should the river swell. Although the 5 bases are not in close proximity, the urgency of the evolutionary squad ensured that news reached all 5 bases that very day, prompting the 4 city lords to lead their formidable subordinates swiftly towards Jinling City. Among them, the Nanjing base and the Yangtze base exhibited no dissent whatsoever. In an instant, an atmosphere of tumultuous energy gathered. At this moment, within Jinling City, there stood an establishment claimed to be a tavern, a modest 2-story building. The proprietor was an evolutionary of the 2nd tier, possessing a delectable iron pot ability, which enabled him to excel in culinary arts, thus allowing him to run this small tavern in Jinling City, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual. In a private room, Luo Feng and Xue Xi were joyously indulging in their meal while Peng Shuli, with a respectful demeanor, narrated the findings. City Lord, according to our reconnaissance, it appears that while 3 of the 5 bases are proclaimed as official, they have essentially devolved into private domains. The Nanjing base, the Yangtze base, and even this Jinling base have become autocratic. The living conditions within are far from satisfactory, with severe class stratification. Some impoverished districts face dire hardships. Nevertheless, compared to the Changhe base and the Bing base, their situation is significantly better. As Peng Shuli respectfully elaborated, a hint of indignation surfaced in his tone. Everyone is equal. How long has it been since the liberators emerged? In the wake of such a cataclysmic transformation, we have reverted to a life of hierarchy. Alas, the suffering of the common folk is profound. Listening to Peng Shuli's words, Luo Feng maintained an impassive expression, yet internally, his thoughts surged with contemplation. I see. Now, let us discuss other matters. How have you progressed with the information I instructed you to investigate? Luo Feng regarded Peng Shuli with satisfaction, acknowledging the adeptness of this shadow leader, whose abilities in weaving an intricate web of intelligence were commendable. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's pleased demeanor, Peng Shuli's heart raced with excitement, and he promptly replied, City Lord, I have uncovered some information regarding Jinling City. The City Lord, Qi Tongwei, is believed to be the master of a mystical treasure. Though its specifics remain unclear, it likely pertains to dragons. There have been accounts of Qi Tongwei commanding a true dragon, showcasing immense power. The Deputy City Lord, Qi Donglai, is an ability user, though his exact level is uncertain. He also seems to possess dragon-related attributes, boasting remarkable physical strength. Another Deputy City Lord, Jia Shi, is a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, specializing in physical martial arts. He has previously clashed head-on with a 4th tier ferocious beast, demonstrating formidable prowess. At the Nanjing base, the strongest individual is likely a half-step into the 5th tier, Xiong Tianxing, a martial artist famed for his martial techniques. Notably, the 3 parts return to origin energy, wind god legs, heavenly frost fist, and cloud-pushing palm. His combat capability stands as the foremost among the 5 bases. The 2 deputy city lords are both evolutionary abilities users. At the Yangtze base, the strongest is the 4th tier consummate water user, Wu Nian. Additionally, the 2 vice city lords include one formidable warrior, whose swordsmanship is exceptionally sharp, and the other, a master of extraordinary artifacts. Ho Jinyu, the master of extraordinary artifacts, wields the Iron Blood Battle flag, with its specific level remaining unknown. The lord of Changhe base, Lei Jun, possesses a 4th tier peak ability. The circumstances surrounding the vice city lords remain ambiguous. The lord of Bing base, also at the 4th tier peak and a master of extraordinary artifacts, is Yu Muyun, who commands the Ruanyu heavy staff, though its level and particulars are unclear. Both vice city lords are powerful and brutal ability users. Bing base stands as the most ruthless among the 5 major bases, where the lives of the common folk are arduous, rendering them little more than beasts. The ruling authority acts with impunity. Even Peng Shuli's expression betrays a flicker of murderous intent, revealing the fury simmering within. Listening to Peng Shuli's words, Luo Feng wore a faint smile, his tone somewhat frigid. Enough. What they do is none of our concern. This world operates on the principle that the strong govern all. Our capabilities are quite limited. We must focus solely on our own affairs. Observing Peng Shuli's discontent, Luo Feng began to doubt his choice in appointing him as the Shadow Guard leader. To develop such compassion is intolerable. Chapter 85, Talent Warning. To harbor kindness towards survivors is truly a failure. A Shadow Guard leader should possess no semblance of compassion, only obedience. Commands must be executed without hesitation, regardless of the target, be it women, infants, or the pregnant. This is the very essence of what he desires. Casting a cold glance at Peng Shuli, he felt a chill within. Had it not been for his extraordinary ability, the web of heaven and earth, he would never have entrusted him with such a position. However, he remained unfazed. Once his book of wisdom ascends to the 6th tier, he would bestow upon him a spirit puppet chain, at which point everything would be resolved. For now, obedience suffices. A trace of compassion is inconsequential. Blood Spike, observing Luo Feng's discontent, emitted a cold snort directed at Peng Shuli, causing an immediate chill to envelop the room. Peng Shuli trembled, his expression shifting as he regarded Blood Spike with apprehension. He quickly realized that the Lord required him to perform tasks, not to extend pity. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Blood Spike, for all their skills, aside from their innate abilities, were imparted through his rigorous training. The process was far from smooth. Rewards and punishments were a natural part of the instruction, instilling a genuine fear of Blood Spike in his subordinates. Thus, he swiftly suppressed any worthless compassion and continued, Lord, I have made some progress in locating the talented elites you requested. Those from Jinling City have already been brought here and are waiting below. The other 4 major bases also present targets, but for the time being, we cannot retrieve them. I kindly request your guidance on how to proceed. Indeed, Luo Feng had instructed Peng Shuli to focus on identifying talent, geniuses, and elites. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic changes to the world, evolvers have taken center stage, relegating ordinary individuals to the lowest strata. Former financial elites, doctors, masters, professors, and experts now find themselves overshadowed by even the most mediocre ability users. At the very least, even the most mediocre of ability users can enhance themselves, acquiring formidable strength to hunt the most basic of ferocious beasts, ensuring they do not succumb to starvation. Not succumbing to hunger is the bare minimum requirement, which is increasingly difficult to attain. Currently, the major bases are in a state of stability. Aside from a few visionary individuals with ambitious ideas, there is a scarcity of elite talents being cultivated, as many believe they can wait until a need arises. However, Luo Feng holds a different perspective. Elite talents, experts, and professors are indeed invaluable. The knowledge possessed by these elites far surpasses that of mere ability users. The realm is teeming with potential talents, yet the demand for more remains unmet. Individuals who once excelled in peaceful times now find themselves eclipsed by a low-level awakened ability user. Those without abilities, martial prowess, or mastery over rare treasures occupy the lowest echelons of society. Even former prodigies are rendered ineffectual, relegated to menial labor. Within Luo Feng's domain resides a financial prodigy from the apocalypse, yet he is now overshadowed by an unremarkable ability user who simply crafts sturdy bricks. Despite the latter's status as a petty rogue whose wife willingly left him for the promise of meat and sustenance. As Luo Feng traverses various bases, he organizes efforts to identify and gather useful talents. Architects, talent managers, doctors, teachers, soldiers, agricultural experts, researchers, and blacksmiths, among others. He marks potential talents for recruitment, intent on taking them should the base weaken, or simply extracting the individuals he requires if the base holds some advantages. This line of work has become second nature to Luo Feng. Peng Shuli observed Luo Feng and continued, regarding the 5 major bases, I have dispatched 50 individuals. The 7-star island does not prohibit the passage of evolved beings. According to my investigation, each of the 5 bases has identified a top-tier talent, alongside approximately 5,000 individuals who can be classified as elites, albeit temporarily uncollectible. In Jinling City, there exists a premier talent nearby, and over 1,000 others have already been marked for potential recruitment. Peng Shuli reported swiftly, respectfully presenting a dossier containing detailed records of these talents. Jinling Base, military weaponry research expert. Peng Guoli, 68 years old, possesses superior ability, mechanical heart. This elder has lost all family members and remains alone, having concealed his abilities, thus avoiding the attention of Jinling City. However, during Peng Shuli's search, which did not specifically target ability users, he was promptly discovered and subsequently brought back. Yangtze Base, agricultural research expert. Yuan Jizong, 65 years old, son of Yuan Lao, possesses superior ability, experimenting with a plot of land. 36 acres. Within a single plot of land, 18 acres of crops can grow 10-fold, 12 acres can increase 36-fold, and 9 acres can expand 72-fold. However, the highest grade of spiritual medicine attainable remains at the 6th tier, with more advanced elixirs unable to thrive. Nanjing Base, Li Shizong, a descendant of Li Shizhen, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, aged 70. The controller of the extraordinary treasures, the supernatural artifact, the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, and the 3 divine transformations. The Changhe Base has slain his son, and Nanjing Base remains indifferent, unwilling to serve the base, having been discovered by Peng Shuli's subordinates, who have already exerted control. Daughter-in-law, aged 45, an expert in pediatrics and gynecology, possessing the ability known as the Claw of Life, a low-grade supernatural ability, brimming with vitality. There is also a daughter and 3 grandsons, forming a large family. Mr. Li is exceedingly cautious and has not disclosed his family's supernatural abilities. Despite the deaths of 2 sons without resistance, they have buried their animosity within, and upon discovery by Peng Shuli's subordinates, they submitted completely, seeking only the safety of their family. Changhe Base, Tu Zhuang, male, 50 years old, tall and robust, an architect of national standing. His supernatural ability is a mid-level transformation ability known as the excavator, loader, crane, part of the Changhe Base construction team. Though he has not received much attention and is marked for potential theft. Bing Base, Zhang Dabiao, male, 40 years old, a military colonel, commander of a special operations brigade. Has lost a leg, now an ordinary person. His beautiful wife is treated as a plaything by the high-ranking officials within the base. Taken away intermittently for amusement. These are his military adversaries, 3 in total, one of whom is the deputy city lord. Zhang Dabiao later disguises himself as a cripple, hiding in a slum, living by scavenging. He has a 13-year-old daughter, whom he personally maimed by breaking 1 arm and 1 leg and slashing her face with a knife, rendering her ugly, thus sparing her from persecution. Zhang Dabiao agreed to submit, but with one condition, to slay the deputy city lord and those who violated his wife. Peng Shuli acquiesced. Zhang Dabiao is undoubtedly a talent, and as Peng Shuli spoke, he noticed Luo Feng's expression tighten. Chapter 86, Lessons and Actions. By privately agreeing to Zhang Dabiao's conditions, Peng Shuli was unaware of the potential consequences. A soft sound echoed, and Peng Shuli was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. In pain, he quickly regained his footing, kneeling on the ground. Lord, instructor, I was wrong. I should not have privately agreed to his conditions. But Zhang Dabiao is indeed a remarkable talent. Peng Shuli hastily explained, his demeanor frantic. Humph, Bloodspike scoffed coldly but turned to Luo Feng. Master, according to the data, Zhang Dabiao is indeed a talent, an expert in special operations, precisely what we need. With him, the establishment of our army will be considerably more convenient. And we can quickly form combat readiness. Master, given that we have indeed found several genuine talents this time, let us spare him this once, Bloodspike implored softly. After all, Peng Shuli could be considered her disciple, and at this moment, a word of advocacy was warranted. Luo Feng's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Xue Xi and then at the kneeling Peng Shuli. In a cold voice, he declared, "This is but a single warning. Let it not happen again. Should there be a next time, you may as well embrace death." His tone was devoid of warmth. Yet it bore the chilling weight of an icy abyss, a frigid wind that pierced to the bone. "Thank you, City Lord," Peng Shuli murmured from his kneeling position, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he firmly etched today's lesson into his memory. Knock, knock. "Mr. Luo, I am Qi Ping'an, the captain of the City Lord's Guard. The City Lord has summoned you to the City Lord's mansion for a gathering." With the sound of the knock, Luo Feng waved his hand, and Peng Shuli was promptly dismissed. Xue Xi opened the door to reveal a young man clad in military attire. He appeared strikingly handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, standing before Luo Feng with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a subtle yet undeniable presence. A practitioner of the early fourth tier, he was indeed a formidable individual. Luo Feng continued to enjoy his meal, while Xue Xi remained silently observant. Qi Ping'an, noting Luo Feng's impolite demeanor, felt no displeasure and respectfully said, "Mr. Luo, the City Lord has conveyed that the 4 major bases have gathered. Please proceed to discuss important matters." Luo Feng glanced at him, nodded, and replied, "Very well, I understand. Let us go." He dabbed his mouth with a napkin, lit a cigarette, and sauntered out. Qi Ping'an promptly took the lead. As they passed a room, Luo Feng stepped inside. Qi Ping'an, though curious, refrained from any action upon seeing Xue Xi guarding the door. After a brief moment of 2 to 3 seconds, Luo Feng emerged, seemingly unfazed. Although Qi Ping'an harbored some doubts, he did not show any signs of it, and continued to lead respectfully. At the City Lord's mansion, within the Grand Hall, a gathering of 20 individuals exuded an extraordinary and formidable aura, the atmosphere thick with seriousness as they engaged in fervent discussion. Suddenly, the hall doors swung open, and Qi Ping'an accompanied Luo Feng into view. "City Lord, Mr. Luo has arrived," Qi Ping'an announced with clarity. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned toward Luo Feng, a moment that made even Qi Ping'an's scalp tingle with unease. Luo Feng surveyed the assembly without altering his expression. The most powerful among them was merely a half-step into the 5th tier from the Nanjing base, hardly a significant threat. "Haha, Mr. Luo, you have come. Please, come in. We welcome you," Qi Tongwei exclaimed, stepping forward with evident delight, gesturing for Qi Ping'an to leave. With a sigh of relief, Qi Ping'an quickly turned to depart. As he glanced back at Xue Xi in the courtyard, he felt a surge of excitement. Her icy demeanor, exquisite features, and graceful figure captivated him. Despite her modest bosom being of little concern, she was simply beautiful. In a moment of impulse, he considered approaching her, but her icy voice cut through the air, "Stay back. Come closer than 3 meters, and I shall slay you." The chilling tone doused Qi Ping'an's eagerness, leaving him feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Gazing upon the frigid visage of Bloodspike, with the desert eagle rotating in hand, a chill of foreboding crept into Qi Ping'an's heart, accompanied by an acute sense of impending doom. It felt as though disobedience would lead to certain death. This sensation was perplexing. As a 4th-tier evolver, he found himself intimidated by a mere 3rd-tier evolver. Yet, the shadow of mortality made it clear to Qi Ping'an that he was likely no match for this woman. He cast a deep glance at Bloodspike before turning to depart. Bloodspike paid him no heed, her eyes glinting with disdain. Within the Grand Hall, the assembly was somewhat familiar with Luo Feng, thanks to Qi Tongwei's extensive introductions. Furthermore, following the communication between the Nanjing and Yangtze bases and the Jinling base, the matter of the 2 dragon serpents was no longer a secret. Naturally, they held an even greater apprehension towards Luo Feng's prowess. No one was foolish enough to mock him. "Mr. Luo," Qi Tongwei began, "after our discussions, for this operation in Dragon Bay, you may allocate 5% of all gains. And in accordance with your request, our 5 major bases have gathered 100 grain crystals. We kindly ask you to accept them." With a wave of his hand, A maid stepped forth, bearing a tray adorned with a small pile of shimmering emerald crystals. The onlookers regarded the grain crystals with fervent eyes, especially Zashi, the city lord of Nanjing, and the martial artist from the Changhe base. Their expressions were filled with eagerness. 100 grain crystals, if refined, would be sufficient for Zashi and the deputy city lord of Changhe base to ascend to a new realm. No one ever deemed such treasures excessive. Previously, the major bases had procured a few grain crystals from the strategic reserves in Nanjing, but their numbers were scant. After distribution among the 5 bases, they became even scarcer. The assembly's ability to present 100 grain crystals was already the pinnacle of their collective effort. They could not muster any more. Observing the crystals, a smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he waved to accept them. I agree to the terms, but with an additional condition. If any of those dragon serpents can be captured alive, I will purchase them. The price is negotiable. His words sparked intrigue among the crowd. Recalling the information from the Yangtze and Nanjing bases regarding Luo Feng's ability to tame dragon serpents, they looked on with envy. The thought of riding such a creature was undeniably alluring. Mr. Luo, if you can capture one alive, could you tame it for me? Exclaimed a deputy city lord, his eyes alight with excitement. Yes, indeed. Mr. Luo, might you assist us in taming one? Echoed another voice. The prospect of having a dragon serpent as a mount was thrilling. In that moment, the assembly was stirred by desire, including Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianqing, who also expressed their eagerness. Observing their enthusiasm, Luo Feng chuckled softly. Gentlemen, it's not that I am being stingy. The methods I employ cannot be utilized by outsiders. The creatures I tame can only be commanded by me, as it is a unique ability that cannot be transferred. Chapter 87. The Ambush. The failure of the Dragon King's breakthrough. Listening to Luo Feng's words, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they did not dwell on it excessively. After all, matters of ability are difficult to comment on. Observing their resignation, Luo Feng offered a subtle smile. In truth, the first entity perceived upon the manifestation of the great Luo Tianlong Buddha's light is likely to heed the commands of the one who summoned it. Although it may not be as malleable as when wielded personally, with proper cultivation, mastery is achievable. However, who would casually expose their abilities? Furthermore, isn't it advantageous to have the Dragon King under one's control? Thus, a plan was devised. Each of the 5 major bases would dispatch 5 4th-tier powerhouses, with all 5 city lords participating. The strategy involved launching missile attacks. The various bases in Nanjing possessed a considerable stock of munitions. Regrettably, the truly potent missiles and artillery shells were few in number. Indeed, the missiles were exceedingly scarce, and this time, the 5 bases managed to gather 5 missiles, intending to execute an initial surprise assault. These 5 missiles were of significant yield, surpassing the 2 that Luo Feng had previously utilized against the 4th-tier Dragon King. It was estimated that they could deliver a peak 4th-tier strike with full force. As for Luo Feng, he remained indifferent. He was merely a bystander in this endeavor. If circumstances proved unfavorable, he could simply abscond with the treasures from the Dragon King's lair, leaving without a trace of burden. With no further preparations necessary, each city lord possessed storage equipment, though the specifics of their capacity remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the missiles could undoubtedly be accommodated. Subsequently, personnel arrangements were made. Qi Tongwei from Jinling City, along with Jia Shi and 2 mid-level 4th-tier experts. From the Nanjing base, Xiong Tianqing and a vice city lord, accompanied by 2 experts. The Yangtze River base, led by Shui Wunyan, included a vice city lord and 2 specialists. The Changhe base, with Lei Jun, and the Bing base, represented by Yu Muyun, operated similarly. Upon observing the vice city lord emerging from the Bing base, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. It seemed that the task promised by Peng Shuli was easily resolved, merely a peak 4th-tier opponent, whom he could dispatch without hesitation. Perhaps it would be prudent to remove the head, lest Zhang Dabiao later deny the deed. Unbeknownst to the vice city lord of the Bing base, his fate had already been determined by Luo Feng with remarkable efficiency. The mobilization of 20 individuals from the 5 bases, all of whom were at least mid-level 4th-tier experts, astonished Luo Feng. Indeed, the establishment and comprehensive development of a base is a pathway to the advancement of a power. While the moment was not yet ripe, it approached swiftly. Yinxing was not far, and Modu was closer still. At this juncture, Xiong Tianqing from the Nanjing base summoned a colossal golden eagle. Emanating an aura of early 4th-tier prowess, unmistakably extraordinary. The Yangtze River base produced a white crane of similar tier. Qitongwei from the Jinling base slowly revealed a soaring hawk. The Changhe base showcased a massive crow at peak 3rd tier. Intriguingly, the Bing base employed a rare treasure, the Void War Chariot. However, it was regrettably only a divine artifact, utilized solely for swift travel, yet still impressive. Gazing upon the splendid sight, Luo Feng found himself quite enamored. If only several mighty dragons could be harnessed to draw this magnificent vehicle, it would be utterly magnificent. As he observed the ethereal war chariot, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. However, when a 5th-tier dragon manifested beneath his feet, all attention was swiftly captivated by Luo Feng. Leading the charge, he stood atop the dragon's head, hands clasped behind his back, with blood spike by his side, exuding an aura of vitality, enveloped in radiant light, resembling a divine being. The individuals from the 5 major bases followed closely, casting glances at Luo Feng, filled with envy, trepidation, and a hint of incredulity. Some harbored feelings of anger, with traces of murderous intent flickering in their eyes. At Dragon Bay, a group descended rapidly from the skies, hastening to the summit of a hill, where they gazed towards the distant Dragon Bay. Exchanging glances, Shui Wunyan from the Yangtze base twirled a spirit talisman in his hand. With a gentle tremor, the talisman split apart, releasing a surge of water that enveloped a 4th-tier late-stage expert from the Yangtze base. In an instant, the figure began to dissipate, leaving only wisps of vapor swirling in the air. The vapor drifted slowly towards Dragon Bay, soon vanishing from the collective consciousness of those present. The onlookers exchanged wary glances, apprehensive of the formidable talisman. If one were not vigilant, they might unknowingly find themselves ensnared. The Yangtze base was indeed extraordinary. Luo Feng felt a twinge of envy and curiosity. How did these talismans come to be? He had encountered numerous bases and even vanquished a few. Yet he had never come across such a talisman. Despite having seen many at Sang Sang's location, the origin remained a mystery. Although Professor Ho could craft talismans, they were merely low-tier ones. The powerful talismans eluded Luo Feng entirely. He resolved to seek them out next time, for they were indeed valuable. Though they could not compare to the powers of extraordinary treasures, their utility in critical moments was undeniable. As the crowd awaited in silence, a thunderous explosion erupted. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth from the largest cave in Dragon Bay, accompanied by an enraged dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the entire area. The fury within that roar seemed capable of igniting the heavens and the earth. With the dragon's cry, the entire ecosystem within Dragon Bay erupted in chaos. With earth-shattering roars echoing all around, dragons surged forth from the cavern. Within every cave, spirit snakes, spirit pythons, and dragons poured out in a relentless stream. In an instant, the Dragon Bay was teeming with ferocious beasts, each one howling towards the sky, their furious cries causing Luo Feng and his companions to exchange anxious glances. Goodness, there were far too many. Over 50 4th-tier dragons and spirit pythons, and 3 5th-tier dragons. How could this be? The sheer number was overwhelming. Besides the guardian 5th-tier dragon, there were still so many others. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. The scene at Dragon Bay left everyone in utter shock. The sheer quantity of these ferocious beasts was staggering, and one misstep could spell disaster. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed through the air. Boom! A cataclysmic sound reverberated as countless fragments of rock were propelled skyward from the peak to the west of Jiaolong Bay. A colossal figure emerged from the chaos, radiating an overwhelming aura, its azure brilliance illuminating the surroundings. A 100-foot-long dragon, magnificent and awe-inspiring, unleashed a fearsome roar, shaking the very earth and sky, its massive form undulating with raw power and fury. With a resounding cry, flames, torrents of water, and golden light erupted as 3 gigantic dragons surged forth from their lair, their voices filled with wrath. At this juncture, all 4 dragons bore visible injuries. The water dragons sported deep gashes that exposed bone, while the fire and gold dragons also bore significant wounds. Yet the most grievously affected was the Dragon King, whose failed breakthrough left it in a weakened state, its essence flickering with unbridled rage. The Dragon King let out a fearsome roar as the ethereal energy of which swirled around it, and a massive vine materialized. Ensnared within the tendrils was a figure, suspended in midair, writhing in agony as countless vines pierced its flesh, the struggle proving utterly futile. The Dragon King's furious gaze swept across its surroundings. "Come forth," a muffled yet resonant voice echoed, reverberating through the expanse, almost akin to human speech. This revelation startled the onlookers. It appeared the Dragon King was on the brink of a complete metamorphosis. "Get moving, you scoundrels!" With Qi Tongwei's furious command, a colossal missile materialized before several city lords. They launched it with mental control, directing it towards Jiaolong Bay. One missile targeted the Dragon King, while the other three were aimed at the serpentine horde below. Boom! Two missiles detonated instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic surge that devastated the heart of Jiaolong Bay, claiming the lives of thousands of serpents within a radius of 500 meters, while the fiercest beasts at the center were vaporized in an instant. In a fury, all the dragons went berserk, their roars echoing like thunder. 3 fifth-tier dragons charged towards the missiles, conjuring lightning, flames, and colossal wood to hurl at them. The third missile targeting the dragon horde erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending the 3 fifth-tier dragons careening backward, their scales shattered. Boom! The final explosion resounded. The last missile aimed at the Dragon King was obliterated by a sweep of its tail, yet the ensuing blast left the Dragon King wounded, bloodied, and howling in agony as it glared toward Luo Feng and his companions, an aura of malice rising ominously. With a melodious roar, the Dragon King, accompanied by its 3 guardian dragons, surged towards the mountain. "Esteemed guests, the Dragon King has sustained grave injuries. Let us dispatch him. His flesh and blood will suffice for a modest breakthrough." Qi Tongwei's expression brightened, and a luminous orb appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he arced through the air, descending upon the Dragon King with the force of a mountain. Under Qi Tongwei's leadership, Xiong Tianxing, Shui Wunyan, and others surged forward alongside their formidable allies to confront the Dragon King and the Guardian Dragons. "Allow me to deal with the other dragons within the Dragon Bay. I shall ensure they do not disturb you," resonated Luo Feng's voice. With a flourish, his wings of wind and thunder unfurled, propelling him towards the Dragon Bay to intercept 3 additional 5th-tier dragons. Although Xiong Tianxing and the others bore expressions of cold resolve, they remained silent, wholly focused on their assault on the Dragon King and the 3 guardian dragons. At the Bing and Changhe bases, Lei Jun and Yumu Yun regarded Luo Feng with icy gazes, their hands moving swiftly, eyes glinting with a hint of malice. With a wave, Lei Jun summoned a tempest of lightning that surged towards the golden dragon, while Yumu Yun brandished the formidable Hanyue heavy staff, joining the fray. The golden dragon found itself ensnared in a quagmire. What of the 5th-tier dragons? These city lords were no mere trifles. Battling above their tier was not an insurmountable challenge, particularly with their numerous hidden cards. Xiong Tianxing unleashed the cloud-piercing palm, the wind god leg, and the sky frost fist with remarkable fluidity, successfully subduing the Dragon King alongside Qi Tongwei. Though the Dragon King had suffered a backlash from his failed breakthrough, leaving him severely weakened, he remained a formidable foe, a testament to the strength of both combatants. Shui Wunyan, leveraging her formidable water-based abilities, managed to hold her own against the fire dragon. When combined with Hou Jinyu, the powerful Iron Blood battle flag was activated, significantly enhancing Shui Wunyan's strength. The initial minor divine power of the Iron Blood battle flag could dramatically bolster the combat prowess of allies, proving immensely powerful. As for the remaining water dragon, already gravely injured, it found itself increasingly beleaguered by the combined onslaught of 3 to 4 deputy city lords and several 4th-tier evolvers. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had fully unleashed his potential. As he darted through the fray, every spirit snake and python in his path was captured and subdued. From the heavens, a cascade of spirit snakes and pythons descended, only to be ensnared by a colossal willow tree rooted atop the central peak. This tree, towering 72 zhang and measuring 7 zhang in girth, spread its branches wide, casting a shadow over the entire summit, resembling a mountain unto itself. This willow, now at the late 5th-tier stage, had consumed all the ferocious beasts Luo Feng had slain along his journey, along with 50% of the spirit stones, over 100,000 spatial spirit stones. The willow had become a fearsome entity, endowed with some spatial abilities, rendering it even more formidable. At this moment, many children played upon the mountain peak, and the willow, with sentience, engaged joyfully with them, occasionally lifting them aloft with its branches. However, these children were startled by the sudden onslaught of numerous spirit snakes, pythons, and even the Dragon King from above. The once tranquil willow now emanated a divine radiance, illuminating the entire space as if dawn had arrived. Countless willow branches shimmered with a hazy glow, intertwining like ethereal serpents, mystical pythons, and celestial dragons, all ensnared in an instant. The living were preserved, while the deceased were swiftly consumed by the willow, their bones, scales, and crystalline cores gathering automatically to one side. A sanguine luminescence coursed through the willow, its aura continuously ascending. Initially at the peak of the 5th tier, it now began a gradual elevation. After absorbing a substantial amount of dragon flesh and blood, the willow commenced a slow transformation, evolving in a remarkable manner. This commotion captured the attention of everyone within the space. However, there was no concern, for in this realm, the city lord was akin to a deity. Observing the effortless capture of dragons by the lord, it was evident that he was invincible. With a resonant roar, the actions of Luo Feng echoed, as over 20,000 incapacitated spirits, alongside numerous dragons, succumbed within mere seconds under the full force of spatial energy, leaving the 3 5th-tier dragons momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining their senses, the 3 dragons, witnessing Luo Feng's indiscriminate collection of their kin, were engulfed by fury. The calamity befalling the dragon clan had driven them to madness, and they charged at Luo Feng without reservation. The true adversaries are not me, but them. Go. Subdue them. A thunderous roar erupted as 2 formidable dragons emerged, the water dragon and the fire dragon, surging towards their adversaries, the thunder dragon, the wood dragon, and the fire dragon. The 3 dragons, witnessing their kin rush towards them, were further incensed by the sight of their golden eyes. The humiliation of being treated as mere pets was intolerable and unforgivable. In Chapter 89, The Ambush, the forceful escape of the dragon, the water and fire dragons, facing the 3 dragons, showed no mercy, unleashing their full might and hindering the opposing trio. Despite their wrath, being of the same lineage, they could not genuinely harm one another, leading to a moment of disarray as the water and fire dragons clashed evenly with their foes. Flames, torrents, thunder, and colossal trees manifested in a chaotic battle, dragon blood spilling forth. Meanwhile, Luo Feng busied himself collecting a vast number of spirit snakes and pythons while capturing dragons, all the while observing the conflict involving the Dragon King. Although Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianxing had allied with some to contend against the Dragon King, their efforts proved insufficient as their powers faltered against the Dragon King's might. Watching the battle between the Dragon King and the 3 guardian dragons, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Just a little longer, just a little longer. As time passed, Luo Feng amassed a considerable collection of spirit snakes, pythons, and dragons. Within the space, the willow's myriad branches clutched an astounding number of spirit snakes, pythons, and dragons, while simultaneously devouring numerous corpses. Beneath the tree, a mountain of scales, bones, crystalline cores, and more began to accumulate. Boom! The willow tree surged upward once more, astonishingly reaching a height of 81 zhang. At the pinnacle of the 5th tier, its aura surged to unprecedented levels. Sensing the commotion within the space, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Splendid, for this willow harbored great expectations. Suddenly, the Dragon King appeared to be enraged. After such an extended entanglement, the backlash was becoming increasingly uncontainable, igniting a fierce anger within him. Who had he offended? The Dragon Clan had not harmed anyone and merely sought to avoid jeopardizing the base. Yet, they sought his destruction, repeatedly thwarted in his ascension. With their obstruction of the path, the Dragon King was utterly incensed. With a roar, the wood dragon breath surged forth. As countless streams of wood essence converged at the dragon's maw, a brilliant beam of wood energy surged towards Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianxing, leaving a trail of entwined vines in its wake, appearing and vanishing instantaneously. The air transformed into a vast ocean of creation, with trees erupting wildly. Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianxing were taken aback. Qi Tongwei conjured a dragon pearl, desperately invoking, "True Dragon's Claw, rend apart." A colossal claw emerged from the true dragon pearl, exuding a desolate aura, as if reaching from an unknown realm. In contrast to Qi Tongwei's offensive prowess, Xiong Tianxing had mastered a defensive technique. Instantly, countless ice crystals coalesced, forming a monumental barrier that enveloped both Qi Tongwei and himself, while a tempestuous shield manifested, amalgamating swirling winds and clouds into a formidable bulwark. With a thunderous roar, the immense dragon claw lunged at the wood dragon breath, enduring for merely 3 breaths before tearing through a fraction of the wood essence, only to be subsequently devoured by it. Vines and blossoms sprouted from the remnants of the dragon claw. A soft crack echoed, and the claw shattered instantaneously, with the remaining wood essence piercing the tempest shield. Countless vines and flowers sprouted upon the shield, rapidly consuming it. The nearby 4th-tier evolvers, who had initially aided Xiong Tianqing, found themselves ensnared by the fragmented wood essence. In an instant, vines erupted from their 7 orifices, plummeting to the ground, taking root, and transforming into towering trees within moments. Watch out. Do not come into contact with the wood essence. Flee. The transformation of the assisting 4th-tier evolvers into colossal trees left everyone aghast. Swiftly, they guided 3 protective dragon spirits away from the battlefield to avoid entanglement. Boundless winds and clouds, unparalleled in heaven and earth, endless frost, 3 parts returned to primal energy. Explode. Witnessing the encroaching wood essence, Xiong Tianqing was struck with dread, fervently channeling the 3 parts returned to primal energy, summoning 2 formidable techniques that erupted in an instant. Countless streams of wood essence were obliterated as Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianqing fled in a frenzy. From a distance, Luo Feng observed this unfolding chaos with a glimmer of delight in his heart. In the ethereal realm of the Luo-yuan spirit field, the command was given by Luo Feng, and immediately, the fire dragon and water dragon unleashed their formidable powers, catching the 3 5th-tier dragon serpents completely off guard. There was no time for the serpents to retaliate. An indistinct world descended from the void, momentarily halting the 3 serpents, which was sufficient. Within this illusory domain, 3 robust willow branches emerged, shimmering with boundless spiritual light. These willows, at the pinnacle of 5th-tier power and infused with a hint of spatial energy, rendered the 3 early 5th-tier dragon serpents utterly powerless. In an instant, they were ensnared by the willows. With a fierce tug, divine light flickered, and the scene was left barren, save for the anguished cries of the serpents. Summoning back the water dragon and fire dragon, Luo Feng swiftly activated his wind and thunder wings, channeling the primordial scriptures to once again invoke the speed of wind and thunder, appearing directly above the Dragon King. A devious smile crept across Luo Feng's lips as he gazed at the massive Dragon King. A spirit python was cast forth, its eyes dazed and its body entwined with a colossal missile. After releasing it, Luo Feng's figure flickered and he fled at incredible speed. As the Dragon King prepared to pursue, the spirit python, still wrapped around the massive missile, descended from the heavens, causing Luo Feng's form to vanish in an instant. The python clung desperately to the Dragon King. With a furious roar, the Dragon King attempted to shake off the python, but the missile detonated. The immense explosion unleashed terrifying power, and the Dragon King let out a heart-wrenching scream as dragon scales flew and blood spilled, a portion of its tail severed. The 3 guardian dragon serpents, driven mad by despair, broke free from the onslaught and rushed to the Dragon King's side, witnessing its dire state. They howled in rage, their murderous intent surging like a tempest. The Dragon King, consumed by fury, let out a blood-curdling roar, its body ablaze with blood. A terrifying aura began to rise, spreading a palpable pressure. Glancing towards Dragon Bay, and then at Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianqing, and others, the dragon emitted an overwhelming killing intent, charging recklessly towards Dragon Bay. All remaining dragon serpents and the spirit python, sensing this aura, fell into a frenzy, each one roaring in unison, their bodies ignited with a faint crimson energy. Act quickly. Stop them. They are igniting the true dragon bloodline. The Dragon King seeks to forcibly transform. Luo Feng's shocked voice echoed through the air. Instantly, the expressions of Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianqing, and Shui Wunyan shifted dramatically. Move, they shouted, their figures flickering as they glided through the air in pursuit of the Dragon King. Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon King plunged into the water, unleashing a piercing dragon's cry. A tempestuous change unfolded, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped Jiaolong Bay, and torrential rain descended. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye, as countless waves surged forth. The Jiaolong king stood amidst the tumultuous waters, riding the waves, and with a mere motion of its colossal form, it conjured towering tidal waves. Among the pursuing evolvers, 2 or 3 of the weaker ones were instantly swept away by the immense waves, crashing into the water and being torn asunder, their blood mist dissipating into the air. The expressions of Xiong Tianqing and others drastically changed. The Jiaolong king, navigating through the waters, was a terrifying spectacle, embodying the very forces of nature that no ordinary person could withstand. 3 guardian Jiao dragons plunged into the depths, and within the Jiaolong cave, all the spiritual serpents, spirit pythons, and Jiao dragons merged into the countless surging waters. The waves roiled violently, creating a scene of earth-shattering chaos, as innumerable splashes erupted. Above, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, crackling with lightning, as countless bolts descended upon Jiaolong Bay, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Roaring with fury, the Jiaolong king cast a wrathful gaze upon the onlookers, an endless power surging within. Its massive form writhed, and the waters of Jiaolong Bay churned violently. Not far away, the Yangtze River began to stir, forming waves upon waves. The banks of the Yangtze were battered by rising tides, growing more formidable. As the once tranquil river commenced its tumultuous flow, its width expanding by several kilometers in an instant. Close the city gates, activate the formations, be vigilant. Hurry! Activate the formations. The Jiaolong had just begun its journey. The Jiaolong king had yet to leave Jiaolong Bay, yet the Yangtze was already in motion. At the nearest base in Nanjing, the waves outside reached heights of 10 meters, relentlessly surging toward the city walls. The last remaining deputy lord of the Nanjing base turned pale, realizing that the Jiaolong had emerged. Had the lord met with failure? Panic surged through him. A sense of dread overwhelming. Even with ambition, one must possess sufficient strength to support it. If the lord had indeed failed, the arrival of the Jiaolong at the Nanjing base would spell doom. If the base were to fall, what use would power serve when there was no one left to wield it? He hastily began to mobilize the city's defenses, striving to protect against the impending flood and the onslaught of beasts. Waves surged, ice pillars soared, and the ethereal dragon's shadow loomed, as Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianqing, and others each summoned their powers, hovering in the air. They gazed at the swiftly changing skies, witnessing the tempestuous winds and surging waves of Jiaolong Bay. The sight of countless ferocious beasts raging in the waters sent a chill through their hearts. They could not allow the Jiaolong king to escape. Otherwise, troubles would surely follow. Qi Tongwei's complexion darkened. Indeed, once the Jiaolong king entered the Yangtze, it would likely be unstoppable. A dragon in the river. Our current capabilities were inadequate to impede its progress. The Jiaolong king continued to roar, its momentum escalating, surpassing the limits of the 5th tier and reaching the 6th tier. Qi Tongwei and the others were expressions of utter dismay. The Jiaolong king advanced, its colossal body entwined with the immense waves, sweeping across the heavens and earth, heading towards the Yangtze, like a river in full torrent. Countless ethereal serpents, mystical pythons, and dragon-like creatures writhed within, stirring tumultuous waves that surge forth with such ferocity that they seem as if mountains are toppling and celestial rivers are reversing their course. This is no mere assault. It is the manifestation of cosmic forces, far beyond what an ordinary 4th-tier evolutionary being could withstand. Even the likes of Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianqing are utterly incapable of contending with these earth-shattering waters, their faces drained of color. Alas, there is no time for hesitation. We are on the verge of entering the river. Let us act swiftly. Qi Tongwei, his gaze fixed upon the approaching Dragon King, now mere kilometers away, bore an expression of steely determination. Grasping the true dragon pearl, his countenance hardened, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At this proximity, the Dragon King could strike with ease. Any further delay would spell trouble, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish it once it fully entered the river. Listening to Qi Tongwei, the group exchanged glances. Xiong Tianqing stepped forward. Very well. The spoils can be selected by the Jinling base first. Agreement rippled through the group, with Xiong Tianqing and Shui Wunyan nodding in unison. Then let us proceed. In an instant, they moved with incredible speed, their figures darting towards the Dragon King. The creature's voice echoed ominously. Humans, your time has come. You cannot stop me. I will see you all perish. The Dragon King's form flickered in and out of sight, an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from it. Beast, you seek your own demise. Qi Tongwei and the others glared at the colossal Dragon King, their expressions grim. Qi Tongwei's anger surged. The true Dragon Pearl was his ultimate trump card. Were it not for the invaluable treasures he sensed within the Dragon Cave, he would never squander such a formidable power. Once expended, it would be ages before he could wield it again. With this thought, his gaze towards the Dragon King turned icy with lethal intent. The true Dragon Pearl began to emit a terrifying radiance, conjuring a colossal dragon apparition that soared majestically. This immense dragon, stretching 1,000 feet, radiated an endless brilliance, dominating the sky like a spiraling mountain. A suffocating pressure engulfed the area, causing all dragons present to feel as though they were choking. The raging winds and waves instantly subsiding. The Dragon King let out a thunderous roar, seething with fury. The true dragon treasure is mine. It is rightfully mine. The Dragon King's madness intensified at the sight of the true Dragon Pearl in Qi Tongwei's grasp. If it could consume this artifact, its evolution would be assured, restoring its previous strength in an instant. With the cosmic forces at play, the tumultuous waves continued to rise, coalescing into a massive water dragon that soared toward Qi Tongwei and his companions. In the distance, Luo Feng watched this cataclysmic strike with awe. Truly, the Dragon King's wrath was fearsome beyond compare. True dragon, tear through the heavens. Kill. As he gazed upon the boundless waves stirred by the Dragon King, Qi Tongwei hesitated no longer. The arrow was nocked and must be released. A colossal illusion of the true dragon descended from the heavens, its mountainous claws bearing immeasurable power, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, which quivered ever so slightly. Boom! The earth-shattering sound erupted, unleashing an infinite spray of water. The area within a 10-kilometer radius was instantaneously transformed into a misty ocean, as countless waves surged forth, prompting Qi Tongwei and his companions, including Xiong Tianxing, to retreat frantically. Tragically, 2 fourth-tier evolvers, caught unawares, were shattered by the residual force of the waves, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Concurrently, a piercing dragon's roar resonated, blood splattering as innumerable ferocious beasts in the water were reduced to mere fragments, torn asunder in an instant. Chapter 91. Assassination of the Dragon King within the Bay of the Dragon. Endless waves were torn apart. The Dragon King's immense body suffered a grievous injury. A portion of its form severed, and the nascent third claw was directly ripped apart. The agony compelled the Dragon King to thrash about, its immense power inflicting severe casualties upon the surrounding spirit snakes and spirit pythons. The 3 guardian dragons were also gravely wounded, with the weakest water dragon now gasping for breath as it sank beneath the surface. The golden dragon and fire dragon, too, exhibited faint auras, resembling flickering flames in the wind, hiding deep underwater, too fearful to surface. In the air, Luo Feng's expression shifted, his wind and thunder wings fluttering as his figure vanished from the water's surface. Witnessing the wounded Dragon King, Qi Tongwei and his companions bore grim expressions. Such a formidable divine ability had not succeeded in vanquishing this mere 5th-tier Dragon King. It was indeed infuriating. However, it was understandable. The Dragon King itself hovered at the threshold of 6th-tier power, its prowess augmented by its draconic form, effectively positioning it at mid-6th tier. Although the divine abilities from the exotic treasures were fearsome, their efficacy depended significantly on the wielder's own cultivation level. It was implausible for an ordinary person to wield such transcendent powers. The notion that supreme abilities could effortlessly slay sovereigns and emperors was ludicrous. Given Qi Tongwei's pinnacle 4th-tier mastery, the deployment of a divine ability that could unleash the might of a 6th-tier apex was commendable. Inflicting such a heavy blow on the currently emboldened Dragon King was no small feat. The Dragon King, now frenzied, ignited with burning energy, as endless vines erupted from the bay, morphing into a skyward mass of wooden dragons that coiled menacingly toward the crowd. Charge! He is already gravely injured. He cannot endure much longer. Let us finish him. The expressions of the group changed drastically, and they swiftly employed their formidable powers to confront the wooden dragons. Thunder, flames, ice shards, deadly toxins, sword techniques, blade arts, and fist techniques, alongside the primal water essence. With Ho Jinyu activating the Iron Blood Battle flag, the collective strength of the group surged, with the 5 city lords even rivaling those at the early 5th tier. In that instant, they matched the onslaught of the myriad wooden dragons blow for blow. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had descended into the depths, collecting the frenzied energies unleashed by the clashes of divine-level attacks, resulting in the death of countless ferocious beasts within the bay. A multitude of corpses gradually settled upon the seabed, as Luo Feng fervently gathered the spoils. First, second, third, and even fourth stages abound. Countless corpses have been devoured by the willows within the space, their trunks continuously rising, steadily advancing towards 99 zhang. Suddenly, a colossal dragon appeared before Luo Feng. The immense, ice-blue water dragon, measuring 38 zhang, filled Luo Feng with elation. In a flash, he approached the water dragon's side, and upon witnessing its grievous injuries, his heart soared with joy. With a thought, a massive portal to another dimension unfolded, and 5 willow branches, resembling playful dragons, extended forth, shimmering with boundless spiritual light, instantaneously ensnaring the water dragon's neck, claws, tail, and body in a tight embrace. Boom! In an instant, the enormous dragon was drawn into the portal, hanging suspended among the willows, eliciting shock from all present within the space, and deepening Luo Feng's reverence, admiration, and loyalty. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Bay, a vine struck like lightning, piercing through a 4th-stage evolver, transforming him into a towering tree that plummeted from the sky in an instant. Damn it! I will kill you, beast! Yu Muyun raged, having lost both of his companions, leaving only himself and a deputy city lord. These were his trusted subordinates. Roar! Amidst Yu Muyun's furious curses, a gigantic dragon claw suddenly appeared before him, reaching out with a menacing grip. Curse you! Die! Yu Muyun was filled with terror, wielding his heavy mountain staff in a frantic flurry, yet the terrifying dragon claw proved impervious to his efforts. Damn it! Accursed beast! Witness my divine power. I shall select a treasure as well. Yu Muyun's anguished voice rang out. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Tongwei and the others quickly concurred. Let us go, challenged the mountain. With a fierce roar, an immense amount of elemental energy converged. 1,000 zhang mountain materialized, appearing as solid as reality, imbued with weight and unyielding strength. Fall! Yu Muyun gazed at the resplendent mountain, his heart heavy, but he nonetheless urged the heavy mountain staff, suddenly thrusting it forward. The colossal mountain began to roll, hurtling towards the Dragon King. This moment resembled the very collapse of heaven and earth. The water surface of the Dragon Bay sank dramatically, the overwhelming pressure instilling dread in all, prompting Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianxing, and the others to flee in a frenzy. Insanity! This divine power is limitless. A figure erupted from the water, wings unfurling behind, appearing to teleport as it beheld the descending 1,000 zhang mountain. Luo Feng's heart seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Such divine power wasted. Truly extravagant." Roar! The Dragon King showed no intention of evading. It had succumbed to madness, its lifeblood ablaze. The colossal dragon head rose to the heavens, an endless flow of ethereal wood energy swirling around it, as the Dragon King, resembling a divine tree, charged towards the mighty mountain. Only the fire dragon remained, closely followed by the golden dragon, both roaring ferociously as they charged towards the colossal mountain. A thunderous explosion echoed, unleashing a torrent of blood, shattering scales, and fracturing bones, leaving the Dragon King severely wounded. The fire and golden dragons suffered grievous injuries, their bodies riddled with countless blood holes. Even if they survived, they would be rendered useless. Their immense forms plummeted from the sky. The Dragon King was in a lamentable state, with nearly all of its scales shattered, its horn broken, one eye crushed, and its aura a chaotic tempest of fury. Yet, it showed no signs of retreat, charging at the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianxing, and Shui Wunyan were thrown backward, spitting blood. Zaxi and Ho Jinyu were grievously injured, falling from the sky into the water, their fates uncertain. Without hesitation, the Dragon King lunged towards Yu Muyun, determined to take someone down with it. Damn it, kill him! Yu Muyun was consumed by madness, his heart racing at the sight of the charging Dragon King. Qi Tongwei and the others exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering as they sprang into action. True Dragon Breath. 3 parts returned to origin. Tidal Wave. Thunderous Might. The 4 city lords unleashed a simultaneous assault. Instantly, a deluge of thunder, The ethereal image of the true dragon, energy spheres, and unending waves cascaded down. Roar! The Dragon King bellowed in fury, withstanding several minor divine abilities, its body fracturing and bleeding profusely, seemingly indifferent, yet its remaining eye glimmered with boundless rage and murderous intent. With its intact claw, it lunged at Yun, a terrifying bloodlust emanating from it. Chapter 92. Ambush. Plundering the dragon's lair, the eerie cave entrance crumbled. Die. Yun was driven to madness, desperately activating his extraordinary treasure and unleashing a high-tier divine ability. A mountain peak materialized instantaneously, collapsing and sending countless boulders crashing down upon the Dragon King. Unfortunately, this ability was evidently area-based. The Dragon King completely disregarded it, allowing the assault to rain down upon it, shedding more scales without a care. As the dragon claw approached, Yun was engulfed in shadows of death. Mr. Luo, please lend us your strength. We accept your terms. Yun's life hung in the balance as Qi Tongwei's anxious voice broke through the chaos. After just casting their divine abilities, they were temporarily unable to unleash their more powerful spells and could only call for help, unable to refuse Luo Feng's conditions. Suddenly, a blinding blade of light shot up into the sky. Amidst the terror-stricken expressions of the onlookers, the blade descended, severing the massive dragon head, blood cascading like a waterfall. The dragon claw aimed at Yun was deflected by the flashing blade, coincidentally slicing through the neck of the deputy city lord who was attempting to evade. Clutching his neck, the deputy's expression was filled with confusion. What is happening? Why am I dying? The dragon claw and the deputy's lifeless body fell towards the water's surface. In the depths of the water, a magnificent dragon glided past, its claws and carcass vanishing in an instant. This startling transformation occurred within the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the body of the Dragon King separated, evoking astonishment among the onlookers. They gazed at Luo Feng with expressions of shock, trepidation, and a flicker of fear. Yun regarded Luo Feng with a mix of gratitude, excitement, confusion, and a hint of resentful darkness lurking in her eyes. Swiftly, the remaining few gathered around Luo Feng, regarding him with admiration. Mr. Luo, your prowess is indeed astonishing. That display of swordsmanship is truly terrifying. Sighing, Xiong Tianqing lamented. Had we agreed to Mr. Luo's request sooner, perhaps our losses would not have been so grave. His words caused a subtle change in the expressions of Qi Tongwei and Shui Wunyan. Qi Tongwei's gaze flickered with a glint of intrigue as he observed the black blade in Luo Feng's hand. All right, everyone, there's no need for further discussion. I require one leg of this dragon, one dragon eye, and 8,000 dragon scales. What do you all think? Luo Feng stated directly, without indulging in unnecessary chatter. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With a swift horizontal slash of his black blade, he severed another claw from the dragon, and with a deft flick, the enormous dragon eye soared forth, along with a formidable quantity of dragon scales, which Luo Feng collected. Subsequently, the group began to gather the carcasses of the fierce beasts that had perished in the Dragon Bay. For them, these remains held significant value. Although some were dissatisfied with the dwindling number of carcasses, they refrained from voicing their grievances. As per their prior agreement, aside from confronting the Dragon King directly, Luo Feng had fulfilled his part by intercepting 3 fifth-tier dragons for each individual, thus alleviating a tremendous burden. Regarding the severely injured Golden Dragon and Fire Dragon, they were also taken in by Luo Feng after he agreed to make concessions concerning the treasures within the Dragon Cave. After all, their injuries were too grave for the group to remedy, and acquiring them would merely yield the remains of a 5th-tier beast of little practical benefit. At the entrance of the Dragon Cave, Qi Tongwei, Xiong Tianqing, Shui Wunyan, Hou Jinyu, Lei Jun, Yun, Luo Feng, and Zaxi comprised a total of 8 individuals. From an initial assembly of 21 experts, all of whom were at least mid-tier 4th level, only these 8 remained, a loss that weighed heavily on their hearts. For each was a pillar of their base, and the loss of even one was painfully felt. Within the Dragon Cave, the group united, no longer separating, not only for safety but also to prevent excessive greed. Soon, they had thoroughly explored all the chambers except for the central cave, gathering countless resources. The abundance of treasures brought smiles to their faces. As they approached the entrance to the central cave, Luo Feng spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, I am quite interested in the spirit snake and spirit python eggs. How about you sell them all to me? Rest assured, I shall offer a fair price. The group exchanged glances. Ultimately, Luo Feng paid a considerable price, trading other resources for the entirety: 3,000 spirit snake eggs, 1,000 spirit python eggs, and 30 scattered dragon eggs. The crowd proceeded towards the central cave, and within, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy. The spirit serpent egg, upon maturity, reached the first tier, further evolving into the second, with the potential for the third. The spirit python, upon reaching adulthood, attained the second tier, maturing to the third, and held the possibility of evolving into the fourth tier, with the rare chance of producing a fifth-tier spirit python king. With approximately 150 flood dragon eggs nestled within his space, the thought filled him with exhilaration. Observing the terrifying number of spirit serpents, spirit pythons, and flood dragons hanging from the willow tree, Luo Feng's excitement knew no bounds, and he couldn't help but exclaim that he had struck a fortune. The group cautiously advanced deeper within. Some ordinary spirit serpents and spirit pythons were effortlessly slain by the crowd. Before them lay a massive pit, still imbued with a faint, lingering fragrance, prompting the group to glance at Luo Feng. This was the precise location of the dragon blood fruit tree from earlier. However, Luo Feng remained unfazed, betraying no emotion. The group did not linger on this, continuing their exploration. Soon, they arrived at the former retreat of the Flood Dragon King. The sight of countless heavenly materials and treasures filled the group with immense excitement. They began to collect these precious items in proportion. As their eyes fell upon a cave that radiated a subtle glow, the group's expressions remained unchanged, yet their eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. They were not naive. They sensed a powerful aura emanating from within, undoubtedly indicating the presence of extraordinarily valuable treasures. However, the faintly red webbing at the cave entrance exuded a palpable sense of danger, causing unease among them. "Zashi, be cautious. Test it out," urged Qi Tongwei, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the cave entrance. This was undoubtedly what he sought, and he felt an overwhelming frenzy within, yet he restrained himself and addressed Zashi. "Yes, City Lord," Zashi replied as he stepped forward, the others watching intently. "Drink the primordial iron armor," he commanded, and as Zashi reached the cave entrance, he bellowed and struck with his palm. Boom! A blood-red barrier materialized, and a phantom of a divine dragon emerged, its massive form towering 100 feet, emanating an overwhelming pressure and a regal aura even more terrifying than that of the previous Flood Dragon King, causing the crowd to pale in shock. "Watch out!" Qi Tongwei shouted urgently. Boom! The dragon phantom lashed its tail, sending Zashi flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth like a fountain. He soared 1,000 feet before crashing into a boulder, sending shards of stone flying. Whoosh! Qi Tongwei's figure flickered, and he swiftly reached Zashi's side, assisting him to his feet. Cough, cough, Zashi spluttered, blood spilling forth, his complexion alarmingly pale. Chapter 93, Breaking the Array Talisman, True Dragon's Essence, Dragon Blood Divine Fruit. Qi Tongwei quickly produced a pill and placed it in Zashi's mouth, and his breath began to stabilize. The others rushed to his side, gazing at Zashi's sunken chest with astonishment. Although Zashi practiced martial arts and the primordial iron body technique, and his combat prowess was not to be underestimated, his defenses were undoubtedly among the strongest in the group. The individual was nearly incapacitated by a mere swipe of its tail, a testament to its terrifying power. Luo Feng gazed at the cave entrance, then at the injured Zashi, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. If it were so simple, he would have long since retrieved everything, leaving no concern for others. This formidable defense appears to be a manifestation of the natural array of the Dragon Cave. A seamless fusion of offense and defense, truly fearsome. Luo Feng had previously tested its might and found that, with his own abilities, he could not breach it. Even the willow tree faltered, nearly severed by a strike from the ethereal dragon. Luo Feng felt somewhat helpless. This entity's combat prowess undoubtedly reached the late 6th tier, perhaps even its pinnacle, with a defensive capability rivaling that of the 7th tier. To breach this barrier, one would at least need to wield 3 great powers or possess a supreme divine ability. Otherwise, what options do we have? There must be exceptional treasures within. And we certainly have no reason to give up. Shui Wunyan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Who doesn't covet precious artifacts? This is a universally acknowledged truth. Yet this barrier is far from an ordinary defensive screen. Its might likely surpass that of the previous Dragon King, potentially impervious even to great powers. Indeed, overcoming the Dragon King required 2 great abilities. How many would be necessary to dismantle this formation? Or perhaps a supreme divine ability? As the crowd murmured, they turned to Qi Tongwei, or rather, the true dragon pearl he possessed that harbored the supreme divine power. Qi Tongwei met their gazes with an unchanging expression, calmly stating, "No need to look at me. My supreme divine power is for my own survival. If the day comes when it must be used, I might need to bring a few along. Using it here would be a tremendous waste." He resolutely declared that he would never squander his supreme divine power for an uncertain entity. The onlookers considered Qi Tongwei's steadfast demeanor, reluctant to press him further. Realizing it would indeed be excessive to compel him to reveal his life-saving trump card, they then turned to Luo Feng, inquiring, "Might Mr. Luo have a clever solution? If you could resolve this seal, we would allow you to choose first from the treasures. What say you?" Luo Feng regarded the smiling crowd with a cold, inward chuckle. Maintaining his composure as he replied, "I apologize for disappointing you. I possess no effective solutions. As a solitary individual, I have little to offer. While you all are esteemed leaders of your respective bases, I trust in your capabilities." Hearing Luo Feng's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Observing their reactions, Luo Feng smirked inwardly, sensing it was time to exploit their desperation. However, he remained cautious, aware that if provoked, he could unleash his hidden cards and eliminate them all, though the cost would be steep. Ideally, he preferred a peaceful resolution. As long as he could achieve his objectives, he was not one to overreach. The group fell silent, exchanging glances until Xiong Tianxing stepped forward, declaring, "Esteemed friends, I possess a formation-breaking talisman that we could attempt to use. If successful, I would like to choose 2 treasures first. If not, I would claim one after the subsequent success." As Xiong Tianxing spoke, a mystical talisman materialized in his hand, adorned with enigmatic runes that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The onlookers gazed at the talisman with curiosity, while Luo Feng felt a tremor of excitement within. The talisman of array breaking. This ancient legacy categorizes talismans into 1-color, 3-color, 5-color, 7-color, and 9-color varieties. The 9-color talisman can dismantle any worldly restriction. The 7-color can breach imperial arrays. The 5-color can unravel royal formations. The 3-color can penetrate kingly defenses, and the 1-color can shatter the majority of ordinary arrays. The array-breaking talisman is exceedingly rare, and Luo Feng was genuinely taken aback to encounter one here. A surge of desire coursed through him. His gaze towards Xiong Tianxing grew fervent. Contemplating the wealth of these base city lords, and a mischievous urge to seize it all flickered in his mind. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Luo Feng stood aside, observing the discussions among the major bases. Eventually, they settled on the qualifications determined by the 2nd and 6th rounds of selection. Xiong Tianxing achieved the desired outcome without hesitation and directly summoned the 5-color array-breaking talisman. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a magnificent peacock, radiating vibrant hues, its grand tail crashing down like a colossal wave. The quintessence of elemental power surged forth towards the ethereal dragon's silhouette. With a resounding roar, the piercing cry echoed, and before the excited gazes of the crowd, the dragon's silhouette melted away under the deluge of colors, akin to thin ice succumbing to flames. A soft sound erupted, and the cave entrance revealed itself, beams of radiant light shooting skyward, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy ascending, leaving the crowd in awe and excitement. Figures moved swiftly. In a flurry, they dashed into the cave. Upon entering, they stood transfixed, their expressions brimming with exhilaration as they beheld the spectacle before them. A glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of Qi Tongwei and Xiong Tianxing, a frenzied atmosphere brewing amongst them. Others, like Lei Jun and Yu Muyun, exhibited manic fervor, their eyes ablaze, clutching their extraordinary treasures as if ready to strike at any moment. A cough reverberated, emanating a wave of mental energy. The crowd jolted, regaining their senses. They instinctively distanced themselves, casting wary glances at one another, their apprehension toward Luo Feng palpable. Observing the assembly, Luo Feng smiled. "Ah, esteemed friends, having come this far, there is no need for violence. Engaging in conflict here would inevitably lead us to reveal our ultimate trump cards. While the treasures here are indeed remarkable, they pale in comparison to our own hidden strengths. Why not sit down and discuss matters amicably?" There is no need for a deadly struggle, right? The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating the numerous treasures before them. The underground cave was not vast, dominated by a colossal tree that resembled a celestial pillar, supporting the entire space. To the left, 13 blood-red crystal cores pulsated, shimmering with boundless brilliance. 3 diminutive dragons danced gracefully in the air, their boundless ethereal charm inviting exploration and touch, exuding an infinite purity. In the center stands a colossal divine tree, towering at an impressive 36 zhong, adorned with countless dragon scales. Each leaf resembles a miniature dragon, poised and vibrant, seemingly alive. The unparalleled spirituality, elegance, and Taoist essence evoke awe in the hearts of all who behold it. 7th tier primordial spiritual root, dragon blood divine tree, 7th tier spiritual tree.